Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here. How you like my...
That sounds absolutely... Why don't you get on the Comrex Field tab?
I did, and it's not working.
On your phone?
Yeah. It's just static. So, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what the deal is. I try to connect with it, and it's not. It's not connecting. It's Dell's fault.
Where are you?
In another place. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Cabo. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen.
He's kind of doing the show.
You what?
I said you're kind of doing the show.
I'm doing the show. What do you want me to do? I always do the show from here.
On a line that works.
Well, I don't know. This is, for whatever reason, Brick 2's not working. It's just static. Nothing but static.
All right. We'll see if we can fix it during the break.
Yeah.
On Brick 1.
So I'm hoping, and I gave him this number, I'm hoping Scott Boras calls us today. And we talk about Tatsuya Imai. He had his press conference yesterday. He didn't want to do it yesterday. Scott Boras didn't want to do it yesterday because he didn't want us to beat everybody in the media. But we can do it with Scott Boras today and find out all the details and what happened. You got a lot of that information yesterday at the press conference, and the Astros are going to be players. It looks like they're going to be players now in the Japanese market.
I hope
in large part because of the way they treated Kikuchi.
Yeah.
Right? And what and the success that Kikuchi had when he was here.
Well, I mean
he signed
he
signed that big deal with the Angels.
Yeah.
And, after he comes here, he said immediately the Astros organization broke down his pitches and had him throwing the pitches that would be best for him, and he had great success here. He was good here. He was really good here. And so, when that happens, other guys are going to want to come here. Yeah. And Imai, is one of those guys. And now if he has success here, maybe we'll turn into the Japanese market that the Dodgers have been.
The thing that kind of is the wet blanket is there's just opt-outs. And if he pitches well, he's opting out. And, Jim Crane doesn't have a great – well, why would he not opt out if he pitches well and go test the free agent market? Why would Scott Boras not do that?
Well, because he's having success and he likes it here. Maybe,
well, why would he not make more money?
Or maybe they redo his deal and give him more money.
We would have to hope that Jim Crane breaks precedent and gives a player more money who is on the open market with other suitors. That's the only thing that, I can't get super excited because the deal's not a 3-year flat deal. Once we saw the contract opt-outs, I'm like, and Scott Boras, I'm like, well, Boras is, if he pitches well, if he doesn't pitch well, he's staying. If he pitches well, he's going to put Jim Crane's feet to the fire, and Jim Crane has flinched every single time. Willingly flinched because he doesn't like doing that. So that's the only thing that kind of bums me out is I'm excited about potentially being, but I want a guy who's here long term. And, Boras was not, there had been talk about Imai getting a lot more money, and then it didn't materialize on the market. So he did a Carlos Correa deal. He did we'll do a 3-year deal. It's a 1-year deal. And we'll see if we can get you new money after every single one of those years. So, I'm hoping Jim Crane steps up and gets a young player dialed in again, because that's what we need and on this team. I mean, he's done it before on guys who are under club control. That's a lot easier to do it. He's never done it at the free agency mark where everyone else is involved. So that's the one thing. I can tell you this. Imai is all over the city.
Well, he did. He did a 3-year deal for Jose Abreu, which was a mistake.
Please don't bring up those guys.
Those 30. But he did. It's not like he doesn't go out and get free agents.
He's a 34-year-old, not a huge market.
He went out and got Walker.
Him. Another 30-something-year-old. I'm talking about a young. I'm talking about a young in his prime guy. That's what I'm obviously talking about a very specific player, a guy who's in his prime who can be a core player for years to come. And that's what I'm hoping he does. And he hasn't done that, John. Not unless you've been under club control. And Scott Boras is not one of these guys who's going to let his guy take, just take middling money. That's not his job. Scott doesn't get paid off of that. He gets paid off of big contracts. So But he's all over the place. He was courtside at the Rockets. He was at the Texans game the other day. He was shooting up in his contract. He's like, in his press conference yesterday, he's like, "Let's go Houston," or whatever he said.
Hey,
or H-Town. Yeah, hey, H-Town. And then he was reading off, "Hey, H-Town." And we're like, oh, this guy's all in. Like, he knows what to, like, he knows the deal.
He just did.
Hey, H-Town. That's what I did.
Okay.
Sam's already got everyone hating us anyway, so I'm going to have a talk with her tomorrow.
Well, you did have quite the day yesterday.
I mean, I have one throwaway conversation and Sam goes, let's spotlight this. Not the part where you say, why not the Texans winning a Super Bowl, since the Texans have the Texans have as good a chance as anybody in the AFC to win a Super Bowl. Let's not spotlight that.
No.
Let's try to have a throwaway conversation where I had a legitimate question about where does CJ rank amongst the AFC South quarterbacks. Let's have one.
You did have quite the back and forth with a lot of people. I don't know why I'm involved in it.
Because you get tagged because Sam tags all of us.
I get tagged on it. I know. I get tagged on it. I got tagged all day.
I had people mad. Like, these guys are looking for clack. This is why these guys suck. This is why no one likes them. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, damn, Sam. I mean, well, one little thing, and you turn it into like, you know what needs to go viral with Texans fans? The day after the Texans win their 12th game, let's try to focus on a negative. I had one throwaway comment about asking a question between the three of us, and it wasn't the overriding conversation of the Texans for the day. We're very happy they made the playoffs. Very surprised they did what they did. Great things we said about just one conversation that we have from time to time about CJ that comes up here and there. And Sam's like, our social media director's like, you know what we need to focus on, and I need to get out there as much as possible. I want it to look like all they're doing is complaining about the Texans after they make the playoffs. Let's see if we can get that going because that'll be good for the show. Lots of people will want to tune in and listen. So today, I'm just telling you now, today is sunshine and roses pumping out of my butt. That's all I'm doing is just happiness and friendship and sunshine and pom-poms. Nothing but. Everyone's the best I've ever seen, and we have the best everything in the whole city. All the time.
We do have one of the best players in the NBA, and
closer.
He came up with a huge shot right in front of Tatsuya, and I believe that's his wife. I guess that's his wife, and Jim Crane and his wife, and a three with the game tied at 97, and Kevin Durant, boom, and he hits it, and boy, he gave Houston some love. The crowd? I mean. Vanessa interviewed him right after the game. Dell, you got that? The one? Did you hear him? I mean, the crowd loved him. There's MVP chants and everything else. And
that's what he's here. But this is what he's here for. And there have been some times he's been demure and said, "You got it, Alpy." And there's been times Alpy's taken it and we're like, where it's been good. And there's been times it's like, hey. The other guy. That's why they brought him in, Kevin Durant. And then he did what he. This is what he. Now this is from range. Now this is a 27-footer, and he hadn't shot the three well yesterday.
No,
but this is why he's one of the best. Like, it didn't matter what happened the first 47 minutes.
Right. Well, Alpy wasn't there, so guess who got the ball?
Well, Kevin
Kevin Durant got the ball and hit the shot. And here's what he had to say. He was throwing up his H's yesterday.
What's it like to hear everybody at Toyota Center chanting MVP?
Being booed in here so many years, being an opposing player and being booed, it feels good to come out here and get some love. I love Houston. I love Texas. I'm just grateful and representing the Rockets.
Thanks, Kev.
What do you think's going to happen? You're a great player on different teams. Of course you're going to get booed. We're not going to cheer for you.
No, obviously not.
We're not going to cheer for you.
Yeah. Well, and then in the post-game press conference,
dude, he was
asked, "Hey, how's it feel to be hitting that against Phoenix, the team you just left?" And he had some. He gets in his feelings every once in a while.
He does. I didn't realize this was coming. I didn't know he had this pent up stuff going on.
Yeah, he had this to say about beating Phoenix last night.
It was good to play against a team that booted you out the building and scapegoated you for all the problems that they had. And it hurt because I put all my effort and love and care towards the Suns and the Phoenix area and Arizona in general. But that's just the business. That's the name of the game. And, so when you play against a team, yeah, you got a chip on your shoulder. You don't want it to get too big, have too big of a chip and it gets in the way of the game with my teammates. But in the back of my mind, it's there. It's nothing but love for the players. But I want to beat that team. I want to show them that I still got some juice in the tank, even though I'm old. I still can play. Yeah, I feel like every player has that mentality playing against their former team. I don't think it's malicious in any way towards them, but it's just as a competitor, you want to go out there and beat them. And then to beat them on a game-winning shot like that, yeah. But by the time I get home tonight, I probably won't even remember it. I will. But I'll try my best to forget about it and move on to the next game.
He also said, he was asked about it. There's another one, I guess, right after the game, maybe by Vanessa. He said, most definitely, a place that I didn't want to leave. My first time, I don't want to sound too dramatic, but I will, to be kicked out of a place. Yeah. I'm like, damn, he's been carrying this with him. He said he got booted out of the building and scapegoated for all the problems they had. Now, there were conversations about that. I mean, there was some of that. I don't know about getting booted out, but yeah, there was obviously some of that. And I'm glad he had that chip on his
right.
shoulder.
He got booted out because they could not get off of Bradley Beal, and they really wanted Jimmy Butler. So they chose Jimmy Butler over Kevin Durant for whatever reason, but no one was taking on Bradley Beal, so they had to make a move. They didn't get Jimmy Butler either, but once they floated Kevin Durant out there as a potential trade chip, Kevin Durant's like, oh, you're trading me? I'm done here. So they had to get rid of him and trade him this offseason. But the Suns initiated all that because they were so desperate to acquire Butler that they were willing to put Durant on the market to get it done. And then when they couldn't get it done, that relationship was over with.
Yeah, but it's been an interesting ride for the Suns because the Suns had a lot of talent last year, and they were a massive disappointment. This year, not as talented, and they're 21-15 after the loss. They were 21-14 coming into the game, and they've been a better team. And this is with Jalen Green not even hardly playing, only playing 2 games this year. So, a lot of times it's really not about. It's been a strange thing because Kevin Durant hasn't had great chemistry with. He did in Oklahoma City. He did obviously in Golden State. He didn't with Kyrie and James. Like that didn't really click, that big three, and then it didn't click in Phoenix. And so there's, I thought it was a legitimate question about what's going on with people being able to play with KD. But it hasn't been an issue here in Houston at all.
Well, we're not there, but I'm wondering, how much did Chris Paul, play a role in that? I mean, look at Chris Paul got kicked out of the Clippers this year.
Yeah,
they're not what they were.
Nah, they're old.
But and then Chris Paul was there in Phoenix, and that was a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
That was a total disaster.
Yeah,
Kevin Durant's getting blamed for that. How bad Bradley Beal was. Chris Paul is not near the same guy that the Hall of Famer that he has been. I mean, if Kevin's getting scapegoated for that, whatever. The Suns are the Suns, and they'll continue to be the Suns. And Kevin Durant kicked their ass last night, and the Rockets win once again. And it's 8:14. It's 7:14 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're just getting started. If you've got thoughts on CJ being the 4th best quarterback in the division,
stop.
You are more than welcome to bring.
It was simply a question. You guys just asked a question. That's all.
I just asked a question.
Can he be the 4th best next year?
I thought it was legitimate. Where does Daniel Jones stand headed into next year? Because he's going back to the Colts.
The Cam Ward thing, to me, is. I mean, you can't put Cam Ward ahead.
Well, no. I'm not putting him ahead, but I am curious about if Cam makes a jump next year. I mean, I'm just saying, in your 4th year in the league, I got to see a bigger jump than I didn't really see a jump from year 2 to year 3. That's all.
No,
I don't feel like I did. Now, how much is that is on? I guess we just keep putting it on play callers. I don't like the thing where you cry poor, like, well, really, these didn't have any help. Like, yeah, he does. This is the Texans actually aren't bad at the skill position spot. Joe Mixon, if Joe Mixon didn't do whatever Joe Mixon did, would have been a massive help for this offense. But I think the wide receiving core, I mean, you got to – anytime you have a real wide receiver one, you don't have a lot of excuses to me, because there's been a lot of quarterbacks who've really thrived with one really good wide receiver one. But I think Higgins is coming around. This is why I have so much hope for the Texans Super Bowl-wise. And I know, John, you feel this way too, because you've intimated this as well. You feel like there's something that hasn't hit yet. Like there's something that's – you feel like there's more meat on the bone. There's a possibility for more, and that's the hope I have is, like, I know there's more in there offensively because there's too many weapons. Like, I know it's there. Can they get it out? Can CJ and Nick Caley get it out? And getting it out is just one less field goal and one more touchdown. That's all. Just 4 points more. And that could be the difference. Honestly, that could be the difference in getting to a Super Bowl. 4 extra points is a lot of points. That's a lot of points going from 20 points to 24.
There's a lot more in this tank for this offense. A lot more.
It's just a question about can they get it out. That's all.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you're more than welcome. 713-780-3776. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
It's me. Okay. We're trying to get John here figured out. He's in Cabo with the common people, probably staying somewhere really in a hostel, I would imagine. Man of the people staying with in a hostel. Probably in a hostel, in a Cabo
People
hostel.
can see him fiddling with his phone. He is not in a hostel.
Oh.
He's not sharing.
Oh, is he on TV? Or he's on the screen?
Yeah, he's not sharing a room with some 24-year-old European backpacker.
He's not?
No.
With a shared bathroom?
No, none of that's going on. Not some white dude with dreads. He's not doing any of that.
I see him. He's not sure the show's going on.
He's dressed for an outing.
Yeah.
Just waiting, biding his time until the show's over. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing.
This isn't Cabo Cup, or he would have talked about it for the last 3 weeks.
He's in Cabo playing for golf, but apparently it's not the Cabo Cup.
Or for a humanitarian effort, man of the people.
It feels unlikely. He's dressed like he's got a golf outing. You can look at him.
That's true.
I don't know what he's doing, fiddling on his phone. Does he think he's connected and thinks the show isn't back yet?
Well,
I don't know.
I sent him some things to maybe get the brick set up the right way. So I don't know. I connected.
You connected. I heard that.
Yeah, we have so it's pretty cool. We have there's a technology on our telephones where we can connect into the board, into the actual board of a radio station, and that's what I use on the road. And it used to have to be a much more extravagant setup on an iPad and at this, that, and the other. And I kind of figured out how to rig it up, and it would work just through doing some YouTube searches. And now I can just do it directly on a phone. You can just talk into a phone like that, which is when we don't have the really expensive $5,000 machine. Mm-hmm. You can just use a phone in a hotel room if you know what you're doing. And like I said, those hostels many times do not have the high-speed internet that you need.
That does not look like a hostel.
I'm
looking. I think that's a pillow or a comforter. I don't know what's to his left.
Yeah, we can see the video. There's video of John on
YouTube
our end,
or Twitter,
or you can watch
Twitter.
It on YouTube or on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a hostel. There's no bunk beds. He's in a room by himself, fiddling with the phone.
Yeah.
See, he just put his phone on that pillow, that very plush pillow. He ain't in a hostel.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's doing right now.
I don't know what he's doing either.
It's the longest break for him. Okay, so here's what we've got going. Here's what we got going on. You got the playoffs obviously coming up. Yesterday was Black Monday, they call it, the day after. So now tell me if I'm missing any of the firings. You had Atlanta, gone is Raheem Morris, gone is Terry Fontenot, the GM and head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. The Raiders fired Pete Carroll after one season. They're keeping their general manager. They fired Pete Carroll after one season. So Pete Carroll got one season. He's a much older coach. There was thought that he would be able to kind of turn the building around. It's no better. Geno Smith is not good. They couldn't block for Ashton Gentry, who is a special talent. He's a special talent. It's just you wouldn't know it by watching.
We saw some of that against the Texans.
Yeah, we did see some of it against the Texans. The Cardinals fired Gannon. What's his? Not
Jonathan
Gannon.
Gannon.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon. He was 15-36 after 3 years. They got rid of him, and that's kind of the normal. You know, the Pete Carroll one and done is unusual. It used to be unusual, less so now. The Browns fired Kevin Stefanski. However, Dell told us Andrew Berry got fired.
No, he didn't get fired.
He did not.
I thought I saw that, but he's being retained.
They kept Andrew Berry probably because the owner made Andrew Berry make the terrible trade for Deshaun Watson and felt guilty. In a real turn of events, Mike McDaniel, the head coach of the Miami Dolphins, is going to be part of the GM search.
That's what he said. But reporting came out of Miami late last night that
he was a liar.
No GM candidates have been told whether he's going to be retained or not. So he may think that he'll have a role, but I don't know that the Dolphins are so sure about that. They may allow the GM to determine his fate.
Yep. Colts are hanging on to head coach Shane Steichen, GM Chris Ballard, despite a 7-game losing streak. She said, quote, "You're right to be frustrated with how the latter part of the season went. I'm pissed. We are all pissed. I want our fans to know I hear them. It's not good enough. It's not to the standard. The players played their asses off this year, but at the end of the day, our fans, we understand, and we want to validate that. I would say the players didn't play great defensively down the stretch, though. We've been very clear with Ballard and Steichen, but giving them another opportunity means that the sense of urgency for them to deliver and perform has never been higher, and then so on and so forth. I think the Colts benefited from having her on the headset, if you really want to know the truth. I think it's actually beneficial so she knows exactly what's going on with everything. There's been some tough situations, but, I mean, that's the way the business is. Ballard is a close friend. But the business is, had he gotten let go, wouldn't have been a huge surprise because that's, he hadn't made the playoffs for a long time. That's just the business. That's how it works. I think he's good at what he does. I think he's had really terrible luck at the quarterback position. But the business is the business. And if you don't deliver results, you typically get fired. And that's, he's in a position, he's in a place where they're a little more willing to wait it out. I think because he's had some really good drafts and I think they want to see what happens with the quarterback, but they're going to have Daniel Jones again next year, and Daniel Jones is going to have to play at that same level, I think, for the Colts to – the Texans realistically are only headed up, realistically. Because even if C.J. Stroud this is who he is, even if he's kind of an average quarterback, there's still a lot of weapons. The running game's going to be better next year, you would think. They're going to have some free agency money, well, a little bit, to mess around with. They got draft picks to keep trying to add to the team. There's not a lot of weaknesses on that defensive side of the ball, so you can really hyper-focus your efforts on the offensive side of the ball. And the Colts don't have 2 first-round picks. They don't have a first-round pick the next 2 years. The Jaguars look pretty good. I guess I have to buy into them. And the Titans are still a long – I get that the Patriots came out of nowhere. I get that, and having a roster, frankly, it didn't look very good, but I can't see the Titans doing that. They're dysfunctional in ownership, and that roster is just nowhere near, being where it needs to be. So it's going to be it's going to be tough sledding, I think, for people to. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Jacksonville. My son asked me yesterday, "Who do you see coming out of the AFC?" I struggled with it because I said, "Well, the Texans could come out of the AFC just as easily as everyone else, but they're not in a favorable." Slotting position because they have to go on the road. Who would you think? I don't even know who the odds-on favorite is. I would say
the
Broncos.
The Broncos are the favorite.
Yeah, that's who I would probably pick
and the
to
second
come out.
favorite is the Patriots are the second favorite. The Texans are 10 plus to 1.
That's not bad odds for the Texans.
No.
That's not bad odds. I'm telling you, the Patriots. See, I don't see the I just can't see the Jags until it happens. I'm just not going to do it. I give the Chargers no chance. You just can't with the injuries to your tackles. It's your quarterback's beat up. I just don't see any way. I see a path forward for the Texans. Jacksonville, all you got to do is keep playing like you're playing. You went in and worked the Denver Broncos. They couldn't stop you defensively. So, and then I guess we have to respect what New England's done. There was never a drop-off. I get that a lot of their wins came against lesser teams, but they also had some wins against some better teams. Buffalo has a defense that's just not good. And do you believe in Bo Nix enough that he can win the games he needs to get there? Does he have to make plays?
Bo Nix does have to make plays, and Bo Nix has made plays. He hasn't been great, but he's been good enough to win. They've won more close games than anyone ever.
Yeah,
this team has won more close one-score games than anyone ever. Are the Patriots the Aggies? Getting there? Yeah, the Aggies got there on a soft schedule. Didn't have to play all those teams. The Patriots are 1-2 against playoff teams.
Are you calling
year.
him Marcel May?
Well, honestly, listen, I'm not saying that. Listen, this is how the Aggies got there. You can like it or not, Aggie fans, whatever. You know what? That's how you got there. You got there on the softest schedule that you could possibly play in the SEC. Not your fault. You did what you had to do. But when it came time to play Texas and then Miami,
you looked bad.
Guess what? It showed up.
Yeah.
It showed up. I'm wondering whether or not I don't know that it's going to show up against the Chargers. I don't believe in the Chargers. I just don't.
I don't either.
I don't believe in them.
I think I would have had they not lost, 2 really good tackles, but they did. And there's nothing they can do about it anymore.
Yeah. Well, Herbert's carried him on. He really has carried him on his back this year.
Yeah, it's been
He's really
impressive
done.
to see what he's been able to do with literally slow-ass Keenan Allen. Quentin Johnston even looks like a legitimate wide receiver now. Like he's not dropping
Quentin
anything.
Johnston actually had a really good year this year. But their defense is really good, too, by the way. And Drake May is going to find that out on Sunday.
So
Drake May is going to find out that Chargers defense is pretty damn good.
You know, it's pretty wild.
TJ did not – listen, anybody who – I don't know what anybody – because we didn't talk much about the Chargers game because we went on vacation. But CJ looked great for the first 2 drives and then looked about as bad as he has looked, about as bad as he could possibly look. The 2 interceptions and he should have had at least one more interception were just horrific throws, were bad throws. I mean, they won that game 20-16, I believe was the final.
Mm-hmm.
They won that game because the defense came up with that interception. After CJ threw his interception, they drove down the field, and they had the ball batted in the air and intercepted. If not, they lose that football game.
Yeah, and they missed.
After CJ looked great
Did the Chargers,
and then looked about as bad as he could.
Did they miss an extra point and a field goal?
Yes, they did.
Dicker
missed a field goal, too, and not a long one.
It was a chip
and
shot.
Dicker's the all-pro. He's the all-pro kicker.
Yeah.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
I mean, he had himself a great season, and he missed that extra point. He missed the field goal, an chippy. I mean, so, and I know there's a lot of CJ discussion. You can't say anything negative. I can say it, though. Okay?
Are you sure? Because you were tagged.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Right.
And your face was in the video. Are you sure you can say anything?
And you're also called a clown.
I was tagged, but I didn't say anything at all.
That they intimated Dell was also a clown.
So I'm allowed, right? Because I'm not
Why
in the
was
video.
I a clown? I disagreed
We're
with you.
both
Why was I a
clowns.
clown?
Doesn't matter.
Well,
We're
that's
both
how it
clowns.
goes. So you guys, and rightfully so,
And your
considering
clicks.
how open the AFC is, you should believe the Texans have a shot.
They do.
In the modern era, I'm not going to use 1985, the Patriots. 3 teams since 2005 have won 3 road playoff games to get to Super Bowl. They've all won the Super Bowl.
The Steelers.
The Steelers in 2005, the Giants in 2007, and the Packers in 2010. What do all 3 have in common? Despite Lance's pushback against it,
Good defenses? I don't know.
3 future Hall of Fame quarterbacks.
Yeah. Oh, no. I know what you're saying
Eli's
now.
making Hall of Fame.
No.
He's making Hall of Fame.
No. For what?
For 2
cast?
Super Bowls. Stop it. He's making Hall of Fame.
No.
He is.
He's not because he didn't have a Hall of Fame career.
He's making Hall of Fame.
Eli is going to go in the Super Bowl because his commercials, because he's Danny DeVito now.
He's got 2. Any quarterback win 2 Super Bowls and not make the Hall of Fame?
Oh, there's always a first. There's always a
2
first.
Super Bowls.
2-time winner.
Every single one of those
Troy Aikman.
pass rushers in the NASCAR package
Troy Aikman.
that helped win the Super
We
Bowl
go look
for
at
him,
Troy
do they all
Aikman's
get in?
numbers. We look at Troy Aikman's numbers, and you look at them and like, oh, well, fine.
They're not even
different
fine,
era.
but it's,
Hall of Famer.
it's a different era, but most of those guys weren't that bad, John.
Look at Joe Namath's numbers. They're terrible.
Yeah, but
Terrible.
Troy Aikman played in the 90s. I mean, it's not like there weren't some quarterbacks who were prolific in the 90s.
And he made the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Eli's making the Hall of Fame.
All right.
We'll see. He didn't sound like he had a ton of wins, though, Dell.
2 Super Bowls. Those are the wins that matter.
I think he was like a 500 quarterback.
I understand.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman was way, way better across the board. By the way, New England's 13-1 in their last 14, and they've swept the Bills. They've got to win.
No, they didn't sweep the Bills. The Bills.
Oh no, yeah, that's right. The Bills beat them at their place. Yeah, that's right. They beat Buffalo and Buffalo, but they've got wins at Tampa Bay when Tampa was playing pretty well. They got a win at Baltimore when Baltimore was playing better. We were in a desperation game. But there are some
playoff teams.
Yeah, I mean, there's some. Yeah, well, Baltimore is now, but they also have a win over Carolina. That's a playoff team, 42-13.
But not a winning record.
No.
Oh, Carolina has a losing record. They're 8-9.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They're 8-9.
They're 1-2.
Ugh.
The schedule is Charmin soft.
1-2 against.
Yeah,
winning
I mean it. And they weren't even. They didn't have to face Shedeur Sanders when he played
Wow.
Cleveland.
That's true.
Um,
That's true.
All right, let's break. Let's break it here. 713-780-3776. Come on in. 1378037.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776. Tyler is here, and he wants to get in on the show. What do you say, Tyler?
Yeah, how you guys doing this morning?
Good.
Just want to pop in with the Bears getting lucky enough to show up the second seed, even though they're going into the playoffs hot. I think the first round matchup with an ice cold Green Bay rivalry game at Soldier Field, I think that they'll do enough to knock off the Packers. And then having a West Coast team travel up to the Windy City, I think that'll play into their favor. I do think that they'll end up getting knocked out in the NFC Championship, though, possibly I'd say by the Rams. And then the AFC's wide open, but if you're going with the hottest team right now, I'd say I'd have to go with the Jaguars, just top to bottom, being in the top 10 on offense and defense, and a veteran quarterback with Lawrence. I think if everything comes together, you could see a very surprising Jaguars in the Super Bowl.
I think the analysis is pretty direct and pretty accurate. Starting with the Bears.
I think you're leaving the Seahawks out of the equation.
Yeah. Well, maybe that's who he thinks will get. No, yeah, that's right. Because he said, "Well, I got to see how." Who's the West Coast team that travels to the Bears? Who would that be? 49ers.
Well, it depends on who wins and who loses. Who's going to play the Bears next? Well, the Rams are headed to the Seahawks if the Bears win. If the Bears,
I don't think the Bears
and the Eagles both win.
I don't see the Bears.
The Rams will be headed.
I can't see the Bears beating either one of those teams. I don't care where the game is played either. I think the Rams are too.
Well, he has the Rams, I think, right? Beating the Bears.
Yeah, I thought he said that is that the West Coast team?
No, the Seahawks can't travel because they have the 1 seed.
Yeah,
so.
The Seahawks are going to be at home.
If the Eagles and the Bears win, they play each other.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's not a West Coast team. I just know this much. I think the Bear. I don't disagree that the. See, my problem with trying to pick the Bears is I'm not sure if Caleb's ready to win yet, but I also he's right about Green Bay. This is not a Green Bay team this Green Bay team does not look good right now. When I was, let's see, what was the date? It was December 7th or December 6th. No, it was that Saturday. They played Green Bay. I was in Chicago. They played Green Bay, and Green Bay, Chicago hung around, but Green Bay won that game.
It took a miracle for the Bears to beat Green Bay on the last play and the onside kick.
They scored on 4th and goal.
But that wasn't the same game, was it?
In Chicago?
No, that was a couple weeks later.
That was a couple weeks later. They played two,
well,
I don't know how they ended up playing two. So.
The Packers should have beat them twice. Packers should have beat them twice.
Yes, correct.
Now, is Love healthy? Is he all right? And that was without Michael Parsons, too, so.
Yeah, but that's
the
way it is now.
It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem for the Bears. I don't think there's any question.
Well, but there is no Michael Parsons, though, John.
No, there wasn't when the Packers beat him either.
Right.
Yeah, so first game in Green Bay, 28-21. Of course, the more recent one was the miracle where they converted the 4th and goal. Jade Walker, the A&M receiver, scored.
Onside kick.
And they got all these things
well,
to go their way.
I just talked to somebody from the Bears front office yesterday, and I just congratulated him, and he said, thanks, but we got to clean up. The last 2 weeks have been bad. We got to clean this up. And their defense has not been good. I mean, San Francisco scored every possession against the Bears when they played them, and then I don't know who they play on Sunday. I'm trying to remember.
They played the Lions.
Yeah.
The Lions.
And and they beat the Lions, right? Lions had a lead for much of the game. Did they end up losing that one?
The Bears came back and do what they do. Won. They tied it late, but the Lions kicked the field goal to win it.
Yeah, because that would have been their 6th. That would have set a new record for most wins in the last possession or whatever. They've got 5 this year. I mean, but the grace of God go I. They could be a team that's definitely out of the playoffs, but they've won those close games. We'll see. The Bears are not as consistent defensively. They got injuries at corner. But I could see them winning at home because I don't love what the Packers are doing lately. I could see that. In the AFC, you have to give it to the Jacksonville Jaguars. If Trevor Lawrence is playing well, where do they lack? They got 2 good running backs. They've got, the wide receiving core is pretty average. No, I'm sorry. Wide receiving core, no. That's a pretty good wide receiving core. Brian Thomas didn't have the same year as before. They don't have Travis Hunter.
Jacoby Myers Jacoby Myers has made a huge difference.
He catches everything.
That's one of the most underrated pickups that anybody's made. Listen, just the beginning of this season, we were talking about Trevor Lawrence being a huge bust, and the Jaguars are the Jets. Liam Cohen has done one of the most unbelievable jobs this year.
Mm-hmm.
Trevor Lawrence is a different guy. Is a different player this year, all because of Liam Cohen.
It's not even this year. He wasn't at the beginning of the year. He really just came on and started playing like that. I mean, early
maybe
on it wasn't great,
bit
and then something clicked. I mean, you look at his stats: 29 touchdowns to 12 interceptions. It's good. It's not like these elite, 35-3 guys, right? 37-5. 29-12 is pretty good. Pretty good. It's not incredible, but where they were, 4 of his interceptions came in the first 3 weeks, John. He was 4 touchdowns, 4 interceptions in the first 3 weeks. He had a bad game against Arizona, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. In Trevor Lawrence's last 6 games, and this is why they're kind of scary. In their last 6 games, he has 15 touchdowns and 1 interception. 15-1, more than half of his touchdowns have come in the last 6 games.
And he stopped turning the ball over.
Yeah, including games of 2, these are touchdowns, 2, 2, 5, 3, 0 against Indianapolis, and then 3 against Tennessee. This dude he scored, and he's got 15 touchdowns in 5 games. He's got 15 in 6, but if I cut out the Indianapolis game, I mean, and he did have 3. I didn't count the Arizona game because he had 3 turnovers, but really in the last 7 games, he has 18 touchdowns in his last 7 games, passing touchdowns. 18. And in rushing touchdown, holy crap. And he's got 4 rushing touchdowns. So he's got 22 total touchdowns in his last 7 games. Trevor Lawrence. 22 total touchdowns. Man.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been really, really good the second half of the season. Maybe it took him a little while to get – maybe it took a little while for he and Cohn to get together and get it done. But guess what? They're scary now. Trevor Lawrence is – we were talking about Trevor Lawrence being one of the biggest flops in the NFL and consistently overrated. He's a top 10 quarterback this year.
Hey, Sam.
He's a top 10 quarterback.
Just cut this and pair it with their conversation yesterday. Just more confirmation that CJ continues to fall down the AFC South quarterback leaderboard.
Don't worry, she's already clipped it and it's already going out.
Let's face it. If you're going to be honest about it, Trevor Lawrence is the leader of the pack in the South.
Oh, I mean, if you just say how did they play this year, Trevor Lawrence has played the best. I mean, that's just an objective fact. Against the Texans, he's got 1 passing touchdown and 2 interceptions this year. He had a 50% completion game and a 56.5% completion game with passing yards of 222 and 158. Like, he didn't like seeing the Texans either. Nobody does.
I don't know if you heard, but the Texans got the best defense in the league.
The only guy that loves seeing the Texans is Riley Leonard.
Tell it to D'Amico. This is the second time in like the last 3 weeks he has said they're not defensively. They're not playing up to the standard.
Well, then he's a hater too, just like me and John.
Last week they didn't, but that was with a bunch of.
He doesn't like all.
He didn't love that Arizona game.
Yeah,
either.
They gave up 17 in the first half when their starters were out there.
Yeah, no, Riley Leonard. He took care of the first team too. Riley Leonard, you can't stop a Riley Leonard though. I mean,
only Shane Steichen can by not playing him.
Yeah, keeping him out.
Right,
but
that's the only one.
But
all right, we got a break. We got to talk.
Actually, how about this, John? Champion. 3 of the last 4 games, the Texans have given up 20 points or more.
Yeah.
20 to the Cardinals.
20
to the Cardinals, 21 to the Raiders, and 30 to the Colts. Colts doesn't really count.
20 to the Chargers. Yeah. Yeah.
No, they gave up 16 to the Chargers.
They should have given up 20 if Dicker was on his game. But, yeah, they only gave up 16. But, John, you know what? They want to be champions, right?
Nope. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little Champion Energy right now. Listen, I don't know what energy company, what electricity, how you're getting it, but I can tell you for 17 years I used Champion Energy when I lived there, and if hopefully when I move back, I will use Champion Energy again because I never had a bad day with Champion Energy. I'm telling you that. I know that I saved tens of thousands of dollars over those years, and it's not even arguable. I had a buddy who he turned over to Champion. He's like, "Are you serious about that?" Yes, I'm serious about Champion. He went over and he was like, from 1 month to the next, he was like, "It's incredible how much less this is." It really is. They don't give you all of the. Of course, they have fees. Everybody has fees, but the ridiculous fees that you'll see on the other bills and just the gouging, it's incredible. Look, You're looking for the best way to get electricity at your house. Try it. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, I apologize for the sound. I think Esteban makes a really good point here. Says Granado battling through audio issues while working from Cabo, a true man of the people. I don't think there's any truer words spoken. I'm doing my damnedest here. What I think, Del and Lance, is that the Comrex is not connecting because of Mexico. This is all on Mexico right now. Okay. When I called and they added in the plus 52 and then number, it didn't work. So I have a feeling that it's not working because Mexico is really screwing with me here.
The internet doesn't care if you're in Mexico. Our phone technology.
Yeah, the internet. No, as long as you got Wi-Fi. I don't know. Well, apparently the Comrex cares if I'm in Mexico, so it's not. This is not Mexico. Not
I think
me.
there's some kind of. I was looking at flights to Mexico City. Do you know the fees? The fees there from United was more than the rate of the flight. Like the flight was like $315. The fees were over $400. The taxes and fees. Yeah. They've got all kinds of taxes on us, which I didn't know if there's something having to do with tariffs, as they're throwing tariffs on our airline flights. I was like, man, y'all can go get bleeped. Mexico City. I ain't trying to hear all that. I was going to go down and set up a daycare, but I'm not going to. Somebody else asked if you were setting up daycare in Cabo.
I'm not setting up daycare per se. Maybe it's a charity, but not a daycare.
Okay.
I'm not going to. No. I don't
kind
want to work with kids.
Kind of a no-show daycare, obviously, not one where you'd have to put in work.
No, well, no, I mean, but I mean, there's some kind of charity, a foundation, some kind of foundation. Have you guys watched The Shrink Next Door?
The what next door?
The Shrink?
No. Is that a
with,
show?
Paul Rudd and Will Ferrell?
No.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's a true story. It's on. Is it on Netflix or Prime?
Wait,
Prime,
Will
It's
Ferrell
on
is
Apple.
mixed up in a true story?
Well, he's
in a
acting
true story.
based on a true story.
Yeah, it's based on a true story, and it's actually pretty good. It's sad. It's really, really sad how this psychiatrist took advantage of this guy, of Will Ferrell. Yeah, but it's based on a true story. But they set up a foundation, and that's just the way we got to set up a foundation. They set up a foundation that Paul Rudd that's all he did was throw parties, and we got to do that someday. I mean, we got to get some of the, yeah.
You want things you can get arrested for?
So you are broadcasting your want to commit fraud?
I mean, listen, Paul Rudd didn't go to jail, or the psychiatrist didn't go to jail. Dr. Hirschkopf didn't go to jail.
But
why should we?
Did he go on public airwaves and say, hey, let's do something that's illegal before he did it?
I don't know. You don't know.
You watched the story. You can tell me, did he or didn't he?
Well, there was no, but they didn't tell everything.
Oh, okay.
He might have gone on New York radio and said, hey, we got a foundation here. We're throwing parties. Let's go.
So he might have gone on K-Rock in New York and told someone that, hey, I'm about to commit fraud. Do you want to help out?
Right.
Okay. Seems like a bad plan.
Terrible plan.
I don't know. You don't know. Julian is here. Julian, what's going on?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good.
I think this year it's more wide open for the playoffs than it has been in so long, man. The Bears, I think they're fraudulent, just like my Niners are. No defense, no, can't even stop a nosebleed. And if you look back, I mean, you got to go back to 2006 to have a defense that wasn't dominant, and that was the Colts. But they even had Dwight Freeney and Robert Mathis, so they were able to mitigate the pass. I mean, the quarterback. So this year, man, I really can't even tell you who a favorite might be. Buffalo, again, no defense. Jaguars, do you trust Sunshine? Seattle, the offense is inept. Denver, same thing. This cardiac kid stuff, isn't that a sign of a bad team to be down all the time? Like, am I the only one that says or that feels that if you're always losing in the fourth quarter, you have to make this miraculous comeback, maybe you're not as good as your record says?
Yeah, you're playing with fire. You're playing with fire if that's who you are. Yeah, and there's some truth in that with Denver. I would argue maybe that Seattle has a defense that is literally, I mean, they're way up there. Their defense is really, really good and really ferocious, their front. Jackson Smith and Jigba is an outstanding. Is their offense inept? I mean, they're not. I don't know if they're inept, but they're not as explosive. But Sam Darnold gets that same tag. Are they fraudulent because of Sam Darnold? People are going to think so until Sam proves otherwise.
Right. Well, he's got to come up with plays that he hasn't done in the past. But Charbonnet is running great, and so is Kenneth Walker. That's been a pretty good duo of late.
Right.
So
Charbonnet's looked really good.
I think Seattle is. You got to go through there. You're going to have to go through Seattle to win this thing.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure that there's a better home field advantage in the NFL.
And the Seahawks
I'm not sure
were the third best offense scoring-wise in football, so not inept. I know Julian just saw them because the 49ers played them. It was a 13-3 game, but overall, they are only behind the Rams and the Patriots as far as scoring offense.
Yeah, I didn't think they were inept. Yeah. I mean, the running game is just kind of average, but they've got some weapons.
It's been better lately. It's been better of late, and so listen. I don't know if they'll win, but they'll win the Super Bowl. But I think Seattle is the team they're going to get there.
I think Seattle and the Rams are probably the two best teams. I think it's probably Seattle Rams. But once again, I may not be giving enough respect to New England. I may not, because I just don't think New England's ready. And then Jacksonville, I have to, if they win a Super Bowl, I'll say, hey, great, you won a Super Bowl, or you got to a Super Bowl.
Well,
it's almost like I've got to see Lawrence get there. He's made me a non-believer, to be honest with you, over the years, and now
you're leaving Denver out of this equation too.
Yeah, no. Denver's got a really good defense, but to Julian's point, they do have to play from behind a lot.
Yeah. I mean, they've won more close games than anybody. So,
and one of the ones they lost was a leverage call against the Colts, where the Colts got a second shot at a long field goal and beat them, and that was on a leverage call. That was another one they would have won.
Did you see what Lamar Jackson screenshotted?
Huh.
That there was a potential leverage call on that game losing kick.
Yeah, that's right.
That the referees did not spot.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot who grabbed it, but Lamar screenshotted and said, shaking my effing head. So they missed that one. Just like the kicker missed his.
Can you imagine making that call in Pittsburgh that night?
Ooh. Go Colts! Yeah, I would not have been I would not have wanted to get out of that. That would have been tough getting out of that building.
Breaking it again. We got to catch up. 713-780-3776. What are your thoughts on the playoffs? You're more than welcome to get in. We also got to hear from Dana Brown on where Imai steps in, where he steps into this rotation. We'll do that next. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We want to talk a little. We got callers in here that are trying to get in, and then they want to talk about the playoffs. I just want to mention, okay, first of all, Lance, and this could be a short conversation. Big deal or not a big deal? Dana Brown and Joe Espn don't have contract extensions. They're on their last year of their deals.
Yeah, big deal. There's the Jim Crane lets contracts run out. So, and you know what? Maybe more teams should do that. I know it's not great for you don't have the same. It's not great for the GM. It's not great for the manager. But I'd say both of them have to be better this year, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just telling you that Jim Crane he's not sure. That's all. He's not sure that they're the guys for the job. And you know what? The team has fallen off. Not their fault. I mean, the injuries played the biggest role last year, but they got to see that they can turn this thing around and get back to the playoffs this year. I think that's going to be a big deal. Dana Brown did meet the media and asked by a few people where Tatsuya Imai fits into this rotation. Here is, while it's not his, it's Joe's call, but here is what Dana Brown thought about where Imai fits in.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance to pitch in the middle of the rotation with possibly some upside. He'll be anywhere from 94 to 98, really good slider, and 3 very effective changeups. He's got the Vulcan change. He's got the splitter that goes down into regular change. Love the competitiveness is what I really like the most, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's multiple people saying that now. Joe Espada said it the other day, and now he says it as well, that the dude is just a competitor. And you know what? Signing with the Astros shows he's a competitor, as opposed to just going where everybody else goes, go to the Dodgers and let's win championships. He's saying, no, you know what? I want to go and beat those guys. And so I like that. And this is multiple people talking about his competitive nature. We'll see how that plays out during the season. All right, we got calls here that people want to get in here. And somebody was right. Michael Parsons did play in that first Bears game, and he had 1 tackle. So Michael Parsons.
Is that the game where he got hurt? Is that the game where he got hurt?
I don't know. I don't remember.
If he had 1 tackle, that might be the game.
That might be the game.
I think it might be the game. I think it is the game, actually.
He got hurt against the Broncos.
Okay.
All
right.
Yeah, he had 1 tackle against and he was in the. I thought he was hurt earlier this season, but apparently that's when he was hurt the next week. All right, who's up now? All right, Gary's here. What do you say, Gary?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. AFC aside, it's wide open. In the NFC, there are only 2 quarterbacks history that you can basically trust. And all of them are going to have the but situation when Lance hears this. That's Hurts and that's Stafford. But then when we're talking stats or whatever, since 2023, out of those 2, Hurts has become, if we're just looking on the surface, he was 11-0. And then in the last 7 games, no, he didn't throw 19, 20 touchdowns. He threw about 8 this year, and he threw about 8 touchdowns in the last 7 games and only 1 turnover. So we're talking, if I'm looking at trust, I'm looking at the organization, and I'm also looking at any point in time, Saquon can go off. And just all honesty, I know we're going to have the buts, but if we're going to do the buts, that's been the history and lineage of the Eagles, and I'm a Cowboys fan. And Hurts since 2023, 11-0, 8 this year, 8 touchdowns in the last 7 games, which is not a lot, but he doesn't turn it over. And plus, he's had a couple of rushing ones. So out of the NFC, those are the 2 most experienced ones you trust. And then on top of that, Hurts has trumped them all for a minute, taking care of the ball.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
Funny.
I'm looking at the stats here. He did have 4 interceptions in that Charger game. He was no touchdowns. Now in the last 3, it's against the Raiders, Washington, Buffalo. Wait. What is this? What year is this? Buffalo.
They played Buffalo this year.
12-28. Oh, no, he didn't play in the last game. That's why it's the last one I'm seeing. Okay. So, no, what you're saying is true, Gary. You always think that Saquon's got a shot. Jalen Hurts and Matt Stafford are the only two that you look at and you say, yeah, I trust their background. The Eagles are having some real problems offensively and against good teams, and that's a lot of people. Eagles fans hate their offensive coordinator, their first-year offensive coordinator. I mean, they hate that guy. They scored 13 against a bad Bills defense, 29 against Washington, 30. They got 31 against the Raiders. But then, there was 3 losses in a row where they scored 21, 15, and 19. They've scored 16. They've scored 10. I mean, their offense is not – Jalen hasn't been as good, but historically, as you say, there's no denying that. And I don't know. There's just something about teams who've done it before. You always give them the credit. The same reason Lamar Jackson hasn't played well this year. However, if he got in the postseason, I would expect him to play well. That's just how – like you give guys who have done it graces that they can do it again. And that's why Stafford and Jalen have that. You're right, Gary. I don't yell but that. The only yell but I would have is that this team is not playing the same football offensively at all. And that includes Saquon Barkley. However, I mean, don't you feel like, John, that you could see them making a run just because they have the pieces in place and they've done it before?
Yeah.
I do too. I don't know if it's going to happen, but.
Right. I don't think Jalen Hurts gets near the credit or the love that he should. He hasn't been good this year, though. He hasn't. I mean, the team has the Charger game was awful. The offense has been terrible. It's been terrible at times, and you don't know if they're going to regress into that again, or if they can all of a sudden they flip a switch and now they're going to be the same team that rolled through everybody last year. I don't know that I can believe that.
I think one of the big
they played this year.
One of the big differences, John, is he has 8 rushing touchdowns. He has 4 in the last 10 games. Last year in his last 10 games, he had 11 rushing touchdowns, and that's just regular season games. That's not including the postseason where he had 5 in 4 games. So I think that's a big part of it too. And we know his rushing touchdowns a lot of times are just of the 1-yard variety or half-yard variety, but that's been the running game with Hurts and Saquon Barkley. That's what's been missing, and I think they have to have that. Matthew Stafford, I think, wins the MVP. So, he looks as good as he's ever looked this year.
Yep.
Jalen hasn't.
Yep.
However, Jalen has a background that you have to. The same reason I don't give it to Trevor Lawrence, because I need to see it first. I've already seen it with Jalen, so I know it's in there somewhere. It's just a matter of can they get it out of Jalen, because they got talent all over the place. It's just for whatever reason their offensive line now they're hurt too. Lane Johnson's out, so one of the better right tackles in football is done. He's injured for the year. That doesn't help.
All right. How many quarterbacks do you trust in the postseason?
Not.
Do you trust Aaron Rodgers against the Texans defense?
No.
I mean,
he's not the same. He's not even close to the same guy.
No.
It's a short list.
Do you trust Trevor Lawrence in the postseason?
I can't. Not until I see it. I saw what he. No, I can't until I see it.
Do you trust Josh Allen?
Yes.
Do you trust Drake May?
I kind of do, but there's no real. But he's another one that has to do it. But he's played. I haven't seen the fall off. I haven't seen him hit a wall at any point. That's the thing is, at no point have I said, "Oh, he's looking like a rookie now." And I expected that to come at some point. I was not a Drake May fan before the draft. I thought he was a boom bust player, but he's played more towards the boom. And the people who have said, well, maybe he
Well,
can be
that's
another,
no.
maybe he can be another Josh Allen. I'm like, shut up. Josh Allen's one of one. Well, I didn't like Josh Allen coming out because he was inconsistent and didn't throw with good, wasn't very accurate. And Josh has turned into the most dynamic playmaker at quarterback in the league right now. And then, but Drake May is not. I haven't seen Drake May fall off yet.
Do you trust Justin Herbert?
Yeah, to an extent, but he's also crapped the bet against the Texans twice. So, and he has no tackles.
And he crapped the bet.
I trust him if everyone was healthy.
Against the Jags too.
Yeah,
he crapped the bet against the Jags.
Yeah,
too.
so maybe the answer is no.
No,
maybe
there's no reason to trust him in the postseason.
No, I don't trust CJ yet to elevate. But he may not have to elevate. He may just need to steer the ship, and that's okay
and on
too.
The other side, Young, no. Stafford, yes. Hurts, yes. Purdy?
Yeah, he's played pretty well lately, I think.
Yeah, he has.
I probably do.
Caleb?
Not yet. I need to see it, but
Jordan Love?
Some of that is a function of his wide receivers. I think Josh Jacobs is more important over there. Sam Darnold, no. Sam Darnold, not until he does it.
No.
Bo Nix, no.
Nope.
I mean, we got
Bo
a lot
Nix.
of guys that this is proving grounds. Somebody's going to catch their stripe. They're going to get a stripe on their white belt, and they're going to you're going to say, okay, Trevor Lawrence, we gotta put some respect on his name. The same way we did it with Jalen Hurts. Jalen had never done it, and when Jalen did it, you said first he had great Super Bowl where they lost, but he played great in a losing effort. So he did have those 2 years in a row. But if Bo Nix does it, if Sam Darnold does it, if Trevor Lawrence does it, we'll be saying, if CJ does it, it'll raise their profile without question. Somebody's going to do it. Somebody's probably going to do it.
I forgot.
So,
I forgot him.
CJ?
Do you trust him?
Not yet.
You trust CJ? You trust CJ in the
No,
postseason?
I mentioned it already, though. He may just have to steer the ship. But no, do I trust him to win at a high level in the playoffs? No, I have to see it. He's in the same category with all these guys, John. I got to see it. CJ doesn't get a different category. Bo Nix played better this year. I got to see it. Trevor Lawrence played better. I got to see it. I don't trust these guys have. Now, Bo Nix has done nothing wrong, but his play has been, he's played well when he's needed to. He hasn't had sustained greatness this year.
No. We got a break. 713-780-3776. You got thoughts on anything? More than welcome to get in. Come on.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granato and Lance Zierlein.
Hi. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm playing through pain right now on top of everything else with the Mexico ruining the Comrex and my ability to get on. I dropped my laptop on my foot this morning and cut my toe. And I got a big day today. I got a tough day today. So this is
run us through it.
You don't think and yet here I am just doing the show.
Go ahead, run us through your day.
Yeah.
How big and tough it is.
It's going to be a long day, Del.
Let's hear it. We got time.
Well, I don't want to.
Oh.
Just trust me. Trust me on this one.
So it's a tough day, long one, but you don't want to tell us. But you'll tell us it's tough, but you won't tell us how.
Here's the good thing, because I got here yesterday and we went out to the course, and they've got Coors Light. They got these stations every 4 holes or so.
So
where
it is about
the
golf.
buildings where they've got all the beer and food and hot dogs, and it's incredible. Actually, it's an incredible place. But they got Coors Light. They got their Pacificos and Modelos and all that crap. But they got Coors Lights here at every one of these stops. So it makes it a great place.
So you're playing golf today?
Yeah, and I got a cut foot.
So the extent of your tough day is doing something you love to do?
And it's probably going to be a long day, too, because we're probably going to play 27 or maybe even 36 if we get it.
Yeah,
so,
it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it feels tough.
We're praying for you, brother.
Good luck.
Prayers up. Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
I just did prayer hands.
Prayers up.
In fact, Lance and I at the end of the show are going to take a knee at the midway point of this radio station, just like players do at the end of the games. We're going to take a knee and think about you and send best wishes your way.
Must stay prayed up is what I'm going to do.
We're going to get together. Yeah. In fact, we'll bring Esme in.
Like when John's laying on the ground and the cart's coming out for him? Like that?
Yeah, because his foot's cut.
Yeah.
It'll be me, Lance,
while he goes to play.
Esme, and maybe if Todd's here at the time.
While he's playing golf with rich people in Cabo?
In fact, do you want us to do it now? Take a moment to send you best wishes? We can do it.
I'm still playing right now. See, you guys, you're doing it wrong because I'm still in the game. I'm here. I'm working through this thing. Okay, I'm as tough as it gets. I'm really as tough as it gets. Okay.
Well, I'm glad Lance and I could have a moment to send you prayers and good wishes your way.
These two were on the knee. Took a knee and they were praying.
Yeah, we just did.
While
the cart came out for your, while the beer cart came out for your,
for your cut
for
foot.
Your foot.
Did you ice your foot with the ice they used to chill that Coors Light you're about to drink? Is that how you? No.
But I need to. I'm telling you, I got
tough
a cut.
day. He says.
This
man said a tough day.
Got a tough day.
In Cabo.
All right.
In Cabo, he's got a tough day.
Working through it.
The fact that you're using the word working is most insulting. I'm working through some stuff. Working. The man is currently doing his job with a phone on a pillow. Working.
Well, that's because Mexico is trying to mess with me and the ability to do this. Maybe it's a little payback.
Maybe they think you're bad people.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know. You don't know.
Yeah, maybe they think you're the bad guys. You're one of the bad guys.
Yeah. Well,
riffraff even.
No, they just think, you know what, we're going to pay back Trump here. This is how we're going to pay him back
by attacking you.
By not letting the Comrex work. Right.
They must have seen you in that hat from like 9 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're getting their payback.
That was a while ago. Hey, speaking of comeback, what about Fred VanVleet? What about last night? Ime was asked about ask about, and you know what? I mean, we see Fred every game. He looks like he's just fine. Just get out there, rub some dirt on it, Fred. Let's go.
Well, we did see him. We did see him walk around on a practice court the other day, and it was not a. It was a limited gate. Let's just say that.
Okay. Well, here is Ime on Fred and his possible return.
Well, just looking at the progression, I've had a few, so I know the week-to-week progression, how much you can really start to do, and the progression you could see in general. I think he's taking strides. And, he hit these benchmarks, but for us, we're operating as if he won't be back this year, but knowing the possibility is there based on timeline, and so we get him pleasant surprise, obviously.
Are you still? I mean, I would, and it's going to be late in the season, so it's going to be even more difficult. But Fred coming in and acclimating himself to this team, I think they'd be better. You're still kind of iffy on it.
Well, I just don't know what chemistry would look like. Like, I don't know how it's going to – I think right now you're dealing with some of that. It's not a bad problem to have, but, I'm going to say the same thing. This is just a very analytics-driven comment I'm going to make. I want to see the most shots go to the best shooters. I don't want to see three-point shots go to inefficient shooters. I don't want it for Fred was a little inefficient last year. I don't want to see Amen Thompson shooting threes pretty much ever. Very, very rarely. Because if you shoot that shot, there is a better shot that could have been had that you didn't take. So unless you're going to get back to your real lockdown defense, which we've seen a little bit more, it's looked a little better. Not always, though, but it did yesterday. I want to see the efficient shots. That's all. And Reed Sheppard has kind of come back to earth a little bit for the Rockets. He had his little run, and now he's come back to earth a little bit. Dorian Finney-Smith's now getting the minutes ahead of Josh Okogie, which Okogie was playing really well, but you got to get Finney-Smith minutes. And I guess they view him as a better option regardless. Tari Eason is back, so he's in the starting lineup. They're 5-1 since he started. It's a weird situation where you're super deep for a guy who usually only runs 8-man rotations in the playoffs. He doesn't go deep. That's not his jam. Is he likes to Ime Udoka likes to keep it real tight, and now he's got a really deep rotation. Well, I'm talking about in the playoffs, and now he's got a really deep like Clint Capella won't play in the playoffs. It'll be all Steven Adams. Reed Sheppard is going to play. Finney-Smith, and then maybe Okogie will get some minutes here or there, but that's about it. I don't see anyone else playing unless there's injuries. Because he's going to keep it pretty tight. He's going to want his best play. You want Amen out there. You want Tari out there. You want Kevin Durant out there. You want Alpi Şengün out there. There's not going to be a lot of minutes off that bench. So if Fred gets back, I don't know where he fits in the postseason minutes wise. I don't know whose minutes he takes. I guess you'd have to take Reed's minutes away.
Yeah.
Are you good with that?
Certainly, but yeah.
Okay, you're good with Reed's minutes gone, and you're going to put the guy who hasn't played all year in?
Probably.
Would you? I'm asking if you would be okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, let's see how Fred plays though. Let's see.
Right. He's going to make it back. I mean, well, it's an Achilles. Wait, no. It's a knee. It's a knee. It's not an Achilles it's a knee. The timetable for knee puts him back in the spring. The typical timetable. He would be back probably a month before the playoffs is when I did the math on it. It looked about like a month. So you're right. You got to see how Fred looks. You got to get him in. How's he going to handle? His game isn't built on explosiveness, so he may not have the same psychological barriers that most players who are explosive players have, where they don't subconsciously trust the knee to cut on it quickly. That's not really his game. So I don't know that that's going to be a big factor, but he's got to defend, and he's got to take care of the ball, and he's got to make threes. Like those three things have to be.
That's the one thing that's been a little surprising for me for this team is that they're not as tenacious as I thought they'd be.
I'm kind of with you. Yeah, and I don't think it's because I don't think it's because of Kevin Durant. I don't think
No.
they all, I don't think that's
He's a
the
good
issue.
defender.
I do think they lose. I do think they have lost some of that with Fred being gone, because Fred would get on the ball, and Fred was a tenacious on-ball defender. Reed Sheffer, when he gets in, is a minus defender on ball. He's pretty sneaky off the ball in terms of making plays off the ball. He's a sneaky little guy. But Fred is an on-ball. He's a dog on ball. He doesn't look like much physically, but he will get after you. And I think some of that is missing. Sometimes that's a tone-setting thing. And Jalen Green became a much better defender than he probably got credit for.
Speaking of dogs, what about Underdog?
Underdog Fantasy. Hey, I got something new for you guys with Underdog Fantasy, as a matter of fact, because, with Underdog, everything with Underdog is always about, what are we going to do? What's the new thing that we're doing? What's the new thing? What can we do that makes it better? And I'll tell you right now, the football playoffs are here. This is a great chance for you to get in on all the gridiron action, because you can make picks and win money right now in Texas. It's completely legal. Playing Underdog is easy. You're going to download the app, and then you're going to pick whether or not your favorite team is going to win, and then you also pick your players to go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions. A lot of times they'll have it partitioned out in terms of the first half or the game. And so you can there's a lot for you to choose from. Analyze the game, take a look at the weather, look at injury reports, matchup reports. How did these teams play against each other previously? And go make an educated response and pick higher or lower with multiple players, and you can win up to 5,000 times your original cash. It's easy. Download Underdog, the app. The app is easy to use. Use promo code Lance, and they are going to give you $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5 bonus, or your first $5 entry. That's $75 in bonus entries after you play your first $5 entry. Remember, to get that, you must use promo code Lance. Underdog Fantasy, make picks, win money today.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Now here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What is I'm trying to find the weather for Monday in Pittsburgh. It's a night game. Is it going to have a huge effect on? I mean, it looked cold out there the other night. It looked pretty cold. And is that any reason to believe that the Texans are going to have a problem?
To answer your question, by the time they're well into that game, we're talking freezing temperatures. Not Chiefs level against the Dolphins type stuff, but freezing in the 30s, low 30s. It'll be cold, but
low 30s. Yeah,
not awful.
Monday, 6 degrees is the low.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that here. Well, it's Google giving me the weather. I'm getting low of 25 degrees. 6 degrees.
Okay.
I'm not seeing.
That's what.
Either way, it won't be comfortable.
Yeah, no, it's going to be cold. What do you got there today?
In Pittsburgh or here?
In Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh today, currently, it's 37 degrees.
I don't know. For some reason, I'm not worried about weather with this team. They've actually played okay in weather.
They're pushing. It would be pushing against what we know about the league over time. The dome team. I know they're not positioned that way because of how they play defense, and the offense is whatever. I mean, they're not that explosive. Finished like 13th in the league in scoring, surprisingly, I think. But historically, the dome team would be in trouble here. It's just that we don't see the Texans as a dome.
Their offense. Yeah, they're not built around a high-flying offense where they're bothered by the weather. It's not really. I don't know. It's not as applicable here, and we've seen the Texans play pretty well. They seemed unaffected by the weather in Kansas City last year in the playoffs, in Baltimore the year before that in the playoffs. I didn't feel like the weather was an issue.
Yeah, they only scored.
No, I know, but I didn't feel like it was
touchdown.
I didn't feel like it was weather related. I felt like it was execution.
How do we know it's weather related unless they admit it's weather related, or it's a long history of a team? Like
I am giving them some pretty good grace for beating Kansas, but Kansas City was still in desperation mode when the Texans beat them. But that offense was not great in Kansas City.
Yeah, we know the defense will.
They needed.
We'll have to win them these games. They needed Andy Reid to screw it up.
Did Andy Reid save the season for the Texans?
I mean, I think they would have made the playoffs either way.
Probably. Well, was there a domino effect after that one?
Confidence.
You had Arizona and the Raiders coming up.
Yeah.
Which you knew. You felt pretty good about those being wins. So that one didn't have to be a win. That one didn't. That game didn't have to be a win, but it was a big one.
By then, the Bills were a must-win. And that was 2
before
games
that
before
game.
were must-wins. Kansas City wasn't a must-win. But now you see, you got up to the 5 seed. Let's get Chris in here. Chris on ESPN 97.5. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, guys, love the show. Before I get to my question, kudos to you, John, out of town, on vacation, while injured, still doing the show. So big ups there for hanging in there with us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I did have
Somebody
a question
appreciate
about the college football. Right, I appreciate it. Yeah. So quick question about the college football playoffs. Lance, I know a lot of the coaches have spoken out about how this is structured, but I don't know that, and this is me personally, I don't know, what's the difference in how the college playoff football committee, are they tied in to any of the colleges, and do the colleges get to have a say-so in either moving games up or kind of some of the stuff like Dan Lanning never talked about? How does the college football committee and the college football heads talk, or is there just no relationship? The committee says this is what it is, and that's how it goes. I'm not sure how that works, and I'll hang up and listen. Thanks.
The CFP committee is made up of Chris Alt, Troy Dannon, Mark D'Antonio, who's a former coach, former player Wesley Walls, Hunter Yurachek, who Hunter used to be at Arkansas? Yeah, he's not there anymore. So none of these people are tied directly to teams right now. Mike Riley, former Oregon State head football coach. David Saylor, Randall McDaniel, remember him, former All-Pro. Chris Massaro, don't know him. Ivan Mizell. Why am I not on there? If Ivan Mizell is on there.
That's crazy.
I guess Troy Dannon is the current Nebraska athletic director. And Mark Harlan is the Utah athletic director. So that's on there. Middle Tennessee, Chris Massero's the Middle Tennessee State AD. Miami, Ohio AD, David Saylor is on there. Virginia AD, Carla Williams is on there. And then Arkansas AD and committee chair, Hunter Yurchek, but you said he quit. He quit as Arkansas AD, right? Is that what you said, John?
Yep.
Okay.
He quit everything.
So you do have current.
I don't know if he.
You have sitting.
I don't
ADs.
I don't want to speak. I don't know if he quit Arkansas, but he quit. He quit the committee.
Oh, he quit the committee. Who took over the committee? No, he took over the committee. He was the one who started speaking for the committee.
Oh,
yeah.
No. Who quit?
He's also athletic director at Arkansas. Yeah. And previously at University of Houston.
Mac Rhodes is the one who.
No.
Mac Rhodes is the one who quit. Yeah.
Mac Rhodes.
And he lost his Baylor job too.
The other former University of Houston athletic director. That's right. Well, what was the question? Is what they decide everything? Yes.
Yeah.
They vote.
Do schools get a say so though? How do the schools? Okay, so
I guess the school.
The rules committee in the NFL, right? So you have a rules committee, but the teams.
Yeah.
The rules committee is made up of people who are in the NFL, and the teams have say so. His question is, and it's a good question. I don't think we have the answer. How does the input get passed on from the teams to the CFP committee? Who has the juice?
So, I mean, is the committee final, or do the schools have to ratify whatever they do?
I know. That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that works. I better ask ChatGPT. It'll probably know, John.
Yeah. I mean, we could ask an athletic director.
Well, that's the other thing we can do. Yeah, we could ask a real athletic. Do you know one? Do you have one you'd like to ask? Who works for the
really have
selection committee
right now? I don't have one right now. Did you guys see? It looked like Nebraska had the Minchie, the quarterback from Notre Dame, and then Kentucky swooped in and paid him more money, and he went there.
Yeah, he committed to Nebraska.
Wait. Where's
Levitt?
Levitt?
To Nebraska.
He's still floating around.
I thought Levitt was going
to Nebraska.
Levitt's
Kentucky.
still out there. He's nowhere committed yet.
And Kewan Lacey signed with Ole Miss.
Yeah, they gave him a bag. So, yes, John, I did see Minchie, the guy who lost the job to C.J. Cart, Notre Dame. He was initially committed to Nebraska for like an hour or so, or whatever it was. Yeah. And Kentucky was like, excuse me, we've got money over here. And he was like, you know what? I like that money over here. I'm going to go play at Kentucky. Like Dylan Gabriel did this, but it took a little time because if we'll forget, before he went to Oklahoma, and then, of course, he wound up at Oregon, he committed to UCLA. And then in that same offseason, he wound up decommitting and then committing to Oklahoma. But it didn't take like 18 hours. It took a little bit of time. He actually got to do the photo shoot at UCLA, and then he decided to go to Oklahoma. Minchie was like, I'm going to put up a graphic and then change that graphic, and I'm going to go to Kentucky.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
It is. So it is what it is. Well, it's not like he signed, he committed, and then he went. And kids have decommitted, so it's not a big deal.
No, but it's funny.
It's like Kentucky saw, wait a minute. How much are they giving you? Here's how much we'll give you. Okay, I'll go with you. That's fine. It's incredible. It is just the Wild West out there. It is just the Wild West.
But there's literally no rules. Like the NFL has free agency rules. There's even rules in the Premier League with their. I saw Bomani Jones talking about this. He's like, dude, other places have free agency, but not forever free agency when you leave and there's no standards at all. They just got to put some standards in. That's all.
But to answer your question about Levitt, he is on a visit to LSU. That's where he is right now.
He's on a visit to where?
LSU. That's where Sam Levitt is.
LSU?
After they lost out on Sorsby, they have pivoted to Sam Levitt.
Okay, here it is. College football playoffs. Who has the power? College football selection committee. They rank the teams, set the final top 25. College football management committee, 10 FBS commissioners, and the Notre Dame AD runs a playoff and can vote to adjust operational policies like seeding and bias. So there you have it. And then CFP board of managers. Those are university presidents and chancellors who oversee the CFP and vote on major structural decisions. So it's not the selection committee. It's going to be the management committee, which is 10 FBS commissioners plus Notre Dame, and the CFP board of managers, which is university presidents and chancellors. Those are going to be the ones who change it, not the committee.
Right. And then you got all of the commissioners of the different leagues, like Sankey, who says, we ain't doing that. By the way, you can say whatever you want. We ain't doing that.
Well, he's going to be in the management committee.
Yeah.
He's in the management committee, and that's what happens. The issue comes up. The management committee considers the options, sometime over multiple meetings. The selection committee is consulted, and we know those are the ones who, they get to have their little say. Then a formal vote happens for changes with the current contract. It has to be unanimous. And the 2025-2026 seating buys and adjustments was approved by a unanimous management committee vote. So really, and then for bigger format governance changes, like the 12-team expansion, that's where the board of managers gets involved, and those are the university presidents and chancellors. So it's a pretty vast setup here. The college football committee is really only going to be involved in, for the most part, here's who's playing in the game. The management committee is the one who those are the commissioners, the each conference commissioners. They're the ones who are making a lot of the changes, but then the huge format changes, that's when the board of managers get to vote as well, and those are the presidents and chancellors. So yes, Chris, to answer your question, universities get a say, but the bigger say is the conference commissioners. They're the ones who are making the decisions.
There you have it. And you know who should be involved is John Daspit. I mean,
the guy follows a lot of college football. He's got opinions. He's got ideas on the college football playoffs. You're actually not wrong there. Now, he's going to get in there and argue. I can tell you that. When there's meetings, John Daspit's getting in there and he's arguing during the meetings because he already does that with insurance companies who are trying to screw you over when it's time to get a settlement for an injury that you've suffered at work, out on the roadway, due to someone else's negligence. And a lot of times these are very painful accidents where you are going to have pain and suffering, certainly for the short term, but in a lot of cases it's long term. Unfortunately, there's some people who can no longer work blue-collar jobs that require manual labor. And so how are you going to get taken care of? Well, it's going to be the settlement that John is going to get you that's going to help take care of your family now and moving forward. And so you need someone fighting for you that does a great job, that's on your side, not in cahoots with the insurance company like some of these PI lawyers. You've got to have somebody who knows what they're doing and has a high winning percentage. He's the best. Daspit's the best. It's that simple. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. Or go to the website for more information and to check up on them, and you can start the process of consulting with them at daspitlaw.com.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
The new top 25 in college basketball came out. I don't know, you look at this, it is unbelievable how tough the Big 12 is this year. Arizona's number 1. Iowa State is 3. Cougs are 7. You've got BYU 9. You've got Tech 14 and Kansas 22nd. It is going to be a battle night in and night out in the Big 12. TCU has gotten votes as well. I mean, this is as tough as it's been, I think, for Kelvin. And they've won the conference the last 2 years, but Arizona's no joke. Neither is Iowa State.
You remember when Kelvin Sampson wasn't going to win the Big 12 because it was going to be too tough and Houston was going to have to actually play real competition or whatever the stupid thing that people tried to say was?
Yeah.
I remember when Kelvin was never going to win the Big 12. Okay. Frankly, should have won a national championship, but whatever.
It is going to be a beast this year. So, listen, Big Ten's no joke either. You got Michigan at 2, Purdue at 5, Nebraska at 10, Michigan State at 12, Illinois at 16. That's pretty good. The SEC sucked at basketball this year. Their top team is the 13th team in the country, Alabama.
Yeah.
It just doesn't mean as much in the SEC. It just does not. Just doesn't mean as much this year. Just does not mean. Is that their new slogan? We don't care that much this year.
No,
in college basketball.
They do have the defending national champion. Unfortunately,
they always care quite a bit. Who's left in the? So you got Ole Miss left in Georgia. Ole Miss and
You mean in football?
In football,
it's only Ole Miss.
Oh, it's Ole
In
Miss.
football,
That's it.
Ole Miss.
That's it.
And they're going to be gone.
Aggies gone. Alabama gone. Georgia gone.
Ole Miss holding up the SEC.
Yeah, Ole Miss with literally with just strings and tape.
Well,
did
Weiss
you see?
Will be coaching. At least they
Kevin
have
Smith
him.
and Weiss, the running back coach Kevin Smith and Charlie Weiss Jr., the offense coordinator, are going to keep coaching. They're flying back and forth between Baton Rouge. They were in Monday for a recruiting visit, and they're back today. They got back in late last night, and they're doing 2 jobs. And the athletic director, Ole Miss athletic director Keith Carter, said, our main focus is on winning this game. Charlie has been awesome, juggling 2 high-profile jobs. He's been incredible. We have no complaints. So tight ends coach and co-offense coordinator Joe Cox and receivers coach, passing game coordinator George McDonald aren't expected to coach in the Fiesta Bowl. Cox and McDonald helped coach Ole Miss in the first 2 victories over Tulane and Georgia. They have opportunities like they have up to this point to be able to make that decision, said Pete Golding. So week in and week out, I don't dictate whether they do that or not. So a couple guys leaving. That's going to make it tough. Ole Miss will probably, in a way, be relieved, but it's such an important thing to win a national championship. Like, I gotta think, in a way, all the hassle will be over if they lose. But this is a chance to win a national championship in the SEC. Like, forget about it. That's all. Like, not only, there's money involved, but the fan base, who's been a little brother to all these other SEC West teams and SEC teams in general, they've got a true chance to do something special in a highly unusual situation and kind of stick it up Lane's butt, even though Lane gets paid for every win that they have, ironically. But I'm sure they would love to stick it to Lane Kiffin and win it without him. But, you got entire position groups now that don't have coaches. This is such a crazy situation. This can never happen again. This is just ridiculous.
It might happen again. It just might. It's the weirdest coaching situation I've ever seen, ever. And I don't know. I don't think they get past Miami.
I can tell you, them keeping Kewan Lacey is a really big deal because I thought for sure he was gone. I think LSU might have made him an offer, and Ole Miss may have come with something better. And you didn't want to lose that guy, man. He is really, really good.
David says, where can we send get well cards to John Granado for his tough days ahead, what could be an amputated foot from the sounds of it? Hashtag JG Strong. And he's got a hashtag JG Strong T-shirt with a Coors Light can on it. I want that shirt, by the way, David. Can you make those for me? And it's not going to be amputated. It's just it's going to be something. I've got a couple tough days ahead of me here, but I appreciate your I appreciate the concern.
I imagine
and
you'll
maybe
take
you can get
it into account and not play golf, right? Your foot hurts. You don't want to aggravate the injury, so you're just going to sit and let it heal, right?
No, I'm tough. I play through it, though.
Okay.
I'm not one of these guys that's going to be, no, let me sit. I'm one of these guys. Let me get back. I'm like the Kamari Lassiter of golf.
But he didn't play
I'm
on
going to
Sunday.
get back out there. Well, no, but he played against the Chargers after he was hurt. He said, I'm not going out of this game. So that's me.
Got it.
That's me.
You and Kamari Lassiter, the same.
Same thing. The tenacity, yeah.
Do you, when you knock down a putt, do you hit yourself in the head 3 or 4 times in a row like him too?
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Do you do that? Is that how you celebrate big shots being made?
Yeah. Jones says, just saw Arch is the highest paid this year and took a pay cut to get more players in. Arch, by the way, was right here. I don't know if he still is, but not yesterday, the day before, Arch was out here playing golf with his family. And you know who I saw last night? Sean Payton.
Where'd you see him?
Sean Payton is here. Huh?
Where'd you see, what's he doing?
At a restaurant here. He's got a bye week.
Oh, yeah, I guess he does have a bye week. I mean, still, that's not a commitment to the game, though.
Well, he doesn't even know who's going to play, right?
So
you can play golf.
You prepare for multiple teams.
On the Monday, you saw him yesterday,
no,
right?
You know what? He's probably there 2 days and he's gone.
Yeah,
it's probably something like that.
Get a couple rounds in.
Are you going to get him on the air like you're getting Scott Boras on the air?
No, and no. Doesn't look like.
Doesn't look like Scott Boras.
Like
we're Scott's too busy.
I don't know. You don't know.
I'm asking.
I'm pretty certain.
Okay. Look at John. Listen to John blaming Mexico for not knowing how to use equipment he's had his whole career, and then it's
always someone else's fault.
He put my face on Trump after he got shot in the ear, where he's holding his fist up. That's not. That's not Lance Zierlein.
We gotta break it right now. However, we come back. We need to play Kevin Durant in his feelings a little bit and holding grudges against. We know he's a grudge holder. He had burner accounts, so we know he's a grudge holder. We'll play that for you after KD hit the big shot. We'll revisit how they won. And then speaking of basketball, Tom Izzo had a run-in with one of his former players that we need to talk about as well. But it's 9:04 right now. Yeah, right. 9:04 right now at ESPN 97.5.
All right, welcome back. Kevin Durant hit the game winner last night from about 27, 28 feet. 100-97 was the final. Rockets win, beat the Suns, his former team. And when asked last night after the game if it was any better beating his former team, here is what Kevin Durant had to say.
It was good to play against a team that booted you out the building and scapegoated you for all the problems that they had. And it hurt because I put all my effort and love and care towards the Suns and the Phoenix area and Arizona in general. But that's just the business. That's the name of the game. And, so when you play against a team, yeah, you got a chip on your shoulder. You don't want it to get too big, have too big of a chip, and it gets in the way of the game with my teammates. But in the back of my mind, it's there. It's nothing but love for the players. But I want to beat that team. I want to show them that I still got some juice in the tank, even though I'm old. I still can play. Yeah, I feel like every player has that mentality playing against their former team. I don't think it's malicious in any way towards them, but it's just as a competitor, you want to go out there and beat them. And then to beat them on a game-winning shot like that, yeah. But by the time I get home tonight, I probably won't even remember it. Or I will remember, but I'll try my best to forget about it and move on to the next game.
He that's part of what drives him. That it feels petty, but that one's a little different because he did that's something specifically.
I don't think that's petty.
That was not petty. You're right. That one is where he feels like he took the bullets that maybe he didn't deserve and was blamed for things that he didn't deserve to be blamed for. I don't know the entire situation behind the scenes. It just didn't work out in Phoenix. It should have been much better on paper. It was on paper is a dangerous team in the West, and the reality is it wasn't dangerous last year. And Kevin was part of that, but he obviously didn't like the fact that, things were said in Phoenix, and he felt some type of way about it. I just know he's been a good teammate here in Houston. He looks like he's having a lot of fun. I didn't realize he loved Phoenix so much, that he loved being there. He talked about the fact that he loved being there, but I'm glad he's here. I was a little hesitant at first because of the injury stuff, but he's been healthy. Everything's been good. He has been a good teammate. You can see he's having a lot of fun. I think he's been a great influence on Jabari Smith. He doesn't have a personality where he has to impose his will over the chemistry or the pecking order in Houston. He's willing to give other guys their shots in key moments and situations. At some point, and Alperen Şengün is really, really good. He's going to make some big shots. Mm-hmm. Kevin Durant probably needs to be the guy shooting 65% of those big shots at the end. That's what he's here for. He's the closer. Some of it will be matchup related, but Ime obviously trusts him, and he's been a great pickup so far. I mean, he's been better than a great pickup. He's been exactly what you've been looking for. Yeah, you hadn't had everything work out your way at the end of games with KD, and sometimes he's passed the ball over to Alpi instead of maybe being a little bit more selfish, which we'd like him to do. But I have an expectation of success and execution at the end of the shot clock in big situations. I have that now. I haven't had that as a Rocket fan maybe since Dream. Because it certainly wasn't with Steve and Coutinho. It wasn't with the team.
James.
It wasn't with the T-Mac era. Yeah, I guess James could draw fouls and he could get. Now there was a lot of hand grenades he just took on himself and just dribble, and then you knew the double step, the step back was coming for three. That's not exactly Mr. Efficiency, but he could also just drive and flail his arms out and get to the free throw line too. So.
Or he could pass it off with 5 seconds left on the shot clock. It was like, what are you doing?
pass it
What are
off
you
to
doing?
to Tucker. To
yeah,
what was his name? Tucker. PJ Tucker. Yeah, let PJ Tucker bomb one away.
Kevin Durant has been that and more. Everything that we could have. I don't know that it could be better. I really don't. When he was acquired, all of these things that we are seeing was what we had hoped would happen, and has happened. I mean, I don't know that there has been a better acquisition by. I mean, if you look at, and I look at all of our teams, who has been acquired.
Oh,
big acquisition.
We're still
like
a little early to be saying that. I mean, Randy Johnson was phenomenal. I mean, changed everything.
Right.
Roger,
no.
Justin
30 years ago.
Well, Justin turned the whole team around. You won a Super Bowl. I mean, run a World Series.
Yeah.
So I mean,
but he wasn't. Listen, Justin, by the way, wasn't all great in the World Series either.
But he turned that season was going sideways in 2017. It was really headed sideways, and he gave you juice.
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's what I mean. This is in that same for me. It's in that same category.
Well, I think we gotta really wait and see. I mean, they're not even a 1 seed right now.
Well,
I like
while we were watching Randy Johnson, through that 11-1 run or 12-1 run, whatever it was, we were like, "This is phenomenal. This is phenomenal." And I kind of feel that same way about Kevin Durant being here. This is phenomenal.
Let me put it in
now
perspective.
they've had some hiccups. Yeah. There's no question. But I truly believe that this team. This is a Final Four team. This is a Final Four team.
I mean, shooting
to get through. They're going to have to get through Denver, probably, to get there. Hopefully, they won't have to go through Oklahoma City. They're probably going to have. Hopefully, they're going to go through Denver, and that's going to be a war. But I would be very disappointed in this team if it's not a Western Conference Final.
So technically, he's very slightly below where he was at Phoenix, but pretty much the same. I mean, he's 52% this year. The year before, he's 52.7, 52.3 from field. From three-point range, he's 40.4. The year before,
but I mean, what he's added to this team, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what he's added to.
Yeah, what he's added is, what he's added is great on the surface. They're 22-11. That's fine. They had a great record last year. I'm working off of, and I think you are too, he's had some moments. I'm really working off of what he provides that I'm anticipating will be used more down the road. Like the closer thing, the ability to get a big shot. We see it here and there. I know it's there, but now I got a team that I feel like, all right, I already know we got that in our bag. So that's not a problem. It wasn't like last year. You got to figure out, man, how are the Rockets going to score? You know, they're going to go through one of their lulls offensively. How are they going to win the game when they go through one of their lulls? That's not really a concern for me this year with this team. Not with Kevin Durant on this team. So I get what you're saying. I need to see it happen through the course of the season, but I already know it's there. It's in the like you've addressed it. It's addressed. Now I just need to see it turn into, a 1 or a 2 seed. This just in, Oklahoma City Thunder. Man, what is going on with them? They were beaten yesterday by 27 at home by Charlotte. They are now 30-7. They're 30-7. That's really good. But if you look at how they've played, they've lost. I mean, Oklahoma City now has lost. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They are 6-6 in their last 12. 6-6 in their last 12.
I mean, they ain't running away with it like I heard Stephen A. Smith said, the basketball season's over. I mean, it's lost all of its intrigue because Oklahoma City is just it's so much better than
There's no reason they should even be playing the game. There's no chance that anyone is going. Do you understand me, Dan Orlovsky? Nobody is catching Oklahoma City. Nobody, Ryan Clark. Like, why is Dan Orlovsky talking about basketball?
Why are they doing it?
Why do they only have 5 people on the
18
set
after.
anymore?
We got a break. It's 18 after. You got to talk a little Sandjack.
Sandjack.edu. Be fearless. And, sometimes you have to be fearless. It's a tough decision sometimes to change professions. And for a lot of people who go back to school or go to school for the first time at San Jacinto Junior College, at San Jack, it's a big jump. It's a big leap. You need to be fearless because they've got over 200 certificates and degree plans that can help you make that change to a new career and a new life, potentially. It starts at Sandjack, sandjack.edu, 6 different campuses around the Houston area that you can stop in at. They've also got remote learning in case you need to do that online. So they've got both are available for you. They're number 2 ranked in the entire nation in their category, and it's really a simple process. You go to Sandjack, that's SANJAC.edu, and you can go sign up for classes now for this next semester. Get started now. Be fearless. Sandjack is waiting for you, and they've helped so many people. And for some people, it's a matter of having their kids do the first couple of years at Sandjack, really avoid those outrageous debt that's waiting for you at most 4-year colleges. You get a couple of years knocked out there, you transfer the credits, and you save money on that while getting the classes that you need right here in the city of Houston. It's sandjack.edu. Be fearless at Sandjack Junior College.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, have you seen Carly Ursay Gordon's press conference from yesterday?
Say it again.
Have you seen it?
Seen what again?
Have you seen her press conference?
Whose press conference?
Have you seen the press conference? Carly Ursay Gordon.
I just read transcripts.
Oh, it is going viral. She read it. She read her statement. It's awful. It's awful. It's painful to watch, actually.
Worse than this?
And I mean,
Knowledge is power.
It's
That's
on
not a
that.
press
It's right
conference.
It kind of was.
That wasn't a press conference. That was
kinda
just to let you know.
It wasn't a press conference.
That was Black Lives Matter.
It was a declaration. It was a declaration of war against no knowledge. Okay.
Knowledge is power.
Stop.
See?
What? It's his.
He likes the show. He listens to the show. Well, I don't know if he likes it. He listens to it.
Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do. He had specifics.
Someone.
Well, this came up. Should Cal get on the headset like Carly does?
No, Nick's already got it.
Let's investigate John's question for a second. You
Okay.
kind of dismissed it. Let's investigate his question. What do you believe Cal could provide or gain from being on the headset? Because I would imagine Cal on the headset, you would hope for a positive result. You think Cal could add anything after listening?
Well, no. Well, why is she on the headset? She wants to have better information about what people are doing and how they're going about.
So I'm asking you this. Are we better off with Cal having more information or less information about what's going on?
Whatever's
knowledge
happening.
Knowledge is power.
Yeah, I heard that.
Typically, knowledge is power. However, in this instance, I like what he's doing now.
Yeah, let's stop dancing around stuff. John, you're asking questions like it's news of the weird. Now I'm asking a question
He's doing
back.
viral videos.
Yeah.
You know, his viral videos are funny.
Yeah, he's a.
I don't want him. I like him
I
going viral for.
I would much rather he was. I would much rather he's flipping burgers.
To
but
be fair,
I'm just saying.
Cal in a headset. A video of him walking around with the headset on would go viral. Like if he decided to do that, that would go viral.
Yes,
but
just walking around, it's not connected.
It's not connected to anything.
You see a wire hanging down.
If the Texans ownership just wants to taunt and troll other ownership groups in the South, we know they can't stand the Titans. Yeah. If he decided he just wanted to troll the Colts and put a headset on and not have it connected to anything and just start waving the cord around, that would be great.
The joke is that Jack Pardee was kind of clueless, and he used to have a headphones that weren't plugged in. That was always the joke. John, what was a show on Netflix? I think it was Netflix where it was like the boss, the female boss who was one of the cartels or whatever. You watched it.
Something of the South?
Yeah, Queen of the South.
Queen of the South, was that it?
Is that what it's
Queen
called?
of the South.
And what was it about?
Yeah, Queen of the South.
It was about a cartel. She ran a cartel or whatever, right?
Yeah, right.
I kind of feel like
Queen of the
we have Queen of the AFC South here in Hannah McNair, where she is kind of running like behind the scenes. She's you would say capo in Italian terms.
Isn't that Carly?
Oh no, that's the thing.
Isn't that Carly?
No. Well, now we've got three.
We got three queens of the South.
We got three. No. We have one Queen of the South.
Well, a queen.
You got other.
She's
you got
not even
other,
the queen.
You got other
Because
cartels. You got
I don't
other
know. I don't know
cartels.
what Shad Khan's deal is, but he's currently the king of the South.
I guess technically. But,
all right,
but the queen, there's only one female. It's going to be Hannah. It's not.
You got Strunk and Ursay.
Don't care. The Queen of the South is Hannah McNair.
Okay. Yesterday we ranked the quarterbacks, and CJ was last, according to Lance.
No,
that's right.
Today we ranked.
That's not how it went.
That's how it went.
Today we
Sam
ranked
cut it
the
up.
female owners of the AFC South. Okay.
Number one.
And in order.
Number one, Hannah
Who's
McNair.
one?
Hannah McNair.
Hannah's one?
Yes.
Okay.
She might be number one
I'm
female
thinking
owner, period.
That's it. That's it. It's Hannah. Hannah wins. Hands down.
Well,
I don't know.
who
I
else?
kind of like Carly on the headset. I think Strunk, whatever her name is is laugh.
I ain't trying to
and
catch
I don't
that
even,
lawsuit.
I don't even know the Jaguars. And
It's just
she's
Shad Khan.
It's Shad Khan and his son Tony. I don't know if there's a
Tony's
woman
too
involved.
busy with wrestling
And
He's not
Fulham
doing
and
anything.
stuff. He's
And
running
Fulham,
a Premier
yeah.
League team. I don't know if the Jags have a prominent female leading the charge.
No.
That's why they suck.
Well, they did.
That's
just
why
win
the
it.
organization.
But I mean, doesn't Hannah McNair feel like she's kind of behind the scenes?
Yeah.
She's pulling all the strings. We've always felt that. I mean, yeah. I mean, Cal is, Cal does what he does, but I don't think Cal wants to have a confrontational. I don't think they want a situation where he's not built for toxic situations. He's not. There's a lot of owners who are not. Cal, 100%. He is 100% not built for the Jack Easterbys and the Bill O'Briens and that kind of shady stuff. It's not his personality. Now, Hannah can deal with it, I think. I think Hannah can deal with it. But he is like, everyone loves Cal McNair now. It's one of the great turnarounds in the history in Houston sports franchise history. I don't know. I've never seen a bigger turnaround for a player, less liked and more beloved. I don't know that I've ever seen this transition.
That is true. You got to watch The Shrink Next Door. Will Ferrell is Cal, and Paul Rudd is Easterby. And
oh no, that's what it's like.
Yes.
Oh no, I can't
it's
watch
exactly what it's like.
I can't watch that. And you said it's a serious
Yeah,
show. It's not a comedy.
No, it's not a comedy, and it's actually it is. It hurts to watch sometimes how gullible and how this guy was taken advantage of, how bad it was, and it's based on a true story. When is the Easterby doc coming out? When is that coming out?
It would be interesting, actually.
It would be very interesting.
Because all of his time, his time is how he got in with the New England Patriots is kind of, he started in Kansas City, then he made his way over to the Patriots. He was with Jacksonville, and then a source told me was not truthful about his I think this came out. I think it came out. Where he wasn't truthful about something that was on his resume, and then, when he made it to Houston, somebody confronted him on it, and Jack begged for them not to expose him. And there's a lot of the Jack being part of getting rid of Brian Gaine, then Jack and Bill making their move on Cal and the whole getting what they wanted, and then Jack turning his back on Bill O'Brien. In real life, it actually Jack going away from Omar Khan and turning his attention to, they were going to hire Khan, and the way Jack ended up turning on Jamie Roots and then going and getting Nick Caserio at the last minute to try to help save his own job. I'm telling you, the stories, this would actually be a great multi-part Netflix documentary.
That's already been done. Came out in 2002.
What was it called?
It's called The Two Towers. Greenman Wormtongue, Jack Easterby.
Oh, The Two Towers. Well, yeah, and that lasted probably 3.5 hours as a movie.
It came out. We already seen it.
Now, I don't know if I would want, is there an actor you would trust to play Jack Easterby right off the top of your head? I'd have to think somebody would have to shave their head.
Or they could just be a bald person.
Stanley Tucci.
He's too personable.
Yeah,
I actually like him.
Tucci's
I wouldn't
got
like
a
him too
likable.
much, yeah.
Tucci's got a very reserved.
Someone I wouldn't
you
like.
got to have somebody who's all right. It's probably somebody you've never even heard of. Probably an actor you've never heard of, but they got to have a little extra Jesus energy in them. Man, I'm just so glad. I'm so filled with the Holy Spirit and the Lord right now. You need somebody with kind of.
What if Walton Goggins toned down his Baby Billy character and shaved his head?
I'm pretty much a yes on every Walton Goggins.
Yeah.
Anywhere you want to plug him in, I'm almost always a yes.
He just needs to tune it down a little bit because Jack would probably never curse as much.
Those teeth are hard to get around.
He probably wouldn't call anyone a toilet baby. Easterby wouldn't do that. So it has to be a toned down version of Baby Billy.
It wouldn't be Walt Goggins. You can't do it with him.
I don't know.
It has to be somebody else.
You sure?
Let me ask ChatGPT. It already told me how to the college football playoff.
J.K. Simmons? No, John Cryer.
Ooh, John Cryer.
The other dude from 2.5 Men.
That's a pretty good one, actually. And he's
he'd be good.
Because he's got kind of wormy. He's got kind of a wormy feel to him.
He could be
I haven't
Jack
seen him
Easterby.
for a while, but
he's a bald man. He could be Jack Easterby. I like that one.
Yeah.
Not that I want to see the doc, but if we're doing it, if we're casting it, put John Cryer in the role.
No, I think he'd be a good one. He'd be good.
Who's going to be Cal?
We got a break.
Hold on. Who's going to be Cal?
The guy who played.
713-780-3777.
Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't.
And 9:32. Let's take a break.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Oh, John, AI is something else. I asked it. I said, who would be a good actor to play the part of Jack Easterby in a movie? That's all I said. That's all I said. Here's what it popped out. A few actors who could nail a Jack Easterby vibe. youngish, intense, confident, a little unnerving, able to play charm and manipulation. This is what AI knows. AI knows exactly who Jack is. That's what they said. Here are the names. Jesse Plemons can do polite but unsettling power broker really well. He doesn't look enough like him. That's a no. Who is Ben Foster, Del?
He was once a child star. I don't know what I could say he was in that you might know. I got to find the movie. He's been acting.
Oh, I see him.
You would recognize
Leave No
the face.
Trace.
You'd recognize
Oh, Hell or
him,
High Water. He was a soccer goalkeeper who played for
No,
Memphis.
somebody said Christian Bale. Christian Bale would be a good Easterby.
Well, he can take on different personas and look different depending on the role, certainly.
See what you think of the rest of these. Jason Schwartzman. If you want the character to feel quirky, smooth-talking, and slightly absurd.
The guy from Phantom Planet, he's also an actor, but he was a musician as well. I don't see Jason Schwartzman. I don't see it.
I've got Adam Scott. It said great for nice guy surface, sharp edges underneath.
He's not going bald.
Yeah.
No, you'd have to shave your head, though.
You're not cutting your hair to be Jack
Okay,
Easterby.
this one I think AI may have nailed it with this one. Paul Dano can play earnest to creepy with lots of psychological nuance.
I think Dano would shave his head for
Dano, and he's not super he's got a face that's kind of amorphous. It's not really well-defined. Paul Dano could be Jack Easterby.
He would shave his head.
And it's got Michael C. Hall, which I don't see that.
The Dexter actor?
Yeah. I mean, you're just trying to get somebody who's scary now.
Yeah.
No, Paul Dano I could see. And then I asked AI to make pictures of all of these people bald so I could see, and it's in the process of doing it now.
Okay.
And I got a great Cal for the show for the movie.
Watch it.
Or for the.
Careful.
What about the guy that played Richard Jewell?
Who played Richard Jewell?
No, he's not. That's actually not crazy.
The guy who played Richard Jewell was Walter Hauser. Paul Walter Hauser.
Oh, I recognize this guy. He's like that guy where you don't really know his name, but he's in a lot of stuff.
He's in a lot of stuff.
He's in a lot of stuff.
Hey, that's not a bad one. What about there's a movie on Apple called Songbird or it had something bird.
Give us the clues.
Blackbird.
Oh, I know. Oh, yes. He was in that.
What about Blackbird? Is that the same guy?
Yeah, that's the same guy.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Then that's
him. Yeah. He was in the prison. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that's actually really, you've actually cast that well. That makes a lot of sense.
And I don't want to see any Hodors. Okay,
Well,
stop
that already came in.
And then Bill O'Brien could be played by Taron Egerton.
What? What?
No, I don't think that's a good.
Who?
The other guy.
Who's
in Blackbird.
playing Hannah?
Kristen
who's
Wiig.
playing?
Kristen Wiig. It's not a bad one.
That she comes in and saves the day.
Kristen Wiig. Look at Kristen Wiig and now put some dark hair. Put brunette hair on her. Kristen Wiig would be Hannah. I think she would be actually really good Hannah.
Yeah, that'd be good, Hannah. Yeah, absolutely.
She can do serious movies. I've seen her do it. So we've got this cast.
Let's go.
Yeah,
we
do need an O'Brien, though. We do need a Bill O'Brien. I'll just ask
Oh, my
ChatGPT.
God. Who's going to be Bill O'Brien?
Well, before we do that, Tony has a suggestion for Easterby as well. Tony, what's your actor in question?
Johnny Sins. He plays all kinds of different roles. He plays a...
No, you're done here. No, not Johnny Sins. Stop it.
No, I don't even. I know what it is without knowing what it is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
The way you responded.
No.
The way you responded, and then I started thinking of the name, and I'm
Think
like,
of the name.
yeah.
What could that guy possibly be? His name is Johnny Sins.
Who?
Johnny Sins. S-I-N-S. Sins. What do you think that guy actually does for a living?
He's an actor.
He is an actor.
He's a performer.
He's an actor of sorts.
He's a performer.
Johnny Sins.
Yeah, no.
Right. I've now asked.
What did we miss? What did we miss today, Del?
Well, we missed what I had. Let's play some of or I can just read it for you. So USC was playing Michigan State, as they're wont to do, just two Big Ten rivals, lifelong rivals. And in the middle of the game, there was an exchange with the referee. They were winning by 21 points, Michigan State was. And there was an exchange with the referee, and the referee stopped the game. And Tom Izzo walked out, and he lifted up his arms, and he said, "What the F are you doing? What are you doing?" He was talking to his old player who's sitting there drinking a beer on like the second or third row and yelling at the referee. And Tom said, he goes, I love Paul Davis. This former player, Paul Davis, who played for him in like 2005 Final Four team. He's one of my favorite guys. He's always calling and doing things. But what he said, he should never say anywhere in the world. That ticked me off. Just because it's 20 years later, I'm going to have to call him tomorrow and tell him what I thought of it. And you know what he'll say? I screwed up, coach. Sorry. Izzo clarified saying it wasn't something racial. It wasn't something sexual. But it was just the wrong thing to say. And I'll leave it at that. So, yeah. So one of his old players had to get kicked out of the game. He got after the official. Yeah, it was not good.
Yeah. So I didn't see, but Del, maybe you seen Snoop calling? He was apparently on the microphone when Steve Kerr got kicked out of the game.
Yeah, it was a game in LA. They were playing the Clippers, and I know what you're talking about. I have to pull it up. But while I do that,
I just put it in. I just put it in the audio.
While I get that set up, Raheel offers a suggestion for ECB. Did you guys ever watch Community? The comedy on NBC?
Yes.
The principal?
No.
Jim Rash. If you type in his name, Lance, you'll recognize it. If you type in the name Jim Rash, it's not a bad choice for ECB. It's Rash.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's a –
yeah.
Now, on looks alone, and it looks like – and his energy – now, yeah. That's a pretty good one. I don't know how good
That's a pretty good.
That's a pretty good one. Wow.
Yeah.
And ChatGPT gave me Shea Wiggum. It said similar face shape, square, soft jaw, eyes, and that gruff football staffer presence. With the right haircut and waiting and a sideline headset, he'd read as Bill O'Brien really fast. Other ones include David Denman and Matt Walsh. But who's the guy who was Pam's boyfriend in The Office? Whoever that actor is.
Jim.
Nah. The original one. Who worked in the warehouse.
Oh, yeah.
They've got him on here also,
yeah.
but whoever Shea Wiggum is who they say this is the guy.
Nah, not Shea Wiggum. Shea Wiggum was, if you watched the last couple Mission Impossible movies, he was the Fed or federal agent chasing
Well, wait a minute
Ethan
now.
Hunt around.
If you gave him a little dimple in his chin,
I don't like it.
Maybe.
Don't like the call.
Well, I'm going to let him read for the part.
All right. Well, we got us a movie. We got us a star, people. This is how you make a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. All right. After golf today, but we got to get and I got to see. I'm playing through pain today. It's something.
Playing through pain.
I played through this whole show through pain, but you know what? That's just me being unselfish. That's how I am.
Jordan Reed from ESPN had his first mock draft came out, and he's got the Texans at 27 taking Amari Washington, defensive tackle from Oregon. Now, truth be told, you will have contracts expiring on Texans defensive tackles. So while everyone's going to want an offensive player, I could see that potentially happening where they just add a defensive tackle on there. And 3 defensive tackles on injured reserve and could use some reinforcements there to play their elite edge rushing duo of Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter.
I just feel like we've been just fine, finding defensive tackles and been really good. You don't just find offensive tackles or guards. You gotta develop them. Okay, Ingram has been that's one that has been, that's been okay. It's been okay. Andrews has been okay. He's been okay, but you know what? You got to solidify that
Are
offensive
they going
line.
to invest?
And you need, you know what I wouldn't be disappointed in at all is a cornerback at 27.
Yeah, actually, you're right. I wouldn't either.
A third. Would they invest another day one or day two pick at in the tackle position 3 years in a row?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Why not?
I don't know. Well,
Well,
we're not good at it, for one. Maybe we don't draft, we spend, if there's even one available in free agency. They have not proven to be good.
They've proven that they're not very good at it.
Not drafting.
They've proven that. Yeah. All right. We got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next, right here on ESPN 97.5. According to the Daily Star, people are betting fortunes on Jesus Christ's return and appearance in 2026. Apparently, 2.5 million pounds have been bet on the Messiah's comeback to earth. Well, that was in 2025. They all lost. There are those who are betting who bet no against them, and they're returning an annual profit of 5.5%. Which way are you going in 2026? Jesus returns, doesn't return.
Is he the only deity on the board to win CDOY, Comeback Deity of the Year? Can I get odds on Buddha or others, or is it just
comeback Deity of the Year?
It's that time of the year, CDOY.
It is technically a good comeback. Yeah, you're right.
So John said comeback. So can I only bet on him, or can I bet on others?
I'm not sure if there are others in the field.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I don't. It doesn't say, and it doesn't even say where you can bet on it. But which way are you going?
I'm gonna go. I've been told since I was a child, no one knows the time.
I'm gonna keep playing against it,
or when or where Jesus will come back.
5%'s better than a CD.
So I'm not gonna go against what I've been taught since I was a kid. No one knows. It'll just happen.
Well, but it'll happen. But that's the gamble. Is it going to happen this year?
I'm gonna keep playing.
I'm gonna go with no. I'm gonna side with no.
You're going to go on the no side.
Yeah.
You see,
Vegas is built on a bunch. Vegas is built on a bunch of yes bets.
I believe.
Yes.
I don't believe it's going to happen in 26.
You don't think it's going to happen in 26? When do you think? Okay, what year would you bet on?
This is my point. You're not supposed to. It'll happen when it happens. No one knows. I'm just not going to. I'm going to play the odds.
You play the Jesus Squares game if you want, John. We're not playing it over here.
It seems sacrilegious, honestly.
You go get squares.
I'm gonna bet on it for 27, the year Lance dies.
I forgot. I've only got 2. Oh crap! It's coming up. Gilbert's death day for me is really running up on me now.
Did Gilbert just predict like the rapture when he predicted Lance's death?
No, I just asked him, "Hey, when am I going to die?" And he goes, "I don't know why I'd ask him that." And he gave me a 10-year window.
So maybe Gilbert's like one of those prophets who doesn't give you all the context. Sure, you're going to die.
Maybe we need to ask Gilbert. We need to ask Gilbert
you're
about
going to
Jesus
die in 27, but it's also the rapture.
He's going to tell you, I ain't answering anything until
he get a steak. Did he get a steak?
I don't know.
All right, if we bring you a steak, Gilbert, when is Jesus coming back? Okay? When is he coming back? Maybe Gilbert. I think Gilbert's probably got insight on that. A man ruptured his stomach drinking a celebrity chef's liquid nitrogen cocktail.
Oh.
Do you want a liquid nitrogen cocktail in your life?
I've had liquid nitrogen ice cream. That's no big deal. That's how it's made. I mean, they make, but a cocktail, aren't your liquid nitrogen needs to, Ooh. I don't know. No, I don't want to rupture my stomach.
I'm watching the guy drink it. And his stomach ruptured. He blew up his stomach.
Wait, you're watching it happen?
Oh my God! Yes, I'm watching it happen. He drank it, and immediately he grabbed his stomach. I mean, I don't know if I'm just going to drink liquid nitrogen ever.
I'm searching.
I just don't feel. Yeah, liquid nitrogen. A GOP poll
here it is.
Charged with DUI allegedly told cops he drinks and drives to cope with anxiety. Do you feel like you should drink and drive if you're anxious?
No. Or relaxed. Probably just don't drink and drive.
You don't think you should drink and drive if you have some kind of anxiety?
No, I don't.
I just think
this is what he's trying to deal with. Everybody deals with anxiety differently. Lance.
Yeah, but choose a proper way.
Maybe you don't deal with it that.
Choose a better way.
It's illegal, and you'll go to jail.
Whether you're anxious or not.
I think I'm on the right side of this one, John.
Yeah. We don't bet on Jesus' return, and we're against drinking and driving.
You're really on one today.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, Why can't the guy feel like this is how he's got to get rid of his anxiety?
I don't like you playing this game, considering the real consequences of drinking and driving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why can't he? I think we have evidence why he can't or why he shouldn't.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, you better just go golf.
What are you saying?
Better go golf.
I'm just
You're on the
saying.
wrong side
This
of
is
this
the problem. The guy does a show with his phone on a pillow. He thinks he can just say anything.
Oh, I'm in Cabo. Nothing's going to
Is
happen.
this on?
Am I even really doing a
this thing
show?
on?
I mean, I'm set up in a spot where I'm in a hotel room and I have my phone propped up on a luscious pillow. I can say whatever I want, right?
This thing on, I don't even know if it's
Why
on.
can't a guy
So,
drink and drive if he's anxious? I don't know, John. What do you think?
if he feels like he's anxious, then I don't want to tell the guy what to do.
I would ask him to stay home and medicate and not drive.
Yes. That'd probably be the best way to go about it. We're done. And I'll tell you tomorrow, I'll let you know how I get through this day with my foot and the injury that I played through this whole show. Okay? And you guys didn't even know. You guys didn't even know.
We took a knee for you.
Time for Mopey and Nate's next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
It was a busy day yesterday locally. Jim Crane, Dana Brown, they talked to the media. We'll hear from both at some point today on the show. Of course, we had a game winner from Kevin Durant that we will talk about and his reaction to doing it, or at least making the shot against the Suns. And we got a call from Willie P yesterday, and like a lot of our callers, they get a lot of things in, and then Sean and I have to respond. So sometimes we forget. But he mentioned something that I wanted to get to today, and then D'Amico Ryans even talked about it after our show was over. So it's certainly to talk about. Willie P talked about he was noticing the defense not being as stout as they had been, the Texans defense not being as stout as they had been earlier in the season. And D'Amico Ryans talked about that. He mentioned that they didn't end the year well on defense. Now, we know there's a certain standard that they play at, considering what they're fully capable of accomplishing. And he didn't think they were meeting that standard. So we'll talk about that. Didn't like the explosive plays that they gave up. So is that something to take a look at with the game against the Steelers? And they'll be getting DK Metcalf back. So we'll talk about what D'Amico Ryans is seeing, and hell, even what our caller is saying about the Texans, at least from the Texans and their defense. We'll get to that at some point. But let's get to the Rockets last night. The Kevin Durant shot is the big thing. He knocks down a three late in the game, a second remaining, it turns out, and they beat the Suns. So all's well, right? You win 100-97. You beat the Suns without Alperen Sengun out there as he missed the game because of his ankle sprain. And you go, look, that's what you get Kevin Durant for, right? That's the conversation. That allows us, if we want, to ignore the fact that the Rockets scored 6 points over the last 6 minutes of the game. They were up 94-87, and then they just hit a lull. They got an and one from Amen, and then Kevin Durant knocked down a 3 to win it. So you get the good of Kevin Durant knocking down a big shot. You also get the other side of it, which is a team who, in some ways, despite what they are as an offense as a whole, because we know they are at the top league in offense, and Sean and I discussed it yesterday. It's the offensive rebounding. It's a lot has to do with that. And of course, their defense leading the offense. But in the half-court setting, when you have to execute, the Rockets certainly have problems. And when you don't have the option of Alperen Sengun, or maybe the absence of an actual point guard, because Kevin Durant brought the ball up the floor in the fourth quarter and promptly threw it away. They set a screen almost near half court, and he thought the roll man was open. He was not. He threw the ball away. So these are the moments you go, it'd be nice to have a guy who can settle you down. But the shot was made. It's a great shot. He celebrated in a way that lets you know, even before his comments after the game, that this one meant something to him. But we ain't got to focus on the drought. But the drought was there. You're up by 7 in a game that I'll credit the Rockets for choking out the Suns. The Suns scored 60 points in the first half and then wound up only scoring 97 overall. The Rockets defense, after being subpar, they were trailing 60-54 at the half. They showed up. They limited the Suns, didn't allow Dillon Brooks, who has become, at least this year, an accomplished scorer, to take over the game. And they held Devin Booker down as well in that second half. But the offense took a hit over the course of the last 6 minutes. So I'm glad Kevin Durant made the shot, because the conversation would probably drift a different way if you hadn't won. But it's just something to take notice of. That 6 minutes and 6 points. You're not going to win a lot of games. Thankfully, your defense did not take a night off, particularly in the second half. So you get a win. That's nice. The Rockets have won 5 out of 6 now. We'll see when Alperen Sengun can return. It is nice to see more games being stacked of Tari Eason and Dorian Finney-Smith. Nice to see those guys continue to play. Now you just have to hope that Alperen Sengun's not out for a long time. But I did see it maybe a couple weeks. I think I saw that someplace, that Alperen, you can expect him to be out for maybe a couple weeks. So that's a little bit longer than you like. But it was nasty, the ankle sprain. So they'll be without him, so they'll have to make do for a little bit as he tries to recover. They got the firepower. to do it. They got the firepower to be fine. As long as they're not playing Dallas, I guess. That seems to be an issue. But other than that, they're okay. And they're not getting blown out by the Hornets at home. That happened to the Thunder last night. There was a discussion yesterday about how the Thunder maybe aren't as unbeatable as we once thought. I don't know that Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball doing that to him is going to change my thoughts about them winning a title. But it would fit some of the things you see sometimes where people make up a stat. If a team loses by this amount of points to a team this bad, there's no way they can win a Super Bowl. Stuff like that, people pop out when they want to discredit someone. This would be the equivalent. If you get blown out at home by the Charlotte Hornets, you have to be taken off contender status because there's no way any team who's ever won a title loses to a team that bad. I'm not doing the research. It's just funny to think of how good the Thunder are and what they're capable of, and know that on any night when they're healthy, Shea played, and they got beat down by a Hornets team who is one of the more unserious teams in basketball. When LaMelo Ball is playing, they're unserious. The problem for the Hornets they're pretty above average, because I don't want to go to good, but they're above average when all their top guys are playing. They just never play. LaMelo never plays. Conca-Nipple's been out. Of course, Brandon Miller's been out for the majority of the season. But when those guys are out there, the Hornets aren't bad. But health and availability has been an issue for a while for them. But they get the win.
Best ability, some say.
I've heard that. I just didn't want to say it. It's someone else's saying. I didn't want to take it from them. I'll allow someone else to co-opt that.
First?
The best ability is availability?
Yeah.
Is there a way you can AI or at least ask AI and see if they have an answer for that? It has an answer for that. Who came up with the best ability is availability?
Bill Parcells, it looks like.
He also called a grown man a she at one point, so he's got a lot of quotes in that bag.
He did have
He did call Terry Glenn a woman at one point, or at least a she at one point, I believe. Because speaking of availability, I think that was part of the deal. Terry Glenn got hurt, and he started to refer to him as a she. Back when you could do stuff like that. Can't do that anymore. I can't believe. I look at that score. I was, of course, paying attention to the Rockets, and then I just saw it flash. Are they down by 17 at home to the Hornets?
So I saw it was like the Hornets are or the Thunder are 6-6 in their last 12 games.
Yeah.
And I was like, lost again. That's crazy. And then I saw it later. It's like, wait, it was to who? What? Yeah, no. I mean, the Rockets had 3 games where they did the same thing.
I mean, they lost to the Pelicans. The Mavericks stink. They blew a giant lead against the Pelicans. We just don't expect that of the Hornets, but they're not playing good basketball. And the Thunder, we don't expect that of them, but they're not playing good basketball, and the Hornets got them. And Brandon Miller with 28 points. So that was a night in the NBA. Also, we had Steve Kerr getting ejected, Jimmy Butler airballing a potential game winner against the Clippers. So it was fun. Thankfully, Kevin Durant made it more fun. We'll hear from him when we come back. He knocks down a 3 in the 97 win, and he had some thoughts about his exit from Phoenix. If we remember, the only reason the Rockets have Kevin Durant is because the Phoenix Suns decided they were so desperate to have the aforementioned Jimmy Butler that they would try to trade Kevin Durant to make it happen. It all stems from the fact that they made the dumb decision of acquiring Bradley Beal, acquiring a guy with the no-trade clause, and Bradley Beal wasn't going to allow the Suns to dump him someplace he didn't want to go. Now, they've since waived him, and he's now a Clipper. Look how well that's working out for him. But they pissed off Kevin Durant, made it so he was never coming back to Phoenix after they could not trade him because he said no to going to Golden State. And now Kevin Durant's here knocking down game winners. So we'll hear from him and his thoughts on doing that against his former team. If you want to join us, 713-780-3776. As I said, we'll hear from Dana Brown on their big acquisition and also Jim Crane. Jim Crane had some thoughts. He did the tour talking to the local media about Tetsuya Imai and that acquisition and why he did it. And the Astros, rightfully so, should be excited. And we all believe, at least that's the story being pushed, that this will be the first of several entries into the Japanese market as the Astros try to get their foot in. And they've done that. So it is not simply a Dodgers joint when it comes to acquiring big time talent from Japan. It's one of the first steps, and it all stems from a 2024 trade from Yusei Kikuchi. Funny how stuff works. Now Scott Boras is a guy they're going to maybe lean on the next time he has a Japanese player who he's representing. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with the Kevin Durant sound, and also we'll get into the Astros. We'll do that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
let's hear from last night's hero. Kevin Durant knocks down a jumper, three-pointer to win the game after the Rockets had, at that point, scored 3 points in the final 6 minutes. He did it against his former team. What are the Rockets now, 3-0 against the Suns this year? Here's Kevin Durant. And I think he missed one of the games, right? The trip to Phoenix, he wasn't unavailable. I think there was a personal reason. But he was there last night. Here's Kevin Durant after the game on the game winner.
It was good to play against a team that booted you out the building and scapegoated you for all the problems that they had. And it hurt because I put all my effort and love and care towards the Suns and the Phoenix area and Arizona in general. But that's just the business. That's the name of the game. And, so when you play against a team, yeah, you got a chip on your shoulder. You don't want it to get too big, have too big of a chip, and it gets in the way of the game with my teammates. But in the back of my mind, it's there. It's nothing but love for the players. But I want to beat that team. I want to show them that I still got some juice in the tank, even though I'm old. I still can play. Yeah, I feel like every player has that mentality playing against their former team. I don't think it's malicious in any way towards them, but it's just as a competitor, you want to go out there and beat them. And then to beat them on a game-winning shot like that, yeah. But by the time I get home tonight, I probably won't even remember it. I will remember, but I'll try my best to forget about it and move on to the next game.
I don't really get into Kevin Durant discussions on Twitter because mostly it just becomes stuff that who really cares about it. But the memes he's starting with his celebrations here in Houston, I don't know if he was like that in other places. We had last night where he did the get out of here. Initially, when he knocked down the shot, it was like 0.3 seconds left, and so he was right to go get out of here. They're not going to make a 3 to tie this game, and then they added more time, and Devin Booker didn't get off a shot thanks to good defense, I think, by Josh Okogie. He nearly tied him up, and then by the time Booker got free, he wasn't going to get that shot up. He's got the finger pointing to the ground after knocking down some shots, I think, in Denver. So Kevin Durant's enjoying his time here. After the game, Vanessa Richardson talked to him, and he hyped up Houston. We don't have to get to it, Sean, but he just pretty much hyped up the city, says he loves it here. So he has embraced this place. It was the one place of all the options. It's the place he favored coming. It's the reason why he kind of shot down any chance Minnesota had. He let him know, I don't want to go there, so don't even try. Quit asking, as Nick Saban would say. So he has wanted to be here, and he's played. One of the questions was, how many games would Kevin Durant play? How many games would he miss? And outside of what I mentioned, when he missed a couple games from personal reasons, he's been pretty much available. So we haven't dealt with a lingering injury that's kept him out, or even just a big one that he misses a good chunk of the season. So he's been everything you would want, and he got the MVP chance last night. He's playing like one. I think with Jokic likely not being able to play enough games, you think about Giannis and his injuries, and the Bucks aren't that good.
Thunder on pace to miss the playoffs.
Not so much, but maybe people aren't. 24 hours. Maybe people are less inclined to give Shea another one just because. Yeah. And Wemby probably won't play enough games.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that should be a disqualifying factor, certainly. Kevin Durant should be someone Jaylen Brown's there. Jaylen Brown is a guy who has played better than I think a lot of people, including myself, thought he's capable of this year with Jason Tatum being out, and we'll see if the way the Celtics are playing maybe allows for Jason Tatum to give it a serious thought about coming back this year, coming off his Achilles injury from the playoffs. But the Celtics are second in the East, so Jaylen Brown is someone you have to think about. Cade Cunningham as well. But Kevin Durant should not be someone you wave away, even at 37 years old, when we're talking about a real MVP candidate, as long as he gets to that 65-game mark. So really good start to his Rockets, however long the tenure is. Really good start for him. And no complaints, right?
No, it's been great.
Can't complain.
Been great. Yeah. No, I mean, the biggest problem is that, like, really players on the team have a hard time, like, passing the ball sometimes. That's true. That's the biggest one, is, like, these guys, like, hey, you have Kevin Durant on your team.
You might want to give him the ball more.
Give him a shot.
He is not a guy who's going to demand it. That's kind of been his style. He's let it be known. It's not about me getting all the shots. I'd like it to be.
A little bit.
I like it to be when you're shooting when you're shooting over 40% from three and nearly 90% from from the free throw line. He's got a chance to be a 50, 40, 90 guy.
Yeah.
That's something that's really great, and give him more opportunities.
And it's something that we talked about when he got traded here is he doesn't really have to do this every night. He really doesn't have to put the backpack on every night. But when you're going to miss Alperen Sengun for a couple weeks, it's nice to be like, oh, yeah, Kevin Durant. Bail us out of this one, please.
He has not missed a game due to injury all year.
Wow. So he's only missed those 2 or 3 games?
The 2 games for the personal reasons. Yeah, the Rockets have played 33 games. He's played 31.
Yeah. And he hasn't missed games for back-to-back reasons either.
No, it's something we thought might be the case, and so far, so good.
They have a lot of back-to-backs coming up, though.
Yeah, so. we will see if those start to become a thing where they try to avoid putting that type of strain on them.
I did a lot of schedule watching, or I don't know, schedule looking at for the Rockets. A lot of back-to-backs, but a lot of home games. They've played, I think, 8 or 9. I mean, last night was a home game, so it kind of threw off my count. But they played a lot more road games than home games so far this season. So 2026 will be a lot of back-to-backs, but more home games than road games. So it kind of balances out, honestly, of do they have an easy schedule? Do they have a hard schedule? It's well, you travel less, but also it's a lot of back-to-back.
Yeah, they've played 20 road games so far. It's only 13 home games. Dominant team at home. As far as win-loss record, it was a little shaky last night, but you still got the win 11-2 at home. So they have used Toyota Center to certainly bolster that record as they're just above 500 away from Houston. So the Suns are scrappy. They dragged the Rockets into the muck late in that fourth quarter.
They've embodied the spirit of Dylan Brooks.
Yes.
I feel like.
Well, Devin Booker is the face of the franchise. They are certainly more Dylan Brooks-like in their attitude right now. Yeah. Yes, culture setter. Dylan Brooks. Something we wouldn't have said about him, 4 years ago when he was being run out of town. Speaking of being run out of town, he was run out of Memphis. It felt like his career was on.
I mean,
get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. It felt like he was the prime example of a guy who was going to talk himself and kind of play himself out of the league. And the Rockets were like, hey, you want $20 million a year? Come on and set the culture here. And he did it.
Yeah. And look at the Memphis Grizzlies now.
Yeah, they've stunk.
That's a big from when Shams Charania tweeted, under no circumstances will the Memphis Grizzlies bring back Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, it's been a big win for Dylan Brooks.
Nothing
in that
but wins,
battle.
really.
Yeah, he is.
What's Dylan Brooks' personal winning percentage versus the Memphis Grizzlies winning percentage?
He was 500 in year 1, right?
Yeah,
with the Rockets. Then 50 plus games,
something like
50 wins last year, and then the Suns this year are
pretty good.
Pretty good. 21-15. They got a winning percentage of over 580. The Grizz 15-20 on the year, and they were the play-in team last year. Right, or did they were in the play-in? Did they make the play-in tournament? I don't remember.
I
don't. Last
forgot
year
if they beat Dallas or they lost to Dallas.
Last year they were the 8th seed.
Okay.
And then lost to the Thunder in the
by
first round.
50.
Yeah, got destroyed in one of the games. Yeah, but they weren't bad. They were 48-34.
No,
they were
fine.
They were fine as far as regular season record. It's just not.
I just remembered they lost by 50 in the playoffs.
They were just embarrassed in the playoffs. Yes. Dylan Brooks. They lost to the Warriors, but they were not embarrassed, and I will see how his son's career continues. And I saw him getting props from, I forgot which player it was. It might have been Jeff Teague. I don't remember, but or maybe Gilbert Arenas, who was congratulating him on not just being a 3-and-D guy, for working on his game and becoming a guy who can be a bit of a go-to guy to score. So even even prime haters, guys who would love to hate on Dylan Brooks in talking about his actual game, have given him some credit. So
yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah,
he's a good NBA player.
I mean, the Rockets are just fine, but it is interesting to watch Dylan Brooks actually thrive someplace else. Meanwhile, they're still waiting on Jalen Green, who always played here, to get on the court there.
It is the craziest thing that I think he's played.
Is it two
games?
Yeah.
1 game?
He has been absent from that Suns team,
Yeah.
and who knows what they could be if they could get the guy who was considered the prize in the trade, at least from their side. The Rockets and Rocket fans, depending on how you felt about Jalen Green, may have.
Well, it's also like the fit with their actual best player. It's like all that stuff where it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
he's like theoretically the the best part of the deal, but nuts and bolts. I mean, at least so far, it's been Dylan Brooks, and just when it comes to like they just have a different attitude. Like I remember watching the Suns team last year.
They were a disaster.
Yeah, they're just a dead team walking for I don't know 50 games last year, and now it's like, oh, they actually are compete like
They're a tough
Goodwin,
out.
who's I forgot his first name, Jordan Goodwin, I think, was in the second quarter was going, this is my house in Toyota Center. Whoa.
Well, excuse me? What the hell?
Yeah. Craig Ackerman pointed out and like took actual
Offense.
I don't know if he took actual offense
He
to
took
it, but
notice of it at least. Yeah.
Yeah, he remembered that, and I think he brought it back in the fourth quarter. It's like Jordan Goodwin. He said it was his house earlier.
Scoring 11 points in 25 minutes, that'll get you to say that. And at the time he said it, probably less
it was like
than that.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think he made like 2 threes like directly over Reed Shepherd's face and was letting him know about it.
Yeah. The Suns tough out. They did beat the Grizzlies earlier. Not the Grizzlies. They beat the Thunder earlier in the week.
Everyone's beating the Thunder.
That's true.
This week.
It does wave away some of it when the Hornets do it.
Yeah, even like the Spurs, like, beating them 3 straight times and 2 times in 3 days over Christmas, and you're just like, I mean, at this point now, just everyone's doing it.
Yeah.
It's the flip side of the Clippers thing, where it's like, oh, the Clippers are actually kind of decent now. Like the Rockets kickstarted the Clippers run. They're 7-3 in their last 10 games.
Helps to have Kawhi going off the way
if he
he
can
has.
just keep scoring 50 points a game.
Yeah, they'll be fine. If he wants to average 45 points over the next 60 games, they'll be fine.
He should definitely try to do that.
He should, yes.
Because
he won't ever break
argument
down.
against that.
Except for he'll likely break down because that's who he is. A little bit too much strain on those on the lower half for Kawhi.
It's only half the season.
That may be too many games. All right, we'll go to break, and we will get to the Astro stuff when we come back. Jim Crane and Dana Brown spoke, and it's not news because we knew this was the status, but we got further confirmation on the contract status of Joe Espada and Dana Brown. We'll talk about that when we come back.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
So Jim Crane, in quotes to the Chronicle, and maybe just the general Houston media, but the Chronicle has them, he positioned it like the Astros can only do one of these two things, because he was asked about the team itself and what they're doing to get better, and also the status of the contracts of Dana Brown and Joe Espada. And he said, I think we'll go through this year like we always do, evaluate it, and then make the decision at the end of the year. We won't probably do any extensions now, but I'm not saying that's impossible. We haven't talked about it yet. We've been focused on getting what we need to compete this year. I mean, I feel like if you were interested in getting a deal done, the deal would be done. I understand it. Hey, the team is focused on improving, but I think Dana Brown, Joe Espada, and Jim Crane and their agents are capable of trying to improve the team and hashing out a contract extension if that's what the Astros wanted to do. It's not what they want to do. While Espada has, he has to perform, his team has to win games. If Dana Brown's roster suffers the amount of injuries they suffered last year, should that be a disqualifier for him getting or not getting an extension? Like, if should that be the reason he doesn't get one? If he puts a roster together that everyone, maybe not consensus, maybe it's not a consensus, but everyone looks at it and goes, that's a roster that can go win the AL West.
Yeah,
and
playoff caliber.
Yeah, and those guys get hurt again. Should that determine whether he gets an extension or not? Because that's out of his purview. He can't control.
Yeah,
that.
It's just tough when it's 0 playoff wins 2 straight years.
Sure, and if you get to a third, yeah.
Yeah, it's like that's where I'm like, yeah, he's probably closer to wanting to fire these guys than extensions all around.
Sure.
for Espada and Brown. Even though I do agree with you that I think Brown is for the most part doing a good job. Like I don't know, with the somewhat limited but still constraints that Jim Crane puts on him, like the box you have to operate in when you're the GM of the Astros. I think he's doing a great job. Like I don't really have a like Dana really messed that one up. It's all pretty good with Espada. With the MLB managers, it's a little different of just like what are you looking for here? How do you judge this? Like you talk about the injuries being out of Dana Brown's control.
Espada's control too.
Yeah, he just has to play these guys.
Yeah, understood. I agree with you there. It's for whatever reason the manager. I guess the manager can do more things. He can be the clubhouse guy. He can make moves to the bullpen. If a bullpen moves goes wrong,
he also has to talk after every loss.
Yeah, you can put him. You can put the blame on him for that. But if his options are lacking in the bullpen because guys are banged up, what's he to do? And if his starting pitching doesn't go deep in games and the bullpen is wrecked because they've had to continue to throw more innings than you'd like, it all comes together to affect injuries, and everything comes together to affect how the manager's going to perform. Baseball managing is, of all the major sports, the one you're like, what does he actually do? Like, if the pitcher's great that he runs out there and goes 6 strong, was that on him or just the fact that you've got a great pitcher?
I mean, we also
we play this game all the time with managers.
Yeah, we see these guys, and it's not just Espada. I remember AJ Hinch did it. All these guys do it, where they have the binder in front of them of like, all right,
what the organization has set in
it
front of
gets
them
handed
for how
to
they're
them
supposed to
how to
handle
manage
things.
the bullpen. Like they don't even really manage the bullpen. Like they don't have complete autonomy to manage the bullpen. They probably have input and can make some small decisions here and there, but for the most part, it's like they can't trot a guy out there every night. Like when they say, he's pitched two days in a row, he's probably not going to pitch again today. Like that's probably a manager. Manager's okay with that decision, but that comes down from on high of like, hey, we invested $90 million into Josh Hader. Let's be smart about how we use him.
I'm sure it's more than this. What decisions about managers always feels like, what's the vibes? What are the vibes?
Yeah.
Like the clubhouse likes them, and guys are not underperforming to the level where you can just immediately say something's wrong here. It feels like, why shouldn't he keep his job?
Yeah, and I'm honestly fine with that. I'm fine with the manager, position on a baseball team just being like, hey, mostly just keep the locker or keep the clubhouse. Sorry, keep the clubhouse like in a good spot. Keep the vibes up, and then if I don't think Joe Spot has done a bad job at that, but at the end of the day, results are the results. If they miss the playoffs again, it's like, well, we can get another guy who can come in. Like, it's like the perfect scapegoat position for management. It's just for general manager and ownership is like the manager being like, yeah, we can fire him. Like, what's it really matter if we fire him?
We had Black Monday in the NFL, and it feels like those decisions are far more consequential than what you decide at the managerial position in baseball.
Yeah, like what Raheem Morris or whoever, Kevin Stefanski. Well, that's actually a bad example. Kevin Stefanski is a bad example of this. But like what Jonathan Gannon decides, like you can see it on the field versus when they bring in a new coach, what you will see on the field. For a baseball manager, it's like, I can't really tell the difference of like what their focus is on, from manager to manager, what they're doing, or is that coming from the general manager saying like, hey, we need to throw more strikes or something. Hey, we need to go fastball. This guy needs to throw his fastball way more, or stop throwing his changeup, only go fastball slider. It's like, does the manager make that decision, or does the pitching lab and like all these like anonymous guys wearing polo shirts, do they make those decisions?
And the Astros have made some decisions about their coaching staff. There's been some turnover there. Well, one guy voluntarily, we assume, left, one of their pitching coaches, and then of course they make changes with their hitting coaches as well. So they have made decisions and made changes. Dana Brown and Joe Espada, depending on how this year go, that'll be determined, and their status will be determined by how the team performs. And they acquired a pitcher to help. Tatsuya Imai is now an Astro. He's made appearances at the Rockets game last night. He was at the Texans game the night before. So he's doing the World Tour.
And credit to Scott Boras or Boras Corp or whoever. They really coached him hard on throwing the H's up.
Do it as many times as you can.
They're like, whatever. If they show you, get the H's up.
Yeah.
It took Cal McNair, I don't know, like 25 years of being a Houstonian to learn it. Congratulations to him learning it in 2023 or whatever. He started doing like, hey, every time someone takes a picture of you, Cal McNair, throw the H up. All right. Yeah, sure.
It has worked swimmingly for Cal since that point.
Imai, day one, he's like, got it. I don't even have my like visa pass paperwork all filled out, but I know to throw the H's up.
He was throwing the H's up before he was officially an Astro. I mean, we all knew it was happening. He was in town, but before he had actually signed, the H's were out to let everyone know he's all about Houston. Of course, the quotes about him not wanting to join the Dodgers helped. Now, where's he going to land in this rotation? There are some questions about what he is. The media apparently, at least when we saw that this deal was going down, had a higher opinion of him than maybe some people inside baseball. There were some more questions, and he wasn't getting the offers he thought he was going to get. The Astros did not lock him into 3 years. That was the initial reporting. 3 years, $54 million. Turns out it's opt-outs, which makes it a little concerning because if he's great, then there will be more money on the market for him. And can the Astros retain him, particularly with Scott Boras as his agent? Here's Dana Brown on all of that, the opt-outs, not having him locked in for 3 years, and what the plan might be after the season.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you're negotiating a contract, you have to work with the other side. Obviously, you'd prefer not having opt-outs, but, sometimes, you have to do these opt-outs, which we feel good about once he comes here. We think he'll be in this position where he's in a championship organization. We feel like we got a chance of keeping him. So, we had to work through that, but ultimately, we were focused on getting him signed, and we're excited that we have him.
Get him in the building. That was the plan, no matter what it took. And you hope your culture, we were just talking about it with Dylan Brooks being a culture setter, you hope your culture and the taste of winning that we certainly believe is possible with this team makes him want to stay here, whether it be under the current deal or one where there's a renegotiation, but he still wants to be an Astro after the season. So the Astros are banking on what they built and what they can be to make this an attractive place for their recent acquisition. So that is the status and their plan as far as his contract is concerned. What about where he lands in this rotation? Is he a front line guy? Is he a fourth or fifth starter? Here's Dana Brown and what you can expect, or at least what they expect from Imai.
Yeah, I think he's got a chance to pitch in the middle of the rotation with possibly some upside. You know, he'll be anywhere from 94 to 98, really good slider, and 3 very effective changeups. He's got the Vulcan change. He's got the splitter that goes down into regular change. Love the competitiveness is what I really like the most, too.
What are they at, a soccer game? What's that?
That must be like
that must be in Japan, right?
The B-roll from they're playing highlights of him.
That must be a chant going on in one of.
Or he's calling live from the supporter section.
Yeah, what is he watching? Arsenal versus Aston Villa? What's he doing?
It's a big one. It's a big match, folks.
Arsenal really needs it. So there it is, middle of the rotation guy with some upside. Maybe they think once they get their hands on him, he could be a number 2. I hope his arm is durable. Is all I'm asking for.
I think it was a spot. I forgot if it was Brown or Spot to say that they expect to go 6-man for the
maybe the
majority
entire
of the year.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, okay, that's nice.
Is that one of the things they've decided once they started to evaluate their return to play stuff? Hey, the 5-man stuff. We haven't had much luck.
And it's like we have all these guys. Like, let's just start with 6.
Yeah, and see
then
what happens.
Eventually, by June, we'll have to whittle it down to 5.
We know the history of this organization. We won't have 6 that we believe in by the time June rolls around. So let's try it.
Just try them all.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think that's a perfectly fine way of like.
I'm good with it.
Just
we have
roll
blue ball.
We have 8
there.
starting pitchers.
Alexander can get some starts. Arrighetti, all of them. Just roll them out there and see.
And that's why Imai is actually part of this too, where it's like they don't really have anyone besides Brown that's like so established, and maybe Javier, that's like so established and commanding the money that it's like, no, this guy has to start. Maybe it's Lance McCullers, just on the money part of like, this guy kind of has to start. Just financially, it doesn't make sense for him to be a bullpen arm. So, with the Arrighettis and the Alexanders and Blue Balls and all these guys, and the 3 guys whose names we don't know yet because they're going to be Space Cowboys to start the season. I think that's actually a pretty interesting way to do it. Is like, hey, you guys, you're going to be fine being a reliever, and then if we need to bump you up to rotation spot, which we probably will have to do at some point, just how this goes, then we can do that. And no one's like locked in as like, no, I'm a starter. What are you talking about? Get out of my face with this. It's like, no, you have a bunch of guys that are, rowing in the right direction, and you just hope to get a Jason Alexander, just get a hot few months from a couple of these guys, and you can piece together a number 2. Because we talked about how, we kind of need a 2 or a 3 that we can talk into being a 2 through Astros pitching development, and Imai is like kind of borderline on that. Even Dana Brown was like middle of the rotation guy with some upside, and I think that really just going like, what if we just did all 3? We have Hunter Brown, one of the best pitchers in baseball, and then a bunch of 3s and 4s, and just see where it lands. I'm like, you know what? That's fine for how baseball gets played in 2025. That's perfectly fine with me.
I'm just looking to find my next Ronel Blanco. Jason Alexander was that last year. I'm looking for my next one. We'll see. We'll see who's going to be this year.
Ronel Blanco, are you Mr. Right? No, you're Mr. Right now.
Mr. Right now.
In 2024.
And because he's an Astro, big-time arm injury.
Yeah, we'll see him in, I think they said June. We'll see him in August.
Yeah.
Just how that goes.
Let's be clear. We'll hear from Jim Crane when we come back. He talked about Imai and what he likes about him. We'll hear that when we come back. Then we'll move on to some other stuff. But before we go to break, let's talk about Monument Chevrolet. You should get out there. If you want a great car at a great price and you get to deal with great people, that's the Monument Chevrolet that I know. Go on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Bella 8 and 225, and take advantage of what they have to offer. You can see what they have on the website right now. Find the car and the deal that you're looking for. And once you find that deal, the great part about it is once you take it out there to Pasadena, the deal and the car that you want, that doesn't change. They're not going to hit you with something new. You're not going to be tricked into going out there by the by the deal on the website, and then when you get out there, it's completely different. That's not how they operate. You don't stay in business for over 50 years if you operate that way, because they're, of course, local, and they've been servicing the local community for that long, and you get a reputation if you're tricking people. They don't do that. They've been selling cars to generations of families. So whether you've been out there before or you've never been to their dealership, it's a great experience. First time, or if it's your third or fourth time. So make sure you get out there, find the car that you want. It could be an EV vehicle. It could be a Blazer. It could be a Trax. It could be a Silverado 1500. They have all these great vehicles, all these great Chevys. And, of course, they have their pre-owned inventory as well that you can take a look at if you're looking for something a little different. So the website is monumentchevrolet.com. Find the car and the deal. Then go on out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and get a great car from Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's the Del Olalea Show, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Del Olalea.
All right, let's hear from Jim Brown. We're already up against the break, and we'll close that hour one. Jim Brown, I think. Let's hear from Jim Crane.
Yeah,
Jim Brown. Jim Brown, we cannot hear from. That would be, well, I guess I could find archival footage, but he passed away a couple years ago now.
We could play any given Sunday, and we can hear Jim Brown.
It's true. There's always a way to hear Jim Brown, but that's not the Jim we're looking for. At least not today. Let's hear from Jim Crane. It would be funny to hear Jim Brown talk about Tatsuya Imai. And
AI is getting out of control.
Yeah, out of control. But let's hear from the very much alive Jim Crane on his new acquisition and what he likes about him.
When you're around baseball, you can kind of get a feel for the guy's presence. This kid has presence, and it's clear he wants to win. And we want to, we would like to win another one too or more. So I felt very confident once I met him. He's going to work hard. stay in shape, and perform well. You know, he's got great stuff. We know that stuff now with more pitchers in the league from Japan, it will work. This guy's really good, and I think he'll put in the effort, and he's got confidence. You always like to see that.
For some reason, I never considered that he would get out of shape. I guess I just don't think about it with baseball players because whatever. I mean, they're not exactly Adonises out there. I mean, we've seen some of the best players in baseball. Bit schlubby. That's kind of the sport.
Yeah, just stay healthy. That's
yeah,
all
I mean,
care.
not everyone's Jeremy Pena and Carlos Correa. Just stay healthy. Stay
Don't
out
eat
there.
yourself out of the league.
That's all. Yeah, and even if you try, like
you might still just be good.
Prince Fielder's still pretty good.
Yeah.
So it happens. So we will hopefully he stays in shape.
What a weird thing.
I don't know. I don't know why that caught me by surprise. Like, wait a minute, was that even a thought, a consideration? And even what's if he puts on 10 pounds because of the barbecue? I don't know. What's it gonna matter? It's baseball.
That'd be great.
If he just could not control himself around Houston food.
Luka Imai.
Yeah, if he turned if he's our own Zion.
Zion Imai.
Maybe people were so concerned about Zion. Well, they weren't wrong. Zion and
Tetsuya Doncic.
Yeah, in New Orleans. Zion in New Orleans. What's that gonna do to him? Zion would have not been in shape no matter where he played.
Yeah, but Zion, if he had a nice lefty swing and could play the hot corner. I mean,
who cares? Eat all the beignets you want, Zion. Who cares? But I don't know that going to our local establishments. Maybe he's really into queso. Who knows? I guess he'll find out if he hasn't already.
Jim Crane. I hope this guy doesn't find out about it.
I hope he doesn't eat his way out of the league.
If this no one take him to Ninfos, please. All right. We don't need this guy finding out about Tex-Mex.
Yeah, I imagine he'll be fine. Thankfully, we likely don't have to worry about it. Now we just gotta hope that all we gotta hope for is that he becomes a guy who is at least a middle rotation guy in your 6-man rotation that can give you innings and be successful doing it. The Astros have a history, and this guy is more hyped than others of finding ways to kind of take everything they can out of a guy's skill set and turn it into something positive. So I wouldn't expect anything different when it comes to Tatsuya Imai.
I mean, we talked about it earlier with the Kikuchi effect that seems, you can almost draw a line from trading for Yusei Kikuchi and his good second half of the season in Houston to Imai wanting to come here, or at least Boris being open to taking him here, especially on the shorter term deal with the opt-outs, where it's like, hey, Imai, go pitch in Houston 1-2 years maybe, and then prove you can do it in MLB. You're gonna get top of the line coaching. Whatever you are is gonna get maximized in Houston, at least in theory. That's the track record. And Imai seems like a really interesting guy, where he's like, yeah, I didn't want to go to not only did I not want to go to the Dodgers, I want to beat the Dodgers. He was like, I didn't want to go to a place with other Japanese players. He was like, I want to do it on my own kind of thing, which is really, really interesting. I can't wait to have Imai in my life for the next 8 months to
24.
Who
knows how long it'll be?
10 months.
Yeah.
To maybe
hopefully
2 years.
longer than that.
Yeah, because he seems like a very interesting guy.
No, but by going, if we go by what Jim Crane said, are we sure it's about what they did for Kikuchi, or did Kikuchi tell him about the Whataburger patty melt? Which thing got him here?
You could ask for the buffalo chicken sauce instead of the honey barbecue.
What actually got Kikuchi here? Was Jim Crane sending a message? Hey, buddy, now that you're here, watch it. Stay off the barbecue. Stay away from the queso. We need you lean.
Yeah,
because they're trying to make a run.
Fat when he was here, what's going on?
I don't remember that being the case. Jim Crane is not concerned. He'll stay in shape. Maybe there's another pitcher, a certain one who the Orioles and Mets are interested in, who he's referencing when he talks about staying in shape. Possibly, because the question, of course, was asked to Dana Brown. We play some sound from him on MLB Network. Okay, you got Imai. What does that mean for Fromber? Jim Crane was like, fat ass. Get out of here.
Double wide.
Yeah. Yeah, all those things. I don't know. Fromber, unlikely to be an Astro. Haven't even thought about it in a good bit.
Can he even fit in the door? Come on. Jim Crane fat shamer.
Yeah. All of a sudden, the man doesn't close out his final year here. Now he's just a fat guy who you want out the door. But he can't get out the door because he's too fat. Fromber, good luck. You were good here for the most part until like the final 2 months.
Yeah, well, even like he would have the like 3 meltdowns a year, where it's just all right, sure. I guess this is just what's happening tonight.
Yeah, and we will get over it and he'll be back.
We'll talk about tomorrow on the show.
And he'll be fine the next day, and it'll be a conversation piece for the hours that we're here doing this, and then he'll be back to being Fromber in his next outing. He'll have to do that someplace else.
I cannot wait for another fan base to learn about Fromber Valdez.
I mean, I think the greater baseball world got a taste because of how it played out the last 2 months. But, of course, once he's got your uniform on, you'll embrace him and all that stuff.
That's what it is. And I do think, and it's funny, it literally took it happening against the Yankees, I feel like, for it to, like, permeate to national baseball consciousness of, like, wait, this guy's kind of a head case. It's like a little bit, it's like, yeah, he's been doing that, he would talk to himself in the dugout in like 2021, and now it's like,
a sports psychologist to get over some of that stuff.
Yeah, and it's funny how in baseball it's like just so siloed off of like some fan base is just gonna turn on their TVs on whatever March 30th and be like, what's this guy's deal?
I know his deal got to MLB Network once he was throwing teammates under the bus after games, and that led to a wider appreciation of. Let's just say how it's eccentric Fromber is. It took a bit, but people started to learn, and some other fan base will be fully involved in the Fromber Valdez experience at some point whenever he gets a deal done. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll get into the Texans because it's an article in the Chronicle, and it's something that D'Amico brought up, and it's also something Willie P. our caller brought up. Some leakage when it comes to that Texans defense. Look, some of it is context. The backups are playing in the second half, and of course, Kamari Lassiter didn't even play at all against the Colts. But D'Amico Ryan's not thrilled with how this defense is playing recently. We'll talk about that when we come back. So before this show started, we were wrapping up John and Lance, and News of the Weird was just ending. And across my timeline came up, the trailer for Primate came up. If you don't know what Primate is, it is a movie about a chimp who has become, I think, I assume just by the trailer, I didn't get the full taste of it. He lives with the family. The family has a doctor in it, and they were, I guess, I won't say experimenting, but doing the chimp was part of I guess, some type of scientific study. And as you might imagine, in a movie where a chimp is the star, bad things happen. Look, I've never been upset really about a Michael Carroll screener where he gets to go watch. He gets an exclusive screening of a movie with his media buddies. If I find out he's going to the Primate screening without telling us, I'm actually going to be upset. Because if you have ever watched Planet of the Apes, the more recent ones, of course you know about Caesar, Ape Strong, whatever. Of course, Caesar. Everyone loves Caesar.
Why? Yeah, blah blah blah.
Yeah, get it. This primate, this chimp is as if Caesar's opposite, Koba, the let's just say the more violent revolutionary chimp, was put in a setting around high school age and college age girls, and things go poorly for the human beings. As I don't know what the primate's name is. I need to watch the trailer again.
Ben.
Things go bad around Ben.
Too human of a name.
You would rather have Koba, or what about Caesar? That's pretty human of a name.
Yeah, but Ben is like just too normal.
Yeah, not a lot of kids named Caesar.
Yeah,
at least not a lot of white kids named Caesar. I mean, it's a name that in the Latin community, some people are named Caesar. But
it's just like, oh yeah, Ben. Oh yeah, you're gonna be staying in my house. Don't worry about Ben. He gets fed and watered. You're like, what?
What's Ben? Who? Ben. Is that your dog? Is that Herb Street's dog? No, it's a chimp.
Benny would be, I don't know.
Benny feels more like a chimp's name, Benny, but Ben is a little too formal for me. What do you call? What does he get called? Benjamin when he really screws up? They would have called him Benjamin throughout that movie, considering what he's about to do.
B bananas. You get over here.
Triple B's. I would just advise people who are on the nonsense that we're on to watch that trailer. It got 90. It's getting 92% on Rotten Tomatoes. So the critics love the movie.
Is this a CGI? This is a CGI chimp.
Yes,
right?
it's a CGI. Yes, considering what that chimp's about to do to those people, it is a CGI chimp.
I just wanted to know.
Are you asking, like, if in some scenes is an actual chimp, and then for the really violent stuff, if a CGI chimp does the work? It feels like from the moment you see that, or at least you see Ben, that it's all CGI.
Yeah, it looks CGI, but I don't know.
We'll see.
Tom Cruise actually dangled out of a plane in the last Mission Impossible movie.
I don't know if you can get a real chimp to do the things they want this chimp to do.
I just mean for the chill parts.
For like when they're
I
when he's got that iPad in front of him and he's going, look, I know what a banana is. I can identify it on the iPad.
Yeah, I imagine it starts with just like.
Yeah, it does. Of course, they got to set
he's
you
a
up.
lovable animal.
Yes, he's the family pet,
and then he gets like rabies or something, right?
I don't know how he turns into the murderous chimp.
I thought that's how it happened.
I know there's a doctor with the lab coat on. I think the mom is the doctor in the scenario. So I imagine I don't know that they're experimenting on Ben, but they probably are, and that leads to something awful happening. Or maybe it's an airborne virus that turns this very lovable family pet into the murderous chimp you're going to see throughout the probably 90-minute movie. Shout out to Ben.
Is it too controversial for me to say don't ever
have a chimp as a pet?
Get a chimp as a pet. I just don't want our phone lines to light up with people that have chimps as pets telling me about it. I'm sure your chimp is great. I don't know. I've seen too much.
I haven't heard any great stories about it.
I feel like they all start pretty good, and then
yeah, but a
if
story
you have
has
a
an
chimp
ending.
for long enough,
Yeah, but a
it
story
ends
has to have an
badly.
ending, right?
Yeah.
And generally, the ending is awful for the humans involved.
Like I don't know. I've seen too many people. who used to have chimps as pets.
You know, the lady got her face ripped
That's
off.
who I'm thinking of. Yeah.
That's what 15 years ago, however long ago that was. It's been a long time, but yeah, I don't know that having a chimp in your home is an idea you should adopt.
Like, to me, that's like the horror movie starts with I'm at someone's house and they have a pet chimp. I'm already at like 10 in the horror movie spot.
I don't want to get invited to many people's homes, but if you told me, hey, you want to come watch insert whatever game, and hey,
Ole Miss, Miami.
I would never do that.
By the way, I have a chimp.
I never watch games I care about around people. That's my line. Yes, but if for whatever reason I was convinced to come watch the game at your home, and you're telling me, oh, by the way, don't worry about it. Ben is all bark, no bite. Oh, you got a dog? No, it's a chimp. Oh, I'm good.
No thanks.
No thanks. Like, I thought when I watched a Miami basketball tournament game around people, and it was against who was the Cinderella from Sister
Loyola?
Jean, Loyola. When they knocked down a game-winning three, and because I went against my ethos of not watching games around people, if I thought that was a bad idea to have people celebrating a team upset my team in the tournament, what would it be like if I showed up at your home and you've got a chimp sitting on the couch watching the game with me?
Oh, on the couch.
I don't want the last thing I want is the chimp dressed in human clothes and doing human things.
I just think a chimp wearing a T-shirt is like
weird.
That's already scary.
It's too
Again,
much.
like you could just show me like still photos of chimps as pets, and that would be a horror movie.
I don't even like when people dress up their dogs. I feel like it's the dog is being put in a spot he doesn't want to be in. But if you throw a chimp into it, like a primate into that.
Most dogs aren't going to rip your face off if you aggravate them.
It's true. They may bark at you. Maybe they get a little nip, but other than that, you'll be fine. Yeah. But primate gonna come out this Friday, and if Michael Carroll has a free screening to that, and he doesn't tell us about it, we're gonna have problems. It's 92%. You know how good that movie has to be to get 92% for critics?
I saw that IMDb has it at 6.2 out of 10. There's a disconnect.
There apparently.
I'm not, and a 3 out of 5 on Letterboxd. So
what's going on here?
I don't know if Rotten Tomatoes is withholding all the bad reviews. Even if this is like 75%, I'm like, sure, I'm still in. But yeah, the disconnect is crazy.
We'll see once it's actually out in theaters how the audience responds. They were running a promo for it, and you just see all these people who got a screening of it, covering their eyes, couldn't barely look through their eyes as Ben was wreaking havoc on people.
Yeah, Ben becomes rabid. That's all. So it says in the.
I guess part of the reveal will be how he became rabid.
Yeah,
and starts to torture.
No help is coming. Paradise becomes a prison.
Oh yeah, because they're at like
They're at like an Airbnb.
Yeah, something like that or whatever. Maybe
probably not an Airbnb.
Yeah, unlikely.
Probably not. I don't think you can keep your chimp when you're renting.
Is that
out
one of the rules for an Airbnb? You can't bring your chimp along.
Hey, just throw him a couple bananas and you'll be all right.
Of all the no pet rules, we draw the line at cats. You're thinking smarter than he should be. Chimp not allowed.
Yeah, chimp with an iPad. No thanks.
No thanks. We were gonna talk Texans, but then I got distracted by remembering I watched that trailer and knowing that that's a movie I'm going to see.
Yeah, just out this Friday.
You know, maybe I'll drown my sorrows depending on how that Canes Ole Miss game goes by watching Ben wreak havoc. Someone's got to. If Ruben Bain's not going to.
In your head canon, those
that's
girls
Trinidad
are
Chambliss.
I was gonna say those girls are on spring break from Ole Miss.
No,
that's
Kewan
Lacey.
Those girls are Lacey and Chambliss, who didn't get what they should have gotten in the Fiesta Bowl, but is being taken care of by Ben. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll actually talk Texans when we come back. Because
unless there's a different monkey movie out,
I mean, the Death of Robin Hood is a movie trailer that's out, but it's not a chimp involved. It's just like Hugh Jackman, who did play an animalistic character in the X-Men movies, but not the same. So we'll talk Texans when we come back. There's some questions about their pass defense. D'Amico Ryans isn't thrilled about how the defense performed in the back, well, like the last couple games of the year. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
So DeMeco Ryans isn't happy with how his defense has played the last 3 weeks or so. Willie P called in about this, and because of the nature of this show, callers calling with multiple things. We get to some of it. Sometimes I forget, but I did remember I wanted to get back to this, and then DeMeco Ryans talked about it yesterday, as he does his customary after game Monday after press conference. He got into the fact that the defensive effort the last 3 weeks has not been good enough, at least according to him. He doesn't like the fact they've given up the explosive plays they've given up. And, hell, this team, forget about giving up 30, okay? Look, context is they played all their backups in the second half. They were forced to play Tremont Smith because Kamari Lassiter was unavailable in the first half. Tremont Smith, whether it's on him or he was expecting help, he was partly responsible for the Alec Pierce 66-yard touchdown that Riley Linder threw. Derek Stingley got beat for a touchdown in the red zone by Alec Pierce. The play before, I think Stingley was beat again, but a touchdown got dropped. It was a throw that should have been caught on the previous play, and then Michael Pittman, I believe, dropped it, and then on the next play, Alex Pierce got him. So there's been a little bit of leakage. You know, you go back to the Charger game. That's a game that probably doesn't go the Texans' way if Rondé Gadsden Jr. can catch a football, or if Texas legend Michael Dicker performed up to the level he had performed up to throughout the season. He missed an extra point.
Cameron Dicker.
Yeah.
Put some respect.
Sorry. He's Michael until he makes an extra point and a field goal.
You combined him with Michael Dixon, I think.
Probably, yes.
Texas punter of that era.
I put all you guys together. The names are similar. The last name is similar. Whatever. Dicker the kicker and Dixon the punter. Were they on the same team?
I think they overlap.
But maybe weren't both starting or something. Whatever. Either way, you're right. I probably did combo the two. Well, Dicker was kicking like a punter against the Texans, and it's one of the reasons the Texans didn't win. That was more a CJ joint, particularly after the first couple drives where he wasn't great. But you go back to the Raider game, and even Trey McBride had his way. So the standard is the standard for the Texans. That can be something that's very trite to just say that, but they have what they expect of their defense, and rightfully so. If they're going to win it all, which is something because of how wide open the AFC is, people are actually thinking about, their defense can't be as, let's just say, as willing to give up big plays as they were last year. Remember, they were pretty good last year defensively, but there were moments when if simply a quarterback could make the throw, an explosive play was waiting to happen. And that has kind of shown itself the last couple weeks. I can't really get too upset about Sunday. The 17 points was a lot to give up to Riley Leonard in the first half when your starters were playing. And, of course, you did your own work. Forget about the Togiai touchdown at the end. You recovered a fumble at like the 2-yard line, which led to another touchdown. So the Texans defense is still a havoc-creating mess for teams to deal with. But the coaches has noticed a little bit of a drop-off. And you know what? Can I expect this team to be one that limits opponents to 14 points a game in the playoff run? I mean, maybe the Steelers. But at some point, you're going to go up against a quarterback and a team overall more competent than the Steelers, and that's where the offense has to carry their weight. So I think this is just more about the coach trying to hold the reins tight more than it actually being a real thing. Because some of the numbers the Chronicle was talking about came because Kayvon Wallace wasn't making a play, or Tremont Smith was out of position. These aren't guys we're going to be depending on when Kamari Lassiter is back and you're playing your full secondary.
Yeah, that's the thing, especially with Sunday's game, where I'm just like, even in the first half when the starters are playing, you don't know what, like, in the back of their head, they know that, hey, there's a chance that they just pull us if the Jags win or up at halftime. Like, there's a chance. Like we talked about, I I forgot which team we were talking about, how the decision gets made like way before the game. Like the decision gets made during the week of what the plan is as far as rest and, when you're going to pull guys comes for the last game of the season. So even on like the first play of the game where Alex Pierce, he gets loose deep, it's like, I think it's fair to assume that the focus wasn't all there because it's a Week 18 game where you're playing for nothing but seeding, and then you're not really even playing for seeding at halftime. So I don't know. I think against the Steelers, like you said, I'd be very surprised if the Steelers beat the Texans deep in this game. Not because Rodgers doesn't have an arm to do it. It's more other than DK Metcalf, I'm not really sure if they have the receiver to do it, and that Rodgers just wants to get rid of the ball as quickly as possible every time he drops back. Like he leads the league by I think over half of his passes have come with like less than 2 seconds after getting the ball. Like he wants to get rid of that thing so fast, and when you're playing against the Texans, you kind of have to against the pass rush that the Texans provide. So like you said, it's more of if they have to go play Buffalo, although that'd be a home game.
It would be.
No problem. No problems there.
No
being
problem with
Josh
Josh Allen and NRG.
But yeah, if you have to beat one of these teams that can beat you, I mean, even the Jags, like they can do it.
Got guys,
yeah. So I think for the Steelers, it's not that specifically isn't that big of a problem. I don't think that the Texans are going to be like ripped apart by the Steelers offense. I feel like if they lose 23-20.
Yeah, it's simply the coach seeing some slippage and not liking it and wanting to get.
He's on Dan Lanning time after the JMU game.
Yeah, wanting to get a handle on it. And look, even going back to the Charger game when Quentin Johnson got open deep, Kamar Lassiter missed a play and Tremont Smith was in when it happened. So this may be simply the backups. And if you're a coach, I teach it the same way to everyone. This should be something everyone picks up. So you're not going to differentiate like we will because guys get hurt. And if a guy is hurt and your backup is in there, you want him to be able to play the same in that defense.
Yeah, I mean, Laster gets a shoulder stinger in the first quarter. So, now Tremont Smith is out there. So he has to have that level of, you have to have that level of urgency when you're the coach talking about your players, where we are like, well, if Laster gets hurt.
He's got different responsibilities. Of course, some of it they gave up a 30-yard pass interference once again with backups in. So it's a non-story for me.
Yeah, the second half of that Colts game,
until
whatever.
It's a thing that happens with your starters and a consequential moment in the game. Who's to say it doesn't happen, but I'll wait and see before I freak out. Let's go to Wood. He wants to talk some Texans. What's up, Wood?
What's up, my brothers? Hey, I was checking out the Pittsburgh and Baltimore game, and this is the road to the Super Bowl. I mean, after I watched that game, I watched it again yesterday. I critiqued everything, and I put the film together. This is what I realized. Playmakers make plays. We have opportunities. In the playoffs, you make opportunities and you make adjustments. Now, when we come up against the Pittsburgh defense, the two players we have to be concerned about. Vic Haywood in the middle, he's a beast, a monster. And then T.J. Watt. Now, T.J. Watt is going to be on the pitch count because he's still coming off the lung collapse. He's still trying to get his wind together. Now, what C.J. has to realize and what the coaches need to realize as well, because they got to coach C.J. up during this game, and they got to make adjustments as they go along. Once we realize that C.J. is out, now you need to slide your protection over to Haywood. Hopefully we got Trent Brown back in there. We got Howard back on that guard side because we're going to need a big man down there to handle that big beast. Because Deuce Neal cannot handle it. They're like marshmallows. They go get pushed all over the field. So I can't depend on them. But like I say, once we got that protection slid over to Cameron Haywood, now you got opportunities to hit the ball to your playmakers. That's what we have to do. Now, when it comes to our defense, It's two players on that defense can hurt us. Number 30, the running back. Now, the swing passes that they throw him on that outside, Petrie had to be prepared. Torres had to be prepared because they're going to throw the little passes out there. They got to be ready for him. And Metcalf, he's coming off the 2-game suspension. He's ready to play ball, but we got to be tackling that big boy and put him down. And old man Rodgers, that defensive line, y'all better put him on his butt. I don't care nothing about how fast he get the ball out of his hands. I want to see him on his butt. I want to see frustration on his face when he's getting up off the ground because he realized it don't matter how fast he throw the ball. We coming to put some hurt on that man. Super Bowl bound, and then the next week I'll give you another critique on what we're going to do with the division playoff win. But we're going to the Super Bowl. We will win it all. This is our year. This is the Texans time.
He almost got into the Colts guy. This is our Colts. This is our. Thank you, Wood, for the call.
Different energy, though.
Yeah, it was a different energy. Much different. He was going through the weapons. I would say pay attention to the backside of the backfield. They like to throw the ball to Gainwell and Jalen Warren. So that'll be not only on Petrie, but the linebackers. And we know the Texans, if they are vulnerable any place, it's their linebackers in coverage. We saw it against the Broncos. Henry Toto's not great down the field in coverage. So if Steelers, I would use Gainwell and Warren to attack those linebackers down the field on wheel routes and just force those guys to try to cover my two pass catching backs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's their best that's their biggest, I guess, advantage on offense is the backs against the linebackers. Maybe I feel like every week it's like, well, just throw it to Darnell Washington 5 times. And
he's got a broken arm, so he's not going to play. At least I think. I mean, he was put on IR.
Hey, this guy's playing. T.J. Watt's playing with the collapsed lung.
I just know Washington's on IR. At least that's what I saw when he was sitting on the sideline. I was doing my own scouting, and I saw him during that Ravens game sitting on the sideline with the cast on, placed on IR. So I don't believe he will be available.
Can we do some paperwork? Or
why do you want him on the field?
Because I
want to watch a big giant man play football.
I want to see a freak.
Okay, I just don't know that it's happening.
No,
we'll see.
Probably not.
We'll
probably
see.
not. No, then the next best thing, Kenneth Gainwell.
Less of a giant human being.
Yeah.
But still a capable back catching the ball in the backfield. So I appreciate the scouting report. Hopefully they do win because I would like a call about their next opponent, whoever that might be.
Yeah. Can we get that weekly?
He has predicted a Super Bowl run, so he should call back in with a scouting report of his of the next opponent if we're so lucky to have that happen. I won't. You know what? I'm not going to say lucky. They don't beat the Steelers. It's a disappointment.
It really is like because the Texans offense, like every game is losable. I have a hard time seeing them lose this. I don't know. The Steelers team is not serious whatsoever.
No, they're
like we saw it in the Sunday night game.
We saw them yesterday.
They're
on
not
Sunday.
Serious. They're just not a serious team.
I know. Look, C.J. Stroud isn't going to pull the Houdini stuff that Lamar did. And by the way, you didn't mention Alex Highsmith. He's another guy you have to worry about as a pass rusher at Wood. So he did miss the sack on Lamar that helped lead to a 50-yard touchdown. So well, there it is. C.J. Stroud less likely to pull off what Lamar did on that play.
Probably won't.
So maybe the Texans shouldn't leave him free to chase the quarterback. So they do have some threats, pitch count or not, for T.J. Watt. But even still, you should be able to get out of there with like a 21-13 win for whatever.
Yeah, because we're really just talking about checkdowns to running backs as like you got to watch out for this
and
for their offense.
As long as DJ Metcalf doesn't bully you into a deep ball, you should be okay.
Yeah, Jalen Petrie, just first play of the game, walk up to DK Metcalf and just say something.
And call him by his government name and see how he reacts.
Yeah, actually, literally, just call him his government. I was going to say the rudest thing you could think of. No,
you don't need to.
Say his name.
At least according to that fan. The only thing in the fan, if you missed it, the fan who got into the altercation with DK Metcalf had a press conference because, of course, that's what you do. And He called him by his government name again, which is allegedly the reason how this all started. He kept calling him DeKalen. He wouldn't call him DK, which is a sneaky, petty D-head move. You know he doesn't like it, but you have the distance of, a potential lawsuit and his suspension to call him that again.
DeKalen.
He didn't like it. Don't call me DeKalen. At least not you.
Yeah.
For you, my name is DK. DeKalen Zacharias Metcalf.
Well,
he didn't like the DeKalen.
Jalen Petrie, call him DeKalen.
That might be all it takes to have him throw a punch, unless he's learned his lesson.
Yeah, and Jalen Petrie's the perfect person because he has the Guardian cap. No way that punch gets through.
It's always very silly to punch a guy in the head with the helmet on, and then if you throw in the Guardian cap aspect, you're really wasting your time.
Level.
What are you doing?
I guess it's better for the puncher though, because you're not hitting.
You're unlikely to break your hand.
Yeah, you're hitting a little bit softer.
Yeah, but still, if you're going to hit a guy, I mean, right under the shoulder pads, like
yeah, right.
It covers the chest. You can punch him right there and see how it goes. Gut shots hurt too. We'll go to break. If you have a scouting report on any game,
yeah, where should DK Metcalf throw a punch? Oh, yeah.
For his sake, nowhere. Hopefully, the man has learned a lesson. But if you have a scouting report on whatever game that is of consequence to you, we welcome it. 713-780-3776. We got one Super Bowl prediction for the Texans. You in on that?
Was that a Super Bowl appearance or win?
He didn't specify a win.
Okay.
But he did say
gotta see who comes out of the NFC first.
You never know. Like if we seen them against the Seahawks, that didn't go great.
Yeah.
So who knows who it'll be. But Wood, confident the Texans are making the Super Bowl. Why not? The AFC is, as I've been told several times over the course of the last 4 or 5 weeks, wide open for anyone to take. We'll see. The Texans are in the mix. All right.
The Broncos are like, well,
we're the 1 seed. What are you talking
wide
about?
Open for
Sorry, no one believes in you. It's just how it is. Until proven otherwise, no one believes in anyone.
Yeah.
Josh Allen, I saw it. Josh Allen, no Lamar Jackson, no Mahomes. If not now, when?
Josh Allen's like, we're a wild card team.
Oh, wait a minute. I got to win 3 games on the road. You know how many times that's happened?
When's it going to happen, Josh? You're, maybe 30. When's it going to happen?
Yeah, you're running out of time. You already got a child on the way. We know you're not going to be good once the child gets here. So it happened in 1985. A team won 3 road games. It was the Pats. They didn't go on to win, of course. The other 3 did. It was
Giants.
It was Steelers, Giants, and Packers. They all won 3 road games.
I forgot that the one Packers team that won the Super Bowl was like the worst one of the bunch. Or they
had prime Aaron Rodgers, although he had a couple primes with the Packers. But yeah.
But they also didn't they have like 20 guys on IR? So it was some ridiculous.
Yeah, they were banged up. Yeah. Of course, they beat the Steelers in Arlington for the Super Bowl, I believe. But 3 times it's happened since 1985, or at least at least in the last non-40-year scenario when it happened with the Bears, and it all probably happened under quarterbacks who are making the Hall of Fame. The Eli thing is a debate, but when you win 2 Super Bowls, you're in the mix at least to be considered. But Ben Roethlisberger and Aaron Rodgers. So it takes a Hall of Famer, or at least someone who's going to be at least debated or a lock to do this.
All right. So Sam Darnold.
Well, he's starting at home.
Oh, they are?
They're the 1 seed.
Oh yeah, I forgot they won that game.
The Seahawks. Yeah, they won 13-3.
I thought for some reason in my head the Niners still have the 1 seed.
No, they had the opportunity.
They talked about it so much of like they have 5 home games for the rest of the season if they win out. They're gonna win the Super Bowl at home. They never have to leave ever again.
They'll have to leave.
Yeah, it's like, oh wait, this team's not good. I forgot.
They're kind of phony, and it showed itself against the Seahawks. So the likes of Josh Allen, C.J. Stroud, and Justin Herbert. Those are the guys, at least in the AFC, who have to start on the road and see if they can win 3. Or you get an upset, and maybe you don't have to win all 3 on the road. But it's set up for if the Texans want to make a Super Bowl, C.J.'s got to do something not a lot of quarterbacks have done.
I think he can do it.
That's one of us. I think it'll be less to do with him and that other side of the ball.
I just think that I don't know. kind of feel like every team of the AFC can make the Super Bowl.
I don't think the Chargers, they're too banged up.
Yeah,
I don't know
maybe not the Chargers.
I don't know that Justin
Maybe
Herbert
not
could make it through 3 playoff games the way that offensive line protects.
For his sake. Honestly, for his sake. I'm like,
it's better off if he goes out.
Opt out. just
opt out of an NFL playoff game.
It won't be great.
The starting quarterback
It won't
opts
be
out.
great.
It's a bad look, certainly, but hey, for your own health,
just
in your career, in the future, maybe opt out.
He has to be so pissed off at the Colts for not winning any games for the last month or whatever.
It's true.
Like, come on. I have to do this again? Put my life on the line?
Where's he going? New England? Is that where they're going?
Yes.
It is a team who is 1-2 against teams above 500. So if we're talking about the easiest game to play, that's the one to play.
Now he just needs to win 2 road games.
This one's already in the bag, right? All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, give your prediction, like I said, 713-780-3776, or anything else you want to get to, we'll take your call. We'll be back.
The Del Olalea Show continues. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea.
Lance, we'll get to you here. So I was trying to figure out, and really I need some real reporting to get done, because every day you hear about Charlie Weiss Jr. being on campus in Oxford to get Ole Miss ready for the CFP semifinal. And of course, then you hear that he's in Baton Rouge talking to potential portal quarterbacks. The latest is Sam Levitt. He's on a visit to LSU right now. So Charlie Weiss Jr. was seen at a restaurant talking to Sam Levitt Jr. And of course, he's going to coach in the CFP semifinal, the OC for Ole Miss. I don't care as much about he's going back and forth. I need time spent. How much time is he spending on each campus day to day? Or is he in Louisiana in Baton Rouge for the dinner and the talk with Sam Levitt? He's immediately on a flight back. Does he spend like a couple hours there and then 8 hours in Oxford? What's time spent? Because everyone keeps telling me that Charlie Weiss is doing both, but I need to know how much time he's spending on each, because while he's spending time trying to woo Sam Levitt, what's that psycho Corey Heatherman doing at Miami getting ready for that Ole Miss offense? It's a unlikely scenario, almost improbable that this is going on, where an OC for a team with a chance at a national title is recruiting for the next school so he can beat the current school he's coaching. This is what it comes down to. Charlie Weiss Jr., his job going forward is to beat Ole Miss any way he can. The job he has right now, along with trying to get the next good quarterback in Lane Kiffin's system, is to do something that Lane Kiffin was building towards at Ole Miss but won't be able to finish the deal. Go win a national title at Ole Miss, which despite Ole Miss's resources and playing the SEC, I don't know how many people seriously consider Ole Miss a team capable of winning a national title. And they clearly are, but I don't know that was a conversation people were having up until, well, I guess they beat Georgia.
I was going to say until they made the field goal to beat Georgia.
Yeah.
And then celebrated and then had to get off the field and then celebrate again.
Yeah, multiple times.
Yeah. No, it's an insane situation. I do think he should wear like an ear tag or something.
Yeah, we need to know.
I don't need to know what you're doing, Charlie Weiss Jr. I just would like to know. Like you, I'm curious, just like, where is he at the moment at any given point? Because let's be honest, deep down in places Charlie Weiss Jr. definitely won't talk about now, he didn't think he would have to deal with it for this long, right? He didn't actually think that they're going to beat Georgia.
I guess he probably thought at some point Kirby
was Tulane will get
we'll get that one. That'll be nice. I imagine he thought Kirby would find an answer to what he's running until Trinidad Chambliss decided to have a generational performance.
He just went like video game mode.
I think when it was 21-12 going into half after first the Kewan Lacey fumble and then they blew the opportunity because their tight end wouldn't run out of bounds, he thought, all right, this is my last half of football.
I forgot about that first half. If you would have told me, like, as Sean McDonough was like, what are these bozos doing on the broadcast? And they're showing Joe Judge. Never a good sign when they're showing Joe Judge on the sideline. And you would have just paused it right there. Like, hey, Ole Miss is going to win this game. I'm like, shut up.
What are you talking about?
What would have to happen for that to go down? And it was, Trinidad Chambliss, 13 straight completions, something like that, making wild escape, running back to, if he would have stopped it on one of those passes where he dropped back and scrambled to his own goal line out and just stopped it when he was at his own goal line, I was like, disaster. This is going to be a disaster. Actually, it was a first down.
In the history of football, we've seen enough of it to know this is going to end
Wait, he ran back 15 yards?
In the play-by-play going, what is he doing?
Yeah.
And then, of course, normally there's an ex-quarterback, and in fact, there was one for the game. The ex-quarterback saying, you can't make that play. Yeah, thanks, McElroy, we know.
Yeah, in Trinidad's like, no, McElroy, you can't make that play.
I've seen you at Alabama. I know you can't make that play. I don't know if you heard about me.
And then McElroy goes rings, and then argument's over.
Well, we'll see if that's the argument's over. He's got a couple more games to get one of his own, and we'll see. Will it take a generational performance against?
I think we're in. Ole Miss needs a generational performance every week mode
from their quarterback to win this thing. Probably.
Yeah.
They're going against a defense who's better than the Georgia defense, and then Indiana or Oregon. not as good defensively, at least with their defensive fronts, but certainly athletes all over the field and teams that are going to be able to score on Ole Miss. So they're going to have to probably score 30+ to win the next 2 games. They have a quarterback certainly capable of doing that. So that game is on Thursday, and we'll see if Charlie Weiss at the end of the week has spent more time in Oxford or Baton Rouge. That should be a question he gets asked.
Again, it should just be like how you can track private flights. I just want to track Charlie Weiss. Just like, what is he doing? Where is he right now? You don't have to tell me like, hey, on 3rd and short, what we plan to do against Miami.
Stuff.
No, I don't care. I'll watch the game on Thursday. I don't whatever. No, I just want to know like just a running diary of like talk to Sam Levitt today from 5 o'clock to 6:30.
Tried to convince Keywan Lacey to come to LSU. He decided
Didn't work.
He's going to stay at Ole Miss. Now I got to tell Keywan about how Miami's linebackers attack certain run plays. All of that is going on in some way, shape, or form. All in the midst of a potentially historic title run by the Ole Miss Rebels. All right, let's get to Lance here. He wants to talk about the Doomsday trailers. Cyclops I saw in one that premiered today. What's up, Lance?
Hey, Dale, appreciate the call. Appreciate you taking the call. Wanted to just kind of see if you've been keeping up with all the trailers that have been coming out. I saw there was a Captain America one, a Thor one. I saw the X-Men one today. But I didn't know just if you had any thoughts on them. I'm really excited for that movie to come out. I have started thinking about it. I haven't been really this excited for a movie since Endgame came out. So I'm pretty pumped. I know it's 11 months away, so it's a long time to wait. But I just wanted to see if you had any opinions on them.
Yeah, as I said, I watched the trailer today that had Cyclops, and it also had Professor X and Magneto, the older versions of them, the ones from the original X-Men movies. Always going to hit me with the nostalgia. Cyclops is wearing a comic accurate uniform. James Marsden is doing that, and the first shot of it is them in the in the mansion as things look a little shambly. Things are on the ground. Things are dusty. And then you see the 2 old guys sitting next to each other. And then something that just appears to be, it doesn't appear to be part of a movie. It appears to be like a promo trailer for the movie, from what I can tell, just to give you kind of what the tone will be. So I'm in. I didn't really pay attention to the Captain America trailer too much. I didn't whatever. I know he's back. I don't care about that.
Yeah, that to me is, these trailers are more just like kind of announcing who's going to be in this movie.
Confirmation.
Yeah.
If you didn't already know, these are the guys.
But like as far as like
story,
gleaning anything?
No. In fact, it says after you see Cyclops with of course the eyes and the red laser, whatever you want to call that.
That part's cool.
It looked cool. It says the X-Men.
It's the coolest part of it. Any of the trailers.
Yeah, it says the X-Men.
These guys with their kids.
It says the X-Men will return. That's all you needed to see. It's just a little note that, hey, the X-Men are back. If you haven't been locked in on this thing since the movie was announced, now you know those old school X-Men will be back. The ones you saw in the early 2000s are back.
If you're not keeping up with, whatever, the latest news, you're just sitting there eating popcorn, looking forward to watching Primate.
Sure.
Oh, the X-Men are back.
Cyclops is back. James Marsden is back.
That's
yeah.
what that guy.
Yeah.
From Paradise.
So as you said, Lance, December 18th, we got plenty of time, and they'll try to get us hyped up for Avengers Doomsday. Just give me the X-Men, man. That's all I want to see. That's all I really care about. The new ones, if it's just the ones from the 2000s, whatever, just give me the X-Men. I'm good.
Some
with that.
McAvoy and Fassbender.
Yeah, if there's some time travel elements, whatever it is, I'm down with the X-Men. All the other stuff, whatever. All right, we're done. Thanks, Lance, for the call. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN 97.5.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth a lot more.
I'm worth more.
You know what?
You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more, and we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more, and so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, The debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Oh, look at Steve Kerr. Uh-oh, Steve, don't get thrown out. Inglewood.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You look at the top picks, except for the Jets, are on to a new coach.
Today's guests, Pro Football Hall of Famer Bill Cowher, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth, Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, live from Los Angeles, California, on this Tuesday, the 6th of January, 2026. Everybody, 844-204-RICH, number to dial, whether you're watching us on Disney Plus, the ESPN app, or you're listening to us on ESPN Radio, Sirius XM Channel 80. Our podcast listeners, you could call. We might not be here. Just depends on when you're listening to us, whenever you want, on our podcast, all 3 hours. We're here for you in spirit if you're listening to us on our podcast. We greatly appreciate that. And anybody who watches later on Disney Plus or somehow checks us out on our YouTube channel, we greatly appreciate youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show. You hit us with a follow button. We're closing in on 1.1 million folks who take us in that way. Good to see you over there, Chris Brockman. How are you?
Good morning, Rich. How are you, my friend?
Good to see you, DJ Mikey D.
Good morning,
First
Rich.
appearance of 2026. Good to see you over there, sir. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson.
Did we get our plaque yet?
From
YouTube?
For YouTube.
1 million. No, we have not.
Because remember, I had picture ideas. I wanted us to take it around like one of those flat Stanleys.
Oh, you know? I thought the Stanley Cup is the Stanley I'd prefer to, associate with.
This is our Stanley Cup.
Yeah. That's if you.
You know what I mean?
Plus, we don't have to have a handler with white gloves following.
Very good.
Should though.
I introduce you guys first because you are on the Rich Eisen Show, my BFFs.
Of course.
Hey, that means a lot, man.
No, it's the truth. We're going to have a new one today. Joining us today.
Oh, yeah.
His name's Kyle Whittingham, and he has no idea that we're besties. He might have an idea.
He's going to know
right away.
Right away.
Oh, that we're besties?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell him.
He's going to pick up on it.
He has no idea. He has no idea.
He's probably heard. You're out there in these streets.
Yeah, I'm out there in these Mason Blue streets.
Yeah. Rich Eisen, he ain't that little kid from Staten Island, though.
And he joins us the day after Bryce Underwood says, "What portal? I don't see a portal. I'm staying right here."
That
Those
makes
who
you
stay.
feel very happy.
He's joining us in hour number 3. In hour number 2, Mark Schlereth will join us. He was on the microphone for Fox of Falcons and the Saints. He almost watched the New Orleans Shuccaneers put the Buccaneers into the playoffs. So that didn't happen. The Panthers move on, and Mark's going to break down will be the first to help us break down Wild Card Weekend this week. Kurt Warner tomorrow. Bill Cowher is going to join us.
Hey,
Car Power. We'll talk to Bill and his chin.
Got to
join us on Zoom in short order. Anyway, we'll talk to him about the coaching carousel and which job does he think is best. He's on CBS, which has the Wild Card Sunday opener between the Bills, the small market Bills, and the small market Jacksonville Jaguars. You didn't like that when I threw that at Liam Cohen yesterday to refer to the Bills as small.
Well,
market.
I think that was
Putting him in a position.
Yeah, a provocative act.
Oh,
perhaps.
I just thought it was pointing out how he's just saying it with his chest, and he's a guy who says things with his chest.
I mean, technically, based on the media markets, Jacksonville is rated higher than Buffalo.
There you go. So Buffalo
it's
is
factual.
they're the large market team in this wild card game.
Yeah, it's a factual.
If I was armed with that information, I would have even pointed that out.
I looked it up after the fact, but yes.
Okay. Are the Jaguars still underdogs in their home
For
date
sure.
with the Bills?
Yeah.
They are still?
Oh, yeah, 1.5.
Okay. Very good.
I can't wait to throw Jacksonville in a tease.
By the way, I've just been told in my ears the latest of the coaching carousel. Wow. Assistants are taking it on the chin today. Matt Eberflus of your Dallas Cowboys, the defensive coordinator of the Cowboys,
Thank you for your service.
has been told his services are no longer required, which is, I like that guy. I like Eberflus.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And a few times, right?
He was there in Indianapolis at the dinner where some guy came up to me and thought I was Ryan Gosling, so we'll always have that.
That is so absurd.
It still is a feather in my cap, sir.
I would never let go of that.
I can't wait till Ryan Gosling sits in that chair next to you and you get to share that story with him.
I can't wait for that
please,
moment.
God, someday.
That would be great. And it was just a year and a half ago that the guy was the head coach of the Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams. He had that golden lottery ticket from back in the day, and now he is no longer required to be a defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys.
Rough season.
Well, they finished in DFL in total defense and 30th. In many other metrics, they were DFL, and it's going to be the fourth straight year for the Dallas Cowboys to have a new defensive coordinator.
Yikes!
And it's the next guy. It's Eberflus. Last year was Mike Zimmer for 1 year, and before that, Dan Quinn, who just let go of both of his coordinators. The Commanders announcing, and or our friends in the media are announcing, and the Commanders will no doubt at some point confirm. Cliff Kingsbury is out as the offensive coordinator. Don't forget, he was a guy who was in the mix for head coaching jobs at this point last year because of what he did with Jaden Daniels. And Jaden Daniels goes down. The offense falls completely apart. McLaurin has a problem, which isn't a surprise. Usually happens with guys who hold out, that they have some form of a soft tissue injury at some point in time. The run game goes down with Austin Eckler. I mean, injuries ravage that side of the football and all the plans. Noah Brown hardly played. Zach Ertz goes down towards the end of the year.
Awful injury.
They wind up playing the third-string quarterback because Mariota gets injured. And,
I see what you did.
In the same way, Eberflus has got to be like, you know what's going to affect the total defense and the lack of sacks?
Not having 11.
You trading Micah Parsons away right from under me when you say everyone should sleep easy. And that's just the way things go, I guess, in the National Football League.
It's like a weird blame game.
I would bet Cliff thinks he's in the mix this year for a head coaching spot.
I mean, it doesn't help. It always helps when you're looking for a gig that you already have one. It's the way it works in the real world as well.
Sure.
Certainly when you're highly successful with the job that you already have, and you could basically say in a meeting, or go into the audition, if you will, with that as your, backstop to basically say, I'm good. I'm interested in your job, but we're all good if it doesn't work out. I mean, there's some sort of a power that you feel empowered in these conversations. But to come in and say, the Washington Commanders have let me go, but I'd love to still be your head coach, it's not the greatest. It's not the best way to walk into a job interview. Joe Witt, the defensive coordinator, is out. So the Commanders changing both coordinators, and Dan Quinn making that decision, or ownership making that decision, and Dan Quinn checking the box. That's just what's happened. And there are 6 head coaching positions open at present. And I have a top 5 list.
Oh, okay.
Now, As you know, I do one more with the top 5 list, so it kind of fits to have 6 head coaching jobs open at present, and it does not appear of the 3 the 3 Florida-based head coaching jobs. One, as we all know, is quite secure. The guy who could be coach of the year in Liam Cohen, as the Jaguars are taking on the Bills to kick off Wild Card Weekend on Sunday for a triple header. And then there's the Miami Dolphins, whose head coach, Mike McDaniel, said yesterday he's going to be involved in the general manager's search for the Miami Dolphins.
Is that weird?
Usually it's the general manager chooses the coach, not the coach is there, and he helps the owners and consultants choose the general manager. That's an NFL way of doing something bass-ackwards, unless you love the head coach, and clearly they do. And Mike McDaniel can dial up plays, that is for sure.
Hiring the guy that might fire you is a little strange.
Well, I mean, we'll discuss this later on a little bit more.
Hiring my brother.
And Todd Bowles, a soundbite that we'll play later on as well, him saying he's earned the right to stay head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, which I kind of like that sort of brio that you don't hear from Todd Bowles. Usually he's really calm unless you lose a football game in the last seconds to the Atlanta Falcons, and then you sound like a truck backing up.
So many
F-bombs. But so I think it's going to stay 6.
You do?
I kind of do.
You don't think Wild Card Weekend could have an effect on things?
I don't know.
I would hope not.
I would hope not either.
I mean, in terms of if you lost the wild card game.
Well, I think you're referring to Mike Tomlin right now, and we'll talk about that with Bill Cowher in short order. But I have my top 5, and just understand this. Every job in the National Football League is a great job, okay? I mean, there's only 32 of them.
Right.
It's the pinnacle of your profession to be a professional head coach in the National Football League. You could win the Lombardi Trophy if everything goes right. So understand this. There will be a 6th on the list, but it's still a special job. Have I covered my behind enough?
Yeah.
Did it.
High 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rich's top 5.
Yes. My top 5 best NFL coaching opportunities at present, presented by Hyundai. Number 5 on the list. I'm putting the Cleveland Browns here. Here are the things that they got going for them. They're 6th overall on the clock. And also they've got Jacksonville's first-round pick last year because they let Jacksonville hop up to take Travis Hunter, whose services they have not had in Jacksonville for almost more than half the season, and they're still in the wild card round. But that means currently, would you care to guess what the Jacksonville first-round pick is on the clock right now?
Oh, like 28 or something?
28.
Yeah.
Nice. You nailed it.
I didn't know that.
So they got the 6th and the 28th overall pick. They also have a defense ready to roll, okay? I mean, we all know how good defensively they are. Offensive problems all over the lot, as we know. They only have cap space of $3 million going into next year. That we all know can be fixed a little bit. But that's 26th best in the NFL. The owner there, the Haslam family, you heard Jimmy basically say yesterday, we're not dysfunctional. What's dysfunctional? We're dysfunctional? Not this building.
You're dysfunctional.
And, it's still the Deshaun Watson contract that roosts over this team and the salary cap. And so if you want this job and you want to go to Cleveland and you want to go in this division and you want to try and be the mayor of Cleveland by winning games there, you got to figure out what to do with Deshaun Watson next year and the quarterback. What is up with that? So I'm putting the Browns here 5th on this list. Number 4 on this list, I'm putting the Vegas Raiders here. They've got the 1st overall pick, and they've got $110 million in cap space.
Okay.
That's the 2nd best. Now, the problem with that is when you only have, Max Crosby, Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, the left tackle Colton Miller. After that, there's reason why the cap space is there. Because you don't have a lot of guys that have commanded the salary to eat up your cap space. The guy on the right, Tom Brady, how much, if you're taking this job, you got to find out how much is he going to be involved? And is he not in the building? And, Alex Guerrero is in the building. What is that dynamic of a guy who's not in the building running the team? And I understand Brady's greatness. He's, by the way, a dynamite broadcaster. I think he is
great this year.
Vastly improved. His enthusiasm for the game just comes through the microphone, his knowledge. Shot. It's so great when he's like, when I used to do this, you're like, oh, please tell me more about what you used to do. I want to know. Because you don't want to be that guy that he's saying, this is what I used to do, and you're on the field and you're the guy not doing that. It's like being the guy on the iPad handed to Michael Jordan, in The Last Dance. At any rate.
And you can't say, what do you know, Tom
What
Brady?
is that dynamic? And how does it affect operations in the building? It's a fair question, I think.
I told you, quarterback under the most pressure this offseason. Tom Brady.
Who's it going to be? Here's this stat that speaks about how dreadful the Raiders' offense was this year. Ashton Junkie had 1,021 total yards after contact this year.
Insane.
Okay. He had a 1,000-yard season scrimmage after contact. His total yards number was 1,321, meaning he had only 300 yards on the season before he was hit.
Wow.
That's how bad it was protecting, blowing open holes, finding an offense of anything. And plus, I'll put forth on the list here because, you're living in Vegas. Take that as you will. Fun town if you want to find the fun.
Good place to be.
And a good place to be if you don't want to find the fun.
All right.
Number 3 on the list, I'm putting the Atlanta Falcons here. Even though they have no first-round picks, just $5 million in cap space. That's the 24th best in the National Football League. But this division is winnable, to say the least. An 8-9 team. An 8-9 team just won this division. As a matter of fact, the 58 combined wins for the division over the last 2 years is the fewest combined wins of any division in the National Football League. It's the most winnable division you have out there. The offense is ready to roll. Do you have a plan for Michael Penix? Do you want him? Because he's there when he comes back. And if not, you've got Kirk Cousins and Drake London and Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson, who must be the greatest guy to coach in the NFL, if you think about it, right? What a dream. Dude. You got guys on defense. You got potentially a couple all-pros on the offensive line. So there's some bones there to win this division. As Ricky Morris could say, all I had to do is beat the Jets, and I'd still have a job. And the Jets would have the first overall pick, but I digress. Number 2 on the list are the Tennessee Titans. I'm putting them here. They've got the 4th overall pick. The average age of their team is 25.8. That's the youngest in the league. You got the youngest roster. You got the 4th overall pick. You also have the 1st overall pick from last year's draft, so you can use the 4th overall pick on the best player on the board that's not a quarterback. What's your plan for Cam Ward? I mean, this guy basically marinated in anonymity this year. By the way, that's a great, I think, Deep Purple album was Marinated in Anonymity. Great tour.
He's a baller,
in 1973.
man. I really like him.
Okay, so what's your plan for him? You got him on his rookie contract starting in year 2. $113 million in cap space. That's number 1. And I believe there's no state income tax, right?
In Tennessee, no, there's not.
There's not in Nevada either, right?
Correct.
Okay. Number 1, there's state income tax here, for sure. But I'm putting the New York Giants here.
Yeah.
You got Jackson Dart in year 2. You got Cam Scatterbo coming back. You got Malik Neighbors. You've got this defense that has just gotten a ton of studs in that front 7. 5th overall pick, $18 million in cap space. That's the 19th best. But what's your plan for Jackson Dart? You see what I'm saying? I've got 3 kids at quarterback that lead this list here. You've got to have a plan for it, because if you think these kids aren't it, you might have to find out if the front office and ownership is flexible about not going with them anymore, which is a tough sell. Maybe you don't want that job, because the last job you want is a job where a team is committed to a young quarterback that you don't believe in. The worst part is to have that happen during you during your tenure where you believe in the young quarterback and now you don't. See Dolphins, Miami. Number 1 are the Giants on this list. Go ahead.
You have one more. I did not know that.
And that leaves the Cardinals by process of elimination.
Oh.
They're 3rd overall on the clock, and they've got $44 million in cap space. That is the 14th best overall in the NFL. And, you know, again, young receivers. That Michael Wilson is so freaking good. Trey McBride is the best tight end in the NFL, production-wise, to say the least. And, you know, my issue with being a Cardinals head coach is the fact that this division is sending 3 teams to the playoffs right now with 12 or more wins. And you started 2-0 and only won once the rest of the way. And that's the team that you're taking over. With Kyler Murray is the question. Is he your guy? Is he not? What does that leave the team if he isn't anymore? Is ownership willing to part ways if you're not interested? Would they hire you if you're not interested? I mean, that's a large conundrum, but still there's a lot of great bones for taking this job. That's the one more of my top 5 best NFL coaching opportunities. I just ranked them 1 through 6 right here on The Rich Eisen Show. Presented by Hyundai. Everybody. Let's take a break. Bill Cowher is going to join us next from CBS. 844-204-RICH is the number for you to dial to have a conversation with us on this program as well.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Monument Chevrolet. For new and used cars, fleet sales and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 at monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Texting 64,000. You agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Celebrate every moment with Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila. Premium spirits you can taste.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zierlein here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
Rookie year, a portrait taken of me talking to the team after a practice and training camp. So it's pretty interesting. So I think just go all the way back down through the years.
Our radio audience has returned here on ESPN Radio. That's the voice of Bill Cowher, who joined us during our Disney Plus ESPN streaming port of our television show commercial break from CBS, Pro Football Hall of Famer. Good to see you, Coach. I'm just wondering, again, your run to the Super Bowl, you've been part of runs before from wild card, road game, weekend opportunities. Is this, you're a perfect guy to ask this question to, the most wide open playoff field that you could remember, perhaps even from your coaching days, where truly anybody can go on wild card weekend, win on the road, and go on a run to the Super Bowl right now?
I don't think there's any question about that, Rich. I think if you look, and since this format of 14 teams now instead of 12, and now we have 7 seeds that are in there, and this is the third year of that. I look at those 2 7 seeds, the Green Bay Packers going to the Chicago Bears. I'm telling you, that's a divisional game. I think Green Bay Packers are going to go in there healthy. I know Matt LaFleur rested his guys last week. The Bears, maybe not playing their best those last couple of weeks. They can still run the football. I give them a chance big time to go into Chicago and win that. And for the Chargers, you know, Justin Herbert, you can say what you want. They lost those 3 tackles early in the season. Mm-hmm. It's been kind of a makeshift offensive line. But the time clock in Justin Herbert's head, I think, has sped up down through the years. So he's gotten used to maybe throwing the ball quicker than he wants to, and then maybe having to evade. This is the best defense he's had going into a football game in terms of the playoffs. And so it's time for him to do it. But you're also going against the New England Patriots, maybe one of the most balanced football teams. And talking about the AFC side of the ball.
Yeah, and the 6 seeds are the Bills in the AFC and the Niners in the NFC. The 5 seeds are the Rams in the NFC and the Texans, who have the longest winning streak in the National Football League going into the playoffs. I mean, seriously, everybody's got to have their heads on a swivel this week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any question that it is wide open from 1 to 7. I think you can even talk about the fact that Seattle and Denver, they're right there with the rest of those guys. There's been no separation. I think you got a group of teams in there. They're slotted in certain places, and I think that's what makes the playoffs great, particularly this round, Rich. I always said, you get to the playoffs and it's 0-0. All you got to do is win 3 games if you got the bye, 4 games if you don't get the bye. And whether you play on the road or you play at home, to me, it's just that you got to beat everybody anyway. And that's why I liked even what Nick Sirianni did this past week. I could have got a 2nd seed. I don't care, but he put health over matchups. And I think that's the way you have to do going into the playoffs. Go as healthy as you can, and then play over. You have to slay every dragon along the way. And if you have to beat them all, because to me, there's only one champion. There's 31 other teams that are vying for that position.
Put a pin in that for a second, because I do want to revisit that what you just said about Sirianni. But in what we're in the vein of what we're talking about here, the bye week, it's great for rest, it's great for health. And it's great because you don't have to win 4 playoff games to win it all. You have to win 3. So you're a step closer to the ultimate prize. But this week, again, the bye week may be most important because you avoid the fray of this weekend where anybody can win. There's just no question about that.
Yeah, but you also, the other thing that the bye week you lose is momentum. I mean, there's one thing, because you lose that game, you lose a bye week, but if you have the momentum going in, that's why I go back and to say the one thing I always looked at every year, and this was the Commanders a year ago, and it's been the Philadelphia Eagles this year. Sometimes a 3-game losing streak, which we experienced the year we won our championship. We were 7-2, went to 7-5, had to win our last 4 to get in, and then went on the road 3 times and won the championship. We won 8 straight games. I saw that with the Commanders a year ago. They went to the championship game. I see that with the Eagles this year. That 3-game loss they had the last 2 weeks in November and the first week of December, I think that depth have made them a better football team. They had to do some serious soul searching. So sometimes the depths of despair can reach the heights of hope. I just think sometimes you have to go really low to get really high. And that's how I looked upon our run that we had in 2005. And I see that kind of the same parallels where the Eagles are. And they've been there before. No one's talking about them. I think the running game's coming back. Yes, those questions are going to exist on the offensive side of the ball, but that is a very, very special defense. And again, they are still the defending champs.
Well, then let's remove that pin because, didn't Sirianni, in a way, stunt his own momentum by not playing guys in the last week of the season where I understand health is important, and it is the fans who game the system in their heads about we'd rather play this team rather than that team. But the 2 seed means if you win your wild card game, you get another one at home. The 3 seed doesn't guarantee that, Bill.
No, it doesn't. Whether you play at home on the road, though, I want the healthiest team I can have going in. And I think to be able to give a guy like Jalen Carter and you give Lane Cape another chance to rest a little bit, Saquon a chance to step back. Same thing with Jalen. So I am all in on the fact that if you don't, we had to win our week 17. I would have rested my guys too, but we had to win to get into the playoffs. They didn't have to. They were in the playoffs, and so he took it and said, you know what? I'm going to take this as my bye week, and now all I got to do is win 4 games. Yeah, I got 1 at home, and I got maybe 2 on the road, and I'm going to the Super Bowl. So he wanted to make sure they're as healthy as they can be. I totally am all in on what he did in terms of, don't worry about the seeding. You're going to have to beat everybody anyway. I don't care who it is and where it's at. It doesn't matter. If you're going to win a championship, it's about who you're playing and thus being healthy as you can, not where you're playing.
Bill Cowher, Pro Football Hall of Famer, and NFL Today on CBS right here on The Rich Eisen Show. What do you think of? What goes through the Bill Cowher temples when you hear out of Western PA, Mike Tomlin's got to go? Bill?
Well, unfortunately, I think that happens when you, again, set the bar really high. And I've been there before. I mean, I know I went to the playoffs my first 6 years, and You go to a Super Bowl and all of a sudden you go to the championship games and you lose all the championship games. And the longer you're in it, sometimes you become a victim of your own success and the expectation and all of your message is getting old. So, listen, I think the biggest thing for Mike, the noise on the outside is a lot greater than the noise on the inside. And I think, again, he's a guy that he thrives in those conditions. He thrives on being the underdog, on being kind of challenged and like backed into a corner. I think you're seeing the same thing a little bit with Aaron Rodgers, a little bit of a chip on their shoulders, and they've aligned themselves. And so this is a football team. Again, it's interesting, Rich, when you talk about this game, because you talk about the Houston Texans. They got the longest winning streak coming in. Then everyone talks about the Houston Texans being a team that nobody wants to play. But then let's just look on the other side. The Pittsburgh Steelers on Monday Night Football. The last time they lost was 1991. Okay? That was Chuck. I never lost in my 15 years. Mike's never lost in his 19 years. So Houston may not be the team you want to play in the playoffs, but Pittsburgh may not be the team you want to play on Monday night. So we'll see. Something's going to have to give here.
Well, I mean, I don't know how much contact you have with Mike, but and I understand outside noise doesn't get in the building, but it's been very noisy outside of that building. And all it took also was just one loss in Cleveland in Week 17 to bring it back up prior to the Week 18 finale that the Steelers won for various reasons, from obviously that missed field goal at the end, but Aaron Rodgers having the best quarter of his Steelers year for sure. And so it does feel like if it doesn't go their way on Monday night, there'd be another conversation about should this be the end of the road in Pittsburgh, Bill. What's your opinion on that?
Well, I think, those are the hypotheticals that exist every year. And I think the one thing is that Pittsburgh is not impulsive. I think that Mike's not impulsive. I think you take some time, you step away, and then you just see what's in the best interest of everybody. I think if Mike leaves, it's going to be a choice that he has. I think the same can be said about John Harbaugh. I think these are two coaches that have been in the same place for a very long period of time. They've had tremendous success, and they've earned the right to be able to say, you know what, and if you think the message is still, but they still have, you see their teams performing, you see their teams responding in the biggest of stages, and that could very easily have been John Harbaugh walking off the other day if the kid makes the kick. So, again, these guys have had sustained success. They're very, very good coaches. They've been integral parts of these organizations. So those aren't always easy conversations to have. And I think I always would like to give people 24, 48 hours when it's all said and done, let the emotions get out of it, have a chance to sit back and reflect. And let's just sit down and have conversations about moving forward, where are we going to go, the directions we need to go, the things that need to be done, and do I want to be a part of that process? And if it's sometimes, as you talked about, you said, down in Washington, there's a parting of ways. You sit there with, Dan Quinn, and all of a sudden you have their offensive coordinator, Kingsbury, and they're going to meet and say maybe it's time for change. And so, listen, I had to make a lot of changes on staff down through my 15 years. And I sometimes didn't have the numbers to quantify the change outside of the fact that I just felt like we needed to have change in the building. And that doesn't always just apply to assistant coaches. It can apply to head coaches as well. So, and they may be prompted by the head coach. So again, I think those are things that when you're on the inside, and there's a lot of things that are involved with it. And I think, again, when you're involved with the playoffs, you're not listening to that because you're kind of on this one-track mind right now because you're this close. You put in too much time and effort to talk about that. But I think when it's all said and done at the end of the season, taking at least 48, 72 hours off, then come back and talk about it, remove the emotion, don't become impulsive in saying something or doing something that you really haven't put a lot of thought into. So I think that'll be the thing that'll happen, I think, in Pittsburgh. And again, whenever it does end, and probably the thing that's taking place right now, even in Baltimore.
Well, I mean, yeah. Do you have any insight on how you obviously do. Can you lend me any insight on how the Rooneys operate on this front from that side of things with their remarkable level of patience? And do they stay completely out of it? Are there no such conversations on this front during the playing season?
No, during the season, no. I mean,
right.
and for what reason? I mean,
right.
During the season, we're just trying to win a game. I mean, the next week. So that is not taking place. But in the off seasons, and even in years that we had losing seasons, we took some time off. And I did, like I said, I told you, we took 48, 72 hours.
Right.
You have the exit meetings that took place. You're talking to the players. You're talking to the coaches. And then at the end of that week, after you had a week off, 3 or 4 days, let's sit down and talk. When everyone's out of the building, we give everybody else off the rest of the week. Let's come in and sit down in this office and kind of get some talk about where are we? Can we agree on how we want to move forward? Do we want to move forward together?
Did you have those conversations with the Rooneys at one point? Do we want to move forward together? I mean, did you have that during your tenure?
I don't think it was actually said that way,
right.
But I think there's implications as to where are we. I mean, there's some moves that we want to make, and can you agree with these moves? And so there's a lot of conversations about, again, change that may want to be had, and can you agree on that change moving forward? Same conversations you have. You talk about putting a team together, a staff together. There's always going to be back and forth, and you kind of want everyone to have their own separate opinion. It's not just one person saying doing it this way. So there's got to be, again, a chance to reflect and to get on what just took place, and a chance to ponder moving forward where you want to go, and and how strongly you feel about certain things.
I'm kind of also stunned here, Bill, before I let you go, because the conversation is that maybe Tomlin would want to take a year off if it doesn't go well and go hit the media. You've been with CBS since 2007. You haven't lost a game in almost 20 years.
19 years. Yeah, 19 years.
Wow. And that's the beauty of, like, Mooch hasn't lost a game in 20 years. You haven't lost a game in 20 years. Jimmy Johnson, who just stepped away from media, that's part, like, you're involved in the game. You're going to be in everybody's living rooms, certainly to kick off Sunday on CBS.
Yeah, but let me just say this. So we also have had Mike Vrabel take off a year last year, and he came back. We had Sean Payton 2 years ago take off a year and go to Fox, and he came back. So it's in your blood. I mean, once you do it for a long period of time, once you have success doing it, it's not easy to stay away. And again, I walked away on my own. I had many opportunities to come back, but I also kind of prioritized normalcy. And I think the one thing that happens, I love New York City. I mean, having a normal life, being able to go grocery shopping in New York City, walk up and down, and have that, anonymity, that was important to me. And I realized that I had kind of lost that in Pittsburgh. And when I kind of got it back, I said, wow, there's a different side of life where I can enjoy an off season. I can do a little bit of traveling. I can go to Broadway shows or go to concerts. And again, just have more of a normal life than you did before. I prioritize that. As much as I missed coaching and missed strategizing, I missed being with the players, missed being with the coaches, missed those Sunday afternoons. I actually missed, even at times, losing and people tell me, oh, you guys are done. Oh, great. It's all I needed to hear. Because I'm going to come back and be your worst nightmare. So, I love to compete. And I think that's the biggest thing, because the great coaches, they love competition. They thrive on it, and they embrace it. And that's why you get back to the corner, the great ones, you see the very best come out of it. And so, again, you don't get that doing this on TV. But you also have an opportunity to have a voice, to be kind of a guardian of the game. In my opinion, that's what I look at myself as, to make sure that I try to give the insight to the viewers as to what we see it on the outside may not be exactly how it's being perceived on the inside. And there's a lot of other things are involved, whether it was an overthrow by the quarterback or maybe a bad route by the receiver, a blown coverage because of miscommunication. So whatever it is, that's kind of part of the game. And trying to work through those things has kind of become the journey every one of these teams are taking right now on this wild card weekend. Is they've gone through these journeys, and sometimes those pitfalls may end up being the thing that propels you to another level of greatness. So it's just great, so many great storylines in this weekend. And, again, it's always a tough day. The day after our last game, you have Black Monday. We have 6 openings right now. And, so who knows? And there's always usually a surprise one later on. Who knows where that could come from? But that's the National Football League. I mean, the only thing constant in the NFL is change.
That's one way to put it, for sure. When was the last time you got a tire kicked on you this time of year to see if you'd want to come out? Was it, how long has it been?
No.
How long has it been?
It's
long time?
Oh, yeah, it's been. I mean, I think I've answered. I think the word got out and I was saying no, and I think people quit asking. Yeah, but, I talk to a lot of people, Rich, and I love the game more than I love any team, to be quite honest with you. And I love to be able to be a voice of reason. And coaches reach out sometimes. I give them my opinion, they know if they ask me, they're going to get the truth, and it's not going to be something they want to hear sometimes. It might be what they need to hear. And so I think that's why they appreciate the fact I'm pretty straightforward with what I see and how I feel. I may not be right. They may see it a different way, but if you ask me, I'll just give you my opinion. I love the game of football and got great respect for it from the standpoint of how it's played, who's coaching it. And I understand, too, the challenges that you can't see on the outside that you're dealing with on the inside. And sometimes those things need to stay on the inside, but it can be very challenging. And, and sometimes those decisions that you have to make in terms of whether it's a clock management, it's a certain play, a certain player that you have to part ways with, a certain coach you have to part ways with, or being willing to be flexible enough to change systems at times, because this is the way of the National Football League. You got to be able to adapt and adjust, firm in your core values, but flexible in applying them.
Well, I would have loved to have seen you back on the sideline one last time, Bill, trying to show a ref they blew a call by trying to jam a tablet in his shirt pocket. I don't think it would fit these days. You know what I mean?
No, but I would not have changed at all. I would let them know how I felt, as I always did then. But I love their work. I appreciate their efforts. Sometimes they just don't always see the game the same way I did.
I bet. And I love watching you on CBS. Have a great time with James and,
thank you.
And the rest of the crew there, Matt, and tell Nathaniel I said hello, too. Will you please?
Yes, I will. Tell Mooch I said hi.
I will do
Mooch
it.
and I had some good battles, man.
I love it. Yeah, I know. You probably won most of them. Listen, Bill Cowher right here on the Rich Eisen Show. Great to see you. Look for more of my calls before the Super Bowl. I'd love to get your thoughts on that. It's Bill Cowher, everybody, of CBS. We've got to beat it on down the road. I couldn't quit saying goodbye to him. We've now mutually agreed to part ways for commercial break.
Out on the course, they're the PGA Tour's best players. But in the arena, they're prime time. And Season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply by February 11th and save with no application fee. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams at Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Arandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taquerias Arandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taquerias Arandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
I'm going to give a test back here in the Rich Eisen Show on our Rich Eisen Show simulcast here on ESPN Radio and Disney Plus on TV and the ESPN app. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Let's go to Molly in Utah, where not a lot of people are happy with my school these days. What's going on, Molly?
Hey, Rich, big fan of the show. How you guys doing?
Greatly. We're fine. How are you doing? Happy New Year to you.
You know, I'm a University of Utah alum, and my in-laws are Buckeyes, so I'm not feeling too great right now. Ooh. But, you know, with Kyle Whittingham leaving, it's hard, but I don't think there's anyone better for the job.
Agreed.
My question is, I know Whit's been saying that he's not actively poaching players, you know, which I respect a lot, and it seems really unconventional as of late. My question is about the transfer portal. We obviously have a problem with, you know, independently of coaching turnover and with coaching turnover. I'm just wondering what you guys are thinking needs to happen to the portal in the age of NIL, given, you know, all the hypothetical solutions floating around right now.
I think there needs to be contracts. This thing needs to just be professionalized, Molly. This thing needs to be professionalized, where an initial connection with the school requires at least a 2-year stay from the player. That we can't have free agency every year where you're re-recruiting your own players and you're also recruiting the players who have a chance to leave. There needs to be some sense of free agency, because there is for college football coaches. I think there should be no buyouts of any contracts in college football coaches. So there's a contract that the coach has to be held to. So there's some sort of a continuity, but there just needs to be rules, period. There just doesn't appear to be rules, Molly, you know? And, you know, the fact that Coach Witt has left, and I totally understand why you'd be upset, but I have to ask them, are your in-laws upset because they know Michigan got it right, Molly?
You know what? I'm not going to speak for them.
No, you have to. No, I demand you speak for your in-laws. I demand you speak for them right now. Are they upset? Because I know Buckeye fans are like, damn it, I kind of like this guy.
We're all in Utah. I think we're upset because Witt left Utah to go to Michigan, so it's just kind of a double-edged sword.
Well, didn't Utah kind of tell him it was time? Didn't Utah tell him it was time in a way, that there was a coach in waiting that they liked? Or no?
Yeah, we can still be upset, though, right?
Sure, of course.
You know?
Yeah, you're a fan, and I appreciate the call. Thanks for calling. And Molly in Utah giving the point of view that I really haven't covered very much because I'm just happy we took their guy, to be very honest.
You should.
And I can't wait to chat with him in hour number 3. It's exactly what Michigan needed. And we got lucky. And he's going to join us in hour number 3. And apparently, whatever he said to Bryce Underwood kept him there, and all the top prospects that they have, most of them are staying. And I can't wait to kind of kick the tires on my new BFF, the HC of the University. I'm absolutely not going to in hour number 3, but that's hour 3.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football, it's a pepper thing.
The post-career day press conference brought to you by Progressive.
Anthony, can you tell us what happened during career day?
I'm a biomedical researcher. The kids just weren't impressed.
How did you feel when your son called in the backup?
Embarrassed. And I knew it would be a fireman. It's always a fireman. It's cliche, but a crowd favorite. He had an axe and everything. I can't compete with that.
And will the fireman be helping your son with his science fair project?
Hope not. I'm literally a scientist.
Like it or not, sometimes you need a backup. That's why there's Progressive to protect your home and auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Small business owners. Does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Oh, look at Steve Kerr. Uh-oh, Steve gonna get thrown out. Inglewood.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You look at the top picks, except for the Jets, are on to a new coach.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Bill Cowher. Coming up, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth, Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
That's right. Hour number 2 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. If you're just joining us, you're finding a host with a fresh cup of coffee and a dream. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial to have a conversation with us today. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate you listening. We just had a great chat with Bill Cowher, Pro Football Hall of Famer. My new best friend forever, Kyle Whittingham, the head coach of Michigan football, is slated to join us at the top of hour number 3. I've got 15 minutes with him. I will not go longer because he's got things to do.
Forever's a mighty long time.
Excuse me, sir. They're all forever, guys.
All of them?
Not really.
Stamps. Like forever stamps.
Yeah, they're like stamps, Mike.
Forever stamps. Forever stamps.
Those are great. Yeah, they can last forever. Sometimes you just, put them in a drawer and forget about them.
Exactly.
Price of stamps fluctuate.
All right.
It does. It's great.
Joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show, ladies and gentlemen, fresh off of calling a de facto playoff game because it put somebody in the playoffs, the result of the Falcons and the Saints. Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, our friend Mark Schlereth. Good to see you, Mark. How are you, sir?
There he is.
I am doing great. Good to be back with you. Happy New Year and all those great things.
When you were going through, right back at you, when you were going through your broadcast meetings with the Falcons, did you get a sense of a coach that was wondering if he was coaching his team for the last time? Mark?
No, I did not. I was really shocked. I was really shocked. And I told this story on the Stinky Truth podcast. Like, I come into the building and I bump into the offensive line coach. And so we have about a 15-minute conversation. He's like, man, I can't tell you how much my guys respect you. We use your film with you and Tommy Nalen as a kind of and the Broncos from the late 80s of this is how it's done in the wide zone. And so, like, we end up having this 10-minute conversation. Then I walk out to the practice field, and I was like, it was like a papal blessing. I was putting my helmet or my hand on top of offensive linemen's helmets, like, go and sin no more. And I was sending them on their way, right? Because I was like this folk hero because they show so much of that film from the 98 Broncos in their meeting rooms. And then, it was one of those things, hey, would you come and consult me into the season or in the off season and do this stuff? And like the respect that people had for Raheem Morris in that building from his players and the way that the energy they played with, I thought for sure he's coming back. To me, there's a process in learning how to win. And I had said this, Rich, during the broadcast. I was like, you can learn more from the desert about water than you can from the ocean. And you've got to learn how to win, and you've got to learn how to execute when execution is required, right? You've got to be at your best and learn how to be at your best when your best is required. And that's a process that you go through. And I thought they were on point of growing within that process, and they ended up winning 4 straight games at the end of the season. And then, the whole staff gets fired. So I like literally on the airplane, just before I got on the airplane, leaving Sunday night from Atlanta to the time I landed in Denver, I not only got hired, but I essentially got fired within a 2.5-hour plane ride. So, like,
there goes your consultancy out the door.
Yeah, right out the door. Like, I'm one of the only people that can get hired and fired without ever actually doing the job. But it's just like it's amazing.
Oh, my God. But, when looking in retrospect as to what Arthur Blank did, Mark, it looks like when they were 5-9 or right around then, he made a decision to organizationally shift the whole damn thing. All of it,
Yeah.
It's not like he kept everything in place except for the GM and the coach. He reorganized his entire world. And then I guess it didn't matter how many games in a row they were going to win. But wins do show what a team can do, and that's what kind of surprised me, because normally, take a look at the Panthers. They finished strong last year. They are the ones who the Falcons wind up sending to the playoffs as opposed to themselves, which has got to hurt Arthur Blank as well. And next year you can take a look at the Falcons with their new coach and maybe point to these last 4 games as that's the moment. That's where everything turned. The Lions, the few years ago, we can go on and on and on about that sort of storyline,
Yeah, there's no question. I'm 100% with you. I think Arthur Blank made a decision. And honestly, as I was studying the film and kind of looking forward to this game and looking at the Atlanta Falcons, I was like, man, this is, and I'm the official broadcaster of the NFC South anyhow. I've done more NFC South games than anybody on the planet. And I'm like, this is by far the most talented team in the NFC South. And so to sit there and finish in a 3-way tie, but to be eliminated in early December, I understand the disappointment. And then the other thing is the news of Matt Ryan going to be a part of that organization, the grand poobah of all things football, whatever it is he's going to do. You want to start with a clean slate. You don't want to have, hey, we're hiring you to reorganize and restructure what we do as an organization, but, you've got to retain this coaching staff. So they get rid of the GM, they get rid of the head coach, and the coaching staff in general. And which is, I think, if you're going to do it, it's the right way to do it, to restructure an organization.
Did you, pardon me for not knowing off the top of my head, did you do the first Rams-Panthers game, or you did not? You did not call that game?
I did not. I did not call that game. Obviously, I studied it because I did a Carolina Panther game right after that.
And what are your thoughts about the rematch here, Mark?
I just think that the LA Rams are a much, much better football team. But, it was interesting having studied that game and watched that game. Some lack of execution. Matthew Stafford threw a pick 6 in that game to Michael Jackson, and that kind of gave them a boost. And then, that was a game where the one thing, you can say whatever you want, and I think there's a lot of question marks about Bryce Young, and is he the future quarterback of the Carolina Panthers? I think inside the building, they feel pretty good about it. I think everywhere else, people would have a lot of questions about, can that guy truly be a franchise quarterback? But he played well in that game and gave them an opportunity to win at the end of that game. Listen, the Carolina Panthers are structured in such a way that you got to run the ball. You got to take pressure off the quarterback. You've got to give him an opportunity to find his one-on-ones to Tedero, McMillan, and the rest of those guys. But the bottom line is, I think the Rams are a much better football team and probably went into that game kind of taking the Carolina Panthers a little bit lightly, and I think that's ultimately what happened.
Yeah, maybe so. And before we dive into the rest of the wild card weekend with you, Mark, you would be perfectly positioned to give an opinion. You mentioned Tedero McMillan. You just saw Tyler Shuck. Who's the offensive rookie of the year? Who would you choose?
Yeah, I would never vote a quarterback because quarterbacks don't play football; they play quarterbacks. Nice. So, I instantly eliminate quarterbacks. although Shuck has been amazing in the, 8 starts or 9 starts that he had. So he was really incredible. Tetaroa has been very good as well. I look at a guy like Gray Zabel with Seattle. The Seattle Seahawks dominated the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, that was a butt whipping that they put on them at every level of that game. But yeah, Tetaroa has been good. Shuck has been really good. There's been a lot of guys.
Shuck's the guy. Let me just stop you there then. Instead of asking you that question, Shuck, he's the guy? Sticking with him? He's definitely for sure, right? He's a pro quarterback, and Kellen Moore's found his guy.
Yeah, I think you look at the Saints, and this is the one beautiful thing that has happened to the Saints coming out of this thing. I mean, they lined up, and that was like going door to door, knocking on doors as a kid. You're like a 12-year-old in your neighborhood, and you want to get together a nice game of tackle or touch Nerf football, and you went around and knocked on doors to see if they had any kids at the house that were willing to play, because you just didn't have it. Was you and your buddy, and you needed you needed 8 more kids. You wanted to have a 5-on-5 Nerf football game. That's what they started on offense with the Saints. So he has been exceptional. Smart kid, unbelievably talented, both athletically gifted, arm talent wise, but from the neck up, just maturity rich, and doesn't really fall for the same mistake twice. They found their quarterback, and he played better than any quarterback drafted in this year's draft. He was the number 1 quarterback from a draft standpoint of this year's class. So they've got their guy. They've got a lot of work to do from a roster construction standpoint, but they've got their guy going forward to play quarterback.
Mark Schlereth here on the Rich Eisen Show. Normally, I would ask a man in your position going into Wild Card Weekend, which road team has the best chance to win? This time I could ask you that question, and you could say all of them, and I would not bat an eye. No disrespect to all the home teams. So I will ask you, give me the number. If I set it at 3.5 for road wins this weekend, and I'll just say it again. It's Texans at Steelers, Bills at Jaguars. The Jaguars have been a wagon, man. They've won all their games in a row by an average of 19 in their winning streak. They have crushed teams. The Niners, the Chargers. You could see the Rams and the Packers. They're all stout, double digit, with the exception of the Packers win teams. How many? I said it at 3.5. You put the over or the under? What do you take?
I'm gonna go with the. I'm going to go with the under, but I think it's going to be 3.
Okay.
I think the Texans are going to win. I think that the Rams will definitely win, and then I think it's one of two. Either Green Bay or San Francisco is going to come away with a victory. The Bills, the Bills are interesting because I think the Bills. This is probably the worst team they've had in recent years of their last 3 years. But obviously, the quarterback is an unbelievable X factor. So I could see them going in. But Jacksonville, as you mentioned, Jacksonville's probably going into this thing. I think Jacksonville's probably playing better football than any other team in the NFC, probably any other team in the league right now. They're playing there, and they happen to be, to me, the most complete team, or they've played the most complete football over the last probably 4 or 5 weeks.
Okay, so you think half of the wild card games are going to be road victories coming up this weekend, which, by the way, means perfect time to have the bye, because you don't want any piece of this fray. You just want to sit back, let everybody beat the crap out of each other.
Correct.
You put your feet up on the Barker Lounger and off you go. I'll give you the floor on Seattle. You mentioned about how they whipped the Niners. What do you make of Seattle as the 1 seed in the NFC and how far they can go? Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, I think they have a front row seat all the way to the Super Bowl, and they drive it down. They miss a 4th down and 2, right, and like a 4th and 1, whatever it was, down by the goal line. And I'm like, what is the aversion to kicking field goals in this league? Like, how have we gotten to this point where it just is almost like it's disrespectful to even kick a field goal? And I'm like, why would you do that? And then I watched that defense just line up. It really did remind me of the way they played when they won a championship under Pete Carroll with the Legion of Boom. It was like, come get a taste defense. They were like, hey, man, this is what we play. We're not complicated. We are just going to physically wear you out. I felt sorry for Brock Purdy. He got the living snot beat out of him. But every time they had a dude that they dumped the ball off to, that defensive back or that linebacker were there just punishing that pass catcher and putting him on the ground. There was no leaky yardage. There was no yards after catch. It was bam, hit, 2 or 3 guys rounded the football, and then it was all of a sudden where you thought you'd be in, second down and 4, you're all of a sudden you're in second down and 8, and you're like, we didn't get anything out of that play. That was the Seattle Seahawks defense. They were phenomenal, and I'll give Sam Darnold credit. People will say, well, they only scored whatever it was, 13 points or whatever, but understanding and having the maturity to know, hey, our defense, they're not getting a sniff on our defense. So you know what? I'm going to be judicious with the football. I'm going to find Smith and Jigba. We're going to create enough plays. We're going to run enough plays. We're going to run the ball enough to be successful. But I'm not putting us in harm's way because that's the only way that San Francisco is going to be able to beat us tonight on the road. And that shows a level of maturity that I think a lot of people just don't have. So I think the Seattle Seahawks right now are playing the best football in the NFC without question. They and Jacksonville are, to me, going into this playoffs, the 2 teams that are playing their best football.
Yeah, Jacksonville's terrific, man. We had Liam Cohen on yesterday. I had a little bit of fun with him. I said, when you talk about the Bills this week, would you mind referring to them as a small market team? That would be great.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the coach is saying it with his chest. Trevor Lawrence is buying all of what Liam Cohen is selling. Defensively, only the Bears take the ball away more from them, and nobody gives up yards on the ground as stingily as Jacksonville. Yeah. And that's what James Cook. That's the engine of the Bills, right? They're kind of going into that grinder, but the Broncos are still the 1 seed. Are you concerned about them? Do you think Jacksonville is the hot team that's going to be the one that takes the AFC down? Mark, at the end of the day?
I'm concerned about the Broncos from the standpoint of just level of execution. I think it's legit. Everybody says, hey, the Broncos, they haven't beat anybody or a lot of 1-score game wins and all that stuff. And there's value in saying, hey, man, we've been able to be at our best when our best is required and we're down and, it's a fourth quarter and we had to put 2 drives together. And we've done that on a consistent basis throughout the season. The thing that concerns me is the lack of attention to detail, the missed assignments, and just the lack of being able to consistently execute especially on the offensive side of the ball. So, 3 quarters, we said this about Tebow back when Tebow was playing. You can't be a hero for putting out a fire that you started, right? You can't have 3 quarters of wreck and all of a sudden you execute in the fourth quarter and say, oh yeah, we solved our problems. It's the lack of execution for 3 quarters concerns me. And you can beat teams that are maybe not up to your level from a talent standpoint or can't produce against your defense. But we're talking about playoff football. And the last time Jacksonville rolled in here as a quote-unquote small market team, as you just mentioned, they hung 34 on that defense and waxed the Broncos, gave them a at-home spanking, the only game they lost at home this year. So, there's a concern there.
Okay. So you're saying it's okay if the quarterback's the fire department unless he's also the arsonist. It's basically what you're saying.
That's exactly.
Did I pick that one up?
You can't light the fire and then put it out and be a hero.
Okay. The best offensive line in the playoffs belongs to?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of people would tell you, based on grades and Pro Football Focus, it's the Broncos, but the Broncos make more mistakes than just about anybody. I think when their offense is right, they're not in it anymore. I was just going to say Baltimore when their offense is right, but they just got bounced because they can't kick a field goal. I like what Seattle did last week. I like where they're at right now. I think the Rams, if healthy, I would give it to the Rams as being the best, just grind it out, best offensive line going into these playoffs. If they're right, they're healthy.
Bears don't have a bad one either, Mark. You know what I mean?
Bears have been good. Bears have been good as well. Yeah, they've run the ball exceptionally well. So they've been good. They've been good also.
Yeah, I know. And you, before I let you go, you want to chime in on the MVP race?
I mean, obviously they're going to give it to. I think they're going to give it to Stafford, and well deserved. I mean, Stafford is great. Again, like quarterbacks, they get all the girls, they get all the the accolades, they get everything else, right? They wear pink jerseys at practice. They don't have to hit anybody. Like I would never. Same thing with a Heisman. I would just not. I'd give it to football players, not to quarterbacks. But again,
you used to protect them for a living. LA's not a piece of Tiffany, not a piece of China. Come on.
No. LA's as tough as they come. But you get your rewards. You get to play quarterback. Like that's your reward.
All right. So then let's go offensive player of the year. Who would you choose? There's a ton of them. JSN had a great first 2/3 of the season. Puka Nacua had the most catches. And you saw Bijan front row center this past weekend. McCaffrey. I mean, who do you choose? What do you choose, Mark?
Yeah, I think I would probably choose. And Bijan was unbelievable. I love Puka because he does everything, and he makes some of the most the toughest catches there are. But I would probably go with all the injuries, multiple quarterbacks playing. I would probably go with McCaffrey.
Okay.
Just unbelievable season. And he plays football. He's not a quarterback. So that would be that would be where I would go.
He plays football.
Yeah.
You're the best, Mark. The Stinking Truth Podcast. Everybody check it out. And I can't wait to hear what you have to say about Wild Card Weekend, sir. Always appreciate your 2 cents, and Happy New Year to you.
Likewise, my friend. Thank you for having me, buddy.
That's Mark Schlereth, everybody. NFL on Fox, Stinking Truth Podcast as well, wherever you get your podcasts. Right there. The man protects quarterbacks for a living, but apparently didn't like it.
Guess I never played football because I was a quarterback.
No, that's all you do.
Well,
did you get the women?
Let's see.
See, that's an answer. That normally would just spit that out.
He did now, though.
No. Now I did.
But he's not a quarterback.
Okay.
Not anymore.
All right. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. And again, as I mentioned, your phone calls. And the head coach of Michigan football, Kyle Whittingham, in Hour 3.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. Right now, Pella Windows and Doors of Houston is offering 20% off qualifying projects or 60 months financing/equal payments. Some restrictions may apply. See store for details. Offer ends January 31st, 2026.
I asked the D&M executive the other day, who's your ideal customer? Someone frustrated with luxury car depreciation, someone trading every few years and piling up negative equity, or someone looking to save on a monthly payment? His answer was all of them and more. D&M has over 50,000 active clients who know that leasing is not renting. It's the smarter option. Right now, no payments for 60 days. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M. Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands or order anytime at dessertgallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's John Granato. If you're giving your home a little love, start with the details that make it shine. Bluebonnet Glass designs and installs frameless showers, mirrors, glass doors, and windows that make your home feel open, bright, and brand new. They're a local team now, started in Sealy in 1951, and they're here in the Houston area. Honest work, fair prices, great results every time. Visit BluebonnetGlass.com to see their work and get a free quote. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Here on the Rich Eisen Show is one big simulcast family right here. Let's take a phone call before we get to Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. What do we want? It's so much to talk about. Every phone line is lit. Where do you want to go with this, Chris? What do you want to do here? Well, I mean, we had a Molly in Utah. You want to go with a Holly in Utah?
Sure.
Holly in Utah. What's going on, Holly?
Hi. I'm just calling. I'm a former athlete at University of Utah, in my 60s now.
Okay.
But I just want to say I don't understand the transfer portal and all the kind of excitement about it. I would have played for free. I just love playing, and I just feel like the portal and NIL has sort of ruined college sports. There's no loyalty. Nobody stays. And the whole reason I went to college was to get an education. And I felt so lucky that it was paid for. Plus, I got to play basketball. So I feel like it's just, I'm not even a fan anymore. I used to watch a lot more college sports, but I don't know. I feel like it's kind of ruined it. And my question, I guess, is how does the transfer portal, how does the paying the players, how does that satisfy the Title IX requirements? Because if you have one athlete that's a quarterback, he's paid higher. How do you align that with the law that says women should be treated exactly like?
Great question, Holly. I wish I had the answer off the top of my head at my fingertips. I'm not a lawyer. I don't play one on TV. So I wish I had that answer for you. I don't. But one thing I would say is I hear you. I totally understand what you're saying, that you would have played for free and things of that nature. Which sport did you play, Holly?
I played basketball at the University of Utah.
Okay, so perfect example then. So
yes.
Look how women's basketball has absolutely exploded, right?
Yes.
And the reason for that, I would have to say, is because we are watching the players go and crush it. Some of the personalities that we are seeing have been magnetic. We can go on and on and on about how they've moved on to the WNBA, which is now kind of splashed back onto college basketball, and now college basketball has gotten so big it's splashed onto the WNBA to make that even more successful. That's a lot of money going around. How much did you get? You know, if the money was exploding back then the way it is now, and you stroll into the University of Utah stores and see your jersey being sold and you get $0 from that, you'd say, what the hell? And then your coach leaves because he or she gets a better opportunity, but you can't. That's not cool. You know what I mean? And it's all being built off of your sweat and blood and tears. And I understand you wanting to do it for free. It's awesome. I just think that there has to be some sort of opportunity for the players to rake in the cash in the same way. It's just not the day and age of the way it used to be for us anymore, Holly. It's the truth.
I agree, and I liked what you said, that there needs to be some kind of a contract because, and I think they should be paid something. Yes, I think NCAA was just totally benefiting and collecting all this money, but I think there should be something. You can't just go every year. I mean, there's 3,000 people in the football transfer portal right now. I mean, that's crazy. Who wants to coach that and worry about all that, plus recruiting, high school kids? I just think it's, I don't know. I just don't agree with it. I think you go to college to get an education. How many of those football players that are in the portal are worried about graduating, and how do their credits transfer from one school to another? I mean, you're supposed to get an education. So I don't know. That was more important to me, to have an education. And it was paid for, and I couldn't believe it that it was paid for, and I still got to play.
Thanks for calling in, Holly. Greatly appreciate it. Call back. So that's Molly in Utah, Holly in Utah. How can we complete the triple play in hour number 3?
Polly, maybe?
Polly in Utah.
Along came Polly.
We have seen a lot of women athletes break the bank financially with the NIL deals. Olivia Dunn was up near $4 million. Of course, Caitlin Clark and Paige Beckers. Angel Reese was up there. We just saw the first $1 million college softball athlete, Najari Kennedy from Stanford. So the money is there on the women's side as well.
And they should reap the benefits.
Absolutely.
The college athletics exploding in revenue, but the players see none of it? Really? Come on.
Rich, they're getting a free education.
I understand that, and that is valuable. It is valuable.
But Holly's point was back in those days, right? That was the win right there.
Of course, I understand that, but that was,
that was years.
3 meals a day, TJ.
I understand. I understand there is a value in it, and trust me, I can't wait for my kids to get a college education. Not to get too deep, but I'm downright frightened of what AI is going to be for them when they get out of college. Yeah. And so, in this day and age, you're 18. You're 19, you're 20, you're 21, and you have the benefit of performing in an era when you can get paid. Go get paid.
Yep.
I totally understand it. But at the end of the day, we need to have a system where they can get paid, they can get what they deserve, And you could still build a team without having to do that every year. I mean, even in professional sports, the first contract is for 4 to 5 years for an NFL player, depending on when you're drafted. That you have to have some sort of ability to team build. Otherwise, how can you root for a team if you're a fan? How can you build a team if you're in management? And also, how can you expect, if you are a player every single year, to, you still love being on the campus, you love being in the school, you love being in the program, you don't want to leave, but suddenly all your colleagues leave, and now you have to because you want to win. It's kind of crazy. There's if we need the guardrails. Get Sankey back here so he can tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. It's a Monday program that we always do Overreaction Monday for on a podcast. And then every Tuesday, we have this segment. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday.
All right.
Tuesday.
Everybody.
And you were on a good streak, too.
Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. What's going on over there, Chris?
Guys, it's that time of the year, week 18. Monday, Black Monday. Coaches, unfortunately, losing their gigs. Not in Cincinnati. They're running it all back, guys. Did you see that? They're running it all back. Everybody's coming back, all the coaching staff. With the Bengals making 0 changes, expect the same results as the last 2 seasons in 2026.
Can I ask you a question? Will Joe Burrow play all 17 games?
He played all 17 the year before.
Will he play all 17 games?
You got the
it doesn't matter.
ball next to you, Rich. Ask him.
He played all 17 in 2024.
Will Joe Burrow play all
He was
17
awesome that
games? The Magic 8 Ball says you may rely on it.
Oh,
hey, isn't that great news for Bengals fans?
Right?
Great.
Changes things. The 8 Ball ain't never wrong.
I will just say this. If Burrow and Chase said there needs to be some changes and those changes aren't made, you're right. If there may be other changes that they're referring to that don't mean the coaching staff, I understand that sounds absurd. All I know is that they started 2-0, and then Joe Burrow got hurt, and everything went sideways. So,
doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results, Rich.
I understand what you're saying. That's not all said. That's not an overreaction. That's a reasonable reaction to what's happening in Cincinnati. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but that's not an overreaction. That's a reasonable reaction. What else you got over there?
Something special's going on in Pittsburgh, TJ. That's your neck of the woods.
Please believe it.
8 looked like 12. And you know they were really missing, though?
Who?
4. 4's back.
4 is back.
DK Metcalf's going to have the most receiving yards and multiple touchdowns of the wild card round.
Dude, that is an overreaction. I know Steelers.
He's got something to prove.
I got it. I understand.
And the only way they win this game is with a big DK Metcalf.
Christopher, with my own 2 eyes and my voice in the booth in SoFi Stadium, I saw that Houston Texans defense. I understand Riley Leonard and the Colts went into Houston and gave the Texans a bit of a scare. At the end of the day, I see not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 defensive backs for the Houston Texans to have 4 interceptions at least. Derek Stingley Jr. is an all-pro and one of the best in the business. They are going to put him on 4. And if it's not him, there's Lassiter. There's also some hard-hitting safeties. The Steelers are going to have their hands full. I'm not saying they won't win. I love Bill Cowher's comment in hour number 1 saying that the Steelers haven't lost in Monday Night Football since 1991. And that wasn't me. That was me. Chuck Noll.
It wasn't me, he said.
He threw that one on Chuck Noll. May he rest.
It's true that.
You know? But multiple touchdowns in most. If that happens, I am happy for Steelers fans to eat my words here.
Look at his muscles.
I understand that, brother.
That's AI.
And I know he's got something to prove. He's got a chip and all that sort of business. But the Houston Texans are no Washington Generals, sir. Overreaction. What else?
You see all these teams getting rid of their head coach, but they're keeping the GM. Huh. These teams are crazy for firing their coaches but keeping the general manager. You clean house, you clean the whole house. You don't just clean the kitchen and leave the bathroom a mess. You know what I'm saying, Rich Eisen?
Mm-hmm.
This is madness.
On behalf of RES Consulting, which never gets a call this time of year, we could save ownership a ton of money hiring this firm to say, find me some candidates for general manager, or hiring that firm, find me some candidates for head coach, as if you don't have Chat GPT to do that. You need some other people who, this is what you need to do, sir. You need to hire this person or that person. Or in the case of the Colts or the Saints or the Seahawks, madam. Listen, this is a proper reaction. It's a proper reaction. You're going to have a coach, then the GM's hired, and if they don't win, the GM will absolutely go to ownership and say, that was never my guy. Give me my guy. Right. Can I have my guy? You don't want to be the coach in that situation either. It's not great.
Not great.
But we'll see. This, on behalf of RES Consulting, is a proper reaction. Did you find? I know we locked eyes. I know we have the poltergeist drop.
I did not have that one readily available. Rick.
Okay.
Sorry.
This house is clean.
I was going to play it.
You need to clear that with Mike beforehand. You understand the power of drops, which is, by the way, was a great Huey Lewis song that never made it.
Power of drops. Alt title.
Yeah.
Alt title, I think.
That would have been great in Back to the Future.
Power of drops.
Yeah, that would have been great.
You know, I have just one rule when I think about overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
What
rule is that?
Whenever there's a two-time Coach of the Year on the market, you hire him and you say this: Kevin Stefanski is going to be coaching in the playoffs next year.
For who? Which one of the six?
Doesn't matter.
What does that mean, doesn't matter? Of course it matters.
No, it doesn't.
Of course
He's
it does.
that good of a head coach. He's going to come in, resurrect, quarterback whisper, boom, playoffs.
Well, I know one of the six teams he won't be coaching because they're the ones who fired him. So give me the name. I want to hear it.
Giants?
I want to hear it because it's the Giants, Titans, Falcons, Raiders, Cardinals.
Giants or Falcons?
Well, the Falcons almost made it this year.
They were ruled. They were eliminated officially a month ago and still tied for the division.
I know, which caused the Bucs to be out, because if the Bucs didn't have that pesky third team in, they'd be the one hosting the Rams this weekend. I'll buy this, sure. Okay. What else?
Okay, great. You know, I'm listening to all the end of the year post-mortem sound, and I heard this from our good friend and guest last week.
I do think, as humbly as I can say it, that I could coach at this level and I know enough about the game and about the guys, and from a leadership standpoint, camaraderie, all that comes with it. But again, that's not something that I'm sitting here pursuing. I really, like I said, if anything I learned the last 4 weeks is you take it one day at a time.
With a lack of star head coaching candidates,
yes,
someone should hire Philip Rivers to be their head coach next year.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, what he told us last Friday, at this very moment that we're having this conversation, he could be in eighth period PE doing the lift with his players that he said he'd be doing on Tuesday. But he also did say that his one son is the senior quarterback and another son is a freshman quarterback. That would be, you'd have to really come correct with Philip and say, we want you to move from Alabama to Cleveland, Las Vegas, Atlanta's closest, Tennessee, not too far off, or New York City or Arizona.
You don't think one of these young quarterbacks?
And say, we would like you to coach our kid rather than you coach your kids. And it would have to be a significant offer to turn down now. But I don't blame him for saying, keep my number, folks, because at some point I will run out of children to coach. And of course he can coach at that level, one would think. Now, I'm sure a lot of that's what he says it humbly, because there's a lot of people beating the sticks right now, knowing that they've been told, beat the sticks before, you can come back here and have a Zoom with us with your PowerPoints. But why not kick the tires? Sure. For sure.
I liked it.
Okay. You got one more over there? You got no, yes?
Like I told you.
I think we need one more.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, we'll get one more.
Don't bother him while he's doing his banking during Overreaction Monday on his
banking.
Tuesday.
I'm looking for the house is clean still.
Okay, great. Well, it's over.
We're way past that.
Yeah, we're way past
The house is already clean. You know, TJ, I'm watching the Thunder. I don't know about the Thunder anymore. Someone other than OKC is going to win the NBA title this year.
All right.
6-6 in the last 12 games.
I know that. Victor Wembanyama in particular giving them fits.
What's going on?
Sure, I'll buy this for you. I'll buy this on behalf of the National Basketball Association that must be glad that nobody's running away with it like this.
I really thought they were going 80-2. Also,
Okay.
TJ.
Okay. Very good.
The 30-7, guys.
All right.
It's over.
Sure.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's it.
I don't blame you. That's not an overreaction right now. That you're giving me 29 other teams, other franchises.
Well, I'm giving you like 4 maybe.
I don't know. It's probably more than that.
I don't know.
I mean, Jason Tatum's coming back soon, TJ. So.
That was okay. Now we get to the core.
Hey, your Clippers took care of business last night against the Warriors.
Yeah.
Snoop on the mic talking about Steve Kerr getting ejected.
Steve Kerr was losing his.
Steve Kerr's having a season.
By the way, when you see, and that great overreaction Monday and a Tuesday, when you see Snoop doing what he's doing with a headset on and a microphone in his hand, do you remember who was the one who gave him his first press pass for a big sporting event?
He wanted to do this.
The Rich Eisen Show. It's Super Bowl 50, 10 years ago.
What did he call it? Wasn't journalism. It was
analysm. Which I'm glad he said it that way.
I want to get into analyst.
Yeah.
Instead of the other way where you put the emphasis on
oh, God. I've said enough. I was subtle enough. You don't need to take the hammer out and hit it on the head, sir.
Some people don't get it.
All right. Let's take a break here before we get any more trouble on Disney Plus and ESPN Radio.
Out on the course, best players, but in the arena, they're prime time. And season 2 of TGL presented by SoFi is back with lights, cameras, action. We're talking big moments, big personalities, big names in the stands, all on the big screen. Big time matchups with shot clocks, hammer drops, timeouts, overtime, and playoffs. It's city versus city, squad versus squad. The sport just hits different under the lights. It's TGL presented by SoFi. Keep up. It's golf. Tune into every match. Only on ESPN.
Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move, so she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
Hey Houston, Jeremy Branham here. If you love a good getaway, listen up. Two Creeks Crossing Resort is running their Discover Our Resort giveaway on social media, and you could score discounted, even free stays. Just follow at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Facebook or Instagram and watch for their breadcrumb posts. Each clue could lead you closer to your next Riverside escape. Don't miss it. Follow Two Creeks Crossing Resort and visit twocreekscrossingresort.com to learn more.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar, ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Be sure to listen to Rocket Power with me, Joe George, and Sean Mapes as we break down and discuss all things Rockets. You can find Rocket Power on ESPN Houston's YouTube channel and right here, Fridays at 6 p.m. Rocket Power is presented by D&M Leasing.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Dasper Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
No, for me. Hiring your small business can feel like a full-time job, so it's important you hire right the first time. LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. We just were having a conversation at TV only about how long until it's no longer appropriate to say Happy New Year to somebody.
Yeah.
I say a week. Chris said you get all month, which I think is psychotic. I said waiting till like January 28th to say somebody Happy New Year. It's like asking somebody the name, your name again that you've been golfing with for the first three holes. By the fourth tee box, you have to know you have this person's name. Otherwise, you're now spending 45 minutes with somebody who's already told you your name. Like, tell me your name again? That's disrespectful. Like, you cannot, once you hit the fourth tee box, ask somebody their name again.
So you're going to go 14 more holes of golf and
I would wait to try and pick up on somebody else using their name. Or steal a look at their scorecard to see their name written down on it.
Maybe they got their name on their bag or something.
Or something like that. Yes.
Would it be easier just
you cannot, after 3 holes of golf, which in some places is like 45 minutes long, certainly if you're waiting on the par 3, the inevitable par 3, there's an inevitable backup. Yep. You're asking somebody waiting after hanging with them, conversations on the fourth tee box. What's your name again? That's unacceptable.
How my name is tag.
I learned that the hard way as well. Back when I was in Bristol, Connecticut, I played at a place called Tunxis Golf Club. It's called Tunxis, Tunxis. I think it's still there. This is before my second contract, and I joined a golf club.
Yeah,
there.
Tunxis Country Club.
Yeah, and so I played with, and I was putting. I got hooked up with this nice couple. Mm-hmm. I'm putting, and I wound up about a foot shy of a birdie putt. And I said, damn it, hit it, Sally. And the female in the other part of my group says, pardon me? Her name was Sally.
And then along came Sally.
Lay down.
I'm now I'm in a really tough spot because A, I didn't know her name.
Right.
B, I have to tell her, no, I'm not referring to you. I'm just making a misogynistic joke about my putting ability.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, that was terrible. That did not go well for me.
My mother mean they were adults who had
Hit
never
it,
heard
Sally
that saying before?
And she goes, what? Huh? You referring to me?
It's pretty good.
You mean
it wasn't. Not for me, because I missed the putt, too.
Okay. Well.
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, I was just saying there were adults
I was into it.
who had never heard that saying before. Like that, I thought everybody had heard.
She might have been, but she might have also thought I was now insulting her because she thought I knew her name because she told it to me probably over and over again.
Well, then that's on you for not paying attention.
I'm aware of that. I'm not that good. When I meet a ton of people, I need to take better mental notes of what somebody says their name is. I bet you that's why Kilborn called everyone Sparky.
Yeah.
You know, what's up, Spark? It's a way to just not even remember somebody's name.
It's that Tiger Woods GIF from recently, or the meme.
Big dog.
Like, what's up, big dog? Let's go get this, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to do it.
They're covering.
Yeah, like you asked me once, I called you Joe, and you like, did you call me Joe? And I'm like, yeah, that was like a DC thing my friend did. He would just call everybody Joe. Like, what up, Joe? So he wouldn't have to remember anyone's name.
Okay. Very good.
So,
okay.
There he is.
There he is.
Just
there he is.
Say happy
Big Dog
New Year and get over it.
Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your six figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year one needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, we've seen it all, and we're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at hrblock.com.
Hey, fans! Welcome back to Fansville's Cheers and Tears. Oh. Okay, so like everybody deals with losing, right? To a rival on a last-second field goal. Whatever, it's fine. I'm totally fine. But I cope with losing with an ice-cold Dr. Pepper. Those 23 flavors are like so delicious. They totally wash away the pain of your college football team taking a big fat L. College football. It's a pepper thing.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy, promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
This is Chance McClain from YourHeritageFilm.com. We make adult films. Wait, no, I mean, we film adults, but not like adult films. Who actually went to those nasty adult film movie theaters? That is so gross. I guess Pee Wee Herman did, and that didn't turn out so good. Speaking of Pee Wee, there's an absolutely excellent doc on his life. but that's not as good as the one we would make for your family. Man, I am all over the place. YourHeritageFilm.com.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Ladies and gentlemen.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Oh, look at Steve Kerr.
Uh-oh, Steve gonna get thrown out.
Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
You look at the top picks, except for the Jets, are on to a new coach.
Earlier on the show, Pro Football Hall of Famer Bill Cowher, Fox Sports NFL analyst Mark Schlereth. Coming up, Michigan head coach Kyle Whittingham. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Always love having Bill Cowher on the program. As we did in hour number 1, I go way back with him like a car seat to Thursday Night Football and on NFL Network when it was a CBS product for a couple of years. And he was the first coach to ever stop by the NFL Network set after a Super Bowl win because Bill Belichick went right past us the first 2 years. Bob Kraft stopped by with the trophy. But so I've known Bill for a very long time. Schlereth I've known for 20-plus years as well. Our next guest I've never met, but he has no idea. He's my best friend forever. My new BFF, the head coach of Michigan football. Ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Whittingham is here on the program. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing good. Rich, how are you doing?
Are you aware that we're best friends forever? Are you aware of that?
I am now.
Very good.
I am now. And friendship accepted. How about that?
Fantastic. I have committed to you in the friendship portal. So I've committed. I'm all in. I'm all in, and I come free. I come free too. I work cheap as a friend.
That's refreshing. That's very refreshing.
Okay. Are you finally got your breath and your legs under you, Coach? What do you think?
Less. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind. Drinking from a fire hose, obviously, the first few weeks, but things are starting to get settled in. We've got all our new early enrollees in here. We'll get going in the weight room next week, and as soon as that happens, then everything is business as usual.
All right, if you don't mind, I want to hit a little bit of the Wayback Machine here to way back in mid-December. And I'm sure you've heard this from a bunch of Michigan folk like myself that are basically throwing themselves at you, thankful that you are in our world. My hair was on fire, whatever my remaining hair was on fire, based on everything that was going on. And then I read on my phone an alert that you were leaving Utah, retiring. And I'm like, wait a minute, what in the world is this? Because I immediately thought there could be some sort of rescue plan for our program through you. Were you still thinking of coaching on that day that I'm reading this on my phone, Coach?
I was. I felt like I had some gas in the tank, and that's why I didn't use the word retire. It was a step-down situation at Utah. I just felt the time was right. We're coming off a really good year, and I'd been there a long time and felt that maybe it was time for the program to have a new voice, a new leader. We had named our defensive coordinator, Morgan Scalley, the coach in waiting, probably about a year and a half prior to that. So I thought, hey, let's end on a positive and not be that guy that wears out his welcome.
Okay, and so in that regard, were you reaching out to Michigan at that point?
You know what? I don't know what the first contact was through my agent. And so it was shortly thereafter when I stepped down that he said, hey, do you have interest in Michigan? And I said, who wouldn't? I mean, it's the top 5 job in the country. And really you can count on one hand the number of schools that I would have been interested in, because I was not completely bent and determined that, hey, I got to keep coaching. But for the right situation, I was more than willing to listen. And this is absolutely the right situation here.
Why do you think? Why is it a right situation?
Michigan. It's Michigan. Like I said, a top 5 job, excellent athletes, phenomenal tradition, resources. You got it all here.
I mean, I was strolling through the building there just back in October, brought my youngest son to the game against Wisconsin. And I mean, the facilities there are nothing like they used to be. It's beautiful. There's a lot going on there. And I'm wondering what you thought of also when I saw you and your wife walk through the big house after you went through Chrysler watching the hoops team. You went across the street and went in the football stadium. What was striking you when you walked in there, Coach?
Well, just like I said, tradition. The place reeks of tradition. It's one of the most traditional programs, if not the most, in the country. The big house, we've played there 3 times actually during my time at Utah, but to see it in that setting, with nobody there, and just it's an awesome sight. The Chrysler Arena was incredible. The basketball team, man, what more can you say about them? Number 1 in the country, and I get to go to the hockey game this weekend. I'm the puck dropper. I'm the honorary puck dropper, and for the number 1 hockey team in the country. So we're playing Notre Dame Friday and Saturday night, so I'm fired up about that.
Well, I mean, it's not too far from your office. Yost Ice Arena is just across the parking lot right there, and that's one of the greatest barns, by the way, anywhere. If anybody wants to ever see a hockey game in an old-school barn, that's one of them. Kyle Whittingham of Michigan football here on the Rich Eisen Show. And last night, again, I'm just so happy sometimes when I'm looking at my phone, which I'm not supposed to do with my children being around, but I saw Bryce Underwood posting he's staying. What was your conversation with the kid, Coach?
Well, he was the first guy I met with. I went down to the bowl site when they were down in the Citrus Bowl and sat down with Bryce. What a great kid. What a young man, I guess. And what a great attitude. He was saying all the right things. And I just had a good feeling at that time that, he was more than likely going to return with us, and made it official last night. And that gives us a great start on retention and trying to make as many of the players here in the program as we can stick with us. And
I'm going to ask you a development question here. Even though he's just committed to stay, and you've only seen him with your own 2 eyes, I imagine, once, and that was that bowl game against Texas. How can you coach him up? How can you get him to the point where, again, I watched him against Ohio State. It didn't seem like, to be honest with you, he was seeing the field very well. It was a big-time environment, as we all know. He's used to that. He's used to the bright lights since he was a prep star. How can you coach him up? What do you see there that you can?
Well, that's our job. The raw talent is the ceiling is so high. Jason Beck, our offensive coordinator, is an absolute master at developing the quarterback. He played quarterback. The quarterbacks that he has trained and worked with have all had success. Devin Dampier last year was a tremendous player for us. He ended up 8th or 9th in the country in QBR. So he's in good hands here at Michigan. I can promise you that. And Jason will make sure we smooth out some of the mechanics and some of the things that he does need to work on.
So what is that? Honestly, I really would love to get in the nitty-gritty. Footwork? I mean, what are you seeing? What have you seen on film?
A little bit of that, a little bit of footwork, a little bit of spine angle, the processing, going through the the progression. Now, one thing about Jason's scheme, it's very user-friendly. You don't have to immerse yourself in it for a couple years before you get it. I mean, there's not much of a learning curve, but yet it's effective. We were, 5th in the nation last year in total O, 4th in scoring O, 2nd in rushing O. So he knows exactly what he wants to do and how to get there. And in this day and age of the portal where you have so many new guys, you better have a very user-friendly system on both sides of the ball. You can't be complicated anymore. You got to plug in 40, 50 new guys, and they better be able to help and contribute right away. And if you got too much thinking going on, that's not a good situation.
Defensively, what are we looking at for Michigan?
4 down front, a 4-2 nickel setup, which is what 90% of the people base out of these days. Mm-hmm. It's geared towards 11 personnel. If we go to 12 personnel, then we go ahead and jump into a 4-3, and we substitute with the offense, but it bases out of that 4-2-5 scheme.
Okay, and what sort of style can we expect here? Again, I know what University of Utah's done, but Big Ten country, is it any different, or really it's just we're still talking about a football field that's 100 yards long and things of that nature?
The latter, exactly that. A lot of pressure, a lot of man coverage, mix in some zone pressures, a little bit of split safety look, and there you have it. And Jay Hill, our coordinator, I recruited him at Utah. Was an outstanding player there. Finished playing, wanted to become a GA. We hired him on as a GA. Finished his GA stint, and we had a full-time spot. Hired him for that, and he just kept working his way up through the ranks. His last 3 years, he was down in Provo at BYU and did a phenomenal job with their defense. And he's from my tree and played in our scheme. And the scheme has been tweaked a little bit along the way, but the real essence of it has stayed intact.
Okay, and you are aware, again, I understand your background here. You are aware you're not allowed to like Urban Meyer anymore. You're not allowed. It's not cool. It's just not cool.
I better cancel my date with him on the podcast then this week, and I'm going to be on his podcast. I'll have to break the news to him.
Well, it wouldn't be news to him that I would say that to you. That is for sure. I mean, but I understand you go way back like a car seat, but this is different now. You know what I mean? Like, is there anything else I can help you with the culture? How can I help you? How can I help you?
Well, coming from the rivalry that I just came from, saying "Go Blue" was not real natural, but now it's become second nature.
Yeah, so. You got to do that. Have you learned the victors yet? Have you learned the fight song?
Yes, I've been studying it, and I can't verbatim say it word for word.
Understood. It's hail to the victors, valiant.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay, hail to the conquering heroes. You got this.
We played it round the clock when we played Michigan those 3 times when I was the
Did you really? To what? To get your team ready for the nonstop marching band music and things of that nature.
Exactly. It must have worked because we were 3-0 against them. So had a good effect.
That's awesome.
So you're going to play the Ohio State fight song now? Is that the same thing? Or are you going to do that, or what?
We may do that. We may do. We always have a little something up our sleeve, but that probably will be in the equation at some point.
Okay. And again, I know I'm stooping you down to my level. It's called Little Brother. That's Michigan State, right? You got that. You got to refer to them as Little Brother, and or by the way, let me do you this favor. Because you're a high-class guy, I shouldn't be having you stoop down to my level here. But referring to Ohio State as Ohio really pisses them off. That's just one way where if you refer to them as Ohio, not Ohio State, that really gets them upset.
Gotcha. More so than the team down south, huh?
Well, I mean, we can still say their name. Like they're the ones who can't wear blue and X out the letter M. They're the children, basically. We're the adults in the room, is what I'm saying, okay? That and if you come at it from that point of view, you can still maintain your class and just say to people, what are you so upset about? I'm the classy guy here. You know what I mean? Like, that's a way to go about it. That's one way to do it. Do you like deli food? Do you like deli food?
Love deli food.
Okay, have you heard of Zingerman's in town?
I have, and they were gracious enough to give me a $50 gift certificate when I first got on campus.
Okay.
And so
I'm doubling that. I would love for you to have free deli food on me, Kyle.
All right.
Okay.
I'll take it.
If I may be so, I don't know if did I commit a violation? I hope I didn't commit. I don't want to get you in trouble.
NIL.
We're good with that.
Yeah. Okay. And do you like Philly cheesesteaks? There's Mr.
I love a good Philly cheesesteak.
Mr. Spots. I've taken Chris there. Chris, you've been to Mr. Spots.
I have been. It was fantastic.
Okay. There's another. You got to go there. They would love to have you. What else? Have you spun the cube yet? Have you done that? Have you spun the cube?
Not familiar with it.
There's a cube that's right next to the Michigan Union. You spin it, and it starts the university. At least that's the theory, you know.
All right.
So okay, so this is the way.
All
right,
I will give that a whirl.
Listen, I cannot tell you what sort of calming influence you've had. Like I literally was able to sleep better when you took the job. Have you sensed that from Michigan fans that you've come across?
I got a feel for that. Yes, I got a feel that it's time to put all the drama aside and get back to the business of just football and winning football games. And these players would be commended, for the drama, for lack of a better word, that they've experienced the last 3 or 4 years. To go 9-3 this past season, and they've handled it very well, and they're to be commended.
All right, and I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you again of your deep pass. You played for the Los Angeles Rams in 1987.
Scab ball, yeah.
Okay, well, you played well, but you played for the Rams, and I don't know. It made the rounds that your teammate was Suge Knight. Is that true?
That is true. Now, I don't know, I'm not an internet guy. I'm not a rapper. I don't know what exactly that means. Yep. But, yeah, that's him right there. There you see him right there on the right.
Yes.
So, your teammates.
You and he have taken different career paths to 2026. We could just put it that way.
Okay.
But any you like that, TJ? You see any recollections of being a teammate of Suge's back in the day?
Zero recollection.
Okay. Very good. Well, I just had to throw that out there. But do you still have the neck roll from back in the day?
You know what it is? It's in a duffel bag somewhere in my garage.
Okay. Well, we'll take that. If you want to autograph that, we'll take it for our man cave out here or anything, So,
it's yours.
Because we're BFFs now. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Right. I accepted that. Yeah, I'm good with that.
Well, I am a Michigan man of my word. I was told I would get you off the show at 15 minutes past the hour. I've got 8 seconds left. I don't want to take up another second of your time because I might feel like I'm stunting the growth of the program. So thanks for the time.
Appreciate you, Rich. Thank you for having me on.
I thank you for taking the job. I welcome you and your family to the University of Michigan, if I may have the temerity to be such to welcome you. And go blue, sir.
There you go. Go blue.
As Kyle Whittingham, everybody, the head coach of the University of Michigan football, as he goes off and says goodbye, and he looks healthy and happy, and I'm thrilled about all that.
Good.
There he goes.
As he should be.
On time. On time. What do you think?
How you feeling?
I'm ecstatic.
Here's what I feel now after learning the Suge Knight thing, Chris. I feel like someone's got to show, maybe Bryce, someone's got to show Coach the Suge Source Award video, right? And then he goes and recruits, and he can just use that same line, come to Michigan. If you don't want to coach all up in the videos, dancing, you don't want your coach all up on TikTok, making Instagrams, come to Michigan.
I like it.
I'm sold.
Cosign.
I'm in. We're gonna take this clip and send it.
We should.
We gonna.
And then he can do the other show things like maybe hold somebody by their...
No, that's
Nope. No.
I was thinking more like top hat. He could wear blue.
Yeah. Right? Yes.
You know what I mean?
Suge Knight and Kyle Whittingham were on the same Rams team during the strike of 1987.
Who would have thunk it?
Not me.
Different career paths in 20.
You like that one? There's a certain delicate way to put it.
There is.
Listen, I don't want anything going wrong or sideways with this man. Certainly not anything that comes from his appearance on this program. And that I just wanted to get deep into the nitty-gritty about what is his plan for Bryce Underwood. That's what I want. And then I want him to understand what he means to all of us here in the University of Michigan world. And then at the end of the day, this Urban Meyer friendship, it's got to go. It's got to go. No, he's going to go on his podcast. Okay. Sounds good. But that's the beautiful part about this thing, too, is that all the Ohio State fans, or the Ohio fans, all of them, they know we got the right guy. Now, can we win football games? I don't know. But in terms of all the holy heck that had broken loose when we were in New York City.
Oh, man.
I was a basket case.
That was crazy.
I laid it all out on the air. Yeah. That's my default. Whenever there's
wild.
something that's emotional, I'll just show the emotion. I mean, that's my default.
That was a wild night.
Yeah. And then a wild day, and then the next day, and then we're wondering what the hell's happening and who we're going for. And thank goodness. But it made it seem like he was retiring, and he was done. And he's like, no, I was thinking of coaching on the spot. And I'm glad we landed on him. And he landed on, or with us. And he knows good deli food. $50.
I mean,
was that, a sandwich? A sandwich for him and his wife?
We put a couple zeros on.
What are you talking about?
What are we doing?
$50.
But you're doubling it.
I am. You know? I'm sending that right now. Let's take a commercial break.
General to the SI to the Sports Information Director?
No, it's Schembeckler Hall.
Okay.
I know where his office is.
That's true. I forgot.
Again, it's across. It's if you walk out the back, there's Chrysler, and after that is the football stadium. And if you want to walk out the front door past Bo's statue, there's the Yost Ice Arena. Yeah, okay. I got to take you to Michigan. I took him once. You're not allowed.
I
had
a great time. I've been in the big house.
But you're not allowed. You're not allowed.
I didn't beat Michigan when I saw him.
You're not allowed.
In the big house. Yeah, it's a
It was 10 years ago this fall.
What was?
Us going to Michigan.
Was it really?
10 years ago.
That's right. When Jim had me speak to the team and I blacked out.
September 16.
10 years. Woof.
Damn.
Yeah, it's time for you to go.
Yeah.
I went back with Coop in.
Big house is great.
But you didn't speak to the team that time, did you?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No. I just went as a civilian.
You're no civilian.
I was an honorary captain.
You're not a civilian.
Jim invited us to hang with the team and watch 8 Mile.
We did.
We watched 8 Mile with the team before.
We ate with the team. We did movie night.
Right?
It was awesome.
And then you remember the game against Central Florida.
It was raining. We got these cool Jumpman jackets.
And Central Florida ripped off this run on their first possession of the game. And that's when it first hit me like, we can't lose with me being in the honorary captain.
Yeah, that's bad.
That can't happen.
Is it me?
Then it was kind of over after that.
Then it was. Yeah. All right. Memory lane.
Okay.
I'm just ecstatic. Can I talk about Kyle Whittingham all day?
Sure.
It is the Rich Eisen show.
All right. We'll take a break.
Silver Fox.
Hey, coming at you. Maize and blue, but this whole business of liking urban,
Rich.
got to work on that.
Wendy here. If you're looking to add a star player to your financial roster, you should take a look at SoFi's personal loans. SoFi's got some amazing moves that would be a valued addition to any team, like low fixed rates when you consolidate your debt, no fees required, and as soon as same-day funding. View your rate at SoFi.com/roster to get started. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply at SoFi.com/roster. NMLS 696891.
Rich Eisen here. As you all know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. At Hyundai, hope isn't optional. It comes standard. Visit HyundaiUSA.com and search Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
I'm worth a little more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars at Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Hey, Lance
Lance Zierlein here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen, broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Celebrate every moment with Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila. Premium spirits you can taste.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog Fantasy right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you're going to get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite teams will win, and if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code Lance. You're going to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks. You can find them all on Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 plus and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_HTML for details. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Follow ESPN Houston on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Wherever you are, we're there too. Not in like a creepy way. You know what? Just follow us on social media.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Yeah. Back here in the Rich Eisen Show on our radio simulcast. That was great for me. Hopefully for you. I need a cigarette, and I don't smoke. Kenny in Massachusetts is here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Kenny?
Hello, good afternoon, Rich.
What's up?
Hey. I'm calling because I'm a Dolphins fan, and I have an idea for how to solve the Tua debacle.
By the way, the Tua debacle is what you're saying.
Yeah.
The Tubacle.
That wasn't me trying. That was me being dumb. Anyway, I think that something I have not seen suggested is something that's rare in the NFL, but it's happened with the Brock Osweiler trade, right? Trade him and a valuable asset. And I can't think of a player that I'd honestly put on a no-trade list for that or a pick. I'm looking at the top two, like the top teams with cap space. My eye catches the Raiders and the Rams, right, who have $180 million respectfully. Mm-hmm. Raiders, right, maybe they say, hey, for whatever reason, not that I would say this, they don't want Mendoza or Dante Moore.
Kenny, let me stop you. Let me stop you, Kenny, because
yes.
You seem like a nice guy. Uh-oh. Nobody's trading for Tua. Who would do that? Who would say, we will take that contract on, even if they send assets, which, by the way, I understand you said Brock Osweiler. Don't forget, the Rams sent assets with Jared Goff for Stafford. That was the ultimate, like, oh, my God, Goff's career is over, because they had to throw in draft choices with Goff for Stafford. Because Goff's contract was so significant, the Lions needed that to take it on. But Goff was at least in a Super Bowl, man. I mean, Goff at least stared down Mahomes on a Monday Night Football game and won it. And that was before the offense began to explode. I mean, Goff showed the ability that we've yet to see from Tua, to be very honest with you. And thanks for the call, Kenny, in Massachusetts, just to set this thing up. I mean, for sure, Tua is a talented guy, but at this point in time, he's insanely expensive.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know what the answer is going to be, but that's for the new general manager to figure out. Certainly, when Tua's open to the idea of leaving, I mean, this quote has made the rounds. I don't think he made it on camera. We scoured it to look for it everywhere, and I haven't even seen it on the ESPN site either. When asked if he wanted a fresh start after the events of this season, I guess he was in front of his locker yesterday, quote, "That would be dope. I would be good with it." And just to make sure that, everybody heard him right, apparently the Miami Herald, or a reporter, reached out to him asking if he was referring to a fresh start with another team. He confirmed. That's what I mean. Didn't go so far as that he said he would request a trade. But it's obvious when they bunch him for the final 3 games of the season, it's like, we're done here, because we don't want, we'll figure out if we aren't done here. But one way that we would definitely not be done here with you is if you get hurt right now and we're forced to keep you. Remember, that's what kept Garoppolo around on San Francisco, is he got surgery, and they were pissed about it until they needed him again, and then he stuck with the team anyway. Mm-hmm. And that's what led to the Purdy year, crazily enough. So I can't. I mean, he's so expensive. I don't have this, the cap numbers in front of me.
Well, I'll tell you. Hold on.
But I mean, it would have to be somebody who falls so in love with him. And he's a lovable guy in terms of, his personality. I mean, but the issues that appeared out of his play this year just finally caused his relationship with McDaniel to be viewed through the lens, as McDaniel would say, of the coach glasses, that he had to put his personal feelings for Tua aside and basically say, we're done. We're going to see what Quinn Ewers can do, and then what the new general manager may say.
If he is released pre-June 1st, it's $99.2 million in dead cap.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, a post-June 1 trade, however, saves the Dolphins $43 million.
I got it. But which team would say, we'll save you from cap hell, and we'll take your guy off your hands? Because that's better than drafting one or finding another veteran that's less expensive. And that's for the new general manager to deal with. What do you think, new GM? And apparently in that meeting might be Mike McDaniel, because he said he's part of the interview process for the new GM. And when they fired Chris Greer right before the trade deadline, after Tua and the Dolphins looked terrible against the Ravens on that Thursday night, and they fired him, I think, the Friday morning, I thought that would be the end of McDaniel, because when you hire a new GM, they want to bring in their coach, but they love McDaniel, and he's going to stick around. And he says he's going to be part of the GM search, which is unique. That doesn't happen very much. And he had this to say about bringing in another quarterback, too.
In 2026, I think there'll be competition for our starting quarterback. What that is and how it looks, there's a lot that remains to be seen. We have it's the most important position on the football field, and you have to make sure that you do everything possible to get the best person out there on the field. Who that is, whether they're in-house or somewhere else, that's something that we'll be extremely diligent on. But I know that there will be competition for those reins. That much I do know.
That much I do know. He's the coach, so he'll say there's a competition, and that I assume Tua would think is not dope. So we'll keep an eye on that. That bears checking it out. Because again, when you look at a situation, it's normally the GM hires the coach, not the coach part of the hiring of the GM. Like, say, in East Rutherford, New Jersey, the New York Giants bouncing Daboll, but Joe Shane is staying. And every press conference he has, I guess, until he hires a new coach, he'll be asked the same question. He was asked it after they fired Daboll, and I'm assuming they asked him, they did ask him today. Why you? Why are you still around? I mean, how many times can a New York media ask basically the general manager, how are you still here, sir? Roll it.
For me, it's, early on I made mistakes. I'm fortunate to have great ownership here where you're allowed to stub your toe and try to course correct. And over the last couple of years, we've been able to add a franchise quarterback. You've been able to add a number one receiver in Malik Neighbors, who, again, I'm looking forward to getting him back. And there are, the defensive line, the pass rushers. There's pieces in place that also make this an attractive job. So looking at where we're going, where the build is, what the plan is moving forward, and seeing the vision through is why I think that's the case, Art.
That's why he's still there. And I guess then they ask him, while you're still here and choosing another head coach, how did the last time that you went through this help you with this time around?
Having this runway has really helped. There's not a lot of positives of, making a in-season coaching change, but having this runway to really do a deep dive on, a wide array of candidates. Sit in my office and watch Thursday press conferences for coordinators, integration of AI on some things that we've utilized. It's going to be a very thorough search. I feel really good about the information we've collected already. There's some really good candidates, again, on, both sides of the ball collegiately. We're going to look everywhere.
Collegiately. I said it yesterday. You got to call Kurt Cignetti and just be told no. He would just be such a massive hit in New Jersey, in the New York area. They would love him. He just has this Parcells way about him, an old school gruff sort of way that I think would play really well in that neck of the woods. And then outside of that, go ahead and hit him.
What were they really thinking?
Joe Shane would love to say this. All right, you see Jackson Dart, you see Scatterboot, you see Malik Neighbors, do you see I traded for Brian Burns, do you see Thibodeau still here, do you see Dex? I know he didn't have a great season. I know Abdul Carter didn't rack up. He sometimes racked up more off the field headlines about his tardiness than his sacks, but he's still Abdul friggin' Carter. I think, as a matter of fact, he led all rookies in quarterback rushes and hits and things of that nature. But the bottom line is, I just want to say this to the New York media. Go talk to the Jets, because we're not them. Just see the Jets. Are you serious? You're coming at me? Look at the Jets.
I hate this team.
Yeah, I mean, that too, yeah.
Could Joe, wouldn't that be great if Joe Shane basically said, what are you bothering me for? I know we haven't done very well, and I'm still here, but you see what's going on with the Jets?
It should. That'd be hilarious.
Because they're picking before us. And their numbers from this year are positively absurd. This is the problem when you are the coach and the general manager of a team that is second overall on the clock, which is unbelievable. The Jets were this bad and aren't picking first overall. That it's tough to. It's like the proverbial, as my parents would say. I can still hear my mom saying it. It's like selling ice in winter. Is the phrase she would always use growing up, and she still does. God bless her. It's like selling ice in winter. When you just put the graphic up. So their leading passer. Let's start with the positive. Their leading rusher, Breece Hall, had a 1,000-yard season. It's the first season the Jets have had a 1,000-yard rusher since Chris Ivory in the middle of last decade. Whoa. Okay, but their leading passer, who they benched midway through the season, had 1,259 passing yards. Okay. And Justin Fields. And Garrett Wilson, who hasn't caught a ball since week 6, led the team in receiving with 395 receiving yards. And as we mentioned yesterday, since the league started counting interceptions, till somebody had the bright idea in 1933, listening to a fireside chat, saying, you know what, maybe we should start counting interceptions in the NFL. The Jets are the first team to ever go through an entire season with no interceptions. And just to throw it one more time out here, as to just how remarkably bad that is. The number of passing yards Justin Fields had to lead the Jets this season, 1,259, is 153 more yards than what Matt Stafford had in weeks 14 through 16. Oof. When he was at Arizona, played against Detroit at home, and then went to Seattle in that epic game. He had 1,106 yards in those 3 games alone. And in those 3 games, Puka Nacua had 573 yards receiving, which is 178 more than what Garrett Wilson had the entire season to lead the Jets. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on about all this, but I do want to hand it off to the gentleman selling the ice in winter, and that's the head coach, Aaron Glenn, who had this to say.
For our fans, listen, again, there's a vision that we have, and there's a trust that we have in that also. And I expect and I will want our fans to have a total trust in us and being able to do that. And we have to earn that too. And our plan is to do that. And we don't expect to have another season like this here. So we're looking forward to this offseason. Looking forward to getting to work and using the draft capital that we have and the money we have in free agency to continue to build what we've been trying to build.
I honestly, I love the guy. And that goes back to the playing days. I don't know him all that well. I think he deserves better than to have to go out and have to say stuff like that. It just rings hollow to a team that's like, really, we're going through another rebuild. And he, trust us. We got to build the trust. They were the first team in NFL history to lose 5 in a row by 23 or more points. But that's a mission accomplished because they removed all. I keep telling you, NFL teams don't tank. What front offices tank? Front offices tank by removing players, by saying Garrett Wilson. I'm assuming he was. We're just not going to run the risk. You're out. You're out. Bless Breece Hall for being the guy to be on the field as the best offensive player by far on the team and carry the load. That alone should get him a second contract from the Jets. And Darren Muji, the general manager who traded away Sauce and traded away Quinn and Williams, and is now he's on the clock. This guy is on the clock because he's got to turn the players and the draft picks into players. All the picks. The one that they earned by trading away Sauce and Quinn and Williams by having the second overall pick. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. I don't know who it's going to be because in terms of the trust, it's not just the fan base. It's going to be the free agent class and also college players. You heard what, my goodness, Todd McShay basically saying no college player wants to come out and be a Jet is really tough to swallow. Darren Muji, the general manager of the New York Jets, Your friend, right? The man filling the Izek shoes, who I think is 3 general managers ago in terms of Jets rebuilds.
I think that's right.
The original rebuilder. Yeah, trading away Darrell Revis back in the day, is what he had to say.
I'm excited about the offseason as we go into it. Obviously, the draft capital we have, the cap space, and just being here now a year with AG, working with AG, the staff, getting to learn the staff, getting to learn the players, getting to learn this division. I feel more confident today than ever moving forward with what we have going.
Again, RES Consulting would help him learn the division because it's just like it's the Bills division and the Patriots have a good chance. And now, the Patriots are atop the division and the Bills have a good chance. And, well, at any rate, I don't mean to pile on here, but it's just, again, the Jets are on the clock right now. This is it. Now, obviously, there'll be more Jets football, even if they do have to hit the reset button. But this is it. I don't know who the quarterback's going to be. It's not going to be Justin Fields. I don't know who it's going to be. The Falcons just made Matt Jones is not walking through that door. They'd have to acquire him, and I don't think the Niners are going to flip him. I think the Niners are going to hold on to him. I think he proved his value there. I mean, would Malik Willis want to come to the Jets? Would you want to come to New York and take the money? But who are you building around him? The Jets don't have the weaponry that the Packers have. The line is built like the line is building. I don't know. A free agent's going to have to say yes, or do you draft somebody? But get it right this time. They certainly have the picks to do it, and kudos to them for not firing everybody. I know Jets fans are pissed about what happened this season, but you put your trust in these two guys. They have set things up for the future, and we'll see. But now's the time. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Don't go anywhere. We're back with your phone calls to wrap up this Tuesday and let you know about Wednesday.
Rich Eisen here. Hiring for your small business can feel like a full-time job, but LinkedIn Jobs AI Assistant takes the heavy lifting out of it. It filters applicants based on the criteria you set and suggests 25 great fit candidates daily so you can invite them to apply and keep things moving. Hire right the first time. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen, then promote it to use LinkedIn Jobs' new AI Assistant, making it easier and faster to find top candidates. That's linkedin.com/Eisen to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
Smalls here. Life is full of choices, some big, some small. And when you choose an H&R Block Tax Pro, you're choosing the largest network of tax expertise to be in your corner. For when your big ambitions need help with the small details. For when your 6 figures come from 6 different places. For when your gaming stream becomes your revenue stream. For when your business's year 1 needs 70 years of tax know-how. At H&R Block, they've seen it all, and they're here to help you make the most out of your money for life outside the box. Get started at HRBlock.com.
D&M Leasing just delivered a truck to a customer who had heard their ads for over 25 years. He's always thought leasing was just renting, but when the dealership offered him an 84-month loan, he realized he'd be stuck upside down in payments again. That's when he remembered D&M Leasing. They showed him that leasing isn't just about what you can afford, it's the smarter way most people pay for their vehicles. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today.
We make leasing easy at P&M.
John Granato here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out, give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. We believe that the jewelry you own should be the jewelry you love. Did you know that we buy jewelry, diamonds, and watches that you no longer wear? Just bring them in, and if we make you an offer, you'll get store credit for items you can enjoy now, or you'll leave with a check in hand. It's that easy. Jewelry and watches were not meant to collect dust in a drawer. Stop by Zadok Jewelers today on Post Oak and San Felipe. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW. You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Jeremy Branham here. If you're looking for a cozy winter escape, Two Creeks Crossing Resort has you covered. From November through February, you'll get 40% off all cabin rentals and 20% off nightly RV stays. That's the 40-20 discount. Perfect for relaxing by the fire or exploring the beautiful outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and make your winter getaway one to remember. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Seventh seed, we keep missing the playoffs. Back here on ESPN Radio, talking about Matt LaFleur in Green Bay, and yeah, the Packers have made the 7th seed and have made the use of it to make the playoffs, and then haven't done with anything from it. But they're in the mix. They're division title worthy. They're a better team than most in the NFL, and LaFleur. I would just counsel Packers fans to, be careful what you wish for if you want him gone. If they lose to the Bears here, it will be a bitter pill to swallow. The guy's really good. If you let him go, if the son of Carmen decides to not re-sign him, and I think they will, he will be the next head coach of fill in the blank of one of the 6 teams. In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. The Giants would be ecstatic if Matt LaFleur popped free. Are you kidding me? And at the end of the day, of all of his amazing qualities that I think he possesses, the one that I love the most is he loves water. He loves water.
Just telegraph.
His first round selection is always hydration. And that's important. You don't want to be cramping up. That's the one thing that's not going to happen in Soldier Field on Saturday night.
It's going to be cold.
It doesn't matter. You can still cramp in the cold. Yeah, get out of here. Please.
They get blown out by Chicago.
Great. Then that would be the best thing for the Giants or any of the 6 teams looking for a head coach. Awesome. And then I guess the Packers would hire the defensive coordinator and Jeff Hafley that's sitting there because he's going to get some run other places, I imagine.
Yeah.
As you know, I care deeply about pediatric cancer research and awareness. That's why I'm always proud to talk about Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 27 years, every Hyundai sold has helped fund life-saving pediatric cancer research. Together with over 850 dealers nationwide, they've raised more than $277 million, supporting over 25,000 kids in their fight against cancer. HyundaiUSA.com is a website I'm asking you to go to, and please search up Hyundai Hope on Wheels to learn more, because at Hyundai Hope isn't optional, it comes standard. So we've had 2 from Utah, right? Holly and a Molly.
Yep.
Now here's a Mo from Ohio.
Oh.
Lima, Ohio. Mo, what's up? You there, Mo?
What's going on, my man Rich? How you doing today?
How are you today?
Hey, Mo.
Good, sir. Good, sir. Hey, I'm a proud Wolverine fan living in Ohio.
Bless you, sir.
I happen to be a high school teammate of Desmond Howard and Elvis Gerback.
Well, that makes you awesome adjacent, Mo.
That's all good. That's all good. Yes, sir. I just want to commend the interview.
Thank you.
For Coach Witt because me watching this press conference, I was a little disturbed. And
why?
My fellow Wolverine buddy here in town was trying to calm me down off the ledge, but I couldn't get over the fact of he's got to understand the Ohio situation here. There's no buddy here. And so I'm glad. I was thrilled to hear you bring up the point and kind of
Urban who?
Dig in a little bit.
Hey, who's Urban? I don't know him. I know rural more than urban.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Stupid. That is stupid. You're not wrong. But I'm so happy I'm saying stupid things.
You're suburban.
You know what I mean?
You're in that phase.
Yes.
Lovey-dovey.
There's a honeymoon going on right here. By the way, be quiet. I'm talking to Mo.
Sorry, Mo.
You don't mind? You tell everybody they're in Ohio, there's a horseshoe visit coming from Urban's old friend. And I can't wait for it. Thanks for the call, Mo. You hang in there. Call back again, please. Will you, please? There you go. That's Mo in Ohio. I have just received word about tomorrow's program. Kurt Warner's already on it. Sean William Scott is on it.
Nice.
Jesse Palmer and all his hair to talk about hair.
Amazing.
Which is, infuriating, but I like Jesse so much I said, okay. He's on Wednesday's show. We have a fourth guest just added. And I don't usually start shows with guests, but this is when the guest is available, and I said, okay.
Oh.
His name's Mike Tomlin.
Stay by your phone, man. I may need you.
Coach T.
Whoa.
He's just been added. We start Wednesday's show with Mike Tomlin.
How about that?
Save your time.
We got Bill Cowher today.
Right.
We might have a seance and have Chuck Noll on Thursday.
I got to make some calls to the 412. Let people know.
Yes. Let the people know, sir. Let the people know.
Pete's back on the links with all new golf clubs and hopefully less swearing.
Bang! Sliced it.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money so he can be a little bad.
Heads up!
Oof. Talent sold separately.
Guy said these were slice-proof.
At least he has money for lessons. Invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, and block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payout, you can get your profits fast. So download the app today and use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules for Crypto.com predictions. The term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest-running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
Looking for electrical parts and you need them now? Well, for over 30 years, M&J has sold, delivered new and reconditioned electrical equipment in Houston and nationwide. Circuit breakers, transformers, disconnects, fuses, panels, switchgear, and more. If it's hard to find, well, M&J has it. They have all brands, and they can cut down on your lead time. Contractors, M&J Electrical Supply buys, sells, and removes electrical equipment. Call 713-699-5055 or email sales@mnjelectrical.com.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams at Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, Max, you look sharp in that purple tie. Ready to harness the world as a guide dog?
You bet, Daisy. And your purple service dog vest really pops against your shiny fur.
First day on the job for both of us. We've got this, right?
You bet. Dogs Inc. trained us well.
Ready to make a difference for our humans?
Born ready.
Discover how extraordinary guide and service dogs change lives at no cost to the recipients. Visit dogsinc.org.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. Brian's around too. Brian told me he's being a sophomore today. He said that he's feeling a little under the weather. Said that his voice isn't really there. So it's my mission over the next 3 hours to make Brian speak. Figure out, which the Twitchers hate that idea. Twitchers heard me say that, like, no!
Who's a fat guy in his
I'm
underwear,
gonna make it my
living in his
mission.
mother's basement.
Make it my mission to get Brian to speak. Parker Livingston, living legend, I think. Texas wide receiver, entered the transfer portal. He's going to Oklahoma. Living legend. Greatest receiver of all time, Parker Livingston.
Big move.
Yeah, big move.
So
we might talk about the transfer portal later.
So Brian's not going to talk today?
That's what he said. I'm going to make it my mission to get him to speak.
You sure, Brian? Are you sure you're not going to talk today?
He said he wasn't going to talk today. So he's feeling under the weather.
He's been yapping for the last 30 minutes about movies with Mapes and Michael Carroll.
Well, maybe that's why he's got voice.
Studio.
That's why he has voice fatigue. Is because he's talking about comics.
There
he is.
I'm talking to Michael and Sean.
It lasted less than 2 minutes. We got him. You know what, Brian? You're a gamer. You're a grinder. You're not feeling great. You're not feeling great. You're like, you know what? I'm going to stick it to the man. I'm going to talk. Less than 2 minutes, got him to speak. So that works. But we might talk about the transfer portal a little later. We'll see if we get to it. It is on the list of things to talk about. We'll talk a little bit about the Astros. This whole infield surplus thing is like not going away. We'll hand out Texans awards, rock and roll, as they make the playoffs for the third straight year. First time they've done that in franchise history. We'll get to Lance's take on C.J. Stroud because that has taken the internet by storm.
Shred up, Stroud!
Yeah, although I don't think that Lance was that positive about Stroud as much as Gruden was.
He was shredding him.
He was, yeah. We'll get to that later because I think that Lance is wearing this one, and I think it's a little unjust. I think it's a little unfair, quite frankly.
Okay.
I might have been instrumental in it, too. I don't know. And we won't ignore in victory what we wouldn't in defeat. I heard Eisen in the last couple of minutes of his show. He was talking about the lineup he has tomorrow. Mm-hmm. He has Mike Tomlin on tomorrow. Nice. Mike Tomlin coaches against the Houston Texans. How many radio stations in this city will have one-on-one on their radio station an interview with a coach that is playing in the Steelers-Texans games?
One.
Just us.
Just us.
You might get D'Amico on with Texans All Access, but everybody can get that on the YouTube. But that's also 1-on-2. There's only one radio station in the entire city that's going to have a one-on-one with a head coach that is participating in the Texans-Steelers game next Monday night. And that's our station with our dear friend Rich Eisen, who we talk to daily, and he definitely knows who we are.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said a lot of really nice things about him last week.
Yeah, we're always kind to Rich Eisen.
Definitely.
Always very, very nice to Rich Eisen. So make sure you're listening tomorrow to Rich Eisen as he has on Mike Tomlin, the only station in the city that it's going to have a head coach on. One-on-one with a head coach participating in next Monday night's AFC wildcard. But we start with the Rockets and the Suns. Actually, you know what? We're not starting with Rockets and Suns. We'll start basketball, but not Rockets and Suns. You know what's coming up today? You know why I'm on a remote today? Because Houston's taking on Texas Tech.
They are.
Go Cougs. 8 o'clock tip. Hope to see you out at the Fertitta Center. I'm sure it's a tough ticket to come by. What are your top 3 keys, Joe George, for the Houston Cougars to come away with a victory over the Red Raiders tonight inside the Fertitta Center?
This isn't the bit. I was supposed to break down the last game. But
top
you know
3
what?
Keys.
Don't turn the ball over.
Cougars are very good at that. They average right around 9 turnovers a game, which is tops in the Big 12.
Go big game from Sharp tonight.
Okay.
That's
He had a bit of a quiet game against Cincinnati.
Exactly.
Scored 2 free throws late, but you have to find multiple ways to win. All right, so that's 2.
A big rebound game from him tonight, and just
like rebound or like bounce back.
Bounce back.
Okay, I was confused.
And these teams, they match up pretty well. It's Texas Tech averages 38.3 rebounds per game. The Cougs is 37.9. You got to beat them on the boards.
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 Yep.
So what was the first one again? I forgot. Take care of the ball.
Take care of the ball.
Take care of the ball.
Yep.
Get a big game from Emmanuel Sharp and rebound the basketball.
Yep.
Keys to the game.
Keys to the game.
What do you mean? Well, you don't. You could preview. You could preview just as well as you could recap.
That's true.
Yeah. There you go. Should be a fun one tonight, though. Texas Tech, maybe the best 1-2 punch in the Big 12 with JT Toppin, the reigning Big 12 Player of the Year. These two teams, a good rivalry, good healthy rivalry. I think a good healthy respect between both programs. Should be a lot of fun tonight at the Fertitta Center. Over at the Toyota Center last night, Kevin Durant did this at the end of the game.
Jabari the inbounder into Kevin Durant. Durant for 3. Yes, he's got it! Kevin Durant gives the Rockets the lead!
There you go. Craig Ackerman on the call. We were having some computer issues, like the Toyota Center was having clock issues yesterday. But Kevin Durant, the closer, closing it out against his former team. That was awesome.
Yeah, I like the play design there. Just frankly, like no screens, make sure it's a one-on-one matchup. That's what he's brought in to do, man. Make big shots. It was nasty. He's KD. Like, that's everything you wanted when you traded for him. And he did it last night. It was great.
Big shot Bob.
Big shot Bob.
Big shot Bob. He wasn't even like, that was his second 3 of the game. He didn't have a good shooting night for his standards, 9 for 21, which he shoots better than that. But it was really the three-pointer that wasn't falling for him yesterday. He was 2 for 12, Joe.
Nice.
He was 2 for 12, but
good.
he hit the big one when he did in that fourth quarter. I was a little worried in this game. The Rockets had a decent deficit. They were, they were lazy. They had this lazy law about them, I felt. And it felt like they were going to lose a game in which they should have won, but they turned it on at the very end. They were able to put that law behind them and got the victory against a Phoenix Suns team that, they're having a better year than I think many people thought they would.
Yeah, I think it's just the reality is for the next 2 weeks that the Rockets are maybe just more of a beatable basketball team without Alperen Sengun.
Sure.
It just they were missing him last night, especially early. It felt like in the first quarter when the Suns went on that run right to start the game. It's just like you needed that guy to slow it down, go into the post, get you a bucket because, as you said, KD wasn't shooting the ball particularly well last night. Really, no one did, honestly, for the Rockets, it felt like. But you're missing him, and the fact that they were able to weather the storm in what ended up being a really bizarre basketball game for, as you mentioned, the clock situation. That was basically the second half of the third quarter and on. It was really their game. Yeah, the Suns came back at the end and made it close again, but they didn't deserve to win last night's game. They played sloppy. They played sloppy basketball.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with they didn't deserve to win the game. I mean, they made the plays and they made the comeback when they had to. Like,
they did.
I tip my cap. Like, I don't think that they fluked their way to a win. Like I don't really understand they didn't deserve to win. Like, they didn't play their best. I hear you on that. But it wasn't a fluke win. It was even if Kevin Durant doesn't hit that three, it goes to OT.
Yeah, but they're just like they were giving away way too many possessions last night. I mean, like everyone has turnovers, but they make turnovers that just kind of baffle me for how good of a basketball team they are.
Oh, it annoys the heck out of me. Reed Sheppard had those back-to-back. People were upset the other day whenever I said Reed Sheppard tries to make the sensational pass, and I don't like it. And people are like, well, it's assist-to-turnover ratio, blah, 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 blah. That's irrelevant. But how about those turnovers yesterday, buddies? 4 turnovers. They had that back-to-back possessions where he just coughed them up.
Yeah, like one was low to KD and then one was high. Mm-hmm. They just couldn't get the ball across half court. You have an 8-second violation out of a timeout. How does that happen?
Yeah, a little ball pressure. You don't have a point guard.
Yeah.
Not expecting the ball pressure. You get a little ball pressure. You don't have a point guard. Yep, there you go. It's going to be interesting to see what they look like in the playoffs. Do they trade for a point guard? Does Fred VanVleet have like this miraculous recovery, which they haven't ruled him out? They're kind of hinting that he could return this year. Not that I would expect anything out of him of the playoffs. And he may even mention we're not expecting him, we're not counting on him to return. Mm-hmm. He didn't rule it out, but he's like, we're not counting on him to return. But if I'm a defense and I'm playing the Rockets in meaningful games, and maybe not every possession, but I'm pressuring the heck out of the basketball.
Yeah, and I think it's been clear since game one. Like when you played the Thunder in the first game of the season, you pressure them across half court. It's causing them problems, and it's not just a one guy problem. It's Durant, it's Sheppard, it's Alpi, Jabari if he's for some reason has the ball behind the half court line. Like they're all making poor plays. And that's the thing they have to correct the most because there's clearly a book written on them, and they have to find a way to overcome it. And if that's a point guard, it makes sense. I don't know what the point guard market's going to look like. Like we'll see. I'm glad to hear that they're not interested in Trae Young because that doesn't solve any of your problems. But I don't know if a point guard solves all of it because it's not just your point guard; it's the other guys too. It's like if KD gets the ball, that's where you want it to start. Well, he's having a hard time getting across half court. They just can't get across the line, Jeremy. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just summed it up for you. They don't have a true point guard.
Yeah, but I thought I feel like one of these guys could figure it out.
And it's gonna happen once, the 8-second violation, anyways. But no, I'm with you on the turnovers. It annoys me. It's kind of careless turnovers too.
Yeah, but they had the inbounds pass from Amen that was I guess it was behind the half court line. I know it's not exactly what we're talking about here, but it's the same principle, right? It's there's guys guarded instead of so no one can get open, and he makes a poor pass, it leads to a turnover, and they're just making little mistakes that are turning into big mistakes and easy buckets for the other opposing team. They're just making life difficult for themselves.
Yeah. They Ocho says Peyton Pritchard me. Yep. I would love that idea. I love Peyton Pritchard. Huge fan of Peyton Pritchard. I remember this came up. It wasn't like a legit rumor, but somebody just threw out a trade proposal. I forget who it was. It might have even been Tari for Pritchard. And I don't know Pritchard's contract situation. I don't know how many years he's under control. I don't know how many years his contract runs through. I love the idea of Peyton Pritchard. And people were like, well, he's too similar to Reed Sheppard. I think that's a lazy analysis. They're both 6'3" white guys. So you think that they play the same. They're totally different. Totally different.
No, I think it was like Tari and not one of the 27 first, a different draft capital. He's under contract through the end of the 2028 season. So he's got 2 more years after this. His cap hit this year is $7 million. $7 million next year, and it goes up to 8.3.
Yeah, I'm
the
a fan
last
of
year.
that.
So he's a cheap player.
And look, I don't think he's like as good as Eason per se, but Eason's in the final year of his contract in a position where you have a surplus.
100%.
Pritchard's under club control for a few years at a reasonable contract. I would have guessed that he made more money than that, and he plays a position that you desperately need. So yeah, I would. The first round annoys me a little bit. Like, I would gladly trade. I don't want to say gladly because it makes it sound like I hate Tari, which I don't. Love Tari, but I wouldn't pay him the money he's going to want because he's injury prone, and I think he's going to get more on the open market than the Rockets are going to be willing to match. So I would trade him before he leaves for nothing. And if I could get a point guard out of it that I like, okay. But the first rounder kind of spooks me a little bit. I'll be honest.
Yeah, but Boston's 23-12 without Jason Tatum.
Yeah, so they're not going to want to do
it. So they're not going to do that. And Jason Tatum's kind of like Fred VanVleet, where he won't rule out a return from this Achilles injury somehow.
Yeah.
So, well, I mean, they might even get him back for the playoffs. Like, they're not. That's probably a guy we have to check off our list, unfortunately. But I agree with Ocho and you. Like, that's someone who before the season was at the top of my list of what the Rockets could have gone and got.
Yeah, his son traveled yesterday. Did you catch that? They had like flight issues and they traveled yesterday morning.
Okay, yeah. So I didn't hear the reason why. I heard them talk about that on the broadcast, and I was like, "That's interesting. That doesn't happen very often."
That's hard to do. I remember when U of H did that in basketball like 8 years ago. I can't remember if it was hurricane related or not. There might have been I think there was flooding in New Orleans, and they couldn't travel to New Orleans the day before the game. So they flew up the day of game, played that night, flew back, and Tulane won. Tulane won that game. Like, that's hard to do. It is a very difficult thing to do. I'm surprised that I'm not surprised that it happened because the NBA is not going to reschedule for that. But yeah, that was not great. That was not good.
No, clearly they're not going to reschedule because they could have stopped last night's game because it was such a disaster for the first half.
Yeah.
But they didn't do that.
You mentioned the Alpi thing, out 2 weeks. That's what they said, 2 weeks. Like, I'm on – this is a long regular season. Like, this isn't a team that's built to, like, win as many regular season games as possible. They might be built to win as many regular season games as possible, but that's not the goal, right? Like, that's not the mantra. The mantra isn't we need to be the top seed in the West or we need to be the 2 seed in the West. We need to maximize the wins in the regular season. The goal of this team is to make a deep run to the playoffs. With that said, Alpi – come back when you're 100% and then 5 days later. Dusty Baker, Alpi Şengün. When he's 100%, we're waiting another 5 days.
Yeah, what's the rush? There's none. You're going to learn more about your team, I think, with him off the court. Like, it's more learning opportunities about how this team looks. You know, is Clint Capella serviceable enough in case Steven Adams is continuing to be in and out of the lineup like he's been this season? Like, do you have to make some kind of move for a veteran in the buyout market or at the deadline to replace Capella, or are you just fine with where your roster stands right now? So there's absolutely no rush, and like the top 7 seeds are set. So like however long it takes Alpi to get back, like you'll be fine. And plus the team that's right in front of you, they're missing their best player on planet Earth for the next month because of an ankle injury, right? So like you can even pass the Nuggets in this situation and be right in the thick of it. So there's no reason to rush him back. I'm with that. When he's ready, plus 5 days, I'm good with that.
Yeah, let's baby our Turkish baby.
Yeah, no rush.
No rush.
Take your time.
Let's baby Alpi Şengün. So the Texans just made a roster move.
I saw.
They have waived Kevon Wallace, who has started at safety for them in each of the last 2 games.
Okay. Why? Why would they do that?
I don't know.
Like, is Darrell Taylor that important?
I don't think so.
Taylor? I can't remember how to say it.
My only thought on this is that they're getting Reed back off of IR potentially, and they like him better.
That's so. This is the move before the move. I mean, that would make sense, but like the fact that Wallace has been starting, and you're now going to just like say goodbye is a surprising move. I don't know if it's the end of the world or anything like that, but there's got to be something else coming after this for this one to make sense for me. Even if it's just if they know they can get Wallace back. Which I don't know how they could know that, but
well, I mean, if I'm the Steelers, I wouldn't let if I could claim him, and I don't know their roster situation, I'm claiming him.
Yeah, you claim him, you get rid of somebody you don't need.
I play a little bit of defense against a starting dude of their defense, and look again, maybe they think Jalen Reed's just going to return and he's going to be better than Wallace. At the same time, Wallace started the last 2 games. Like, it's a weird thing to waive a guy who has literally started in each of the last 2 games for you.
And I think
odd to me.
I think he's been pretty good too. Like,
he's been fine. He did have a couple of blow-ups. He had a missed coverage 2 weeks ago, and I'm not 100% sure that Jalen Smith deep ball early in the game wasn't partially Wallace as well.
Okay.
Because and D'Amico did kind of reference, like, missed coverages and blown assignments. So maybe he had something to do with that as well. But it's just weird that you have a guy that started in each of the last 2 weeks. You don't really – Reed's a 6th-round rookie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it didn't seem to me that you would waive a guy in that situation.
You think there's also got to be someone else on your roster you could move on from too, right? Like, there's got to be somebody else that's less important than on your roster than Kayvon Wallace.
Yeah.
But I guess not. That's the guy they move on from. We'll see how it plays out, but like that feels like Reed has to come back now.
Yeah, I think it's a clear indicator that Reed is coming back. I think you're right that this is the move ahead of the move. I'm just surprised that they wouldn't keep both.
Yes. No, I totally agree.
Yeah. Anyways, that's interesting. We'll talk more about the Texans a little bit later. Don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat, Week 18, because we have to be fair. We can't just be homers all the time. We just can't be like, yeah, Stroud's the top quarterback in the NFL. And
Yay,
Texans! Yeah, we can't act like that the entire time. You wouldn't take us seriously. We can't say D'Amico's the best coach ever. We can't do that sort of thing. Nico is the top receiver in the NFL. Will Anderson. We might be right about Will Anderson. He might be the best edge rusher in the NFL. But we won't ignore in victory. We wouldn't defeat a little bit later. We'll take a look at this Astros position player surplus. Everybody's arguing on the internet about it. We'll hand out some Texans awards a little bit later. Also, some things happening in the NFL. More coordinators being sacked today. A quarterback could be on the move. We'll get to that a little bit later as well. But we brought up the clocks. The clocks at the Toyota Center yesterday. They stopped working in the second quarter. They had a long delay. What are things that we take for granted in sports, whether it's playing it, although we don't do a whole lot of playing these days, watching it, whether we're in the stadium, whether we're on the couch? What are things we take for granted in sports, a la the clocks at the Toyota Center yesterday? 713-780-ESPN. We're on Twitch. Be careful. Twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. YouTube, ESPN Houston. TikTok at ESPN 975. Twitter at ESPN 975. Joe's at Joe George Radio. The mute Brian McDonald's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. 713-780-3776. What do we take for granted in sports? It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
This is ESPN 97.5.
I'm worth more.
Am I worth more? Yeah.
I'm worth a whole lot more.
You know what? You're right. At GiveMeTheVin.com, you are worth more. And your car's worth more. And we want to pay more at GiveMeTheVin, because good cars are worth more. And so are you. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
It's the largest lab-grown diamond liquidation sale in the world at My Jewelry Outlet on Bel Air Boulevard. Why pay over $13,000 for a natural diamond when you can get the same real diamond for $799 at My Jewelry Outlet? Engagement rings, studs, tennis bracelets, hoops, custom pieces, thousands of lab-grown diamonds, all at wholesale prices. Without sophisticated equipment, no jeweler can tell the difference between a natural or lab-grown diamond, but your wallet will. My Jewelry Outlet, 3841 Bel Air Boulevard. Real diamond, real deal.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
What do you take for granted in sports? What do we take for granted in sports? Like a working clock. 713-780-ESPN. Junkie says point guards are like quarterbacks and radio show producers. If you have two, then you don't have one. I guess. I mean, it'd be nice to have 2 point guards. But I see what you're saying. If you have two, you don't have one. Didn't U of H Hoops have a compromised travel schedule against Wichita State during the freeze a few years ago, and they lost that outright too? I don't remember if it was a freeze. I know that was the COVID year when everybody was, like, canceling games left and right. And Houston won by, like, they had 3 more wins or something like that of anybody else in the American. But Wichita State had the best winning percentage, and they played, like, 6 fewer games. And Wichita State won the American League, the American Conference regular season title, even though Houston had, like, 5 more wins, something like that.
That was terrible.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah, whatever.
I know it was 2020. It was weird times.
I'm over it.
I think the freeze was right, though. I think there was a freeze game in January. Maybe it was the Rockets, but like there was something with where like during that freeze in February in 21 or whatever it was. I feel like I think I do remember that.
That could be right. I just remember the teams were banging games left and right. It's like, oh, we're sick now. We don't want to travel to you. Yeah, it was a weird deal. That was a weird season. Junkie says that Eisen's show blows. Be that as it may, he's having Mike Tomlin on tomorrow. Mm-hmm. We can listen to it right here on ESPN 975. Key to a successful radio show, have Branham leave early, play good defense against the Twitch, don't turn over the mic to the producer, says a Junkie. Appreciate that. 713-780-ESPN. Whiskey says that J-Bone's hairline is receding at an uneven rate. I don't know that to be true. I don't think my hairline's receding. I would actually wish that it would.
Why?
It's getting hard to control. It's hard. It's not easy.
Do you want to get rid of it?
Nah, I don't know.
Because you can just get rid of it.
Yeah, I don't want to shave it off. My wife likes it a little bit, not buzzed or whatever. So happy wife, happy life.
That's all that matters.
I wish it was receding. I think you're wrong though, Whiskey Tango.
I wouldn't have hair if I could.
Yeah.
But she likes
you don't have hair, though, right?
I'm missing a lot up top.
You're missing a lot. Have you made the decision to just go off, just like go bald head?
No. Happy wife, happy life.
Oh, she likes you hanging on for dear life?
I don't know why. I don't get it.
All right, what are things that we take for granted in sports, like a working clock? Story time with Jeremy here. It's a hilarious story. Back in my day of working high school football, back as a young, up-and-coming play-by-play guy, I think Trey Williams was on the Decaney football team. I think they were playing College Park. Might have been coached by Richard Carson at the time. But the clock stopped working. The clock stopped working at Wood Forest Stadium, Joe.
Okay.
And that was a nightmare.
I mean, last night was a nightmare.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Imagine calling a game without it.
Oh, yeah. Calling a game, like, is it more inconvenient for you than the players?
Oh, yeah. The players, how often does a player say how much time is left in a game? Whereas as a TV guy, radio guy, they're saying how much time. Well, TV not as much because it's right there on the bug. And they got the bug working pretty quick. Shout out to the Shin for doing the hard work there. But a radio guy, they're saying the time within every minute.
Yeah, you need to say it as frequently as possible.
At least once a minute.
Yeah, and you have no idea what's going on.
I had no idea how much time was left. Every now and then they would have like the official would come on like 3 minutes left.
At a high school game, like they would be able to tell you from the field.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, it's Texas high school football, Joe.
Yeah.
This isn't Illinois football.
You said it was a while
Texas
ago.
High school football is big boy football.
I mean, that might have been like 20 years ago for you.
Hey.
You said up and coming.
When did Trey Williams graduate high school? You remember Trey Williams?
No.
You remember Richard Carson?
No.
Richard Carson, legendary coach in 21-5A. Coach Big Ike forever.
Trey Williams graduated the year I graduated, which was 2010.
Okay, so it was 2010 because I think it was his last game he ever played in. I think he lost that game.
It was 15 years ago, so I was close.
Yeah,
I said 20.
You were off by 33%.
Yeah, but still, I was in the ballpark.
That's not the ballpark. That's not the ballpark. So what else do we take for granted in sports?
The first thing I put, refs. I think we take refs for granted at times.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Because they're the worst at times, but also they keep things from being totally chaotic. And I don't want Kevin Durant or these guys like calling their own fouls. The game would be even worse. If it was like a full pickup game, how long would these NBA games last? Like we need some organized chaos, and referees help provide that. So I think we take refs for advantage.
I cannot believe that you you said referees. I did not expect that.
What do you have?
The first down graphic on football games.
Great call.
That to me is like the greatest invention. And like I think that sometimes people take it so much for granted that we think like the officials on the sideline should like see it. You know what I mean? Because like that's a terrible spot, or like they should know automatically it's a first down. I think sometimes fans, when they're watching the game, they forget that graphic is a TV graphic, and that it's not actually there.
100%.
Because it's on every game, every single time. I haven't played video games in 20 years. You guys play it every day, so you probably see it on the game, right? I imagine it's on the game.
Yeah, we know what we're looking at.
So like we're conditioned to think that and I'm being facetious here. I don't think that anybody actually thinks it's part of it, but I think there's like these split-second moments where it's like, hey, he got it. The rest should know that. They're like, oh yeah, they don't really have that, or that they can't even use that graphic during replays when a call is challenged.
The next one I had is now. Look, this probably goes back to more high school. I don't know how common it is down here at high school, but a lined football field that's only for football. Because I remember in high school playing on fields that had the soccer, lacrosse, and football lines on one turf field, and it was a disaster.
So you're saying we take for granted that it's only a football field?
That it's only a football field, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's not a bad one. It's a good call. I would have never thought of that, but that's a good call. Yeah. I like a good, natural, well-kept grass baseball field.
Great call. Great call.
Like, we see so many turf fields now, and you have to do it in the lower levels. Like, I get it. Like, the maintenance. You're playing tons of games on there. But, like, especially in the bigs, like, give me a good old – like, the smell of the grass. It looks pretty. The dirt. Like, I don't know. I'm romantic about a well-kept grass baseball field.
Think how much better it is now that the A's don't play on a baseball field anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's terrible. There's just it was a football
field. Yeah, they had like the.
I guess it was the other way. Football had a baseball on it.
Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, like
there was something kind of cool about it though, because
it was unique, right? Yeah, it was unique, and like it was one of the only stadium left that was like that where the Raiders were playing, but it was still just bizarre.
Yeah,
to have at all times.
This one's kind of deep here from us, Junkie. I think the one thing most of us take for granted in sports is that they're ultimately meaningless, a distraction from life's inherent lack of purpose, where arbitrary goals and intense emotional investment lead only to inevitable disappointment, making the pursuit of victory and the drama of competition pointless in the grand scheme of things.
That's great.
That is deep.
It's deep, but it's accurate.
That is deep, 730A. But you know what? You're ejected. I'm not trying to get. This is the candy store of sports. Gone. Out of here. Nuh-uh. It's gone. I really just wanted to hear it again. Yeah, he's gone. Get out of here. That's too deep.
I think this is a soft ejection.
30 minutes into the show. It's too deep. This is we're having fun. We're not going to go deep, profound. Like, you want to talk about like the sadness of life and like we have no reason to live. Like, no, we're not doing that. He's gone. We're a fun show.
I think that's still soft.
We're fun. How much fun are you going to have? Zero fun, sir.
So do I have to? No, do I have to? If I know this person's also
zero fun, sir.
There you go.
If this person's also on the Twitch, do I have to ban them from the Twitch the rest of the day?
No, they can stay on the Twitch. Right. It was a little of a soft ejection. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit annoyed that I had to read that paragraph so long.
You could have skipped it.
TLDR. You know that zero fun, sir? Like, I know it's from Remember the Titans. It sounds a little bit like David Cohn.
Zero fun, sir.
Doesn't that sound like Cully?
Wait, that's Remember the Titans?
Yeah, it's whenever they're lined up in the gym, and it's the first time they meet Denzel Washington.
Oh.
And then he's like yelling at him and blah 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 blah. And then he asked that character who I think was on Scrubs, who has the mole. He's like, what's that?
No, I just said you're correct. He was also in Clueless, that actor.
Yeah, I don't know his name, but he's like in that commercial now. He's a Scrubs dude, but he has the mole, and like Denzel Washington's like messing with him and like being tough and macho, and then he's like, "How much fun are we going to be having?" He goes, "Zero fun, sir."
Zero fun, sir.
Yeah, and then Denzel goes, "Well, let me tell you about how much fun we'll be having."
I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought it was Cully.
Right? It sounds like Cully.
I thought that
Junkie?
I thought that was David Cully.
Doesn't that
the
sound
whole
the
time.
same? Play those back to back again, Brian, please.
Junkie? Zero fun, sir.
That's the
Yes.
sounds like Cully. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, that's. I thought that was David Cully the whole time.
Here a Junkie. like
Junkie?
Petey was his name in the movie. That's right. Was he the running back? I think he was the running back.
And then he eventually played defense, right?
Did they move him?
Yeah, they moved him to defense.
Are you sure? Or was that the Gosling character?
No, they took Gosling off the field because he was white and slow.
And I thought they moved him to defense later.
And then they took him back out in a playoff game, I think. Right?
No, I think he played offense. They took him out for a guy that was more athletic. Let's put it that way. And then they brought him in later as a defensive player. I thought
I'll watch it tonight. There's nothing else on to watch, so.
What do you mean? There's an unbelievable slate of Big 12 basketball.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Somebody says that one of the things that they take for granted, the food that comes with sports. Good call.
Yeah, but it's expensive. If you're at a game, it's expensive.
Yeah, it's fair. I don't really go to many games anymore, if I'll be honest with you. Junkie says that replays, take that for granted. That's a good call, especially like slow-mo replay.
Yeah, but see, I feel like we've also replays gone too far at times.
Go on.
Well, it's just like we slow it down so much that it should. I feel like we've gone too far and it shouldn't be overturned sometimes. Like with the ball, like the nose like barely touches the ground, but like you can only see it if you slow it down to like the millisecond. Like that to me is beyond the purpose of replay.
I thought the purpose of replay was to get the call right.
Yeah, but even like in an NBA game, like if it touches the tip of someone's pinky, like I know it gets the call right. I know it does. Like it serves its purpose as the rule intends. But I just feel like that's what.
Yeah, you just wanted them to be kind of right.
Yeah, no, I just feel like it was like supposed to be for like the clear and obvious, for like the perfect game that got screwed up by was Joe West.
Yeah.
With the Tigers.
No, it wasn't Joe West. It wasn't Joe West. It was the guy
West.
with the handlebar mustache. Was it Joyce? Jim Joyce, maybe?
I think you're right. Yep.
The pitcher was Galarraga.
Yeah,
Armando Galarraga?
Yes. But I feel like that was the purpose of replay, was to fix that play.
See, I'm the opposite, Joe. I wish that it didn't have to be clear and conclusive. Like, I would go to the extreme, actually, because I think that a slow-mo replay is going to get the call more accurately than middle-aged men who can't keep up with the speed of play.
Yeah, you're right, but like it's just
Thank you.
slows the game down so much.
Yeah, it does slow the game down. Junkie says apparently Texans released the rookie safety for staying out late at a party and missed practice, and they lied about the situation. That's just a rumor from the Junkie. That's just a rumor from the Junkie. If stuff comes out from like credible reporters a little bit later, we'll talk about that. But that would do it.
that would definitely do it.
I take for granted free chips and salsa at Tex-Mex restaurants. It's a good call. Some places charge for them. You ever seen that?
No.
Yeah, there's some places like outside of Texas that charge for it.
I'll tell you, if I ever went to one of those places, would never go back.
Yeah, it's Bush League.
Like it has to be. It's free.
And also some uppity like Tex-Mex places do that here. Like there's some places in Houston that do it, but it's usually like the uppity like ritzy places.
I'm not going there then.
I agree. Both Petey and Ryan Gosling's positions ended up playing defense.
Okay.
So we were both right there. Petey got removed from the offense and was put on defense as another Junkie. He says Gosling gave up his defensive position. Oh, so maybe you were right there.
Thanks.
We take the power of the fan for granted. Ticket and food prices are crazy because we keep paying it. It's a good call. Petey was the running back that got pulled due to fumbling. Ryan Gosling was a DB that kept getting burned, so they put Petey in at DB because he was faster. Okay, there you go. I stand corrected. That was a great movie.
It is a great movie.
That's my favorite sports movie.
Number one?
Yeah. It almost loses me. Because what do you know about my take on movies? They need to be realistic. I need to be able to believe them, right? There is one moment of the game where the other team that the Titans were playing where they could have, like, ran out the clock, and they didn't. Like, they could have put it on a knee. Like, there was – like, they didn't have any timeouts left. All they had to do was put it on a knee, and they ran a play, and they fumbled, and the other team, the Titans, scooped and scored for a touchdown. And it was in that moment where it almost lost me.
Okay.
And I was like, this is stupid.
I think
my number hung with it.
I think it's number 2 for me. I still like Rocky is.
Oh, Rocky's good. Which one's your favorite?
I mean, I like the original personally.
I like Rocky 2 more than Rocky 1.
A lot of people have that take, and
it's a little annoying to me that Rocky 1, it's an exhibition fight. Like, it was Jake Paul before Jake Paul.
Yes, I can get with that. But like I like Rocky 1 just because it sets everything up.
It's also kind of weird that like Rocky goes from being an exhibition fider to fighting for a world title. Like that's kind of weird to me.
It is strange. And then, and then they did the exact same thing in Creed.
It'd be like. Yeah, Creed's kind of. I think I've seen the first Creed. I don't think I've seen the others.
Creed 1's good. I like 3. 2's not.
Michael B. Jordan.
Yeah, but 3 with the guy who got canceled. I can't remember his name.
Rocky 3?
No, in Creed 3.
Oh, I didn't watch Creed 3.
The guy who plays his brother. The guy who was
canceled. What did he get canceled for?
He was a bad person.
Like what? Let's talk about the levels of bad.
I think he choked his girlfriend. And he got fired from Marvel movies and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. Tell Joe that Rudy was offsides in the movie.
Rudy's not a good movie.
Joe Montana hates Rudy. Houston sports fans took Mark Berman for granted. Legend. We personally don't take Berman for granted. We had him do a radio show with us for the first time in his life. Southpaw, best sports movie ever. Majors. There's Mexican restaurants near me in Mont Belvieu where you have to request the green salsa. Must be the avocado prices. I mean, you can make green salsa without avocado, though. You could lose a little salsa verde.
Yeah, I mean, now do you have to pay for it when you request it?
Or tomatillo. I think that's how you make salsa verde, actually. It was tomatillo.
But, yeah, I mean, I'm a green salsa guy. I lean green.
It depends on what I'm having and who has made it. I mean, there's some red salsas that are unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
But also, I don't discriminate. I don't see color when it comes to my sauces. 713-780-ESPN. If it's good, it's good. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Marcus, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Marcus?
What's up, fellas? I just want to piggyback off you guys' comment about the officiating and like replaying. I hear sports leagues say they care about the integrity of the league, but they're also, you can't challenge things like pass interference or roughing the passer. And you shouldn't have to challenge something like that if it's true to be you care about the integrity of the league. So you're going to see how egregious it is that it's not a call like a face mask, or if it's very clearly a face mask, but you're going to let it go. So I would rather them have like a tandem, like New York style that works with it and just buzz down and be like, hey, that's a face mask, throw the flag, or vice versa. It's not a face mask, pick it up. That way you don't have to challenge, you don't have to slow the thing down, and it helps the integrity of the game. And I'll hang up and listen to what you guys have to say.
Yeah, I think having someone just like buzz in everything would help, or at least more buzzing in to get things correct and just move it along a little faster. I think that's ultimately my complaint about replay at the end of the day, is it slows games down too much.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a valid take. They tried the pass interference being reviewable, and that lasted a year. Like that's a tough one to be a challengeable call. The face mask to me is one that should be obvious. Like, yes. Hey, did he grab him by the face mask? Like, the reason they don't want the pass interference to be reviewable, they tried it for a year, was that they felt it was too subjective, right? Which I can understand.
Totally agree.
But a face mask is not. That's not subjective. No, it's pretty binary to me.
Did he grab it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
That's all you need.
What was called on the field should have no bearing. Get 3 people to vote on the play in question. I agree that they shouldn't have any bearing. Again, I think that slow-mo cameras can get the call right better than unathletic middle-aged men. 97.5 fans take Israel for granted. I agree.
I don't, but okay.
Well, yeah, we have we've hit an Israel impasse. I like Israel. You don't like Israel. That's our impasse, and we've hit it. The person. Basketball is an underrated sports movie. Al Michaels Gold. That is funny. Friday Night Lights is a fantastic football movie. Agree. That was filmed a little bit in the Dome.
Better movie or show, though?
Better show.
Agreed.
Michael B. Jordan's in that, too.
He is. He's in a lot of good things.
Minka Kelly, Riggins, Saracen. I love that show. It's one of my favorite shows.
Just skip the murder part, and then, you're good. When they kill someone, and then they don't address it.
I don't remember that.
When, who's the redhead kid? Him and the hot girl. They
oh, that's
someone.
right.
Yeah, and then they just like gloss over it, and they never go back to it. Yeah,
I forgot about that.
Like that's like the only part of the show where I'm like, like that's a little strange.
I almost quit on Friday Night Lights, the TV show too, when the quarterback broke his neck in the first episode.
Oh yeah.
I was like, okay, well this is just cliche, stupid, blah blah blah. I almost quit it. I almost didn't watch episode 2, but I'm not a quitter.
You finished it.
I ended up starting to like it. So, Bull Durham, good movie. We like Bull Durham. Rocky, the fact I'm so competitive and passionate about sports when our teams lose, that overcomes me rather than taking in the memories. 17 World Series, prime example. Yeah, we're probably all a bit that way. Y'all need to do giveaways using movie scenes, play a one-liner from a movie, let listeners guess what the movie was from, sports movie that is.
I like that.
I almost want to eject this guy because I'm naturally defiant.
Oh. Well, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, well, maybe we should do it. I only have 1/3 of the vote, so that could be overruled. Jonathan Majors was on Creed 3. Marvel fired him. Yeah, I don't remember this story about Majors.
Yeah, it was like right when like his big Marvel movie came out. It was like right after.
What does this guy look like?
He's in quite a bit of stuff.
He had a girlfriend?
I think it was his girlfriend, yeah.
Oh, surprised he had a girlfriend.
Calling him ugly?
No.
Oh.
I saw a picture of him, and I'm surprised he had a girlfriend.
Okay. I was just trying to figure out why you assume that, but
well, if you saw the picture I saw, I think you would know.
Okay.
He hasn't been in a single movie I know. Oh, he was in White Boy Rick. Have you seen White Boy Rick?
I've not.
White Boy Rick's pretty good. 713-780-ESPN. Let's move on. Coming up next, don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Week 18. Don't ignore that you're playing the Steelers, D'Amico Ryans. But don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool. When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome to Huntington Bank. We're new here, but we've been around since 1866.
Wow, that's a long time.
Long enough to know that insightful bankers, great products, and customer service make a big difference. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
You don't have to be fearless to take the first step. You just need a place that gives you every reason to keep going. A college that's nationally recognized for student success, you can be fearless at San Jacinto College. Here, our graduation rate is higher than the other colleges. Our job placement rate is higher. Our transfer rate to universities is higher. That track record is why San Jac is the #1 community college in Texas. Be sure your hard work will take you even further and fear less every step of the way.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 321-321. That's METER to 321-321.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo promo code 1560.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Bluebonnet Glass for homeowners, builders, and contractors. BluebonnetGlass.com.
Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions, and more. Plus, with Underdog's ultra-fast payouts, you can get your profits in a snap. So download the app today. Use promo code KILLERB to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predicts. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. More information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules for Crypto.com predictions. The term pick refers to a product traded on CDNA. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms_DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. I think commercials suck for the most part, so I want to make sure that this commercial is awesome. We make documentary films like you see on Netflix, but for sort of regular folks, like your dad or maybe you for your kids. Now, I know that bats and ancient Rome and like penguins are all cool documentary subjects, but one on your mom would be way better. yourheritagefilm.com.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from IQBar. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at eatiqbar.com/policy/terms of service.
I've got good news and bad news. Here's the bad news. Most protein bars are packed with sugar and unpronounceable ingredients. The good news? There's a better option. I'm Will, and I created IQBar plant protein bars to empower doers like you with clean, delicious, low-sugar brain and body fuel. IQ bars are packed with 12 grams of protein, brain nutrients like magnesium and lion's mane, and zero weird stuff. And right now, you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping. Try our delicious IQ Bar sampler pack with 7 plant protein bars, 4 hydration mixes, and 4 enhanced coffee sticks. Clean ingredients, amazing taste, and you'll love how you feel. Refuel smarter, hydrate harder, caffeinate larger with IQ Bar.
Now you can get 20% off all IQ Bar products, plus free shipping when you text IQ Bar to 64,000. Text IQ Bar to 64,000 to get your 20% off. That's IQ Bar to 64,000.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. This is Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy, the Huntington Bank bad boy. Don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dylan, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Dylan.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Man, just a couple things. I think for Texans fans, you know, we're extremely content with how the season went. Rough start, but you know, we got the job done, 9 straight. I'm exhilarated from our defense. Man, our defense has been our bread and butter. I would say, like, watching the Pittsburgh Baltimore game, I kind of wanted Baltimore to win. Or I'm sorry, the other way around. I wanted Pittsburgh to win just because the Ravens have dominated us in the playoffs, and Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson, you know. But, you know, with it being on the other side of it, I just don't know if, you know, Aaron Rodgers has kind of like a he's got a little ahead of the game from us. He's a veteran. He's played in, colder conditions in Green Bay. I just feel like there's a lot of factors that might affect us, but also you got to consider, I don't know if like TJ played in Ohio State, maybe he's used to those conditions. Just want to pick y'all's brains. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you feel, Jimmy. Like, I'm not too worried about the weather on Monday night. They're football players. Like, most of these guys, I don't know what you say. Like, I would guess like half the roster is not from Texas. I mean, not from like a warm weather state.
Yeah, one of my takes in sports is like, oh, that professional team is from Houston. They're not going to be able to play well in the cold. And it's like you look at the roster and half of them are from the northern part of the country.
Yeah,
like they're used to it.
Yeah,
like it's not going to be that cold. It's going to be in the upper 20s, low 30s. That's not that cold. That's fine. It's not going to be wet. It's not going to be windy. I don't really see the weather having any influence.
Yeah, I don't think it's a factor in this one. I mean, I wanted the Steelers in this one. I get the could there be some Aaron Rodgers magic left over? I don't think there is. I think they're gonna punish him because like he just I don't think he can leave the pocket against this team. Honestly, I keep going back to that play that we talked about yesterday where he could have run for a first down.
Yeah,
and instead of just like stopped in his tracks and like wilted to the ground when he's getting tackled.
I entered the game like Dylan wanting the Steelers to win. By the fourth quarter, I wanted the Ravens to win. I feel like the Ravens were a better matchup against the Texans. You do have the bugaboo against the Ravens. Like Lamar Jackson has owned you. That organization has owned you outside of the regular season game this year when everybody was hurt. Their best defensive player left with a concussion. Lamar Jackson doesn't want to run. Go look at how many times he's attempted to run since his return from his injury. Like it's not the same Lamar Jackson. So I actually wanted to play the Ravens by the time the fourth quarter came around. I entered the game wanting the Steelers. I left the game wanting the Ravens. That said, I think the Texans can still beat the Steelers. I'm not worried about the offense for Pittsburgh. I'm worried about that pass rush. And yes, the Texans have done really good at avoiding sacks. They haven't been sacked in the last 3 games. But they have been influenced by pass rush, by pass pressure.
For sure.
The Chargers game, like they were influenced by the rush. C.J. Stroud looked terrible in the second half. Avoided sacks, but you couldn't get anything going offensively. Like avoiding sacks isn't like all of the game. Like yes, obviously you want to avoid sacks, but if you can't convert a first down because the pressure is getting to you and you're just chunking the ball down the field, it's kind of the same effect.
Yeah, it still negatively affects you. That's where it's like it's the box score doesn't necessarily reflect the impact that the defensive line has made. I remember we talked about this earlier this season where Will Anderson had gone like 3 or 4 games without a sack, I think it was, and people were trying to say, where's Will Anderson? He's not making an impact. It's like, no, that's not true. He's just not getting the guy on the ground. Like, they're still making a huge impact on you, and that's where, like, it's a huge test for whoever is at tackle, honestly, for the Texans this weekend to go against the Steelers.
Yeah. If it's not raining, the weather's not a problem. Agreed. This junkie says is their AI that can vet callers for intelligence. You, sir, gone. You're not going to take shots at our callers. You're ejected. 5674.
Out of here.
Taking shots. You're a coward behind your phone, and you don't have the courage to call. And then you're gonna bang on the callers who have bravado and cojones. Not on this show. See you later. All right, don't ignore in victory what you win in defeat. What you got, Joe?
I can't stop thinking about what we discussed yesterday with the field goal attempt and not going for it.
Oh, really? You're pro go field goal?
Yeah, I'm pro field goal. They should have kicked it there. It's too conservative.
I mean, you're inside.
Yeah.
Like if you're like outdoors, okay, different. If it's cold weather, okay, different. If it's a windy, okay, different. Like that is optimal kicking conditions with a kicker who's been really good all year long, and you're not kicking a 57-yarder.
Yeah, I think it's like in this Pittsburgh game on Monday night, I think it's a little bit of a different conversation depending on which way the wind is blowing and how Kymie's feeling with the wind and just the weather because he's the one guy like it affects more than anyone else because he's just standing there for 99% of the game. Or maybe a little bit less for him because he's on the field quite a bit. But it's just in that situation that they should have kicked the field goal. It was the wrong decision.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird, very conservative call. But it's proof that D'Amico's conservative. Like D'Amico, the other was it 2 weeks ago against the Chargers where they like went aggressive and CJ threw the interception? Yeah, it was against the Chargers. And D'Amico was after the game was like, well, that's who we are. We're aggressive. What? In what world are you aggressive?
They're not.
Like, you're a conservative head coach, and like, that's fine. Like, hey, there's conservative head coaches, there's aggressive head coaches. D'Amico's won a lot of games. I'm not trading D'Amico for just about anybody. But it's not realistic to think you're an aggressive head coach. Sorry, it's not. And I'm not saying that it's good to be aggressive. I'm not saying it's bad to be conservative. But if we were to label D'Amico more on the conservative side or more on the aggressive side, it's on the conservative side.
Not even close.
So him saying that we're like an aggressive team was incorrect.
That's the nicest way to put it. Incorrect.
Incorrect.
Yes.
Any more you got for Don't Ignores?
Look, this might be a small one. Okay.
That's
but
okay.
there was a punt later in the game.
Uh-huh.
Wait, maybe it was the same play where Justin Watson just runs past the punt returner because he thought it was fair caught, and it was not.
Oh.
And I was just like, that's not what you're supposed to be doing as a gunner in that situation. It didn't bite the Texans in any way, shape, or form. But I'm like, if that's your job, man, like, you got to know if the ball has been fair caught or not.
Well, he's rusty, Joe.
Yeah, I guess so.
He hasn't been playing for a while.
He's got one job,
Joe.
One job. It's a pretty simple job.
He's no Braxton Berrios.
Did the hands go up? Yes or no?
Yeah, I mean, I always thought it was kind of hard for gunners to, like, see that. Like, if you, like, you could be being blocked. You could be being pushed out of bounds. Like, it can be kind of hard sometimes to see it. Like,
And
he must have been guessing, obviously.
And in the situation, if you're guessing, the guess there was that, because it was pinned deep, was like, yeah, he's just going to catch it because I'm on my way.
High hang time,
Yeah.
It's like, no way he didn't fair catch it. Like an estimated guess. It's an hypothesis on the field. Okay, was that your last one?
No, I mean, and then there's that last drive again, like the pass to Woody Marks, just going short of the sticks for no reason. That didn't benefit you at all.
Bad situational awareness, had to burn your last time out. That was a bad decision by CJ. We had a Junkie text in. Don't forget the intentional grounding by
Junkie?
CJ. I thought that was terrible. He threw it at the heels of one of his offensive linemen.
Yep.
You kind of defended him yesterday.
I did, but you're right.
Why is there only good goal line stuff when they screw up?
Great question.
They've scored 2 touchdowns from inside the 2 this year when one snap went between the legs of C.J. Stroud, and then they scored another touchdown when C.J. Stroud missed the handoff to Tommy Togiai. And then any other time they run first and goal stuff and they run normal plays, they're terrible at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is that the case?
It makes zero sense. Like that they've had no success all year, and they found success on disasters.
So weird. Jalen Smith is terrible. We've already identified that. Derek Stingley got beat twice in a row in goal-to-go situations in the first half. Now, I think that he was coasting, though. Like, I'm going to actually defend Derek Stingley. In the second one, maybe he got impeded by his own linebacker. Like, I'm here for that. I can listen to that. The first one, Pittman just dropped the pass. Would have been a good catch, but dropped the pass that was in his breadbasket. Pittman had 2 steps on Stingley. I think Stingley was just coasting, though. Like, hey, we're not playing Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter that much. We're sitting out Nico. We know we're about to leave the field and not play the second half. I think he was just coasting.
And that's fair, but D'Amico wouldn't accept that.
Yeah,
because that's below the Texans' standard.
Sure, but you're not gonna play to your coach's standard every single play.
I mean, one of 2 plays would have been nice.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's you say it's unacceptable, but like, were they gonna do, bench him?
Well, no, it's just I would imagine like D'Amico had not kind things to say to him when watching that.
Yeah, maybe. 7 penalties, 77 yards. One of which was the intentional grounding. One of which is the lineman down the field, even though there was linemen down the field. That was kind of a weird play. And then the fake punt. It's not so much that they gave up the fake punt, although I'd rather that not happen. Like, be on your P's and Q's, especially the playoffs. But, like, that's going to happen from time to time. Like, somebody's going to catch you off guard, not that it's acceptable, and they're going to get you on a fake punt every now and then. Like, it's going to happen every now and then. You know what annoyed me, though, about that is that they weren't organized after that, and they got another penalty on top of it because you couldn't get all the dudes off the field, or they just didn't stay on the field. Like, that was heads-up play by the Colts. Mm-hmm. The Colts are like, we know if we convert this that they're going to try to run their defense on the field, and you know what we're going to do? We're not going to sub. Like, I got a free 5 yards. Like, be organized. Like, if you give up a fake punt, be organized. Don't leave the field unless they leave the field.
Yeah, and I guess to defend them, like, I'm not sure we've seen that very often.
No,
honestly.
It's pretty genius.
Like, it's a really creative way to force a penalty there, but you have to have the situational awareness of what's happening in front of you, and that's coaching, right?
Yeah,
like, that's your coaches about who's coming on and off the field at that moment.
Now, I kind of like that it happened. You know, like I like that it happened in Week 18. I like that they got a punt faked on them and was converted. I like that. I like that they got, deked by keeping the special teams unit on the field and it cost them 5 yards because now they're not going to let it happen again. So I kind of like that it happened in Week 18. But, coachable moment. Junkie says more broken red zone touchdown plays, less field goals. Another Junkie says, nope, it was correct to punt. Okay, context. Give us your reason why. Leonard put up 30 on the Texans. He did.
Turned it over a couple times, too, but he put up 30 on you.
He did. All right, 713-780-ESPN. If you have any Don't Ignore victories, let us have it. Also, Lance Zierlein, our very own, he had a take that C.J. Stroud could be the worst quarterback in the division next year. You buying that? Is there any defense for our very own Lance Zierlein? And also a stock report of these quarterbacks. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5.
Tonight, your Texas A&M Aggies hit the court to take on the Auburn Tigers. Game coverage begins tonight at 7:30 on your home for Texas A&M Athletics. ESPN 97.5.
Buying a new vehicle shouldn't be hard. Monument Chevrolet makes it easy. Random here. Monument Chevrolet has a huge selection of Chevy vehicles priced with transparency. No hidden fees, no upcharges, no dealer add-ons. For over 50 years, Monument Chevrolet has earned relationships with thousands of customers doing business this way. For new and used cars, fleet sales, and service, visit Monument Chevrolet in Pasadena, right off 225 and Beltway 8 and monumentchevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Avatar Fire and Ash has arrived.
I am the fire!
Get your 3D tickets now for the greatest chapter of the biggest saga in history.
Whatever happens, protect this family.
Critics rave it's by far the best Avatar movie.
If your father and I do not return, you go as far and as fast as you can.
Movies don't get any bigger than this. Avatar Fire and Ash. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
I'm Hector with LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind. Whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. LaPorte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
And that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. A Gal Media station.
Houston standing by, over. Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Jeremy and Joe starts now again. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. So our very own Lance Zierlein was on the radio yesterday morning. John Lance. I love Lance. Lance is the best. Lance had this to say about C.J. Stroud potentially being the worst quarterback in the division next year.
There's a chance C.J. Stroud's the worst quarterback in the division next year.
Wow.
It kind of speaks
so
to
ugly.
Well, but that kind of
the
speaks to the
game
fact
he
that there's
gave
decent quarterbacks in the division.
You know, he just passed John Elway for second most
I
wins
saw that
ever
stat.
in the first 3 years of his career.
I saw that stat.
And you're gonna denigrate him like that?
No, I mean, but Daniel Jones was pretty good this year. Cam Ward really came on at the end of the year, and then Trevor Lawrence had a great year.
Well, if Lance says it, boom, he's right. If Lance says he's booty, he must be booty, Joe.
Well, if Jeremy Branham says so, I guess Cam Smith is ass. So,
yeah. If Lance Zierlein says so, I guess C.J. Stroud's terrible.
I don't think he's saying that. Is he? You think so?
Saying he could be the worst quarterback in the division next year.
I think he's more praising the other guys in the division.
Well, okay. To praise one, you have to deflate another.
That's true.
Although I do like the word that John said there.
Denigrate?
Yeah, that's a good word.
It's a big word.
I like that word.
I'm surprised.
Must have learned that in L.A.
Yeah, big
denigrate.
L.A. John.
Denigrate.
Bunch of denigrators.
Yeah. Can you use it any other ways?
I don't think he learned that word in Texas. I think he went out to California and got a new vernacular.
I mean, it would make sense. He's L.A. John now, so.
Yeah, L.A. John uses words like denigrate.
Yeah.
Texas John's just a degenerate.
Now, is Jeremy going to start using that word now?
I might add it to the repertoire if I don't forget.
Add it to play-by-play?
Denigrate.
I'm surprised by this take, I will say.
Okay.
I don't think – I mean, I like what Cam Ward could be. I mean, maybe if Kubiak is the hire there or an offensive mind, like he has a big jump. But, like, I just don't – I think Cam Ward is making that massive leap next year like some of these other young quarterbacks have. I'm not really a believer. So that's one. Number two, not really a believer in Daniel Jones.
He's also not going to be healthy to start the year.
So I don't know like who their other option would be that could also pass Stroud. Like now, so let's say Daniel Jones. Yeah, I mean like it's definitely not Riley, right? I don't think it's Daniel Jones by the end of the season either. So I think at worst, he's number two.
Oh, you didn't mention Trevor Lawrence at all.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like Trevor Lawrence ahead of CJ.
Okay,
at
so
worst,
not Cam Ward then.
No, not Cam Ward. I'm not a believer.
See, I don't think it's this spicy.
I mean, we're keeping
of a
the book
take.
right now. We ass.
Yeah, he was right. I don't think it's a crazy take by Lance. Like, I really don't. Like, I don't think that Stroud is going to be the fourth quarterback next year in the AFC South. But Trevor Lawrence was unbelievable down the stretch. Cam Ward showed flashes down the stretch and, like, was the number one pick. Like, you know, he could take that next step. It's in the realm of possibility. My biggest hang-up is Indy. And, I'll concede that Daniel Jones in the first half of the year was playing a lot better than C.J. Stroud. There's no doubt about that. Now, is that tangible? Is that something that's sustainable? I don't think so. I think he was taking advantage of a bad schedule. I think he was taking advantage of really a high-octane offense because they were number one in offense for the first 8 games of the year. He was playing better than Stroud, but I don't think he's a better quarterback than Stroud.
Yeah, I think that the statistics and everything were much better for Daniel Jones. Like, there's no denying that. I still think he's just the guy who started turning the ball over left and right at the end of the season. Like I'm not a believer.
No, he was hurt. He did have a broken fibula and was playing with a 3D printed brace.
Yeah, but he was turning the ball over a little bit before that too. Like I'm just and look at the end of the day, like they played basically the same amount of games, and statistically they were pretty much on par as the same quarterback this year in terms of like their completion percentage, their yardage. Like it's really not that much of a difference anywhere statistically. Like they're pretty even.
Then why is it crazy to say that Daniel Jones is better?
I just don't believe like that's sustainable for him.
Yeah,
I don't think it's crazy. I think you're right. It's not a crazy take.
I think he's closer to 4 than 1.
At this point, yes.
Trevor Lawrence was insane the last 6 weeks.
Trevor Lawrence put a gap there between him and the rest of the division.
And I think a big reason is Liam Cohen. Like Liam Cohen brings the best out of quarterbacks. Meanwhile, C.J. Stroud is Nick Haley.
Yeah.
Like it's not so much from a talent perspective. It's more like the setting, Like Trevor Lawrence is in an unbelievable quarterback setting, mostly because of Liam Cohen. Now, he does have good receivers. I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. didn't have a great year, but he's a really good receiver. Parker Washington came on this year. They traded for Jacoby Myers. They have a good running game, and they have one of the better offensive-minded head coaches in the league.
100%.
That made Will Levis look like a first-round draft pick.
Yeah, he swindled him.
He did. So, like, he's in a better setting than Stroud. And look, Lawrence was the number 1 pick. Trevor Lawrence, when he came out, they thought he was the best quarterback prospect since Andrew Luck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's finally playing to that potential. So yeah, I don't think it's that spicy. Like, Lance is taking a lot of heat over this, by the way.
I mean, I'm not surprised he's taking a lot of heat. It's where we do radio.
Yeah, people get a little upset and offended if you talk poorly about their guys.
Yeah. So like they're not gonna take it well, and I think it's the Daniel Jones part of it. And like you said, Cam Ward's shown flashes. It's just, can he put together more than just flashes next year? I'm not quite sure about that either. Now, like, if they make a Liam Cohen adjacent hire, I'll be really curious what he looks like next year. Yeah. But like, he doesn't have the talent around him. Like, I don't think Tony Pollard's going to be on that roster next year. It feels like they move on from him. So like, they've got some wide receiver, like a real lack of wide receiver talent around him. Like, there's a lot missing in Tennessee. So maybe in 2 years, unfortunately, when C.J. Stroud's making $60 million,
maybe
this is more in play.
We'll see.
But
see where he ends up.
I don't think next year. I don't think it'll play out that way. But it's not a crazy take.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year, Pete.
Happy New Year, guys. Hope everything went well for you. With all due respect to Lance, I don't agree with that take. Now, Cam Ward's got some room to grow, and he might be as talented as CJ, but he's not there yet, and it's going to take time. Daniel Jones, I'm sorry. Every time I think of him, I think of the New York Giants style of play or what he produced there, and I think he did have a weak schedule early on that kind of helped him look good, but I wouldn't put any money on that guy being better than CJ. Now, Trevor Lawrence, yeah, I'd have to give him the nod right now, but I wouldn't trust him in the playoffs over CJ. It's just hard for me to imagine Stroud being the worst in the division. Right now, as it stands, like I said, Lawrence, who I like to call Mr. Ed because for some reason his face looks like a horse to me.
That's
but anyway,
nice. That's mean, Pete. It's Trevor Lawrence.
He's got grills now.
Well, I have to have a little fun, guys. Come on now.
He does look like a horse.
But anyway, and you know what? As far as the playoffs, I know people are a little worried about, is he going to deliver? Well, all it takes is a great defense to win the Super Bowl. Think about the 2000 Ravens and who they had at quarterback, a guy named Trent Dilfer, and they won it all because that defense is what Houston reminds me of right now. Anyway, hey, guys, have a great day.
Appreciate it. Junkie just gave us the information.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you to this junkie that just broke this news for us. John Harbaugh and the Ravens are parting ways, according to Ian Rappaport.
Woo-hoo-hoo. That's a big one, Jeremy.
Man, Keith's going to call in and be like, they should have hired McDonald.
I mean, they can hire Todd Monken if they want.
Who are they going to hire?
I think you got to go young here. You're looking for a guy that fits Lamar better, clearly.
Why would you go young? Why does that fit?
Or I guess
better?
just like, I mean, I think most of the offensive minds are younger, so I guess I'm, kind of.
Keith's already in my DMs.
Andy Reid.
I'm generalizing here a little bit.
Keith's in my DMs already.
Already?
Yeah. Sicko.
That's not a victory lap for Keith.
No, it's really not.
Because the whole take was they should have done it after they won 13 games 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm surprised by this. I really am.
I'm not surprised.
He and his general manager share a back fence.
Well, it's a mutual of parting ways, so maybe he thinks that there's better jobs out there for him now.
No, whenever you see mutual parting of ways, it's a team wanted to move on, and they gave him the out to be nice.
If Luke makes the kick, he keeps his job. It just feels like bizarre decision-making.
But that's what it felt like going into Sunday for both these teams.
If a kicker makes a 46-yard field goal, that's the difference between a guy keeping his job
but
and not.
Going into the game on Sunday, you got Mike Florio out there being like, look, there's not anything official with Mike Tomlin yet, but everyone in the TV landscape is prepared to have a seat ready for Mike Tomlin next season. It kind of feels like whichever guy lost that game was leaving.
Well, somebody said Stefanski. Wow.
That'd be a great hire.
That would be so funny if Baltimore hires Cleveland's two-time NFL Coach of the Year and then, brings them back to prominence. Baltimore gets everything that Cleveland wanted, and they bolted Cleveland. They win a Super Bowl. They have, this storied franchise, this really good franchise, and Cleveland just left in the football gutter. It'd be hilarious. I hope that happens for the theater.
I mean, it would be honestly, like, it's probably like one of the best options they would have right now.
That would be awesome.
I would think.
I hope they hire Stefanski. I'm rooting for Stefanski to go to Baltimore and just stick it to the Browns.
Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of not, because I think that's a home run hire.
Maybe a home run hire.
Like that's a huge move for them if they made that.
Stefanski with a real quarterback.
Yeah.
Oh, that's who I'm hiring. Maybe they weren't going to fire Harbaugh unless somebody like that came available.
Yeah, I mean, apparently he had 3 years left on his deal too, so like it wasn't like they had to do this right now.
I wonder, do you think he gets a job, Harbaugh?
Yes.
A head coaching job?
Yes. He's immediately the best candidate in the market.
Isn't this who the Raiders should hire? The dysfunction that's been the Raiders forever, what they thought Pete Carroll was going to fix last year, hire the guy that actually could fix it possibly.
What if they just trade coaches and he goes to Cleveland?
Yeah,
so what was the rumor you said yesterday, Joe? Dayball is OC, and who is the head coach?
Brian Flores. Yeah.
Would you rather have Flores or Harbaugh?
Harbaugh.
I'm not so sure.
And I like Flores. I mean, like, if I'm Atlanta, to me too, like, this is.
Oh, that's a good call.
This is my guy. Like you've been looking for years for a coach. You've got a real candidate now. Especially, I think, like I get what they're trying to do, but this whole Matt Ryan thing, where he's going to leave TV and be the president of football operations. Like, this screams Harbaugh in Atlanta to me. And, like, if he believes in Penix, I guess that's what ultimately comes down to, right? Like,
yeah, but he's not an offensive guy.
Yeah, but I think you have to believe in Penix to take that job a little bit.
I mean, I don't think he's going to have the pick of the litter, though.
You don't think the Giants are going to want him, or the Raiders, or the Falcons, or the Titans?
That's different than having your pick of the litter.
I mean, it's not great jobs available, but, like, I would imagine everyone's going to want this guy of the jobs that are open.
I don't know. I'm curious to see his value on the market. Somebody says watch that Harbaugh go to Michigan. Maybe if they would have hung on, but they got Matt Campbell, which he's a good ball coach. I like Campbell. Darnell says you are welcome for the breaking news. Thank you, Darnell. Appreciate it. I wonder if that was the Darnell that came and saw us in Humble. If it was, Happy New Year, Darnell. Crazy to think 3 of the AFC North head coaches in the last place team stays put.
Yeah.
Although Tomlin could stay put.
Yeah, I think it's not. I don't think it's not done yet. Like, I don't think we're for sure that Tomlin's back next year. I would imagine he is at this point, but if they're going to go into a hard reset at some point too, like, you have to wonder if if Tomlin's going to want that.
I'm surprised by this one. I think it's a bad decision.
I think
really do.
I think, like, you think of the coaching stuff very rationally and right, the way it should be. But, like, we see...
Boom. There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Harbaugh.
I have the respect of my teammates.
Like, James Franklin. Like, we're seeing these moves where it's like, why did you really do this? Like one guy's in the college football playoff 1 year, has a bad start to the season. He's out, and you can't hire anyone. Like, now Baltimore is going to be in a position where they've got this coach who has all this success, and apparently the reports are coming out that, ownership is frustrated with the lack of playoff success. Makes sense. I get it. They haven't won, but they've also been consistently good for years. And now you have to have the task of finding someone that can at least replicate that. Like that's not even a guarantee that you're going to have a new coach and they're going to be getting you to the playoffs and winning a playoff game. Like, you have to find someone that can take you to the next level. It's not an easy thing to do.
There's a 70% chance I think they end up with a worse coach.
Oh, I think it's better than that.
What was that, Brian?
Yeah, sorry. I just saw Ian Rappaport.
Sounded like Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, I know. It's been a struggle today. Rappaport just tweeted out that I didn't realize this. Harbaugh actually owns the record for most road playoff wins as a head coach in NFL history.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you're going to try to what? Who are you going to hire that you feel great is going to be able to do better than that? So I would put the odds at hiring a lesser coach probably closer to 85-90% than it is 70.
I would be really impressed by Stefanski, though. That would be
that. Yeah, I could justify that one. The other ones, though, I'd feel I have a hard time justifying.
Yeah, I think we overrate winning and losing. I know that sounds crazy, but it goes to like what you just said earlier. Like if Tyler Bass, or not Bass, if Loop makes that field goal, does he keep his job? That's what it came down to. Was that the kicker choked?
Well, if it's playoff success, then maybe not. Like
maybe he needed a win.
If they lose to the Texans, or even if they beat the Texans and lose in the next round, like you're still not increasing your playoff success more than your normal year with Baltimore, right? So it's like I wonder if there was like a much higher bar that they had to,
well, especially with no Burrow in the playoffs, no Mahomes in the playoffs.
Yeah,
they probably kind of like the Buffalo fans feel like this year. Like, if not this year, then when?
B-Mac sounds like he just smoked a whole pack of Camel unfiltered cigarettes.
It
what does
feels
B-Mac
like
sound like right now? 713-780-3776. I think he sounds like Jeff Bridges.
That'd be an improvement.
I think you sound like Jeff Bridges.
No, I would take that. I would take that in a heartbeat.
He sounds like Todd Callis.
Just start smoking.
I'll pick up a pack on the way home.
Yeah, just like keep it 24/7.
Who was the guy that used to do the Texans preseason football before their new guy? I think he does radio or TV play-by-play for the Pelicans. He used to do the Lakers. Old guy.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I can't think of the name.
Joel Myers.
Yeah,
Joel Myers. You sound like Joel Myers.
Okay, all right.
Joel Myers would it sounded like he smoked 3 packs a day. Junkie, didn't Campbell go to Penn State and Whittingham went to Michigan? Yes, you're right. My bad. I got those confused. Campbell's at Penn State. Whittingham went to Michigan. My bad. You got me. 1 for you, 0 for me.
Boom shakalaka!
You got me. Got me. Hey, I got to admit it. Whenever you get me, I give you my salute. Do you want to see a couple of these quote tweets on this Lance Zierlein?
Yes.
Could CJ, because the Twitter posted this the other day, our admin. It said, could C.J. Stroud be the worst, in all capital letters, quarterback in the division next year? The highlights that admin posted to looked like week 2 of the 2024 season. But I digress. That's not important. But the quote tweets here. Junior said 97.5 fall off since Hoffman and Fowler left. Got to be studied. Probably right about that. Jason Braddock, I respect Lance's evaluations and the time he puts in. But this take from him surprises me. No malice, just genuinely surprised by the take. H-Town, 8 reposts, 9 comments, 0 likes. Tells you all you need to know. It did get ratioed.
Big time.
He got big time ratioed. Sarge, who we all love Sarge. I have a lot of respect for Lance, but this take is horrible. Stroud in a second year of a system with a decent offensive line is going to be a problem.
Yeah, see, that's too far.
Shut up, Stroud! I mean, Sarge is kind of a homer.
Yeah.
Will Ace, I do agree with 1 point. Stop with the field goal bull crap. That's why I scoffed at people who would always tell me CJ threw 40-plus touchdowns in each college season. That almost never translates. Sounds like I actually took Lance aside there a little bit. Lance, my guy, but come on, bro. This being the talk with playoffs on Monday and Super Bowl run as possible is why I stopped listening to some local shows. Oh, come on, Papa Doc. Give us a chance. Playoff game Monday night, and this is the topic. SMH with hand and face emoji. Exactly why no one watched this trash show. That's not true. Everybody listens to John and Lance and watches them. They are they're Hall of Famers, radio Hall of Famers.
Yeah,
begging for clicks, says Texans film guy, comical. Well, it did work.
It did.
I don't know if that was Lance's intent was to try to get engagement. I don't think he was farming engagement, but it did work.
It might have been Sam's.
Yeah, probably. That's her job.
Yeah, it has 145,000 views on Instagram. Yeah.
These people do anything for clicks, bro. Laughing emoji, crying emoji. So there you go. Lance, he's engagement farming.
Hey, look, he's
doing it all for the clicks.
He's
Lance
just getting roasted nonstop.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
That's what Lance was doing.
Like between this one and then the one that every day I get notifications from the ESPN Houston Facebook page. And
what do they say on there?
And they're crushing him still.
Really?
Or the Texans have no chance to make the playoffs. It's a short from week 3 of the season, I think.
Is it possible Lance has just decided to embrace debate?
Yeah, he's just not even debate. He just turned into a full-fledged engagement farmer.
Embrace the hate.
I get criticized for being the one who does the clickbait stuff. I think it might
just
be Lance.
Throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Did Granato say that to Lance?
I don't think so.
I think this is unjust and unfair. I think we've uncovered a travesty.
I mean, you might be right. You might be right, Jeremy. But
he's doing it for clicks.
Yeah, clearly.
Granato didn't say anything about clicks, but he did say denigrate, which was a win for us.
Big win. That's the reason that Sam used that clip was because he said that word.
She's like, that's a big word.
She's like, wow. Whoa. Mike on Facebook, he'll be reigning Super Bowl champion quarterback. Stroud will have his deep threat back next season. CJ is better than every quarterback in our division. CJ was not sacked but once the last 4 games. I love how they just ignored that CJ Stroud was terrible in the second half against the Chargers with any sort of pressure, though.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, you avoided the sack. Also didn't move the ball at all.
Box score watching.
Yeah. Poor Lance, though. I don't think it was that spicy. I don't even think that's the point he was trying to make. I think the point he was trying to make is that the division's going to be good next year.
I think so, too. I think that is the larger point is there are good quarterbacks in the division. Look, the division's not a joke, finally.
No.
So you're saying Sam did him dirty?
Yeah.
As one who gets taken out of context a lot, yours truly, although I probably don't help my own cause there because I like to leave things kind of hanging. As one who gets done dirty and gets taken out of context a lot, I think that Lance got done dirty here. I really do. I think he got taken out of context. Now, he did in that clip say that he could be the worst quarterback in the division next year, but that wasn't his point. I'm on Team Lance here. Not that I agree with that little clip. Not that I agree with that clip. I'm just saying I think Lance got done dirty.
Yeah, I think it's not unreasonable to. And I get why people are upset because it's CJ Stroud as the Texans quarterback, but I don't think this is a take that you wouldn't potentially hear in the other three markets.
Right.
I think you could I could really see radio hosts in Tennessee, Jacksonville, and Indianapolis making this exact same argument, which is why it's not a crazy take. I don't agree with it, but it's not a crazy take.
CJ will be at the Super Bowl this year. I didn't say he'd be playing in it. Zerline equals great value. Skip Bayless. That's not fair. It's not fair. Lance wasn't engagement farming. He was also engagement ranching. Hey, Lovie Smith is available. Perfect 2.0. Fit for the Ravens. Yeah, not a great joke. It really wasn't. Whenever you compare quarterbacks, do you compare quarterbacks for those teams? You got to look at their schedule. Texans had the roughest schedule of any team in their conference. It's a valid point. Daniel Jones did enough for a payday, but got hurt at the right time as he was starting to regress.
Okay, but the schedule thing, it's only 3 games. It's only 3 games.
Well, it's only 3 games in terms of the difference of the rest of the division. But if you look at it relative to the entire league, and you're playing, the easiest schedule versus the most difficult schedule, it is going to be a little bit easier to move the ball as a quarterback against the worst schedule than the best.
Yeah, no, for sure. In the context of this conversation, it's only 3 games.
Yeah,
it's not a wide margin, and the Texans benefited from that this year, honestly.
Yeah, but I feel like whenever we talk about Daniel Jones and taking advantage of a weak schedule, I don't think they're comparing their schedule versus the division. I think they're comparing their schedule versus the rest of the league.
Yeah, no, that's true. But in the context of this one, the schedule to me is irrelevant.
No, I don't think it's in the context of this one.
I feel like that's what the texter earlier was saying.
He's saying that Stroud has had a difficult schedule and he's not putting up numbers. That's how I took it.
No, I know, but I remember as the caller, they brought up Daniel Jones' schedule to start the season.
He did have an easy schedule.
He did, but it wasn't it was the same teams the Texans played.
No, it wasn't.
Besides the Dolphins.
At the start of the year.
Well, but throughout, they played the same teams throughout the season.
But he took advantage of a schedule at the beginning of the year.
Yes. But, they played the Broncos.
The Texans went Rams, Bucks, Jags, Titans. No, that wasn't their schedule. Yeah, it was Rams, Bucks, Jags. First 3 out of the gate. And then Titans, Ravens, Seahawks.
Yeah, Daniel Jones went Dolphins, Broncos, Titans.
Yeah.
Their easier games were earlier in the season.
Rams, Raiders, Cardinals.
Yeah.
It did take advantage of a soft schedule.
Well, yeah, but it's still eventually CJ played almost all those same teams, is my point.
But that's now moving the goalpost.
I don't think so.
Because they're now talking, yes. If Daniel Jones is taking advantage of an easy schedule to start the year, how could you add the rest of the season as part of the argument?
Well, because CJ took advantage at the end of the season when he played the Cardinals and the Raiders, or at least one of those teams. So it balances out, is my point. It balances out over time.
I just don't think that's the argument.
That's fine.
Whenever they say Daniel Jones had an easy first half of the season schedule, I don't think you can use the entirety of the schedule. But we're getting out of the weeds. People are annoyed that we're arguing about this. The current play calling, yes, CJ the worst quarterback in the South. Excuse me. Joe George's brown-nosing Lance, laughing face emoji. Stroud was the 4th best quarterback behind Mills and just ahead of Ward.
Disagree.
Bunch of Texans homers. CJ is good, but not a top 10 quarterback, and he might never be. Okay, well, I think you're kind of straw-manning that. This conversation wasn't, is CJ Stroud a top 10 quarterback? It's, is CJ Stroud the worst quarterback in the AFC South next year? That's a straw man.
Yeah.
Sorry. You know what? And for that straw man, you're gone. You're out of here.
Out of here.
I don't like straw man arguments. Lance's hot takes are drier than his brisket. Dang. Ravens fired Harbaugh, exclamation point. Just talked about it for 10 minutes. But we can talk about it more next if that's what the people want. We're always cool to that. Let's talk about Harbaugh leaving. What would make sense there? Cousins got a new deal, and then other coordinators that have been sacked
they're donezo. 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are back. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the Underdog app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Using Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like points, rebounds, steals, and more. Plus, with Underdog's quick payouts, you can get your profits fast. So download the Underdog app today. Use promo code KILLERB, KILLERB, to score $75 in bonus entries when you make your first $5 fantasy entry. Player picks, team picks, all on Underdog.
Crypto.com predictions powered by Underdog Predict. Trading derivatives involves risk and may not be appropriate for all. For more information, visit nadex.com/rules and underdogfantasy.com/rules. For Crypto.com predictions, the term pick refers to a product traded on CD&A. Must be 18 or older and present in Texas. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to great spirits, Texans know that details matter. Rio Vodka is crafted for exceptional smoothness, delivering pure, clean character in every pour. Rio Agave Tequila is made additive-free from 100% Blue Weber agave, bringing honest flavor you can enjoy neat or in your favorite cocktail. Whether you're gathering with friends or raising a glass to something worth celebrating, these standout spirits are made to be savored. Find Rio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila at Total Wine and other fine liquor stores. Elevate your next pour, Texas style.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
Del Olale here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you were thinking it's all that obligatory travel to see your family, you'd be dead wrong. The scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw a traditional water heater in for free. Call him today at 281-488-6238 or visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The best thing about memories is they never fade and never go away. Stories from your past sit up in your head perfectly, and you can just draw from them for the rest of your life. The details don't get fuzzy, and you can share them with the people you love easily. Oh wait, that's bull. That's a heritage film. The thing that we create for families and founders to share their stories with a personal documentary film that does last forever. YourHeritageFilm.com.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taquerias Arandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taquerias Arandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taquerias Arandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Dream Rate Mortgage, U.S. Coins, and Texas Card House.
Small business owners, does your bank get your life? Does it let you switch from your personal to your business account with a tap? Or let you give your CPA direct access? We do. Let's give more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
You're listening to Jeremy and Joe, live from the Huntington Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. Junkies. Hey, guys, Harbaugh
Junkie?
got fired. Yeah, appreciate it. Another junkie says that BMAC sounds like Coach O. I can see it a little bit. Yeah, I can hear it a little bit. Another junkie says BMAC sounds like one of Marge's sisters on The Simpsons. It's messed up.
I mean, they are heavy smokers.
What was that, Brian? I didn't hear you.
They are heavy smokers. I know what you're doing, but I'll do you the favor.
Oh, man. Love it. Stroud is top 1 for dressing like Medea. Man.
That's wrong,
messed
man.
up.
Should we run that?
Oh, huh?
Should we run that?
No, that's pretty funny.
All right.
That's good. I like that.
That's a great one. And, I mean, it's not wrong. Dresses like Medea. Now ask the same people clowning Lance if they want to pay CJ $60 million per year. He's a mid-quarterback. I mean, if you ask people in this city, they would say yes.
Yes.
Let's Twitter post it. Should the Texans pay CJ Stroud $60 million to guarantee he'll be a Texan for the immediate future?
For life.
No, I'm not gonna say for life.
If he signs a 10-year,
I'll just say future.
For life. It's not the NWO.
For life.
It won't be for life.
Should the Texans pay C.J. Stroud $60 million to guarantee he'll be a Texan for the foreseeable future?
Yep.
Are we good with that?
I think that's a good poll.
What do you think is going to be the result?
It's going to be heavy, yes. 65-35.
That's not heavy.
It's not?
No. What would you consider heavy, B-Mac?
75 plus.
Yeah.
Three quarters or
65. 65-35 is like almost a coin flip. I'm being a little facetious.
Not really.
I'm being a little facetious.
I know you
But
are.
I wouldn't say it's heavy.
Oh, I'm going to vote no. Did you post it yet?
Yeah, I'm gonna refrain from voting.
You don't vote in your own poll.
I don't want to vote in this one because I have a feeling it's going to be yes, and I don't want to bring down the percentage based on my logic.
Oh, you get a voice in this?
I don't think you can vote on your own poll.
Oh,
you can't vote on your own poll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that actually. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP, listener line. Trade Stroud to the Raiders for the first pick and get Mendoza.
Gross.
Oh, man.
I'm not a Mendoza guy for trading a quarterback. For the Raiders, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Somebody says 40 max. He's not signing 40 max, man. Random thought, but is spiking the ball counted as an incompletion? If not, why is kneeling the ball counted as negative rushing yards?
That's a great question.
I think it's counted as a team attempt. I don't think you penalize the quarterback for it. I could be wrong on that. I'm not that confident. I'm like 65-35, so I'm very I'm right. I'm not that confident.
It's pretty heavy.
Not that confident. I'm like 65-35. But I think it goes down as a team pass attempt, not a player pass attempt. Could be wrong. Why is kneeling the ball counted as negative rushing yards? So I thought it used to be team rushing yards, but then I saw in fantasy that team people were losing because it went against the individual. So that one's kind of new to me. I was 2 weeks old learning that one.
That's tough.
Which is odd because sacks and college football is different, but in the NFL, sacks go as the team rushing yards, but not the quarterback.
Yeah, I always thought it was a team rushing stat, or a team passing stat actually. But no. Anyways, whatever. All right. Pete says, glad Matt Eberflus got the boot, but it won't change anything because Grandpa Jarrah is going to screw something else up. So there's a lot of coordinator news. Big news today in the NFL. Harbaugh is out in Baltimore. Not Jim, but John, because Jim's the Michigan man. This is John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh has been sacked by the Baltimore Ravens. Actually, they agreed to part ways, whatever that means.
He got sacked.
So you think he'll get a job this year?
Yes, I do, if he wants
You're on the side?
Yes.
If he wants one, he'll have a job.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't think he's going to have the pick of the litter. I don't think he's going to be the number one target for every single one of these teams. But I agree with you that if he wants a job, he'll get it.
I don't really love this candidate pool for the coaching this cycle, it feels like. So
I'm with you on that.
To me, he's at the very top of the list. I think especially because the franchises too that all have openings. Like they're all kind of in the same place where it's like they've just been bad for a long time, and they need someone to come in and stabilize the organization.
Yeah,
a little bit. I feel like whether it's Arizona, the Giants, they all could use someone like a Harbaugh.
Yeah, he makes a lot of sense for me in New York, in Atlanta, and in Vegas. Those sound like really good landing spots, especially Atlanta. I think.
Atlanta's the closest to winning, right?
I think they could win the division next year with a good coach.
I agree.
So,
do you think they win it this year? I mean,
yes.
It's one extra win. That's all he needed to get.
Yeah, I do.
I agree.
They have some really good wins this year, too. They just have really bad losses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that, Atlanta makes some sense to me. Eberflus, he's done as the DC in Dallas. It'll be interesting to see who they hire. Jerry Jones will, I don't know. Does he make a splash, or does he try to control a guy? Who knows? Washington, interesting. Joe Witt, the DC, he's out. And then Cliff Kingsbury is out as the OC. Another mutually parting ways there. And according to reports, Jayden Daniels felt blindsided and was not happy about this. I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Yeah, I mean, what is the reason for it this year? Your quarterback's been out the entire year.
Right. And he had an unbelievable rookie season. It's almost – it's kind of Bobby Slowick-ish. You had a really good rookie season with your quarterback. Now, Daniels was hurt this year. Stroud wasn't hurt last year, actually.
Yeah.
But they have, kind of aggression in year two, and then you move on from your OC. Kingsbury had an excuse. Slowick didn't.
But he's gonna interview for the Giants job.
I don't think he's gonna. No one's gonna hire him as a head coach.
I don't think so either. But it's
I would
weird.
Bet a lot of money on that.
It's weird to part ways. It's he's still gonna get looks as a head coach. He's probably still gonna get, I don't know, just want Kingsbury and Harbaugh if you're the Giants or the Falcons.
Yeah, I bet you he interviews at a lot of places, and it wouldn't shock me if one of the places he interviews at hires him as the OC.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked by that.
It feels like there's something behind the scenes here.
Yeah.
Something that him and Dan Quinn didn't get along, or
just it might not even be that. It could just be a difference of philosophy, they could be best buds, but you don't agree philosophically, and it's okay. We got to part ways.
Yeah.
And we don't know, but it's not always don't get along. It could just be we have different
philosophies.
Ideas. Yeah. John Morton out in Detroit as the OC. No surprise.
That's not surprising. Dan
Campbell took over. Yeah. That'll be interesting to see that they hire as OC, though, because that's still an offense that's high octane. Goff had a good year, actually. You have Gibbs, you have Amon Ra, you have Laporta. That would be a fun spot to call plays.
Is that's a Kingsbury spot potentially?
I don't know. I don't feel like he's a fit. I feel like they do things drastically different.
That's true. Yeah, he's more like a mobile quarterback situation,
like a gunslinger.
Yeah.
Like a guy who's going to go shotgun 4 wide.
Yeah, I'll be really curious who they end up hiring because, and there's some people that still think their DC's on the hot seat too because of how bad this year went.
Interesting. I don't know why they wouldn't have done that today though.
Yeah, I guess if they haven't done it yet, they're probably not going to. But I mean, this one felt inevitable. As soon as Dan Campbell took over the play calling. It's like Morton's out.
Yeah. Interesting move. I'm fascinated though with where Kingsbury goes. I saw some Jets fans clamoring for him to be the OC with the Jets. That would be interesting. I could see that. I don't think he'd be bad with the Giants. Like you just said, kind of a mobile quarterback who can sling it around.
Yeah, he works for Jackson.
You want like a spread offense. Like that would make some sense for Jack Dart.
Absolutely does.
It would make more sense for Dart than Mendoza, I think.
Yeah, because he's more like a traditional quarterback, I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, Texans could call him.
No, they're not moving on from Caley. Plus it's a difference of philosophy. They don't want a shotgun 4 wide. They don't want the spread offense. Although I think Stroud would be great in it.
Yeah, that's what I want.
I think Stroud's optimal offense is the spread, but it's also the antithesis of what DeMeco Ryans wants from his offense.
Yeah.
He doesn't want this high-powered, high-octane offense that scores touchdown drives in a minute and a half.
You guys good?
Because he wants the offense to stay on the field so his defense can catch a breather.
I mean,
I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm not saying he's wrong, by the way.
No, but like Dan Quinn probably has that same philosophy. So like if it's a philosophical issue, like that could be why he's out in Washington.
Yeah.
The coaching side. I mean, the Harbaugh news today it changes it to a different level. Like it makes it very curious. And people are. And I was listening to Albert Breer on a podcast, and he said like, it's still not 100% settled in Miami yet either.
Yeah, it's kind of odd. Like they're talking to GMs and stuff.
Yeah, like they're going through they're still going through their end of the year process, and there's still a chance that Mike McDaniels doesn't come out the other side of it.
That sounded a weird way to say that.
I guess.
You remember last year whenever Liam Cohen told Jacksonville no?
Yeah.
And then they fired the GM and they're like, okay, I'm back in play because he didn't want to work with that GM.
With Balky, yeah.
Like how gangster was that?
I mean, good thing they listened.
I know.
Because like, who's their coach?
Whoever Trent Baalke wanted.
Yeah, which would have been a disaster because he's a disaster everywhere he goes.
What was that dude in San Fran that he hired whenever Harbaugh left?
Jim Tomsula.
Yeah. What's he up to? He would have hired Cully.
He's probably in the NFL somewhere, I would imagine.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, he probably just counting his money living in San Fran.
Oh, yeah. No, he was head coach of a European League football team for 2 years.
And he hasn't been there anymore?
No. Looks like he left in 2025.
I bet you that league doesn't get many former NFL head coaches.
Probably not. or if they are, they're all on the Jim Tomsula level of coaches.
Oh, man. All right, 713-780-3776. Cash or trash? What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2. I'm cashing that your next car buying experience should be at Monument Chevrolet. Well, why, Branham? Why should Monument Chevrolet be the next place that I buy a vehicle, whether it's a new vehicle, whether it's a pre-owned vehicle, whether it's for you, whether it's for your significant other, whether it's for your children, whatever the case may be, Monument Chevrolet is the place to buy your next car. They are the dealership that you can trust. So often that car buying process is frustrating. It is stressful. It is a chore. It is not something we want to do. But Monument Chevrolet gets rid of all of that stuff. They're transparent with you. They're not going to hassle you with over the pricing. All the upcharges for warranties. You don't have to worry about that stuff in Monument Chevrolet. That's why they've been a pillar of the community for 50 years. It's why generations of families get back into vehicles from Monument Chevrolet, is because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere, the culture is sensational, and it's palpable too. The moment that you step into the showroom, the moment you step foot on their lot, you can feel that culture. It's great at Monument Chevrolet, and it's where you need to buy your next vehicle. Maybe you're a business owner and you have a commercial fleet. Well, Monument Chevrolet is the best in the business, baby, at commercial vehicles. So if you're looking for a commercial vehicle or multiple commercial vehicles, think Monument Chevrolet. You're going to get a fair deal, a transparent deal, a no-hassle deal, and you're not going to waste your precious time in these aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges on you. Monument Chevrolet is the place to upgrade your next ride. MonumentChevrolet.com, or just go visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8 to check out their full inventory at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
ESPN 97.5.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olalea Show, weekday mornings from 10 to noon.
Contact Tax Relief Helpers for details and restrictions.
Hey, Max Relief here. Did you know your tax debt is growing every minute? Look, it just grew again. Penalties and interest are added every day to your debt, and the IRS will take aggressive actions to collect. To protect yourself from garnishments, levies, and liens, call Max from Tax Relief Helpers at 800-681-8319 or visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com. If you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt, our licensed tax professionals are ready to step in immediately. Tax Relief Helpers negotiates with the IRS to settle your debt for less. Call 800-681-8319 now. At Tax Relief Helpers, we start every case with a real conversation. Your tax debt is personal, and your solution should be too. The IRS isn't waiting. Every second matters. Visit max.taxreliefhelpers.com now or call 800-681-8319. When tax brings grief, call Max Relief.
What's up, Houston? Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're looking for a spot to catch a game, hit up Aranda's Sports Bar. Ice cold beers, killer tacos, and big screens blasting every home game. Since 1981, Aranda's has been bringing that authentic Mexican vibe, now with the sports twist. Cheer with friends, savor the bites, and feel the energy. Plus, stay late with epic drink specials that keep the party going. Aranda's Sports Bar, your Houston spot for epic sports and bold flavors. Head on over and get loud today.
Prepare for overreaction on my mark.
It's that time of the week where overreactions are welcome.
They say Muhammad Ali was the greatest of all time, but he never fought Cassius Clay. What was he afraid of? Boom! Hot take!
It's Cash 'em.
That is so good, but that's exactly right.
Or Trash 'em.
This is your hot take.
Seems like an overreaction.
With Jeremy and Joe.
Give us a hot spoonful of your opinion.
Muhammad Ali was better than Cassius Clay, though, for what it's worth. 713-780-ESPN, HRP, listener line. Pete says the BMAC sounds like Eddie Van Halen in his later years. He was a heavy smoker and had a third of his tongue removed because of mouth cancer. Rest in peace, King Edward. Yeah, what does Brian sound like today? 713-780-3776.
It's more fun when we were saying Coach O instead of someone who had a third of their tongue removed because of mouth cancer.
Yeah, but look at the bright side, Brian. You don't have cancer. You just sound like you have cancer.
Yeah, bright side. Thank you.
There are some theories out there on the internet on how you can beat cancer, by the way. Just realized I've been messaging a different number. Thought you guys have been ignoring me the whole time. If Nick Haley doesn't get the job done, I will gladly take Harbaugh as the offensive coordinator. Maybe you should text that other number again.
And say sorry?
No, I mean, who wants to tell him? Harbaugh's not an offensive guy.
He was a special teams coordinator.
He's actually a defensive back coach before he got the Baltimore job. I just pulled up his Wikipedia. He did coach offense back in the day. He was a tight ends coach at Pittsburgh in 1987. And he was the running backs coach and outside linebackers coach at Western Michigan from 1984 through 86.
So the last time he coached offense was in the 80s?
1987. Oof. Last time he coached offense was before Joe George was born.
Fact.
Yeah, there you go. Cash them or trash them with Jeremy and Joe. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? Let's go out to the HRP listener line for the first one. Roy, you're in with Jeremy and Joe. Happy New Year. What's your cash or trash?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Good.
I got it. Cash and once the Texans beat the Pittsburgh and we go over there to Denver and beat them, I predict that the Houston will go to the Super Bowl because we're deal with two climates, cold and a high altitude.
All right.
I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate it.
So we have to do this right now. Cash it. They're going to Super Bowl.
I'm going to trash it on a technicality.
Trash. Okay.
I don't think the Texans are going to play the Broncos in the divisional round.
I agree with that.
So I can get a little safe haven here. I don't have to make this call yet because I don't think that
You're picking Josh Allen?
I think the Texans are going to win. No, I'm not necessarily picking Josh Allen, but I'm picking either the Bills or the Chargers to win their game.
I have a hard time making that pick for the Chargers with their offensive line injuries. It feels like if you're making that bet, it's Josh Allen.
You don't know how I'm thinking, Brian. You can't tell me how I feel.
It just feels like a tightrope for you to walk to say Josh Allen's going to win that game given your current position on him.
My current position is that Josh Allen's never going to win a Super Bowl. Not that he's never going to win a wild card game.
Okay, fair.
But actually, I've already made my bets and my predictions. I have Jacksonville winning, and I do have the Chargers upsetting New England.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually do have that. So my next round, I have the Broncos hosting the Chargers and the Texans going to Jacksonville.
Okay. That would be awesome.
So that's my little I can get out of jail free here because I don't think the Texans are playing in Denver next week.
I don't think they will either. I think one of the two will win.
But I do like where Roy's mind is at. Keith says cash or trash, the winner of the Super Bowl will be from the NFC.
I'm going to cash it.
Yeah, I'll cash that as well. Brian sounds like a 6'8", 300-pound bouncer. Trash that one. I'll trash that one.
Trash.
What's your
too tall?
That's messed up. He doesn't have a voice to defend himself today, Joe. What are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I'm not trying to be biased here because I had this one written down, but I feel better about news that just came out about the Tennessee Titans coaching search.
Go on.
Because they're interviewing Jason Garrett.
Wow.
So
inspired.
When all is said and done, we all will say the Titans made the worst hire of the offseason. Cash or trash?
I'm going to trash it.
Trash.
I don't think they'll make – and plus, this worst hire thing is, like, subjective. Like, it's more like what we think is going to be the worst hire than it actually being the worst hire. No, I'm going to trash it. I don't think they'll make the worst hire. I actually like that she's casting a wide search.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it also just because the Browns and the Raiders also exist. So I get the Titans have been a trash franchise, but I think the Browns and the Raiders can out-trash them.
It's a good counter. All right. Brandon?
My cash or trash. Josh Allen playing one snap to continue his streak in consecutive games played is Bush League.
Cash.
So pathetic.
You know
what it made me feel bad about? It made me feel bad about their third-string practice squad quarterback that didn't get a real game check because this selfish dude wants to play one snap to continue his meaningless consecutive game stretch. It's Bush League.
Did Cal Ripken ever do this?
Yeah, Cal Ripken would have games where he played like 3 innings. Yeah, he did. Late in the streak, he did, yeah.
At least he played it.
I actually went to back in 1996. My Uncle Barney took me on a trip of northeastern ballparks.
Okay.
And we saw 10 games. And the beginning of the stretch was when Cal Ripken was chasing the record. And we saw him play, and like they lifted him like in the 3rd inning. And then by the end of the trip, whenever we were done, Cal Ripken didn't play. It was like Manny Alexander or whatever.
Oh, so you saw it end.
We didn't see the game where it ended.
Like you saw the after.
But we saw whenever he wasn't playing at the end of it.
Yeah, I don't think that should count. Like
Bush League.
It's absolutely Bush League.
And he took a real game check from a teammate. What a selfish jerk.
I mean, the same way the NBA requires you to play, 60 games to be counted for awards? Like
60 or 50?
Regardless, like the NBA and Major League Baseball both have like thresholds you have to hit to be qualified for like a postseason award. I feel like you should have to play like a percentage of snaps, a certain percentage of snaps to qualify to keep that streak going.
I like that.
Like what, 51% maybe? I don't know what the number would be, but
it has to be lower because it only applied because like a lot of defensive players and offensive players don't reach that.
Yeah, maybe it's lower.
But like even if it's
one snap should not qualify.
Yeah, even if it's like 25% or like 2 possessions, I'll take that.
So I'm going to correct myself.
Okay.
So we did see Ripken in 96, but it wasn't whenever he ended his streak. It's whenever he moved from shortstop to 3rd.
Oh, okay.
So he still kept the streak up until 98. So I didn't see the streak end or the Cal Ripken sit the bench. It's when he moved from short to 3rd base.
Gotcha.
So in before anybody corrects me on, it didn't end in 96, it ended in 90. I corrected it before any of you got on me.
Hey, you got to self-evaluate sometimes, Jeremy.
Yeah, self-evaluated.
Kudos.
Live and in radio. What was your cash or trash, Brian?
I think whoever the Ravens hire as their next coach does not make it through 3 full seasons before getting canned.
Ooh, cash. Unless it's Stefanski.
Yeah.
Put a Stefanski caveat.
You beat me to it, but yes, that was the one caveat. Like, I think Stefanski would be a great hire, but I think any of these other guys that they might hire, you're going to have a situation where the Ravens still don't go to the Super Bowl. Maybe the offense takes a step back as Lamar gets older, and the head coach will take the blame for the Ravens falling off.
Gosh.
I'm gonna trash it.
Trash.
I think they make it a little bit. Whoever it is makes it 3 years.
Okay. Let's write that one down and see who's on the right side of history. Okay. Are you buying the Scott Hansen leaving Red Zone? He almost cried on live TV. Also made a comment saying, "Don't cry that it's over." Scott Hansen's leaving Red Zone. Cash or trash?
I'm gonna cash it. We have this merger happening between ESPN and the NFL Network, and I think that ESPN's gonna want to put one of their people there.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna cash it too.
I just don't know who it's gonna be.
Yeah, I don't know why he would say that if he's not leaving, so I'll cash it also.
Or it could just be like a negotiating ploy, like his contract's up and he's like leaving it out there.
Do you think maybe he took some of the heat that was given over Red Zone adding commercials, and maybe he decides like this is time to get out?
He shouldn't, but he's such a psychopath that I could see it as a plausibility.
Yeah, and like he'll get a good job, obviously. I mean, Siciliano's done great for himself.
I have a hard time watching Siciliano.
Same.
I didn't like him either. Like he's the play-by-play guy for the Browns.
Are you ear shaming somebody based on their looks?
I think he is.
Well, that's one of the reasons I don't like Siciliano. But
you couldn't pay attention to the field if there was a split screen.
Man, his ears are something.
It's like instead of like watching Lamar Jackson, you're watching.
You tell me he comes on screen, you don't notice it right away?
No, you notice it right away.
Okay.
Cash or trash? Cheese sticks are the superior appetizer.
Trash.
Yeah,
trash.
I like cheese sticks, but they're way better.
To like every other appetizer?
Yeah, that's trash.
I like cheese sticks, but they're not the best appetizer ever.
Like they're one of my go-tos.
Cocktail, little ceviche, calamari in an Italian restaurant.
Do chips and
salsa
salsa
like it better
qualify?
with marinara? Yeah,
I would say so.
Well, I don't know if chips and salsa would, but chips and queso would.
Okay, chips and queso is better.
Yeah, it's not the superior appetizer. It's a good one. Can't go wrong with them, but it's not superior.
Wings are better.
Yeah.
Wings, I don't see wings as an appetizer.
Depends. I'm with you, Brian, but it depends on where you're at and stuff. Cash or trash? If Burrow were to ask for a trade, the Texans should entertain a swap for Stroud.
Yeah. Cash.
I'll call up Joey
Monday.
B. See if I can make it happen.
What a ludicrous question.
An underrated aspect of the Yeti tumblers, you can walk around with it full of piping hot restaurant-style red salsa and sip on it all day, and no one will ever know. Trash. I mean, sounds like a terrible thing to do.
It's a bad idea. Trash. I mean, you can do it, so you can cash.
Why would you want to sip salsa?
Yeah, but trash that idea.
Yeah, it sounds like terrible. And I think you can notice too. Like if you looked in, at the top of their lid,
Yeah. No.
You can see what's in it.
And you'd smell it.
Like, no. Can you fit like a whole bottle of wine in there, basically? Depending on the size of your Yeti? Yeah,
I mean, that's what Little League parents do. Little League parents put booze in their Yetis.
Great call.
I'm on to you guys.
That's smart parenting.
All you little select coaches or select mamas and dadas, all you little cheer parents, softball parents, soccer moms. I know what's in those Yetis.
Yeah, we do.
I know what you got in them. You're not fooling me.
No, and I think it's a great idea.
All right, so there's a lot of conversation, Joe, about this Astro position player. What are they going to do with the surplus? Chandler Rome, clown. He's like, they're going to trade somebody. People are arguing with him. What are they going to do with this infield surplus? Do they do anything at all? 713-780-3776, Jeremy and Joe. ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, it's John Granato. You know how good it feels when a project turns out just right and on time? That's what happens when you call Bluebonnet Glass. They work with builders, designers, and commercial clients to create everything from beautiful shower doors and stair railings to storefront glass, mirrors, windows, and custom installations. They're local folks who care about quality service and doing it on time. Check out their work and get a free quote at bluebonnetglass.com. Bluebonnet Glass, adding the beauty of glass to your project.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
This year, it was important for my business to start strong.
Starting weak is not recommended.
But first, I needed a lot of stuff for the office.
Sounds like a shopping spree.
I just went to Staples. They have great prices on everything, like ink, toner, printers, paper, and chairs. And now you can get up to 30% off select HP printers.
Up to 30% off HP printers? Am I on a hidden camera show?
No.
Well then, let's go Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or on the app. Ends 1/31. Select models only.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Talk about stepping up. Bang! Bang! It's time to level up your game. Introducing the all-new ESPN app. All of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the most live sports and the best championship moments.
The electricity is palpable.
Step up your game with no annual contract required. It's the ultimate fan experience. Level up for more on the ESPN app or at stream.espn.com. Sign up now.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a Heritage film. Your dad, you know, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Houston standing by, over.
Jeremy and Joe starts now.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Start again for the third time today. He's Joe, I'm Jeremy, the Huntington Bank bad boy. And what should the Astros do
accurate?
With his infield surplus? This junkie just texted in, so they should trade Altuve and Pena. 4074, you're gone. You're out of here.
You are out of here.
Gone. All right, so there's a lot of theories about this, Joe. Chandler Rome's like dying on this Talus Hill that they're going to trade an infielder. Have you noticed this?
I have.
He's like arguing with people on the internet. What a clown Chandler Rome is.
Yeah, that's how you feel?
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to trade an infielder.
Okay.
Also don't know that they should trade an infielder.
Do you think they make a trade?
I think they would have liked to make a trade. So here's my theory. I don't think that they're going to trade an infielder. Like maybe they trade Jesus Sanchez, although I don't think that they do. My theory is that they're not going to trade one. My theory is that they kicked the idea around. They might have even discussed it with teams. Like, did they discuss with teams at the winter meetings of what a return for Isaac Paredes would look like? Yeah, I think they did. Did they throw out the name Christian Walker to a bunch of teams to see what the return would look like? Yeah, I think they did that. I don't think they liked what they heard. I don't think they liked what the offers were for Paredes. I don't think they wanted to trade Paredes, but they were doing their due diligence because they do have an infield surplus. They would have loved to get out of the Walker contract, $40 million over the next 2 years, $20 million per. But I think teams wanted some salary relief if they traded for Walker, and I don't think the Astros were willing to do that. We kicked around many times, like how much money would you be willing to eat on a Christian Walker trade? Like you get a bucket of curveballs in return. How much would you eat of Walker before you just keep Walker, right? I think they tried. I think they tried to trade those guys, or they tried to trade Walker. I think they needed to be blown away to trade Paredes. I don't think it's going to happen at this point. January 6th, you're a few weeks away from pitchers and catchers reporting. I don't think teams are going to want Christian Walker's salary. I think teams would want Paredes, but there's not enough in return that the Astros would trade for Paredes for. Also, what are you getting in return? Like, their pitching staff's kind of full. I like Caleb Ort. They had to DFA Caleb Ort to make room for their new acquisition. Mm-hmm. So, like, what are you even trading Isaac Paredes for? Prospects? I don't think they want to do that. They're fighting for their jobs. Jim Crane said yesterday that they haven't had contract extension conversations with manager or general manager. So, no, I don't think that they're going to trade Isak, one of their more disciplined hitters and an identity of a hitter that they're trying to build the rest of their offense like, for prospects. I don't think that's going to happen going into their final years of their contracts.
So I think Chandler's logic behind this is sound, is that last year they signed Christian Walker, it put them right against the luxury tax. They didn't go over it, right? And then they used the Ryan Presley deal to get further away from it, to give themselves some wiggle room. So he's using that same logic of what they used last offseason for what they do this year. And the reality is, like, when you look at their
They have wiggle room, though. They're like $6-9 million under the CBT.
Yeah, but I think it's the MLB Network comments that we never got to from Dana Brown that they want to add a bullpen arm and a backup catcher still. Like, I don't know how you add both of those things.
When did he say this?
That was the 21st, I think it was.
So before they signed.
Yes, it was before. It was before this move, right? And it was also when he said they were done looking at starting pitching.
Yes.
So like, it really is kind of doesn't make sense again.
Which also, like, trying to put stock in what they say is a foolish gold. Like, you shouldn't do that because they always contradict what they say.
Yes, especially because I don't think Dana Brown made this signing. I think this was a Jim Crane move, personally. I think this was like a very Verlander thing.
I mean, I think Dana negotiated the contract.
But, like, I think it was like Jim's, like, let's go do this.
Yeah, but I also don't think that he was like, I mean, the contract that he signed, though, like, this wasn't, like, foolish, like, get him or else,
no,
you know?
Not at all.
Like, they played it out.
Yeah, and so I think the logic behind making a move here makes sense. I'm with you. Like, you have all these guys who have an injury history. Like, Paredes, Altuve, Correa, Pena. Like, they all got – Christian Walker missed games last year. Like, you have this surplus, but do you really have a surplus? I don't think you really do at this point, because now Isak Paredes, maybe this is just for show, but he's on the Team Mexico World Baseball Classic roster that starts in a month and a half at this point.
Well, he's playing Winter League right now.
Yeah,
it's not Winter League. It's January 6th.
Yeah, it's still Winter League.
It's Winter League.
So, like,
it just feels like summer.
So, like, he's healthy, clearly. So, like, you don't have to worry about that at this point, you don't think. But can you trust these guys through the regular season? I think the answer is no right now. So I don't think there's a rush to make a trade. I do wonder, because of this roster construction, like, it still makes me feel like Jose Altuve is your primary left fielder. And I wonder there if you could move off from Jesus Sanchez for a lesser bullpen arm or a lesser prospect.
Like, I think the idea of a bullpen arm is done. Like, you're releasing Caleb Ward. You have enough pitchers.
You have too many pitchers right now still.
I don't know if it's too many pitchers. Like, can you ever have too many pitchers?
No, probably not.
Like,
especially with other things they said yesterday.
I think that they have a good depth in their pitching staff. Like, I question their top level starting pitching. I think it's a team built for the regular season, not a team built for the playoffs. I thought last year's team was built for the playoffs, but not built for the regular season. Never made the playoffs. You don't see how it fares, because they had two top-level starting pitchers and then two top-level relievers, and then they kind of patched it all together. Mm-hmm. And then that plus injuries ultimately missed the playoffs by a game. This year, you have pretty solid pitching depth where you feel pretty comfortable with everybody that you throw out there, but you don't have that top-level pitching out in your rotation outside of Hunter Brown. Like, nobody else aside from Hunter Brown is a top-level starter. Mm-hmm. But you feel like it's quality 1 through 13. So you could probably get to the playoffs around it. But here's, like, why I don't need to trade an infielder. Jose Altuve was playing through a bad foot that needed off-season surgery last season and played in too many games. Played in too many games last year. He played 153. Jeremy, actually, he didn't play 153 last year, did he? Jose Altuve played. I was looking at 2 years ago. Altuve played 155 last year. So, like, you don't want him to play that many games. Like, what's an ideal number for Altuve? Games played this year.
Probably like 130.
Okay, I was gonna say 140, but I'll meet you in the middle, 135. So, like, okay, he's not playing every single day. Jeremy Pena played 125 games last year. He missed 37 games. Mm-hmm. Isak Paredes played 102. Christian Walker, who's going to be 35, played 154. That's too many. Yordan Alvarez played 48. So, like, the idea that, you have too many infielders and there's nowhere to put them, that's only a problem on opening day. Mm-hmm. These guys are going to get hurt. They've been on the record saying we want to rest these guys and take care of these guys so they can make it through 162. And then here's the other thing. If by some miracle, all these guys are healthy. let's say you get to the playoffs, you're in the postseason, and some miracle, Christian Walker's healthy and playing well, Jose Altuve's healthy, Jeremy Pena's healthy, Isaac Paredes is healthy, and Yordan Alvarez is healthy. Getting all those guys to the postseason healthy, I think, would be a miracle, by the way. But if you do, you can play them all.
Yes.
You can play them. I forgot to mention Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa played 144 games last year, which is the most he's played in 3 seasons. So, like, even if some miraculous way they get to the playoffs all healthy, which, again, I think would be a miracle, there's a way that you can play all 9. There's still a way you can play all 9.
Yeah, Jesus
if
Sanchez.
all of them are healthy, you just play Yordan Alvarez and left.
Yeah, Jesus Sanchez
problem
is your
solved.
4th guy. He's your 4th outfielder. That's
He
all
might
Jesus
be your right
Sanchez is.
fielder, Joe.
That's true. If Cam Smith is in the minors, like, yeah, it's very
Or
plausible.
on the bench.
Or on the bench. Yeah, that would be a disaster.
So, like, the idea that, like, oh, well, there's not an everyday spot for every single one of these players. These managers have 150 unique lineups a year.
Yeah.
What is every day? That's an antiquated thought. And, again, if by some miracle they all get to the playoffs healthy, you can get all 9 in the lineup. Walker plays first. Isaac Altuve plays second. Whichever one's not playing second, probably Isaac is your DH. Pena at short. Correa at third. Your left fielder's Jordan. It's the playoffs. So, like, in the playoffs, you're not really worried about injury mitigation a whole lot. And then your DH is Isaac. Or he's your first baseman and Walker's your DH. Whatever. But you can find a way to get all 9 in the lineup whenever it's playoff baseball. And you're not going to play these dudes every single day, and they've been on record telling you that, both manager and GM.
Yeah, and that to me is where, like, and even if let's say you make a Paredes trade, what happens when all those injury things you're talking about just happen again? Like, so you're gonna be in a situation where you're back at the deadline and making a move for an infielder because you don't have it. You're missing a DH, or you're missing a left fielder, or you're missing a first baseman. So like if you move one of these guys now, you lose depth. You also traded away your depth. Like, you moved on from Dubon. Like you've already moved your depth pieces. So I don't think they have to. It still wouldn't shock me if they made a move with money in mind. But in terms of depth, I don't think they have to make a move right now. They're
Yeah,
fine.
I think if somebody offered her like a decent prospect for Christian Walker and they ate the contract, I think they would do it.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's realistic. And I don't think they would trade Isaac for just nothing.
No, I still think, like, Paredes to me is the one that if there's going to be a trade, he's still the most likely candidate to get moved.
But for what?
Whatever they value in return. Like,
what do they value?
I think a better bullpen arm. Like, I think
I don't see it.
I
don't think you're trading
totally
Isaac Paredes
fair.
for a 7th inning guy.
So then it's let's say it's prospects. Like,
I don't think Dana's doing that as he's in the final year of his contract and the owner's non-committal if he wants him back.
I totally agree. But, like, if there's a mandate of save some more money, and then there's also think about the future, because Dana Brown, like, there has to be some level of arrogance, right? That, like, and not that it's wrong to think that you're going to be back next year. So, like, it's just, if there was a trade, Paredes is the only one for me that makes sense at this point, because I don't think you're getting anything of value from Walker or Jesus Sanchez. So if you're going to make a move to save money, I want to get the most value in return.
Why are you trying to save money, though? I don't understand that. Like, they went out and signed a pitcher for $18 million a year plus the posting fee. There's still wiggle room underneath the CBT.
Yes, but if you move Paredes now, you can have more wiggle room at the deadline. Like, you can add more at the deadline.
I mean, Crane went over the deadline. We went over the CBT last year at the deadline.
For sure. So, like, I agree. Like, because I
don't
think
see it.
With Presley too. Like, I really just think it was like they knew it was time to be done.
Well, he was washed. He got DFA'd.
Yeah, like I don't think it was necessarily just a save money move. It was we don't value him anymore. There's value.
He and Dana don't really get along either.
True.
There's also that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Philip from the Woodlands. We'll get to you on the other side. I don't think that there's this infield surplus like people say. I think it's perfectly fine. Actually, you know what? I'll even double down on that. I actually like the makeup of this team right now. As currently constructed, I actually like the makeup of this team. I'll explain why next. Also, General Manager Dana Brown, Manager Joe Espada, I think are giving us a bit of a clue that they're not going to trade an infielder. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5. I assumed you knew?
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm going to make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. What's the scariest thing about winter coming? If you thought it was night walkers, no. They're not even real. But the scary things are frozen broken pipes. They can be real and cost you thousands of dollars when you get damage to your home. Aqueduct Plumbing Company can come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy Brown says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater absolutely free. Call them today. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
I'm worth more.
I'm worth more.
You bet I'm worth more.
We completely agree. At GiveMeTheVIN.com, you are worth more, and your car's worth more. And we want to pay more for good cars at Give Me the VIN, because they are worth more, and so are you. And remember, if we don't beat a deal from Carvana or CarMax, we'll pay you $100. For top price, trust, and ease of transaction, GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, Houston, Lance Zerline here. Listen, if you're craving authentic Mexican flavor, head to Taqueria Sarandas. Since 1981, they've been serving up mouth-watering tacos, sizzling fajitas, and fresh tortas that hit the right spots. Family-friendly vibes, bold flavors, and prices that will not break the bank. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, Taqueria Sarandas has you covered. Find a location nearest you and taste the tradition. Taqueria Sarandas, Houston's go-to for real Mexican food. Vamos, let's eat.
Game day, date night, or just because. Dessert Gallery makes life sweet. Enjoy over 30 handcrafted desserts reimagined by the slice. We're open late, 7 days a week till midnight on Fridays and Saturdays, so your dessert cravings never have to wait. From decadent cakes and pies to custom hand-decorated cookies in your team's colors, every slice is a win. Visit us at Kirby or in the Woodlands, or order anytime at DessertGallery.com. Dessert Gallery, serving classic handcrafted desserts reimagined since 1995.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back with Jeremy and Joe, broadcasting live from inside the Huntington Bank Studios.
On ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy. So Dana Brown, general manager of the Astros, he was on with MLB Network after they signed Imai, not yours, mine. He says right now, talking about the infielders, right now they're both part of this team. Now a little bit of, ambiguity in the right now part of it. We won't leave any stone unturned as far as making moves in the future. Okay, well, it sounds like he still could be open for business. But right now we think there's enough at-bats for both guys. We're more focused on backup catcher, like I said. But we'll have discussions with other clubs if they call on any of our players. We just have to keep an open mind. Okay? I think they would trade Walker if somebody was willing to take on a decent amount of the money. I'm a little bit more hesitant on Isaac Paredes. Now, Dana told MLB Radio that they would use Yordan Alvarez on defense more. Okay, well, that opens up the DH spot, which could be Isak, could be Christian Walker when Isak plays first, blah, 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 blah. Here was Joe Espada. They did a bases loaded on the shin, and this was before the Imai signing. And here's what Joe Espada had to say on the infield surplus.
To maintain that quality, I think I need to be smart enough and give those guys some time off. I'm going to use the DH spot, trying to get those guys off their feet. And there's enough position when you have the quality of players that we have, and when I want to keep all those bats in the lineup, I got to be creative and communicate with these players. This is how we're going to do it. But in a long season, I learned pretty quickly that we need to give these guys some off days, trying to give these guys some DH days, trying to move guys around a bit so we could keep them all fresh and strong for the whole entire season.
What does it sound like to you, Joe?
This is the roster.
Yeah, why is Chandler Rome saying they're still going to trade an infielder? Why is he arguing with everybody on Twitter that they're going to trade an infielder? He's like, well, the manager said it. Well, I just played you the manager from a week ago where he's saying that he's going to get all of them in the lineup.
No, I don't. No, again, it's hard to take these guys
Chandler's
for their
a clown.
word. It's hard to take these guys for their word, honestly, and anything they say.
That's fair.
I mean,
I agree with that. But then why are you using their word to, like,
you're right.
be gospel?
Well, I mean,
not you, Chandler the clown.
Yeah, I mean, Chandler wouldn't know. I feel like have better insight a little bit. He's typically well sourced, I would say.
Not on EMI.
No, not on EMI. Well, I mean, no one really was on that one.
There were some people out there saying that the Astros. Ari Alexander said the Astros were looking at Asian pitchers, more than one. And there was like a random. There was like the Astros really like this guy.
Well, and it feels like now like this is part of the market that they're playing in going forward, like based on what Jim Crane was saying yesterday when he met with the media as well. So I think this roster is just set. And as you said, like unless someone is going to pay down Walker's deal, or if someone gets, I don't know if it's desperate, but really values Paredes. Like I think there's still a lot of offseason to play out at this point. Like,
I don't think they want to trade Paredes. And I really don't think there's that much offseason. There's a month and a half before pitchers and catchers report.
Yeah, but some of the the three best free agents basically are still sitting out there.
Right, but not for the Astros. I think the Astros are mostly set. But they might sign a catcher.
But depending where Bregman and Bichette go, like I can see a trickle down to where that affects the Paredes market for the Astros. Like I don't know what the Red Sox plan is at third base if they don't get Bregman.
I just completely disagree that the Astros want to trade Isaac Paredes. Like, they've been telling you all offseason that we want to become a lineup that sees more pitches, that draws walks, that works counts. Who is the best of that at the Astros? Paredes.
Yeah, it's not. Well, it's not.
They would have to be blown away
exactly.
to trade Isaac.
Yeah, like they'd have to get the right offer.
They'd have to get Durant from the Red Sox, and that's not happening. Like, they're not trading Isaac. They're not trading Isaac. If somebody got desperate because they lost out on free agents and like, hey, we'll trade you a B-level prospect and we'll eat Christian Walker's contract, okay, I think the Astros would do that.
Yep.
But I don't think they're trading Paredes. I think, and also, like, I think they think that Christian Walker could be better than he was last year, and he was much better in the second half than he was in the first half.
He definitely was.
So, like, do you want to just give that guy away?
No. Not at this point. Like, you have to get something in return. Like, I mean, I guess the salary relief could be enough, but if you believe in him, then why would you move on from him? Like, if you don't believe on you, then I think they would have found a way to get rid of him no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they could have just eaten the money. Jim Crane eats money all the time now.
Yeah, I
think if they really
he's still playable to me.
I agree, but like he's shown the willingness now to just eat money. So like if they really wanted to just get this guy off the roster, make Paredes the first baseman, you're good. But then where's your depth? And as Joe Espada said in that clip, like wants to give guys days off. As you went through like how many games these guys have played next year, having this flexibility, like you have the most depth probably of any team on the infield in baseball at this point. Not many teams have a Paredes who's not going to be a regular fixture in their lineup.
He will be a regular fixture.
Well, he will. Yeah, you're right. He will be. And even like opening day, like they're fine. Like we're basically going to see, I think, the playoff lineup on opening day.
Probably. Like they like to show out their new team or whatever.
Paredes is not going to be not in the opening day lineup
if he's healthy.
Yeah, if he's healthy, which we think he is. We assume he is.
And I think. And look, Dana said something like a month ago that we could still see Altuve in left field. Like. And so that's another Chandler keeps citing Joe Espada saying that Jose Altuve is going to play second base mostly, but then the general manager's like, yeah, he's going to split between second and left field. So why do you ignore one quote from one guy, but you cite a quote from another guy and then hold that to this huge high standard?
Yeah, and I think there's still a path to me where Altuve is just your primary DH. That if Dana Brown,
that's a little harder for me because who's playing second?
Paredes.
I don't think Isaac plays. I think Isaac will play some second. I don't think he plays more than 50 games at second. I think Jose Altuve plays more games at second than Isaac.
That makes sense.
And I think Jordan plays more games in left field than Isaac plays at second.
So you think Paredes is your primary DH?
I don't like using the word primary because what does primary mean?
He'll take the most. He'll play the most game. Most of his games played, he'll be the DH in the lineup. For him, at least.
Okay, if you tell me that everybody stays healthy, which again is a miracle, that Carlos Correa is healthy, that Jeremy Pena is healthy, that Christian Walker's healthy, that Jose Altuve is healthy, that Jordan Alvarez is healthy, we don't want to have that conversation. I don't get it. Yordan Alvarez has missed tons of games in his career.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa has missed tons of games in his career. Jose Altuve, really that 1 year where he had that fluke broken thumb, has been a workhorse for you. Pena last year played 125. Walker's 35. Like, why do we assume these dudes are going to be healthy all year?
I don't think anyone assumes that at this point.
I think they do because everybody's like, well, there's not an everyday position for them.
Yeah,
maybe on opening day.
Yeah, but that's like sunshine and rainbows offseason talk.
That's Chandler Rome talk.
Yeah, I know. And that's what most people take their Astros takes from.
No, they're arguing with him, and he's getting sensitive and arguing back. Like, he's hell-bent on one quote, but will ignore all the other quotes.
Yeah.
And also, like, put that aside for a second. I kind of low-key like the makeup of this team. Like, I'm a little worried about top-level starting pitching. If you get into the playoffs, a little worried about that. Because you have Hunter Brown and then, like, a bunch of randos that hopefully somebody steps up. But I do think that they have quality pitching depth. Maybe they don't have a true number 2, but I think they have 4 or 5 guys that could be solid 3, 4, 5 guys, middle to the back of the rotation. I think they have a deep bullpen where guys can get outs. So I like the makeup of the pitching staff. And then I like their flexibility offensively. Like, we just spent a lot of time talking about the infield. Like, I like their infield, whatever configuration comes up, offensively speaking. I like what they're doing in the outfield, actually. Like, let's just assume Jose Altuve, Yordan Alvarez share left field.
Sure.
Sprinkle in the other guys. But those 2 guys are getting most of the starts in left field. Sprinkle in the others, whenever you see fit. You have a left-handed and right-handed option in center field. You have Zach Cole, left-handed option in center. You have Jake Myers, right-handed option in center.
Mm-hmm.
You have Jesus Sanchez, a left-handed option in right. Cam Smith, a right-handed option in right field. So you can play the hot hand. You can play the platoons. I think that for the first time under Dana Brown, that he has given his manager some like actual good flexibility and feng shui.
Yeah, and hopefully, like really at the end of the day, like Cam Smith is just good enough to where you don't have to platoon, but you have that opportunity if you need to. And Jesus Sanchez can factor into the left field equation too. So they have tons of options. I agree with you what you said earlier. I think this team is built very well for the regular season.
Yeah,
I'm not so sure about the postseason either. Like I'm just not sure they have the horses to make a run with what they have in their rotation. But that can change too. Like we talked about this when the Imai signing happened on Friday. Beard and I were talking about it, and a caller called in and suggested like, well, you can always hold on to Paredes, and if things are going really well for like you can make a big splash at the deadline and do a bigger move at the deadline with Paredes as the centerpiece for a top end rotation arm. Totally possible.
Yeah, I mean, top-end rotation arms that get traded at the deadline, they're usually looking for prospects as opposed to like a middle-aged guy who's 2-3 years removed from free agency.
But like you just have flexibility no matter what you do if you just keep your roster as constructed right now.
Yeah.
Like now, deadline, open everyday lineups, you have flexibility within all of it. Like and you have a ton of options, and I think it's gonna be a lot of right in the hot hand too. Like if Walker's not playing well.
Yeah.
And Paredes is good at first base, and he's hitting the ball well, then it might be a while before we see Christian Walker in chunks of the season.
Yeah, it's not only injury insurance, it's also production insurance. Because what if Walker's washed?
Then
like, what if you trade Isak for a couple of single A prospects? Christian Walker is Jose Abreu 2.0. Uh-oh. Really shouldn't have traded Isak.
Because then at the deadline, you're going to be flipping those prospects you just got for Paredes for a first baseman.
I think this is the team. Like, I do think – I'm not even sure they're going to sign a backup catcher. I think they would like to if the contract is right.
It might just be Salazar?
I think there's a 50-50 shot that Cesar Salazar is your backup catcher. Yeah, I do.
I mean, I think there's – it's like the way the market's playing out, I feel like you can get a veteran for the cheap.
If you can do that, I'm not saying you shouldn't. Like, I'm totally fine with a backup catcher. And I would be a little bit – I wouldn't love the idea of Salazar as my backup catcher because I do have concerns about Yainer Diaz's ability to handle a pitching staff and to receive behind the dish. I don't love his receiving skills. So I would like, a defensive-minded backup catcher. And Salazar's fine, but he's not like a veteran. Pitchers like to hit him in the chest with, fastballs that he's late calling from time to time.
I mean, Caratini's still out there. He's just sitting there.
But also, like, how much is he going to cost you? It's going to cost you $7-8 million whenever you have $6 to $9 million under the CBT. Like, I could see them going cheap on the backup catcher spot.
Yeah, I mean, that market just hasn't moved at all. And like you said earlier, it's January. We're reporting to camp in 50 days? Less than that?
In a month. Pitchers and catchers in a month.
Yeah, so like if the market's not moving, I mean, I think Christian Vasquez is still sitting out there too. Right now, like there are veteran catchers that you can make a move for right before you go to report that are going to be cheap.
Give me the best defensive catcher you can find for $3 million.
Yep, good with me.
And call it. And I'm good. I'm good with the stat. I'm good with the team. Like, I don't need many more moves. Like, any more moves. Give me the best defensive catcher for $3 million. And I like what the Astros are going to West Palm Beach with. And I will say this: like, I do think that the Astros pitching staff is built for the regular season. I don't know if it's built for the postseason because they have Hunter Brown and like a collection of solid starters. But I do think that they have 3 guys who have a chance to be low-end number 2s, high-end number 3s. I think Imai could be one of them.
Yep.
Like, maybe Imai is really good, and he can be a low-end 2, high-end 3. I think Spencer Arrighetti has low-end 2, high-end 3 potential. And I think Christian Javier has low-end 2, high-end 3 potential. We've seen it. Christian Javier's done it before. Now, post-Tommy John, we'll see if he can ever get back there.
What's your gut tell you about Burrows?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about Burrows. I think he can be low. Well, he just doesn't work enough innings for me to be like a 2.
Sure.
But maybe that's because he was coming off of injury. Maybe he shows he can be that guy. So, yeah, we can throw him into the mix there, too. So you have 4 guys that have the potential. And I'm not even calling him a high-end number 2. And I hesitate to say top-of-the-rotation starter. But you have 4 guys that we mentioned there that could be low-end number 2s. One of them steps up. There you go. And also with postseason baseball, like, you don't see starters go into the 7th, 8th inning anymore. Like, you're piecemealing these games together anyways.
We're seeing openers in critical postseason games.
Yeah.
I hate still, but it's just the way the baseball is played now. Like, I think you mentioned the Astros 5-man rotation. And I know yesterday they indicated like that we're going to see a 6-man rotation.
Yeah.
But I think those are the 5, and I think the 6th man is honestly it's going to be Weiss or Pearson.
Yeah, I do too.
It's just like whichever one you feel better about, and that's going to be the guy that's potentially going back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation depending on the day. You know, if Burrows only makes it 2 innings, you know, it's like Nate Pearson comes in to save the day, and you're in a 5-man rotation for 5 days, and then you go back to a 6-man rotation. I think we're pretty set, honestly. Like I don't think there's much question. It's really just going to come down to Weiss and Pearson and the outside shot that Lance is good.
Yeah, I think there's a decent chance he gets DFA'd. I think there's a decent chance he doesn't make the opening day roster. I think they'll give him every chance in spring training, but I think that look, it's $18 million to keep him, $18 million to have him sit on the couch. Although I did see one of his Mavens got closed down. So
could you do it? Save $9 million and trade Lance for a bucket of balls?
No. Well, who would pick him up for $9 million?
I don't know.
I don't think anybody would acquire Lance McCullers for $9 million for 1 year.
Single team?
No. Your best chance is actually like a terrible team with a small payroll, and they're doing it with like roll of the dice that he could be something in July and you could trade him.
The A's?
Yeah. I mean, the A's could be in that mix, like Pirates,
like a Pirates
Marlins.
move.
Yeah. Like you acquire the guy with the intent of, we're not going to win anyways. We have to spend the money to hit the salary floor or whatever. Yeah. And the whole idea is hopefully he's good come July, and if he is, then we flip him for a couple of prospects to a contending team that is desperate for starters.
Yeah, the Marlins actually make a ton of sense. Like if this Edward Cabrera trade were to happen between like, the Yankees and someone, and then they're just desperate to fill the void.
That's not a terrible idea. Now, I do think Lance McCullers has I think he has a no-trade clause.
Really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he does. How long has he been pitching in the bigs? Does he have 10 years of service time?
Oh, yeah, I guess he
might have.
No,
he
debuted in what, 16?
15?
15, yeah, 15.
Yeah, he might have 10 years of service, which he would give him 10-5 rights.
Yeah, he pitched in 15, so then he should. No, it's 8 years. No, 8
well,
years.
It's 8 years of playing because he missed 19 and 23, but that counts as service time if you're on the IL.
You're right.
So I think he has more than 10 years of service time, which would give him 10-5 rights where he could veto any trade.
Yeah, it would probably.
So that's a bit of a. I like where your mind's at because I would even trade him for. I would eat $13 million. Like I want to see what he looks like in spring. Like I don't want to do this before spring, right? Like I want to see hey, let's give him a shot. Let's see if I don't believe that he'll have anything, but let's see what it looks like.
Sure.
And then if you're like, okay, he's not making our team. Like, let's try to save a few $1 million. Okay, let's trade him to, whoever. Low market team that has a starting pitching gap. I'm not even going to say need. And we're going to pay 13, you pay 5.
Yeah.
And that's the trade. And you're sending back, your soil, your bucket of curveballs. Like nothing. We're just trading them to clear out $5 million, and then that's your way of getting backup catcher money. I like where your mind's at on that, but his 10-5 rights would make it difficult.
Yeah, it feels less likely. The DFA feels like it's where we're headed at this point. I just struggle to think of like that scenario where your sixth guy is going in and out of the bullpen, like that almost becomes Arrighetti if McCullers is in your rotation because he's not going to be going back and forth. So I just don't know what his role is in this rotation. Like I thought before these two moves for Burrows and Imai, like before the offseason, before that all happened, like there was a logical path where like, hey, Lance has a good spring, he's in your rotation now. Like I just don't see it. Like, I don't think he has a better spring than if everyone's healthy. Which again, we're making some assumptions here, but like if everyone's healthy, I don't think he has a better spring than Arrighetti or Javier or anything like that to supplant them in the rotations. Like I just don't know what his roster spot is.
I've seen some people throw in like, hey, use him as a mop up, and like that would be cool. But usually mop up guys, you like a rubber arm who can log a ton of innings.
Yeah,
in a
he
short
might give
period
you
of time.
2 innings and throw 85 pitches.
His arm's just not a mop up arm anymore. You know, like it's a great idea in theory, but I don't think he can handle being a mop up guy. Because his arm is, where it's at, which is sad. I mean, he was a great pitcher whenever
100%.
he was good.
It sucks. It's like, can you have a mop-up guy if he's only available one every 5 days?
No.
You're just wasting a roster spot.
Like you want him to be like I remember Chandler Rome, clown. He would always get on the Astros for abusing Brandon Bielak. He's like, Brandon Bielak's thrown 200 pitches this week. That's his job. He's not in the big league because he's good.
Yeah.
He's in the big leagues because he can throw 200 pitches in a week.
Mm-hmm.
That's his role.
Yeah.
If he doesn't want to do that, he wouldn't be in the big leagues, Chandler. Clown.
Feels like it's really taking up.
Great reporter, lousy baseball takes. Clown. A lot of people would argue with our rotation, Joe, because I agree with you with Weiss being like the sixth guy.
Yeah, Weiss or Pearson. Who else would there be?
They would want it to be Blue Ball.
Okay,
I think Blue Ball is the guy in a 6-man rotation that is your 2 to 3 inning bridge when you really need him, when the bullpen's kind of messed up.
Okay, at this point in his career, is it more valuable to have him in that role or staying stretched out in Sugarland?
I would rather him be your 2-3 inning bridge in the bullpen.
Okay,
but I know where you're at.
Because I think I'd rather I just think there's more value that when one of these guys goes down for whether it's a blister or a Tommy John, that you have someone that's ready to come up and fill that spot in your rotation. And I don't think Weiss and Pearson are those guys.
You know who it is?
Who?
Jason Alexander. It's the Summer of George.
I forgot about him.
I believe he still has minor league options. I'm 70% sure he has minor league options. I don't know for sure.
No, I think we went through this before. I think he does.
I think he has minor league options. So that's your guy that's stretched out that can get you a spot start. And then if you need a guy for more than that, then okay, let's get Blue Ball into the rotation where he's pitching 2 innings and then the next start 3 and then the next start 4.
Yeah.
But I think he's more valuable to a big league bullpen than he is in the minors for you.
Yeah, I'd rather keep Blue Ball in the minors for me at this point.
I mean, they have some decisions here.
They do.
They actually have depth on this team. It's going to be hard, assuming health, to trim the pitching staff to 13. They released Caleb Ord off the 40.
That one surprised me.
He was going to be your 7th inning guy at the start of last year before he got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
They have some arms.
Is there
not top level arms, but they have arms. They have big league arms, and they have a lot of big league arms, which is opposite from last year.
Is there a Blue Ball as your 7th inning guy next year?
See, I like him more as a 2 inning guy because if you're going to go to a 6-man rotation, that means your bullpen's light. You can only carry 13. That means you have a 7-man bullpen with 6 starters, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have that, it's really nice and a huge luxury to have a guy in the bullpen that can give you 2 innings if one of those starters goes 4 innings,
Yeah.
It's 4 innings, but it's a 2-run game. You're still in it. Okay, Blue Ball, 2 innings. You get to the 7th inning, and it's still a 2-run game. You give your offense a chance.
What?
So ideally, I don't want him in the 7th. Ideally, I want him as my Swiss Army knife, can give me 2 innings in a pinch.
Well, and that's where he could be the 6th man in the rotation, and then you have Weiss and Pearson who both fill that role in the bullpen. Now, are they good? One of them could be, I think. I don't think Nate Pearson's any good.
But he hadn't been in his career.
We'll see, I guess. But it's so you could have a Blue Ball thing where he could be the 6th man. You're such a child.
I didn't say it.
I know. I said it, but you giggled.
That was Brian.
No, it's not.
You could tell by the voice.
I don't think he can giggle right now.
It'd be
His voice
What
is so
does
bad.
Coach O sound like giggling?
You want to give it to us?
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
I do not know that man. Play that drop.
I do not know this man.
Now you say it.
I do not know that man.
It's going to be fun to see pitchers and catchers. And I think
can't wait.
It's a fun team. I like the makeup of this team, Joe. I really
I'm
do.
so ready for baseball. I know, like, we're about to start the playoffs, and Texans are in it. That's awesome, but, like, I miss baseball.
What's up with Luis Garcia? He's no longer with the organization.
He is not.
Lance McCullers eats frozen chicken pot pies.
You know who was at the Rockets game last night, though, it looked like?
Imai?
I think that was Jose Urquidy was there last night.
Really?
I could be wrong, but I thought I saw Jose Urquidy.
You know that I think he would sign. He was reportedly to sign with the Diamondbacks, and I think something went wrong on that. Where he didn't ultimately sign. I think he's still a free agent too. Give him a minor league contract.
That's fine.
Let him go to Sugar Land.
Don't forget JP France.
Like.
JP France is still a thing too.
He's on the roster.
I know.
Colton Gordon on the roster. They have.
Is he healthy?
Colton Gordon?
Yeah.
Did he get hurt?
Which is the one that you fell in love with last year that got hurt?
Oh, that was Brandon Walter.
Okay,
He's probably not going to pitch this year.
Who the is that guy?
You forgot Brandon Walter? He was a stud.
No, it was just a bit from last year. I was continuing it.
Love Brandon Walter. Like Tom Glavine. Yeah.
Yeah, you called him Red Tom Glavine, right?
Tom Glavine. They also have, Blanco and Wisniewski are going to come back next year, too.
Yeah, they
should.
They have a ton of guys. So I'm not very high on Blanco, but, at this point. I think we've seen the best of Blanco.
I love Blanco.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's as repeatable as other people think.
That changeup, man. The cambia. With our medical staff, we need to keep everyone, Keith. There's probably good odds one of those guys would get hurt talking about the position players. I feel like Paredes or Correa could play second and do a fine job. I don't think Correa wants to play second, though. I think he wants to play third.
They do have a new medical staff, though.
Well, they don't have a new medical staff. They promote it from within.
That's true.
They have a new head man, although, not new. He just got elevated. All right, who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Junkie of the day, 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, 97.9 HD2.
Hey, right now the average vehicle costs $48,000, and the best way that these companies have found a way to combat that has been sticking you with these 7-year car loans that you get negative equity in. You just can't get out of it. When you're ready to trade in that vehicle like the average American wants to do, in 3 years, you're just stuck. Your loans are getting higher as you it just keeps rolling downhill in the wrong direction. And that's why you want to call D&M Leasing. All you got to do is call them right now, 713-290-1000, or check them out at dmautoleasing.com to speak with one of their veteran leasing agents today. If you've never leased a car before, don't worry. The average leasing agent, they've been there for 10 years, so they will walk you through the entire process from start to finish. And when it comes time, you can do everything from the comfort of your own home, and you no longer have to go into a dealership. You can do a DocuSign, and they will bring that new lease vehicle right to you and take your trade-in for you as well. And right now, they're also offering no payments for the next 60 days. Check them out right now, dmautoleasing.com, or call 713-290-1000 and tell them that ESPN 97.5 sent you by.
This is ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Well, the Dow and S&P closed at records as the Nasdaq also advanced modestly today amid the ongoing concerns about what's happening in Venezuela. And after the close, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt told CNBC that the president is contemplating the use of military force to acquire Greenland. That did not factor into today's market activity coming after the close as it did. The Dow closed above 49,000 for the first time ever, up nearly 485 points to 49,462. S&P up 42.25 to a new high of 69.44. Nasdaq up 151 to 23,547. 10-year note yields dipped to 4.16%. The dollar strengthened. Oil took a bit of a tumble today, down $1.38 to 56.94 a barrel. Gold and silver advanced nicely once again. A bit of a flight to safety there. Gold up $52 at $4,503. Silver surging $4.37 to $81.03 the ounce, ahead of tomorrow's ADP employment numbers and after today's soft manufacturing report.
The mark of any winning team is based on the work that's put into the goal. And just like the sports teams of Houston, Marshall Stevenson Elevator has a pro mindset of a goal to customer satisfaction for nearly 50 years. And by teaming up with American-made Inclinator Elevator, Marshall Stevenson Elevator's customers are the winners. Whether it's an in-home elevator for ease and convenience or one to regain access to upper floor levels, the goal and focus is the same. Marshall Stevenson Elevator. For more, visit marshallstevenson.com.
Explore wildlife and nature just 90 minutes from Houston at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Be fearless with your future at San Jacinto College. Register today at sanjac.edu.
Celebrate every moment with Frio Vodka and Rio Agave Tequila. Premium spirits you can taste.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Is your money just lying around? Switch to Huntington Bank, and your money's always doing something. Like auto saving for special events, tracking your teen spending, and helping protect your parents from fraud. Let's get more from money. Switch to Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Want to make 2026 your year of adventure? Book that trip and learn a new language with Babbel. Go ahead, make a resolution you can stick to. Now is the time. Babbel's New Year sale is here. Unlock all of the languages on Babbel with a lifetime subscription for 65% off. Turn your daydream into a destination this year with Babbel. Get Babbel's lifetime access for less at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You're gonna change your push notifications. Look.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-781-9216. That's 800-781-9216.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here. You know what's the scariest thing about winter coming? That you might run out of beer. That's scary. Actually, the scariest things are frozen, broken pipes that can cost thousands of dollars of damage to your home. Have Aqueduct Plumbing Company come out and give you a free estimate for pipes that don't burst in a freeze. Billy says if you go with them, he'll throw in a traditional water heater in for free. That's crazy, Billy. Call them today, 281-488-6238, or visit them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Tell them you heard it here.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collector's Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
This crazy world is home to all kinds of junkies.
I got a junkie for a wife.
Don't eat nothing? Some worthless junkie.
We're adrenaline junkies.
Because I'm a news junkie.
Okay, I'm a Twitter junkie.
An elephant that's a junkie.
But only one can be the junkie of the day.
You're acting like some kind of ski junkie.
What loser will be the winner? Find out with Jeremy and Joe.
Shut the f*** up, junkie.
613 on YouTube says it was Caratini at the game, not Urquidy. Also, Adrian texted in and said that it was Caratini, not Urquidy. It was Adrian. Adrian called you a racist, too.
That's not my fault. Someone texted me saying it was Urquidy.
How many sources did you get, Joe?
Look at this. You're blaming it on somebody. Oh, somebody texted me. Like, you're supposed to look into that sort of thing as a journalist.
I didn't see it. I missed it. But also, my bad.
Racist. All Latinos look the same. Junkie of the day, 713-780-3776.
That's coming from Jose Jorge, too.
I know. Jose Jorge. Well, he wears two hats. Jose Jorge wouldn't have had that take.
That's true.
Joe George would.
Yeah, that's
Jose
fair.
Jorge would not.
Sure.
We need to get a song for Jose Jorge to read. Maybe Friday. Maybe a war hymn for the Texans. Well, I guess we could do that Monday.
We could do that Monday.
Aggie basketball at 7:30.
Yeah.
They take on Auburn. That'll be a good game. And Destination 2026 coming up at 6, so keep it here. Who's your junkie of the day, Joe?
I got two nominations.
Okay.
First, the Las Vegas, the soon-to-be, supposedly be, the Las Vegas Athletics, because the patent office denied them for the Las Vegas Athletics or the Vegas Athletics.
Why did they deny them?
I don't know. But, like, it happened to the commies.
Apparently, Josh from Seabrook, he says, that's my nominee, too. Said that they got denied because they didn't renew.
Well, there's also, it sounds like someone jumped on it. Like, what happened with the Commanders?
You're going to have to buy them out.
Or just, I don't know, maybe get a good name.
You remember somebody did that with Sierra Mist. Sierra Mist, didn't renew, and then somebody, scooped it up.
Yep.
And Sierra Mist found out about it and, offered that person, $20 million for the name. And she was like, no. She tried to play a hardball, and they're like, okay, well, we're just going to rebrand.
Yeah. What is it called?
She
it's called
whiffed
Starry.
on $20 million.
Starry now,
Yeah, Starry now.
Yeah, that's a big miss. But I don't know, maybe just get a better name.
Yeah.
And also, very quickly, they found another body in the bayou today. Stop telling me there's not a serial killer in Houston.
What do we call it?
You always come in here with these down questions.
I'm just saying.
What are we calling it? The Bayou Bullier, or what do we decided? I can't remember what we decided.
Bayou Bully sounds too cheery.
Not
It
right.
doesn't sound serious enough.
Yeah. Well, you don't sound cheery.
That's
true. Mine's Landry Locker.
Oh.
Landlock.
What's the problem you got with Lock Dog?
Oh, I'm about to explain it here, Brian. Struggled to finish that sentence. I tweeted yesterday, D'Amico Ryans, and we played it on the show. D'Amico Ryans is already over being asked questions about the Steelers. Mm-hmm. It's doing numbers on social media at Jeremy Branham on Twitter, Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. It's 176,000 views, Joe.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Facts. Landry did it 24 hours later. Stole my bit.
Wow.
He was like, oh, that's doing well for engagement. I'm going to do it. I think that's what he was doing. I don't know for sure, but what do y'all think? Do y'all think he was still in the bit? Saw that it was doing well, that it was popping off, and then did it himself?
I think Landry's higher class than that.
You think he's completely innocent?
Landry doesn't strike me as a thief.
You think he's completely innocent here?
Like if we did the mute segment with everyone in Houston media, you might have you muted.
You might be muted by a few people.
So,
I think he's stealing my stuff. I think he's a content thief. Brian, what you got?
Well, first my voice.
So, yeah,
first my voice, and then also the Ravens for firing John Harbaugh.
That's not bad. It's not a bad one. The CJ Stroud poll that we posted, by the way, though, $60 million. 59% said yes, they would pay him. 41% said no.
Okay.
So there you go. All right, what's winning the Junkie?
Ryan's voice.
I like it. All right, fine.
I do not know this man.
You're the winner.
Can you say that? Okay, one more time.
I do not know this man.
It's perfect. All right, does it for us. Thanks to Brian being a gamer. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Destination 2026 right now on ESPN 97.5 and 97.9 HD2.
I do not know this man.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool. I'm Hector with Laporte Roofing and Remodeling. My team and I take pride in giving homeowners real peace of mind, whether it's an honest assessment, a repair done right, a full replacement, or guiding you through the insurance claims process. No pressure, no gimmicks, just genuine care of the people in our community. This work means something to me. We're not storm chasers. We're your neighbors, right here, year-round. Laporte Roofing and Remodeling, the name you can trust. Call 281-699-9123 or visit us at laporteroofing.com. Again, that's 281-699-9123.
Is your money doing everything it can for you? Like automatically pushing more of your money to savings every day?
I don't think so.
Then switch to Huntington Bank. And let's get more from money. Huntington Bank. Welcome. Eligibility requirements apply. Some features may require enrollment.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Collectors Firearms and Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
A near supernatural goal from Lionel Messi.
Ronaldinho takes, and David Seaman's call off his line, and Brazil take the lead. Oh, how about that? Shaqiri, here is Shaqiri. Is this the moment for Shaqiri? Yes!
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Here we go. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. It's brought to you by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest, Energy Quanta. Visit Sugarland and Aramco. So we want to make sure we give these sponsors who are putting themselves behind the game the shout-outs that they deserve. So welcome in, everybody. Good show tonight here. We got some updates from the AFCON, the African Cup of Nations. That's relative to the World Cup. Our Texans got it done. Playoffs next Monday.
Go Texans.
Yeah, so we are going to move our Senate Avenue Brewing live show. We're not going to go head-to-head with the Texans to the 20th of January. Okay, so that's the date you pencil in. Soccer Matters Live at Senate Avenue Brewing on the 20th. We're 156 days away from the World Cup opener in Mexico City at Azteca Stadium. 153 away from Germany and Curacao, which will be our opening game here at Energy Stadium in Houston. We stream tonight at ESPN975.com. The call-in number is 713-780-3776. Want to get your take. How are you feeling now that we're into the year 2026 about the World Cup coming to Houston? Are you more excited? Do you feel that you can maybe taste it a little bit now? Is it getting closer? Do you get the sense that it's becoming a little bit more real to you? 713-780-3776 is the number. And the podcast of the show always at ESPN975.com. Apple Podcasts, Spotify Podcasts. That's where you get all of our programming soccer-wise here on ESPN 97.5. So we're live again tonight. Hoping some of you will call in with some of your takes. Hoping you had a great holiday, good family time. And again, we're into 2026. It is getting real. Brian, number one, I hope you're going to start feeling better. That's number one. Number two, do you get the sense as somebody that's in the world of sports that we're getting closer to the World Cup coming here or not?
Not yet, no. I think that's 6 months is still a long time. I mean, I guess people are buying tickets already, but you're not making plans for anything else 6 months in advance. I think once we get to April, I think the World Cup fever will start to kick in. There
are people making plans from Europe.
No, I know. I'm just talking about for like
the
casual fan that isn't buying tickets in advance. Like I think that audience probably starts to kick in April.
Yeah, see, like me today, I'm watching the African Cup of Nations because I'm watching Algeria play. I'm watching all these teams that I know that are going to be in the World Cup. So there's, if you're in the world of soccer, you're drawn to that, right? Just like the NFL or the NBA or anything else. But it's good to get your take. I kind of feel the same way if I was not as inundated in it, not hearing enough about it. But I'm sure that will keep moving forward. And, of course, if people want to hear about it, well, this is where you come. Destination 2026 and Soccer Matters. So appreciate that. When you hear people say these will be the biggest sporting event ever in Houston, what do you say?
I think that's correct. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we've hosted Final Fours, we've hosted Super Bowls, but those are annual events, and they're not for the entire globe. They're for one country. So I would say this is the biggest event for sure.
Yeah, hands down. All right, so let me get into a few things here tonight. I do want to simplify and do a World Cup 101 for people that maybe aren't fully into the game all the time, have a passing interest in it. Maybe you're going to have a bigger interest in it. A couple of things I want to lay out for you tonight. So I'm going to do a little bit of a one-on-one. There are three host countries, obviously, U.S., Mexico, and Canada. They all get automatic qualification as host countries. So they don't have to go through the long qualifying process. 16 teams are in from Europe. Their confederation is called UEFA. CAF is the African Confederation. There are 9 teams from Africa. CONMEBOL is South America, which is a heck of a grueling. I mean, that may be the hardest World Cup qualifying process to go through down there, just because of the absolute genuine dislike for each other. I would put that there. So they get 6. CONCACAF, which is our region where the U.S. plays and Mexico plays, and Canada, that's CONCACAF, North, Central America, and the Caribbean. And then you get 1 team from Oceania, and then 2 intercontinental playoff spots that will be determined. And then there's the Asian Confederation as well. First ever tournament that's going to go from 32 to 48 teams. Now, that means there's more global representation. That means there's more teams. That means there's, in a lot of ways, a lot more storylines. Does that chip away from the sacredness of the World Cup and the meritocracy of it? I think there's pros and cons to this, and we're going to talk about that. So you go from having, I believe it was 64 or 68 World Cup matches in 2022 in Qatar to crown a champion. I think it was 68 to crown Argentina the world champion. You now go to 104 matches. You're close to almost doubling that. In fact, your 72 group stage games where there's these groups of 3 teams, 16 groups of 3 teams, there's going to be a total of 72 games. That's more than the entire other World Cup, just to get the first round games off and running. There's going to be a lot to be learned, and there's a lot we're going to learn when the tournament starts. And I would just say expect the unexpected. But 16 groups of 3 teams. It's going to lead to potential upsets. It's going to lead to lopsided scores. It's going to lead to player fatigue. 72 group stage matches is more than the entire World Cup in Qatar. I say it again, where Argentina won the World Cup with Leo Messi in match number 68. This is remarkable expansion. The pros of it are, yes, you get other nations that have the ability to participate in it. Yes, you get these great storylines with Cape Verde and some of these smaller countries like Curacao that get in. But sticking with the pros, you get 32 games of finality in the round of 32. So there's 32 games where it's single elimination. You're picking a winner. That's a pretty big deal. That's great for the sporting fan. What I don't think is good for the sporting fan, potentially, and this is going to be bigger because I hear a lot of commentators out there, oh, don't worry, all the great teams are going to get through. Yeah, most of them are, but there are going to be some upsets. And there are going to be some challenges because the condensed scheduling and how quickly these matches are going to come around, you're going to have to take care of your older star players. You're going to have to use the depth of your squad more. You're going to have to use rotation. You're going to have to really concentrate on your substitution patterns. You lose that first game like Argentina did in the last World Cup to Qatar, and you could have real problems. And I do believe there will be somebody that gets upset and eliminated. And it's going to be one of those moments where, you just don't believe it. But you got a round of 32, you got a round of 16, quarters, semis, and then finals. But again, the logistical complexity to this is going to lead to some real pressure on fatigue and injury, more matches. You're going to see managers being more careful with some star players and the workload of star players. Then you have to factor in the element of commercial sponsors and them wanting their best players on the field. They don't want them on the bench. So if that gets strained a little bit, you're going to have the big manufacturers and the big sponsors pressing federations who they've paid a lot of money to make sure guys are playing. Now, whether that managers are going to adhere to that or not, I don't know. But look, you look at Mexico, and they have a goalkeeper, Memo Ochoa, and he's no doubt going to the World Cup, not because I think he's earned it at this stage as a player. It's because he's going as a very big piece commercially for the Mexican national team. Yeah, he's a handsome guy. Everybody likes him. The women like him. He's used in advertisements. But he's going for a very, very different reason. All right, so we have from the African Cup of Nations, we do have now the quarterfinals. So we got Mali against Senegal. Senegal's going to the World Cup. You got Cameroon versus Morocco. Morocco's going to the World Cup. You have Algeria against Nigeria. Algeria's going to the World Cup. And then you got Egypt and Ivory Coast, who are both going to the World Cup. So for countries like Cameroon and Nigeria, who are countries that we expect to be in World Cups because they have some of the deepest African Confederation history in World Cups, for them not to be going is brutal for their countrymen. It's brutal for their fans. A World Cup without Nigeria and Cameroon, it's kind of sad to me. No Super Eagles fans now. They're trying to get the Boogie Prize, which is winning the African Cup of Nations, which is a big deal. But it's less of a big deal in a World Cup year where, the fans of the Super Eagles and the Indomitable Lions, two of the greatest names in soccer history, are going to be sitting at home and watching this tournament and watching Cape Verde Island in it and watching Senegal in it and watching Egypt in it and watching the Ivory Coast in it and watching Algeria in it. That stings. That hurts for those very, very passionate fans, and they bring so much color to the games, the Cameroon fans and the Nigeria fans. But if you are out there and you want to get a feel for some of the World Cup teams, tune into the African Cup of Nations. I get it on Fubo TV, on BN Sports Network. You can find it there. So, pretty interesting to consider kind of what's going on and where it's all happening. So, we saw something come out recently. I know a lot of people have been questioning me about it, that they're going to have a fan zone in New York City, in the New York area. That's where the World Cup final is going to be held. Now, they're going to charge $12.50 a day for people to go into the fan zone. Now, if you do some simple basic math, you're talking about millions of dollars being earned simply off that, if in fact they're going to have it open for 38 days, and it all depends on the amount of people that are going to be allowed in. I can give you good news. Houston will not be charging anybody to go into the Fan Fest. And heading up the Fan Fest with the Houston World Cup Committee is Patty Smith. People will know Patty from her work in the sports community here in Houston. She's going to come up on the docket here in our next segment, and we'll talk to her about the Fan Fest, what it's going to look like, get her visual of it, ask her some questions about it, and how it's going to work. Oh, yeah. This is a great little song here. Remind me what this is, Brian. Where did I find this?
This says it's London Beat back in the High Life.
Yeah, this is London Beat. Yeah. Yeah, they were a pretty cool band. They were an old band, but they were pretty cool. I remember this being upbeat. This must be a different mix to it. Yeah, this is like a slower mix of it. All right, we're going to take a break here. Before we go to break, hey, 1802 Bins, slip sliders. Get down there for the best sliders in town, no question. So Patty Smith is coming up. We're going to keep things rolling here. You are listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, presented by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola Southwest Energy, Quanta, Visit Sugarland, and Aramco. Take a break here. Brian will get us there, and we'll come back. More soccer talk coming.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. We roll on here tonight. I do suggest you take a look at the African Cup of Nations. There's a ton of teams in that tournament in Africa going on right now that are World Cup teams. That'll give you a little bit of a taste of it. I want to remind everybody really quickly, June 14th, it's Germany and Curacao. That'll kick it off here in Houston. That's 153 days away. Then you get Cristiano Ronaldo in Portugal. That could be a good one because they'll play either the Congo, Jamaica, or New Caledonia. They get the Congo. That'll be a challenge. June 20th, Netherlands will get a UEFA playoff winner, which could be Ukraine, Sweden, Poland, or Albania. That's another hot ticket right there. No question about it, because if the Netherlands get a Sweden, a Poland, or a Ukraine, that is a highly competitive game. And again, it's another Cristiano Ronaldo game. On June 23rd, Portugal playing Uzbekistan. They'll be the heavy favorite in that. June 26th, Cape Verde or Cabo Verde against Saudi Arabia. And then we get into knockout stage, finality type matches on June 29th. You get round C winner versus runner-up of Group H or F. And then July 4th, round of 16. That's going to be a pretty significant July 4th game here. All these games at Energy Stadium. Still pinching myself. We are hosting World Cup 2026. My next guest knows a little bit about running events, I would say. You know her from her coverage of the rodeo, coverage of sports in Houston for many, many years. A real part of our sports landscape here. She is heading up the Fan Zone. She is Patty Smith. She joins us now. Hi, Patty.
Hey, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm good. I'm glad to have you on the show. I'm smiling here. It's great to have you on, and it's going to be great to get some updates on the Fan Fest. So I guess I'll just start it off by just kind of lobbing the softball to you. Just kind of give us a vision of what it's going to look like in Edo and some of the things that are on your plate right now.
Well, considering I was a softball player, I will take the pitch, no pun intended, and I will hit it. But, yeah, we are planning an amazing Fan Fest down in Edo. For those that don't really know exactly where it is, it's right outside Shell Energy Stadium there. We'll be taking over, 4 blocks by 3 blocks, like from Polk to Walker and then Hutchins down to Emancipation, taking over all the parking lots and warehouses and turning that area into just this magical Fan Fest. It's going to be just really awesome. We will be open for all 34 days of the 39-day span for the World Cup. We will be basically having a giant watch party with all kinds of activations and all kinds of cool things for all 104 matches.
Patty Smith joining us.
There's the softball without the details.
Now, give us a sense of some of the activation that's going to be going on there. Of course, there's going to be the big screen. There's going to be great beer. There's going to be partying. There's going to be great food. But, this is a pretty rare World Cup when it comes to the standpoint of culture, music, food, all the social media. This is going to be a groundbreaking World Cup from that perspective.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And, I think when, people think of Fan Fest, usually you're thinking inside, a George R. Brown or maybe out at Discovery Green or something like that. And we're taking kind of this whole neighborhood and really trying to tell the story of Houston within that space. Houston is just so much more than, what people around the world might think of it with, tumbleweed and cactus or whatever. We're very innovative. We're a cultural city. And we want to tell that story with Houston-style entertainment, as you mentioned, Houston-style food. So many different things that we will bring into the Fan Fest. We're going to do a talent search competition leading up to the Fan Fest where we can identify just some amazing talent that comes out of Houston to perform on that stage and really show the different cultures. There's 90-plus different consulates in Houston, so we are so diverse, the most diverse city in the country, and we want to really show that through all things in the Fan Fest.
Any other thing you can take us into that you can talk about? I mean, obviously, we're Space City. There's lots of things that go on with NASA, our parks, our museums. I mean, the city's got incredible culinary food restaurants from all over the world. How do you know what kind of food to put in there and what types of food?
I'm going to put it all in there. So we've got, I'll tell you a couple of the cool little things that we'll have in there. We're going to have we took this giant warehouse and we're turning it into a Houston Hall, we're calling it. And inside that warehouse, I mean, look, we're in the middle of the summer here. It's going to be very hot in Houston, obviously. So we're trying to make this an elevated, really cool experience for fans where there are some air-conditioned areas in there as well. And Houston Hall will be this giant warehouse that will be air-conditioned, that you can go inside, and there'll be some F&B, food and beverage activations in there. But we've partnered with Space Center Houston, and they're going to activate twice. Once inside Houston Hall, where they have a kind of a giant space where there's some VR and some really cool experiences inside there. Rodeo Houston will be inside there as well, doing some really cool stuff. We'll be telling Houston's story of kind of the urban vibe, so all the bayou vibe, so all the different things that sort of represent Houston. Fans from around the world will be able to go into Houston Hall and really kind of see and experience some of those things. If you go a little bit further down the venue, we've got a giant sphere. We call it a Sphera. And the Sphera, in my mind, when I kind of came up with the concept, is the cross between the Sphere in Las Vegas and the ball at Epcot Center. Now, it's not quite to that magnitude. I didn't have, $100 million to spend on it by any stretch. But we did partner with Space Center Houston on that as well. And they're doing some original content inside this giant dome, basically, and it'll be a giant Adidas ball, actually, on the outside. And then you go inside, and you've got these, cool 3D experience like you would inside the Sphere in Vegas, where you're watching this content that they're mixing soccer with space, with human performance, and just really creating some cool content for us. We've got a mini pitch, a 77 pitch that Aramco is activating that will have some youth tournaments on. Fans will have the opportunity to go play on the pitch, as well as for some of the bigger games. That turns into a secondary viewing area. We have a giant screen over that pitch. It's pretty incredible. And then over in our live stage area, where we've got some we've got a giant tent. It's called a Magic Sky. So fans will have a lot of shade to be able to watch, on our giant screens, watch the games. And then between the matches and halftime, we've got, we'll have our Houston Entertainment that'll be, performing up on the stage. We've got a couple of VIP tents there that you can, purchase some VIP hospitality packages, as well as some really cool cabana-style seating that are also an elevated experience for the rest of the fans. And for the majority, it is a free fan fest, so anybody can come down at any time. We are not charging any kind of entry fee unless you do some of these VIP elevated experiences. But we really have something for everyone. We've got cooling stations and a lot of great food. We've got a great master concessionaire that's really doing a great job of bringing all the different, mom and pop kind of flavors of Houston to the table. Again, like I mentioned, the different cultures. We'll have theme days. Every single day on all 34 of these days we'll have a different theme, and a lot of our food and then entertainment, all those things will kind of match what the theme of the day is.
Patty Smith joining us. She heads up the Fan Fest World Cup 2026 coming our way in June. And by the way, that was a great synopsis there. Really sounds exciting. Sounds like a lot of really interesting things for people to partake in. Also, Adidas, I'm sure, is very, very happy with the giant soccer ball. The Trianda, I'm assuming that will be. But I wanted to ask you a little bit about how many people go in. What are the times? Is that set? Because I had heard 7,500 people is the max, 1 hour before games, 1 hour after. Is that confirmed or not?
Pretty close.
Close.
Yeah, you're pretty close. We're going to, once the schedule came out, we saw we have a lot of late games, even some 11 p.m. games. We are going to be open for all the matches. We'll probably open 90 minutes before the game. I think we originally went out and said we'd do an hour before and an hour after. But we'll open probably about 90 minutes before each game. We will stay open all day long until after the final match.
I like the fact that you have hydration stations because the Dutch and Germans are going to be very happy for that.
Yeah, for sure.
They don't know what they're going to. They don't know what they're going to get hit with during the day. I don't think.
I mean,
they'll make it though. They'll make it.
Everybody keeps complaining about the heat, but it's June and July. It's not like it's July and August. I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah. Well, no. I'm just thinking of the Dutch and the Germans. And listen, by the way, they handled it in the '94 World Cup. They can handle it here. They'll be fine.
They'll be just fine. We'll keep them cool. We've got cooling towels, cooling stations. We're doing everything we can for heat mitigation. I mean, look, we want this to be a great experience and fun for everybody, but most importantly is safety and security. And we put a lot of time, energy, effort, dollars, all those things into making sure that that's the case, whether it's from heat mitigation, security, all of those things is really our priority. So we're very confident that it's going to be a great experience.
Yeah, and a lot of planning goes into that because you have to make sure you have a manageable crowd, a manageable number of people. Safety and security nowadays, I got to imagine this is at the top of the list.
Yeah, no, number one. We've got an entire team dedicated and devoted to just that, and that goes all the way from, right in our FanFest footprint, expanding to Football Fiesta, which I can go into that a little bit with you if you'd like, and then outside, the last mile leading up to it. But basically what we're trying to do with that Football Fiesta is we've put this FanFest footprint in the middle of Edo, and outside of our actual footprint, you have all the bars and restaurants in that area, Pitch 25 and Rodeo Goat and all these cool spaces there that we want to be a part of it. So, while our capacity is, like you mentioned, 7,500 at any given time, we anticipate double, triple that down in the area. Come on down, spend some time at the FanFest, and then go have lunch over at Pitch or at Rodeo Goat. Go get some air conditioning, come back. So you can go back and forth and really bring a lot more people to the area than just that 7,500 capacity for the FanFest.
And then I would expect people outside of Edo, restaurants and bars and all, they're going to benefit greatly from this whole thing.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
The entire city is going to benefit from this. The economic impact is incredible in all ways, in all things. So, yes, that's going to be a great thing for that area, and that's, something that's kind of, been in Chris Canetti's mind when he was back in the day building that stadium for the Dynamo, knowing that area would be kind of a, central sort of mecca for soccer in Houston someday, and it turned out to be just that.
Well, Patty, thank you so much for coming on. Appreciate everything that you've just told us. Some of this is really fresh. It's really exciting. Some of the different activations that are going on there. That's pretty incredible. So
yep, you can have me on anytime. I could talk for another 45 minutes about it. So we only scratched the surface.
You're a pro, and we will get you on another time. Thank you, Patty.
All right, you got it. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it. That was Oliver Luck who got the stadium going, by the way. I don't know about It's going to be a mecca for soccer. Oh, I miss Oliver Luck. This is Moby. That was Patty Smith. Great stuff from her on the FanFest. Really enjoyable. Pretty cool. It's going to be a lot of air-conditioned space as well as outdoor space, giant screens, a lot of interactive stuff. It sounds like a lot of music. Really, really cool. I bet you the NASA thing will be very, very hip. All right, last Friday on Destination 2026, we had Bruce Murray on, played in the 1990 World Cup. Well, we got another one of our, with Batiri, one of our films coming up will be the 1990 World Cup. So I thought this was such a good interview. I want to re-air it tonight. So when we come back, we're going to re-air the Bruce Murray interview. This is a man who scored and had an assist in a World Cup in 1990 under Bob Gansler. And, we'll take a break and we'll come back with that interview.